Chapter 1. Two figures suddenly appeared. Boruto gazed at Sasuke, his expression one of confusion. "Mr. Sasuke, what is happening? The shadows have diminished. Not only are there none of my fathers, but also Kakashi's and Tsunade's." Sasuke furrowed his brow. "When we entered that strange space, that individual mentioned collecting the chakra of the nine-tailed fox. So we have arrived in the past version of Konoha," Boruto exclaimed, his voice rising in disbelief. "The past? Is this for real?" "Indeed. We are currently in the era when the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, governs the village." Sasuke turned to inquire of Boruto, "What about Urashiki?" Boruto explained, "Due to an operational error, Lord Urashiki will arrive in a few days. Moreover, as individuals from the future, you must not disclose your origins to anyone. Additionally, you must refrain from interfering with those you hold dear, lest it significantly impact the future." Boruto grinned widely, excitement bubbling within him. "I can't believe I'm in Konoha before my birth. However, Mr. Sasuke, your fashion sense is quite questionable," Boruto remarked, casting a teasing glance at him. Sasuke, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "There's no helping it, you have yet to be born in this era. We must ensure no one sees you wearing a headband, and our current task is to locate Naruto as swiftly as possible." Boruto turned to Sasuke, asking, "Do you know where Dad might be?" Sasuke contemplated. In this time, he is either at Ichiraka Ramen or at home. Boruto's eyes widened as he spotted a figure ahead. "Hey, that person wouldn't happen to be Aunt Sakura, would it? Let's go ask her where Dad is," Boruto suggested eagerly. Sasuke quickly covered Boruto's mouth, cautioning, "Wait. Didn't we mention we should act with caution?" Sasuke, a hint of panic in his demeanor, insisted, "Besides, there are too many acquaintances in the village. We must proceed with utmost care." Boruto looked at Sasuke, bewildered. "But Mr. Sasuke, if we are to protect young Dad, we must meet him, right?" Sasuke replied quietly, "Though it's a bit troublesome. Once I locate Naruto, I intend to follow him discreetly." Boruto turned away, his expression one of discontent. "What a drag." Bang! Boruto collided with Naruto, wincing in pain. "That hurt." "Hey, are you blind while walking?" Naruto yelled at Boruto, "Baka, that's something I should be asking you. What are you doing standing in the middle of the street?" Seeing Naruto, Sasuke sighed in resignation. "This is bad." Boruto stared at Naruto in astonishment. "Dad?" Naruto looked back at Boruto, equally perplexed. "Dad? Who are you calling Dad?" Suddenly, a distant roar echoed. "Naruto, we can't worry about anything else now. The pursuers are closing in." Boruto glanced at the approaching Jiraiya, whispering, "Huh? I've seen this person in pictures. He's Dad's teacher." Naruto, alarmed, exclaimed, "This is bad. It's all that pervy sage's fault that it's come to this." Sasuke looked at Naruto, asking, "Are you being pursued?" Boruto patted his chest confidently. "Leave it to us." Jiraiya looked at Boruto, surprised. "Really?" He handed his binoculars to Boruto, running alongside Naruto. "Then it's up to you." The hot spring owner bellowed. "Don't even think about running, you peeping toms!" Boruto exclaimed. "Peeping?" Sasuke, face-palming, muttered, "Baka." Jiraiya, brimming with excitement, declared, "Yash. Let's head to the next place to spy." Let's set off for the research location." Naruto scoffed at Jiraiya. "Easier said than done. I don't want to be lectured by Tsunade." Behind them, Tsunade crossed her arms, sneering. "What you two fools up to?" With fear etched on their faces, Tsunade engaged in a rather friendly exchange with them. Jiraiya and Naruto stammered, "We're sorry. Lady Tsunade, we were wrong. Please forgive us. Now that the matter with those two fools is settled, it's your turn." Tsunade directed her gaze toward Boruto and Sasuke, her tone indifferent. Boruto, panicking, stammered, "We weren't peeping." Tsunade interrupted. "Those two fools have already confessed, I know. My name is Tsunade. I'm the fifth Hokage of Konoha. You look somewhat unfamiliar. What brings you to the village?" Ding! The Shinobi World event has commenced. 5 minutes later, a mandatory consciousness gathering of all sentient beings in the Shinobi world will take place. Just as Sasuke was contemplating what excuse to concoct to placate Tsunade, a massive screen materialized in the sky. Tsunade's brow furrowed. "What is happening?" "Jiraiya, do you know anything about this?" Jiraiya shook his head, staring at the screen. "No idea. However, it doesn't seem to be an illusion. Boruto whispered to Sasuke, Mr. Sasuke, do you have any idea what this is? Is this the doing of Urashiki? Sasuke scrutinized the screen, frowning. It shouldn't be him. Ri mentioned that Urashiki wouldn't arrive for a few days. For now, let's observe the situation. Our task is to protect Naruto. After a brief pause, Tsunade stated, Jiraiya, Naruto, these two outsiders are in your care for now. I will head to the Hokage office. Naruto, bewildered, asked, what do you mean in our care? Jiraiya pondered, understood. We'll take care of them, you be careful. Citizens, there's no need to panic. Everyone, return home immediately. All Umbu members, mobilize at once. All clan leaders, report to the Hokage office immediately. The village is now under emergency alert. Tsunade's calm, yet authoritative voice resonated throughout every corner of Konoha. Simultaneously, similar situations unfolded in Sunagakure, Kumogakure, Kirigakure, Iwagakure, and other locations, prompting swift action. Konoha Hokage Office. Shikaku, report on the investigation, Tsunade said, addressing Nara Shikaku. Shikaku paused before responding, Lady Tsunade. Currently, we understand that the sudden appearance of this screen shows no signs of life. There are no fluctuations of chakra in the vicinity. Moreover, when we attempt to approach it, it continually moves away from us. We have tried various methods. Any ninjutsu has no effect on it. Is that so? Tsunade frowned, gazing at the massive black screen in the sky. Then we can only observe its developments. Ding! The Shinobi World Inventory System has officially descended upon the Shinobi world. This system is aware of your past and future. It will assess the top 20 combatants in the Shinobi world and grant rewards to those who make the list. This system will also pose various questions. Correct answers will yield unexpected rewards. Incorrect answers will result in punishment. Now, we are collecting the consciousness of all sentient beings in the Shinobi world into the event. Everyone can speak within the number of statements allowed is related to one's strength and chakra. Ding! Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, Kakashi Hatake, Guy, Hinata Hyuga, Jiraiya, and Tsunade Senju have entered the event. Ding! The fourth Raikage, third Tsuchikage, Orochimaru, Gaara, Temari, Killer Bee, Meijirumi, and Kabuto Yakushi have entered the event. Ding! Nagato, Konan, Obito Uchiha, Deidara, Sasori, Kisame Hashigaki, Itachi Uchiha, Kakazu, and Zetsu have entered the event. Ding! Detecting the Pure Land. Collecting souls from the Pure Land. Ding! Madara Uchiha, Kushina Uzumaki, Mikoto Uchiha, Fugaku Uchiha, the fourth Kazekage, second Tsuchikage, third Raikage, Hayashi Hyuga, Might Dai, Tsukumo Hatake, Izuna Uchiha, Lin Noura, and Zabuza Momochi have entered the event. Ding! Detecting that the Shinigami possesses a soul. Forcibly collecting Minato Namikaze, Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and Hiruzen Tsurutobi into the event. There are also two outsiders. Detecting outsiders, Sasuke Uchiha and Boruto Uzumaki. All who can speak are welcome to enter. Madara Uchiha. Interesting. Hashirama Senju. Madara? Is that truly you? My dear old friend, I miss you. Tobirama Senju. Brother, shut up and mind your image. Izuna Uchiha. Ha, the white-haired fox. Tobirama Senju. Ha, a defeated foe. Young Sasuke Uchiha. Itachi, I will surely kill you. Uchiha Itachi. Foolish Otanashi, on what grounds do you presume to kill me? Uchiha Itachi. Is it because of your single Tomo Sharingan? Young Uchiha Sasuke. Brother, are you alright? Naruto Uzumaki. Huh? Why are there two Sasukes? What is happening? Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto? How have you been? Naruto Uzumaki. I've been well, thank you, Auntie. Naruto Uzumaki. Auntie, do you know me? Kushina Uzumaki. Auntie? You dare call me Auntie? Do you not know who I am? Naruto Uzumaki. Auntie, do you truly recognize me? Can you tell me who my father and mother are? Kushina Uzumaki. What? Did the third Hokage not inform you? Kushina Uzumaki. I am your mother. Your father is the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Naruto Uzumaki. Father and mother? Naruto Uzumaki. My father is the fourth Hokage? Naruto Uzumaki. But why do the villagers call me a demon fox? Why do they dislike me? Ostracize me. Isolate me. Kushina Uzumaki. Third Hokage, I demand an explanation. Kushina Uzumaki. Why should Naruto, the son of a hero, be subjected to such treatment? Hiruzen Sarutobi. At that time, the chaos of the Nine Tails had just subsided, and the village lacked sufficient strength, while you had made the ultimate sacrifice. Hiruzen Sarutobi. If Naruto's identity as the son of the fourth Hokage were to be revealed, he would face countless assassination attempts. Hiruzen Sarutobi. As for how the knowledge of the Nine Tails being within him was exposed, I am uncertain. Naruto turned to Jiraiya, inquiring, Pervy sage, are they truly my father and mother? Jiraiya gazed at Naruto and sighed. Indeed, the fourth Hokage is unequivocally your father. And I, too, am his teacher. Kakashi is also his disciple. Naruto, staring at Jiraiya, shouted, So you all knew. Why did you not tell me? Jiraiya paused and replied, As the third Hokage said, it was to protect you. Watergate made too many enemies in his lifetime. If other ninja villages were to discover your existence, they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate you. Is that so? Naruto wiped his tears and looked at Jiraiya, trembling. Yes. In the heavens, seeing Naruto's silence, Kushina began to send messages incessantly. Naruto Uzumaki. Father, mother, I am doing well. Naruto Uzumaki. I am now a ninja. Naruto Uzumaki. The third Hokage treats me kindly, often inviting me to eat my favorite Ichiraka ramen. Naruto Uzumaki and Kakashi Sensei, Pervy Sage, and Iruka Sensei all treat me well. Naruto Uzumaki. Moreover, I have made many friends, and they cherish me greatly. Kushina Uzumaki. Really? Seeing you thrive brings me peace, Naruto. Minato Namikaze. I am grateful to the third Hokage for caring for Naruto, as well as to Jiraiya Sensei and Iruka Sensei Kakashi. You have grown too. Boruto gazed at Naruto in astonishment. Did Dad really grow up like this? Sasuke looked at Naruto and Jiraiya, then at the screen above, saying to Boruto, what he must endure, you will soon come to understand. Ding. We now commence the ranking of the ninja world's apex power, starting with the 20th position. Rock Lee. Our third Hokage is the strongest Hokage in history. He must be first. Fourth Raikage. Third Tsuchikage. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen is merely a name-dropper. Orochimaru. Sensei, you're quite the self-promoter, aren't you? Uchiha Madara. The strongest Hokage? What a farce. He is unworthy. The true strongest Hokage is Hashirama. Senju Hashirama. Madara's endorsement. Senju Tobirama. Monkey, explain what you mean by the strongest Hokage of Konoha? Shimura Danzo. Sensei, Hiruzen has grown senile under his leadership. Konoha's strength has plummeted, and now it has become a mere shadow of its former self. Hiruzen Sarutobi. After you perished, Konoha lacked high-end combat power later. The second and third Shinobi World Wars erupted, and we had no choice but to take these measures for stability. Senju Tobirama. Then, who is the current Hokage? Tsunade Senju. It is I, the second Hokage's granddaughter. Senju Hashirama. Oh, little Tsunade? Is Konoha well? Tsunade Senju. What do you mean, Grandpa? He is a fallen ninja hero, proficient in all 5 elemental natures, dedicating his entire life to Konoha. His friend Danzo, perpetually coveting his Hokage position, trained nothing but oddities, ultimately falling victim to his own disciple, Orochimaru. The life of the third Hokage is met with both praise and criticism. Ding. Now let us play the video. Please watch closely. After the video concludes, this system will pose questions. At the Chunin exam venue, atop the high platform, the fourth Kazekage suddenly drew a kunai and held it to Hiruzen Sarutobi's throat. Below, the Sound Force swiftly leaped onto the platform. The Sound Force swiftly formed hand seals. Ninjutsu. 4 purple flames formation. They ensnared the third Hokage while simultaneously protecting themselves. He made a resolute decision that during this hour of fusion and evolution, he would not utilize the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Nor would he even rely on his chakra if it could be avoided. As he contemplated the passage of time, he surmised that the anticipated guests were soon to arrive. Coincidentally, just as this thought crossed his mind, the voice of his servant, Uchiha Ryoichi resonated by the window. Master, the elder has arrived. Let him in, he commanded. Fuyu glanced at the slumbering Uchiha Itachi and softly murmured. At that moment, a tall, elderly man with a full white beard strode into the room. Upon entering, he expressed his impatience, exclaiming, Fuyue, why have you summoned me before the meeting has commenced? As he spoke, he suddenly noticed the figure lying on the table. Upon discerning the features of this individual, he was struck by the hollow voids where the eyes should have been, causing his pupils to contract in disbelief. As if he had witnessed something utterly astonishing. His countenance shifted dramatically, and he struggled to articulate his shock as he pointed at the figure on the table. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, he steadied himself and urgently inquired, Fuyue, what has happened to Itachi? Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that Itachi's eyes had indeed been removed. Itachi was the son of Fuyue, and who among the villagers would dare to lay hands on him? Uchiha Fuyue was the indisputable leader of the Uchiha clan. Although a small faction of the clan harbored discontent towards Fuyue, he remained the legitimate patriarch. To harm his son and remove his Sharingan was tantamount to slapping Fuyue in the face, a direct affront to the Uchiha clan itself. The elder Uchiha Shiryu, with his hair standing on end, turned pale, a vein throbbed on his forehead, and several lines on his face, connecting to his sunken cheeks, twitched in a manner that suggested his profound fury. Fuyu waved his hand, signaling for silence. It was my doing. Uchiha Shiryu, filled with rage, felt as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. His fury evaporated in an instant, leaving a hint of embarrassment. A tiger does not eat its cubs, Fuyu. What are you doing? Faced with Uchiha Shiryu's bewildered gaze, Fuyu refrained from elaborating, stating, I will explain later. For now, seal his chakra. Seal? Isn't Itachi your son? You want to seal his chakra? Are you out of your mind? Despite the myriad of questions swirling in his mind, Uchiha Shiryu chose to comply, recognizing Fuyu's insistence on an explanation to come. Very well, he nodded. Stepping closer to Uchiha Itachi. With a solemn expression, his aged fingers emitted a faint blue chakra as he began to perform the sealing technique. Fuyu silently observed the scene before him. Within the Uchiha clan, the venerable elder Uchiha Shiryu was the only one possessing a modicum of sealing techniques, more than capable of sealing chakra. While others remained oblivious, he was acutely aware that his ungrateful son still possessed Shirsue's Manjiki Sharingan. Soon, he would ascend to the pinnacle of his life, instigate a coup, overthrow the third Hokage, and usurp the title of Hokage. He had no desire to suffer a setback from a technique like the Kodo Amatsukami. Were it not for his yearning for Shirsui Si, he would have been disinclined to summon Uchiha Shiryu to seal his chakra. Eliminating him would have been far simpler. After all, he had traversed from another realm and held no emotional ties to his ungrateful son, a mere character from an animated series. Killing him would be inconsequential. Yet, on one hand, he was coveting Shirsui's eye, and on the other, he wished to avoid a rift with Fugaku's family. Balancing these factors, he decided to spare Itachi's life for the time being. Before long, Uchiha Shiryu completed the chakra sealing and stated that the task was finished. Now, what exactly is going on? Uchiha Shiryu inquired solemnly. Please, take a seat. After the system's emergence, Fuyu's tension dissipated, and he even greeted Uchiha Shiryu with a lighthearted smile, inviting him to sit and discuss leisurely. It is true that Itachi is my son, but he has allied himself with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon hearing this statement from Fugaku, Uchiha Shiryu was taken aback. He struggled to comprehend why Itachi would choose to side with the third Hokage. What do you mean? Uchiha Shiryu asked, furrowing his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. He has disclosed our conspiracy for a coup to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The revelation sent shockwaves through Uchiha Shiryu, his complexion drastically changing. What? He sprang to his feet, pacing frantically around the room, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This is disastrous. I have long warned that the path of a coup would not succeed, yet you insisted. He sighed heavily. Uchiha Shiryu, the leader of the pacifist faction, had always opposed the notion of a coup. Fuyu calmly sipped his tea, patiently waiting for Uchiha Sasuke to regain his composure before continuing. Elder, take a moment to reflect on the village's attitude towards us ever since the Ninetales incident. Clinging to unrealistic notions will only lead to the downfall of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sasuke cast a grim look at Fuyu, acknowledging the truth in his words. However, a coup d'etat was not a viable path either. Although the village appeared weakened now, a dying camel is still larger than a horse. Attempting to instigate a coup solely with the strength of the Uchiha clan would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. However, Fuyu had no intention of engaging in a lengthy conversation. He simply uttered lightly, I have awakened the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. A flicker of astonishment passed through Uchiha Sihu's eyes, his voice trembling slightly. Eternal Mangeki? Noticing the disbelief etched on Uchiha Sihu's face, Fuyu smiled and nodded. Indeed, it is precisely as you imagine. Are you certain? Upon receiving Fuyu's affirmative nod once more, Uchiha Sihu trembled with excitement. May I take a look? Uchiha Sihu inquired. Fuyu shook his head and said, let us postpone. I have received intelligence that Konoha plans to launch an assault during our gathering tonight. This is a battle for our very existence. Go summon all the clan Jonin. We must convene an hour earlier at the Southeast Shrine. At that time, I will unveil these eyes before you. Very well. I never imagined I would witness my clansmen awaken eyes akin to Lord Madara's in my lifetime, replied Uchiha Shirho. Having lived a long life filled with experiences, he was naturally privy to certain secrets. I will summon them immediately. Uchiha Shirho felt no concern in his eyes. The weakened Konoha posed no threat against eyes like Lord Madara's Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. When Konoha was first established, there was the legendary sage of the shinobi world, Senju Hashirama, who was a formidable opponent to Lord Madara. But now, the situation had drastically changed. Uchiha Shirho left the room in a state of exhilaration, eager to rally the others. Isn't it just a coup? Let us do it. After Uchiha Shirho departed, Fuyu instructed Uchiha Raichi to bind Uchiha Itachi with ropes and bring him to the Southeast Shrine. Beneath the shrine lay a secret chamber, which was the perfect place to confine Uchiha Itachi. An hour later, at the Southeast Shrine, the hall was densely packed with people, clad in matching black combat uniforms. They wore green Jonin vests adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem on their shoulders. Fuyu stood resolutely at a vantage point, flanked by the first elder, second elder, and third elder. All the clan's elite ninjas were present, except for those who were on missions and unable to return. The first elder, Uchiha Shirhu, reported respectfully. The second and third elders, unaware of the unfolding events, gazed at Uchiha Shirhu with a mix of confusion and reverence. Both of them, advocates for a coup, struggled to comprehend the stance of the first elder, Uchiha Shirhu, who, as the leader of the moderate faction, often opposed their views. Fuyu nodded. Observing the densely packed Uchiha clan members below him, a stirring sensation arose within him. 34 Jonin, all possessing the three-tomo Sharingan. This indeed exemplifies the profound heritage of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha members murmured amongst themselves, causing a slight commotion within the hall. He clapped his hands to draw their attention. Striving for peace through struggle ensures its preservation, while seeking peace through compromise leads to its demise. Fuyu's words were a thunderclap, leaving the second elder and third elder astonished as they gazed at Uchiha Fugaku. Was this truly the once feeble leader of their clan? His proclamation silenced the gathered Uchiha clansmen. Unfazed by the multitude of eyes upon him, Fuyu continued with unwavering resolve. As you all know, our Uchiha clan, alongside the Senju clan, was instrumental in the founding of Konoha, and thus, we rightfully deserve a place in the position of Hokage. Yet, setting aside the Hokage title, during the Nine Tails incident, due to the beast being manipulated by the Sharingan, suspicions arose that we were responsible for its control. Consequently, the third Hokage and his associates harbored distrust towards us, banishing our Uchiha clan from the heart of the village to this desolate corner. I have even received word that they intend to launch an assault on us tonight, seeking to annihilate our clan. Can we accept such a fate? Initially, the Uchiha clansmen listened in silence, but as Fuyu's narrative unfolded, their expressions twisted with anger. Indeed, they were the foremost noble clan in the shinobi world, co-founders of Konoha alongside the Senju clan. Why should the Senju be permitted to claim the title of Hokage while the Uchiha were denied the same honor? Was this not a blatant discrimination? Furthermore, during the Nine Tails incident, they had all been confined within their clan grounds by the village's umbu, making it impossible for them to have exerted control over the beast. Where was the evidence? Without proof, their accusations were mere barking. They had been forcibly relocated from the thriving center of the village to this forgotten corner. Many clansmen wore expressions of indignation, and Uchiha Rai recalled Fuyu's instructions, boldly shouting, "We shall not accept this. We are the esteemed Uchiha. If they wish to attack us, let them come." As these words echoed, it was as though a hornet's nest had been disturbed. What began as a few hesitant cries of dissent erupted into a chorus of fervent shouts for vengeance. Fuyu nodded in satisfaction, casting a pleased glance toward Uchiha Raichi amidst the crowd, and then raised his hands, signaling for silence. Perhaps due to Uchiha Fugaku's esteemed reputation, the previously agitated clansman fell silent at once upon his gesture. I have awakened the supreme ocular technique of the Uchiha, the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. With that proclamation, Fuyu activated his Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The original design of 3 shurikens transformed into a hexagon formed by 6 interwoven shurikens after merging and evolving with Uchiha Itachi's eyes. At the moment the eternal Mangeki made its appearance, every clansman present felt an unparalleled aura of dominance emanating from their esteemed leader. This was an innate suppression. Transcending their 3-tomo Sharingan, it was the supreme ocular technique. All the clansmen, including the elder, the second elder, and the third elder, gazed with fervor and excitement in their hearts. The glory of our ancestors shines upon us. It is our duty to restore the splendor of the Uchiha. And the ultimate victory shall belong to us. Fuyu, with his eloquent and spirited speech, exclaimed that if the third Hokage wished to test the sharpness of the sword in our hands, then we shall oblige. At this point, Fuyu bellowed, "Let us depart." Indeed, Fuyu had no intention of waiting until nightfall. Taking the initiative was his style. He boldly took the lead, followed closely by the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, the Third Elder, and subsequently, all the members of the Mangeki clan. At that moment, a fleeting shadow approached from the distance. The Grand Elder's gaze flickered as he advanced to meet it, and after a brief exchange, he returned to Fuyu's side, reporting, "Fugaku, we have news. Danzo is at the Hokage building, along with both advisors and Lord Hokage." Fuyu let out a cold laugh. Those 4 old men were likely still waiting for Uchiha Itachi to return with news, which provided him with a perfect opportunity to strike. "Excellent, everyone. Our target is the Hokage building. Full speed ahead." The group hastily exited the Uchiha compound. Outside, perched on a tree, a root ninja clad in umbu attire rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What on earth was the Uchiha clan planning? No time to waste. He had to report to Danzo-sama immediately. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he felt a sudden dizziness and, in a daze, glimpsed a familiar headless corpse on a branch. Beside him, a figure was sheathing a long blade. Who had the audacity to attack him within the village? As he discerned the Uchiha clan emblem on the figure's back, realization struck him. The Uchiha were staging a rebellion? Before he could fully comprehend, darkness enveloped him. At that moment, a severed head rolled to the ground. Uchiha Ryoichi snorted coldly, sheathed his sword, and swiftly rejoined his comrades. The Uchiha clan moved with brazen confidence, taking the most direct route toward the village center, heading straight for the Hokage building. Passers-by looked up in astonishment at the multitude of ninjas racing across the rooftops. The Uchiha Guard, often seen patrolling the streets, was well known for their emblem. What significant event had transpired to cause such a gathering? Questions swirled in their minds. At the Konoha Ninja Academy, it was a day for practical simulation training, and all the students were gathered on the playground. "Look over there," someone shouted, pointing to the wave of ninjas leaping across the rooftop. So many of them. Uchiha Sasuke, standing aloof among the crowd, felt a sense of pride after scoring full marks on his recent kunai throw. He heard the commotion but paid it little mind, basking in the thought of sharing his good news with his brother after school. Sakura and Ino were off to the side, caught up in their own daydreams. Naruto bounded over to Sasuke, exclaiming, "Sasuke, you won this time. But don't get too cocky. Next time, it will definitely be me." Sasuke rolled his eyes, uninterested in Naruto's antics, when someone beside him pointed out, "Sasuke, look, aren't those people from your Uchiha clan?" Following the direction of the finger, Sasuke's eyes widened as he spotted a familiar silhouette racing across the rooftop. "Father? Hey, Sasuke, what are they up to?" someone asked curiously. Yet, Sasuke was just as puzzled. At that moment, Naruto, with a twinkle in his eye, proudly declared, "You guys are so clueless. They're just heading to Ichiraka ramen. Only you would think of ramen." Sakura scoffed. Laughter erupted, and they ignored Naruto's antics. The Ninja Academy was quite close to the Hokage building, a mere 10-minute journey. For the students, the Uchiha's passage was merely a fleeting distraction as they eagerly anticipated the upcoming practical exercise. Irika clapped his hands together. "All right, everyone. Line up in the order we just practiced. The practical exercise is about to begin." Inside the Hokage building, in the office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffed on a large pipe, his aged face partially obscured by swirling smoke. Danzo wore an impatient expression. Mitarashi Anko and Tsubaki Haru appeared relaxed, sipping tea as they awaited Itachi's return. "Hiruzen, I'm leaving," Danzo said, glancing at the time. It was now 5 p.m., and darkness would soon descend. He needed to return to organize his forces. Hiruzen gave him a meaningful look and feigned concern. "Danzo, don't act rashly. Itachi hasn't returned yet. We need to devise a plan for peace between the village and the Uchiha." Danzo waved his hand dismissively. "That's your concern. I have matters to attend to." Adjusting his clothing, he left the office without waiting for Hiruzen's response. Hiruzen opened his mouth but chose not to press further. He glanced at Anko and Sabakihara, then resumed his smoking, letting the clouds of smoke envelop him. After all, he had voiced his concerns. Whether Danzo heeded them was no longer his affair. Sabakihara frowned. Worry etched on her face. Hiruzen, do you think Itachi might not return? He will return, Hiruzen replied confidently. After his recent guidance, he believed Itachi would uphold the will of fire and not betray the village. Now, let us enjoy our tea. Anko smiled as she poured more tea. At that moment, Danzo had just reached the entrance of the Hokage building when he encountered the Uchiha contingent. Frowning, he halted, demanding, Uchiha Fugaku, what are you planning by bringing so many people? Are you staging a rebellion? His shadowy gaze flickered with desire. So many Sharingan would soon belong to him. He suppressed his inner cravings, awaiting a reasonable explanation from Uchiha Fugaku. To his utter astonishment, the usually deferential Uchiha Fugaku unexpectedly took decisive action. Fuyu stepped forward casually, activating his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, locking eyes with Danzo. When Danzo beheld the hexagonal patterns within Fugaku's gaze, he was instantly rendered speechless, frozen in place. Fuyu extended his hand towards Danzo, whose eyes were bound in bandages. With a surge of chakra emanating from his fingertips, he deftly sliced through the bindings, extracting the eye with precision and placing it into a glass container he had previously set aside. In the blink of an eye, he drew a long knife and severed the arm that had been implanted with the Senju cells, storing it in a space scroll. This all transpired within mere seconds. And by the time the two root ninjas trailing Danzo reacted, their expressions twisted in horror as they attempted to cry out. Uchiha Shirho had already approached, dispatching them with swift, lethal strikes. Uchiha Shirho cast a glance at the motionless Danzo, who now resembled a lifeless dog. Who would have imagined that just a moment ago he was the formidable and unyielding Hokage advisor Shimura Danzo? Though he did not comprehend Fuyu's motives, he was certain there was a rationale behind them. Uchiha Shirho made no inquiries. He merely gestured, and a throng of red-eyed Uchiha surged into the Hokage building, akin to ravenous wolves, indiscriminately attacking any and all. Under the oppressive gaze of numerous Sharingan, the individuals in the hall were rendered powerless, collapsing into pools of their own blood. Where is the third Hokage? Uchiha Shirho demanded. Seizing a survivor, the unknown Chunin, trembling in fear, stammered, in the Hokage's office on the third floor. No sooner had he finished speaking than Uchiha Shirho slit his throat. The unnamed Chunin clutched at his gushing wound, eyes wide with disbelief, thinking, how could you kill me after I told you? Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was charged with confusion. What is all this commotion outside? Tsunade questioned, perplexed. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a figure rushed in, exclaiming, it's bad. Lord Hokage, the Uchiha clan has rebelled. They are slaughtering everyone on the first floor. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen leapt to his feet, disbelief etched across his face. What did you say? Is that true? He could hardly fathom that the Uchiha clan would revolt so brazenly and attack the Hokage building. Had Itachi betrayed them? Tsunade and Mito Menju shared his shock, equally incredulous. However, a sudden scream from outside confirmed the grim reality. The Uchiha clan had truly turned against them. Startled by the sound, Sarutobi Hiruzen inadvertently crushed his beloved pipe in his grip. How dare they? Tsunade and Mito Menju trembled with fury. This is dire. How did we receive no prior warning? Sarutobi furrowed his brow, realizing the Uchiha had acted too swiftly for him to mobilize a defense. How many are there? He inquired, maintaining a semblance of composure. Over 30, all wielding the three-tomo Sharingan. The Chunin recalled the sight of Uchiha clan members, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent, and shuddered uncontrollably. A white-haired Umbu, masked and swift, entered through the window. Lord Hokage, he began, but Sarutobi cut him off. I am already aware. Gather our forces immediately. I will buy us some time. Understood. Kakashi Hatake was as quick to depart as he had entered, vanishing from the office as though he had never been there, leaving only the curtains fluttering in his wake. Sarutobi felt a throbbing headache. He had opposed Danzo's use of force against the Uchiha precisely to prevent this scenario from unfolding. A conflict with the Uchiha would lead to devastating losses for the village, and even a successful suppression would come at a great cost. The other great ninja villages would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to exploit Konoha's weakened state. What fate awaited the village was a thought he dared not entertain. Damn it. Fuyu. Sarutobi clenched his teeth in frustration. Yet, now that the situation had escalated, contemplating it was futile, he needed to confront Fuyu. With a sense of urgency, he exited the Hokage office, harboring a glimmer of hope that he could persuade Fuyu to abandon the path of violence. As Kakashi emerged from the office, he produced a signal flare. With a sharp whoosh, 3 red flares shot into the sky, their brilliance capturing the attention of the villagers. The moment the crimson signals ascended, elite jonin throughout the village paled, abandoning their tasks to rush towards the source of the flares. The appearance of a single red flare signified a state of heightened alert, while 3 consecutive flares warned of an imminent village crisis. At the Ninja Academy, Irika Umino held a list, reciting, "All right, next up is the reconciliation seal." Sasuke against, his words were cut short as he caught sight of the red flares erupting from the Hokage building, causing the list to slip from his fingers. Sasuke, having just strolled a few steps with his hands in his pockets, noticed Irika's changed expression and turned to see the red signals piercing the sky. "Teacher, who is Sasuke fighting? Is it me?" Naruto clamored, desperate for attention. Irika ignored him, commanding, "Students, the drill is over. Return to your classes immediately." He exchanged knowing glances with the other teachers, who silently agreed to head towards the Hokage building. Sasuke squinted at the swirling red smoke above, an unsettling feeling creeping into his mind that it might be connected to his father, who had taken their clan members away. Not only at the academy, but figures from all corners of the village converged towards the Hokage building. The signal had stirred the village akin to poking a hornet's nest, as a throng of Konoha ninja gathered from every direction. As Sarutobi descended the stairs, he was confronted with a sight that nearly shattered his composure. Fuyu plunged a blade into Danzo's heart. "Stop!" Sarutobi shouted in desperation. But Fuyu merely glanced at him with disdain before delivering another strike, severing Danzo's head and kicking it towards Sarutobi's feet like a ball. Gazing at the lifeless visage of his fallen comrade, whose eyes now stared vacantly into the void, Sarutobi felt a surge of rage. Trembling, he pointed an accusatory finger at Fuyu. "Have you lost your mind, Fuyu? Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You are dragging the Uchiha clan into damnation." "Into damnation? It is doing nothing that leads to such a fate," Fuyu retorted coldly. Knowing the unfolding narrative, he smirked, aware that the Uchiha clan would face annihilation that night, leaving only Sasuke as the sole survivor. Danzo had murdered Shursui and stolen their clan's Sharingan. His guilt was undeniable, and he deserved his fate. Fuyu spoke coldly as he retrieved the severed arm he had previously taken, slicing through the bandages with a knife before casting it at Sarutobi Hiruzen's feet. Hiruzen glanced down and recognized it as Danzo's arm, a pale limb adorned with several activated Sharingan. His expression darkened as he immediately identified the arm as an aberration of Hashirama's cells. He had long since forbidden human experimentation, yet Danzo had audaciously defied this decree. Not only had he grafted the cells onto himself, but he had also appropriated the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. As for the murder of Shursui, Danzo was indeed capable of such treachery. Hiruzen realized that Fugaka had not deceived him. "You must be out of your mind. If you feel wronged, you could have communicated with me. Why resort to the assassination of a Hokage advisor?" Hiruzen implored earnestly. "Cease your actions now. There is still time to amend your path," he urged. Before Fuyu could utter a word, 2 figures descended the staircase, the slightly slower Tsunekiri Shoko and Mito Gaiden. Upon seeing the lifeless head of an old friend on the ground, Shoko was so frightened that she fell to the floor. In the next instant, as if to mask her fear, she scrambled to her feet and rushed towards Uchiha Fugaku, pointing an accusing finger at him and rebuking fiercely. "Uchiha Fugaku, are you attempting to rebel? How dare you slay Danzo?" Fuyu did not afford her the opportunity to finish speaking, swiftly severing her head. As long as the 4 calamities, Nara Shikaku, Mito Tobarama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Uchiha Fugaku, remained alive, he could not govern the Hidden Leaf Village. Only with their demise could he secure his position as Hokage. "Ah!" Mito Tobarama exclaimed, startled by the scene before him. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted in shock. He gazed into Fuyu's piercing eyes, adorned with a complex pattern, reminiscent of the days when Uchiha Madara still roamed the earth. How strikingly similar they were. Upon recognizing those eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a chill race down his spine, his heart pounding as if it were a drum, overwhelmed by an intensifying pressure. So that was it. In an instant, many pieces fell into place. No wonder Uchiha Fugaku dared to act. He possessed eyes akin to Uchiha Madara's. Those eyes, sinister yet immeasurably powerful. The Meijiki Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Uchiha Fugaku with profound trepidation. This was dire. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and a sense of foreboding surged within him. A grave crisis. Though reluctant to admit it, fear took root in his heart. He discreetly pinched the flesh of his thigh, feeling his legs weaken. On the night of the Nine Tails, he had never encountered such a formidable challenge. Mito Tobarama watched as Uchiha Fugaku approached. A wave of terror enveloped him. He whispered Hiruzen's name, only to discover in horror that Hiruzen showed no reaction whatsoever. He could only watch helplessly as Uchiha Fugaku delivered a fatal blow, severing Hiruzen's head. Too weak. Fuyu tugged at the corner of his mouth and said, "It's your turn." He gazed at the last member of the Konoha F4, a faint smile gracing his lips. He truly did not anticipate that it would be so remarkably simple and smooth. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a technique that could seal away corpses in exchange for a living being. Thus, he did not engage in any unnecessary banter with Sarutobi, nor did he grant him the opportunity to employ that technique. Instead, he swiftly rendered him a fool with a single strike from the month of the Emperor, effortlessly eliminating him. It is likely that Sarutobi Hiruzen never imagined he would be deprived of the chance to utilize his technique. Witnessing the devilish smile of Uchiha Fugaku, Mito came and Yin rolled his eyes and fainted in fright. Fuyu was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. How long had it been since Mito Yin had engaged in battle? It was disheartening to witness such cowardice from one in his position. Presiding over the operations of Konoha, he then moved forward to deliver the final blow. The Uchiha clan members, witnessing their patriarch descend like a deity, effortlessly dispatching 4 high-ranking officials, including the 3rd Hokage, felt an exhilaration that was almost overwhelming. The man heralded as the strongest Hokage in history, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was easily vanquished by their esteemed leader. If it weren't for their pride as members of the Uchiha clan, they might have erupted in cheers. "Patriarch, you are magnificent." They gazed at Fuyu with fervent admiration, and in that moment, even if he commanded them to lay down their lives, they would execute his orders without hesitation. Uchiha Shiryu marveled silently. The 3rd Hokage had fallen after just one encounter, rendered immobile as Fuyu severed his head. Truly, one could only commend the prowess of eyes rivaling those of Madara. Excitement surged within him. Was the era of the Uchiha finally at hand? "Patriarch, there are visitors outside." A sentry from the Uchiha clan rushed into the hall, announcing loudly, "Let us go out and meet them." Fuyu instructed his clansmen to carry the head of the Leaf Village's 4th Hokage and proceed outside. The remaining Uchiha clan members followed closely behind him, their spirits high and their gazes fervent. "Halt!" A voice rang out from the staircase. Fuyu turned to see Kakashi, who appeared utterly shocked as he beheld the lifeless body on the ground. His gaze swept over the severed head held by the Uchiha clansmen, eventually fixing on Uchiha Fugaku, who led them. Kakashi's hand rested upon the forehead protector that concealed his left eye, as if he intended to lift it. Fuyu maintained a calm demeanor as he gazed at Kakashi, who was on the verge of lifting his forehead protector. Only when the moment approached did Fuyu speak in a measured tone. The demise of White Fang was orchestrated by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. "Do you seek vengeance for your father's killer?" Kakashi halted his actions, disbelief flickering across his eyes. Noticing Kakashi's frozen state, Fuyu averted his gaze and strode towards the entrance, the remaining Uchiha clansmen casting him a cold glance before closely following. Outside the Konoha building, numerous clan ninjas had gathered. They heard no sounds, only witnessing the Uchiha clan's control over the entrance, oblivious to the events transpiring within. Lacking comprehension of the situation, they hesitated to rush in, opting instead to observe from the outside. The 3 prominent clans, Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, who traditionally acted in unison, now stood together, their expressions grave as they fixed their gaze on the entrance to the Hokage building. "I sense an ominous premonition," murmured Nara Shikaku, the village's renowned strategist. His brow furrowed as he cautioned, "Prepare yourselves mentally." Before he could finish his thought, a voice erupted from the crowd. "Someone is coming out." All eyes were riveted on the figure emerging from the doorway. Narrowing his eyes to discern the circular object held by the Uchiha clansman, Nara Shikaku's eyes widened in horror, a chill racing up his spine. Boom. Beside him, Yamankai's complexion drained of color as he clutched Shikaku's arm, exclaiming, "Shikaku, am I hallucinating? Is that the head of the Hokage?" Akimichi Choza stood nearby, equally stunned. Shikaku sighed, his gaze a blend of bitterness, shock, and complexity. He understood that the fate of Konoha was about to change dramatically. Even before the loyal Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans could make their presence known, someone shouted in fury, "Uchiha Fugaku, you dare to slay the Hokage." The moment these words were uttered, those standing at the periphery who had yet to grasp the situation were struck with disbelief. "What? The Hokage has been killed by the Uchiha? My heavens, how ruthless!" Many voiced their outrage, yet few took decisive action. Do you not see that the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans remained silent? Some shrewd clan leaders chose not to intervene, instead opting to watch the developments unfold. Over the years, they had suffered under Danzo's exploitation. And today, many found a grim satisfaction in witnessing his downfall. While they felt a flicker of anger at the death of the 3rd Hokage, it was muted. Life extinguishes as swiftly as a flame, and their primary concern was whether they might glean some advantage from this turmoil. After all, the deceased was gone, yet they remained. The collective indifference stemmed from the third Hokage's dismal performance over the years. Following the death of the fourth Hokage, he had resumed his position without resolving many issues, instead allowing Danzo to exploit them unchecked. Their grievances had long been simmering. Yet, one individual stood apart from the rest, with fiery determination. He watched Uchiha Fugaku poised at the steps of the Hokage building, feeling his blood surge with fervor. This was the proud azure beast of Konoha, Might Guy. To slay the strongest Hokage of the ages, the third Hokage surely requires formidable strength. It seemed my youth was destined to blaze at its peak. I must employ that technique. The eighth gate of the eight gates release, the death gate. Before he could utter the incantation, Might Guy was startled to find Kakashi standing before him, halting his actions. Kakashi, why do you impede my fiery youth? Might Guy exclaimed in bewilderment. This is precisely the moment when Konoha needs the proud azure beast to ignite his passion. Kakashi's expression darkened. He had just learned from Fuyu that the third Hokage and Danzo were responsible for his father's death. He could not allow his friend to recklessly confront Uchiha Fugaku. The strength Guy possessed after years of rigorous training was unfathomable, and the outcome of a clash with Fugaku was uncertain. If Fugaku were to perish, where could he seek the truth? His father's death haunted him, and he could not forfeit the opportunity to uncover the truth that loomed before him. Calm down, Guy. Through Kakashi's persuasion, Might Guy ultimately refrained from taking action. Fuyu was taken aback to see so many people observing with indifferent gazes. However, he paid little mind to those who dared only to criticize from the crowd. Looking at the leaders of several prominent clans, he calmly suggested, "Shall we sit down and discuss?" Nara Shikaku, initially tense, breathed a sigh of relief, well aware that Konoha could ill afford any turmoil at this juncture. As long as Uchiha Fugaku was willing to engage in conversation, it would be best to avoid conflict. He glanced around, noticing the heads of the major clans remained silent, seemingly waiting for someone to take the lead, perhaps also wary of Uchiha Fugaku's potential hostility towards them. After all, any discussion would hardly take place in such a public setting. Those present were certainly not fools. Nara Shikaka hesitated no longer, fearing that delay might lead to unforeseen complications. Should Uchiha Fugaku change his mind, it could spell disaster. He stepped forward and addressed Fugaku. "If clan leader Fugaku wishes to discuss, we are more than willing. Might I inquire about the manner of our discussion? The leaders of our clans are gathered here, awaiting your guidance." Nara Shikaka nodded, turning to his companions. "Shall we proceed together?" Hinata Hizashi, Aburame Shibi, and Inazuka Tsum exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Given the gravity of the situation, with nearly all of Konoha's elite shinobi present, save for those on missions, there was little reason to believe the Uchiha clan would dare provoke their wrath by harming any of them. After all, they bore no animosity towards the Uchiha. "Clan leader Fugaku, please," Nara Shikaka continued, his thoughts clearer now, understanding that if Fugaku sought conversation, he would not resort to violence. With Shikaka leading the way, the heads of the major clans followed suit. "Please wait outside." After Fuyu gave his instructions, he glanced at Nara Shikaku and others approaching, uttering a polite greeting before turning to enter the Hokage building. Countless eyes were fixed on the prominent clan leaders trailing behind Uchiha Fugaku, the atmosphere so tense that one could almost hear a pin drop. The Uchiha, Inazuka, Hyuga, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans were the elite families of Konohagakure, wielding considerable influence over the village. Indeed, one might say they held the reins of power. Of course, the Sarutobi and Nara clans could be added to this list. However, with the recent demise of the two most formidable figures from these clans, their power had significantly dwindled. When Uchiha Fugaku proposed a meeting with the clan leaders, they were hesitant to participate, fearing that the Uchiha clan might eliminate them as well, leaving them with nowhere to mourn their fate. The astute leader of the Sarutobi clan, upon realizing the impossibility of a confrontation, discreetly led his ninja away, preparing for a hasty retreat. Sarutobi Izashi had spent years leveraging his influence to train Sarutobi ninjas externally, and he was aware that as long as the upper echelons of the Sarutobi clan remained intact, there was still a glimmer of hope for resurgence. Confronting the Uchiha clan, which even Hizashi struggled to contend with, was a daunting prospect. Thus, discretion became the better part of valor, and he aimed to rendezvous with the Sarutobi ninjas outside. Uchiha Raichi observed the Sarutobi and Shimura clan members within the crowd, and upon noticing the Sarutobi clan's furtive departure, he promptly informed the elder Uchiha Shirho, as the clan head had previously instructed that these two clans must be eradicated. Without hesitation, Uchiha Shirho retained only 10 clan members. taking the remaining 20 or so Sharingan users to ambush the fleeing Sarutobi ninjas. After all, the clan leader was immensely powerful and did not require his clan members to stand guard. The ninjas surrounding the Hokage building, sensing the movement of the Uchiha clan members, braced for a potential confrontation. However, considering that the clan leaders had just entered the Hokage building and the Uchiha were making their exit, they decided against intervening, opting instead to observe the unfolding events. Inside the Hokage building's main hall, Nara Shikaku followed Uchiha Fugaku and was met with the sight of familiar headless bodies sprawled across the floor. A quick glance revealed that the victims had been killed with a single blow, suggesting that the battle had been brief. Uchiha Fugaku had concealed such formidable strength. Nara Shikaku was taken aback, though he maintained an impassive facade. In contrast, Yamashiro Kaichi and Akimichi Chusa displayed their anxiety openly, their concern etched across their faces. Other clan leaders also exhibited a flicker of worry in their eyes. Uchiha Fugaku's overwhelming power was undoubtedly troubling news. Fu did not ascend to the upper floor but instead found a room on the ground level, taking the seat of honor. Nara Shikaku and the others harbored no discontent. In this world, strength was paramount. The ease with which Uchiha Fugaku had dispatched the third Hokage underscored his status as the foremost power in Konoha. Moreover, the Uchiha clan was already recognized as the most prestigious lineage in the village, and thus they had no objections to his position. "Please, take your seats." Fu greeted them. He harbored no fundamental conflict with these noble families. The moment Nara Shikaku led the agreement for negotiations, he understood that these individuals would not stubbornly seek vengeance for Sarutobi Hizen and his three companions, the Hyuga clan, having suffered the tragic suicide of their branch family head. Hyuga Hizashi, under the coercion of Sarutobi Hizen during the cloud-hidden Konoha negotiations 4 years prior, would find themselves rejoicing rather than mourning at Hizen's demise. As for the remaining clans, they had been compelled by Danzo to send their prodigies into the root organization. Although this did not directly involve Sarutobi Hizen, his protection of Danzo surely fostered resentment among these clans towards him. Aware of these dynamics, he opted for dialogue rather than resorting to violent suppression. While he possessed the capacity to kill, it was unnecessary. After all, he aspired to relish the role of Hokage, and if he eliminated everyone, he would be left with few subordinates to command, rendering his position meaningless. Nara Shikaku and the others took their seats and turned their attention to Uchiha Fugaku, eager to hear his perspective on the matter. Fu coughed a few times and declared, "Konoha village was jointly established by our ancestor, Uchiha Madara, and Senju Hashirama. However, after the ascension of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha has increasingly weakened. Despite winning wars, we have suffered as if we were the defeated, ceding land and paying reparations. The suicide of White Fang and the departure of the legendary three shinobi are all orchestrated by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. As a member of Konoha, I cannot bear to witness its decline. Thus, I resolutely eliminate treachery. First, I will provide a reasonable pretext for the Uchiha coup and establish my position. Then, I shall state plainly, I shall claim the position of the fifth Hokage. Who is in favor, and who is against?" Fuyu's visage was stern, his gaze profound and piercing. His words succinct and direct, leaving no room for doubt. Hinata Hizashi nearly gasped in astonishment at the moment he beheld Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. He momentarily believed he was witnessing Uchiha Madara. It was in this very instant that Fuyu awakened his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, showcasing his formidable prowess. Hinata Hizashi experienced an epiphany, unraveling several previously unfathomable mysteries. Why had the third Hokage been slain in a single strike? It dawned upon him that Uchiha Fugaku possessed eyes identical to those of Uchiha Madara. The Hinata clan, with its ancient lineage, was privy to certain secrets unknown to others. A bitter smile curled on Hizashi's lips as he pondered why the Uchiha Sharingan could continuously evolve while the Hinata Byakugan seemed to have reached its limit. The heavens were unjust. Each stage of evolution in the Uchiha Sharingan resulted in a qualitative leap in strength. Merely activating the three-tomo Sharingan could rival that of a Jonin. With Fugaku's activation of the Manjiki Sharingan, it was evident that he possessed strength surpassing that of a Kage. In contrast, the Byakugan of the Hinata clan could, at best, grant one the prowess of an elite Jonin, reaching its ceiling there. Hizashi's heart ached with envy. Having witnessed Uchiha Madara's victories in his youth, he understood the immense power of Fugaku's eyes, thus refraining from voicing any dissent. The leaders of the Oil Woman and Inuzuka clans exchanged glances, their faces betraying discontent. Was the fifth Hokage merely to be decided upon a whim? Yet, seeing that Nara Shikaku, known for his sagacity, remained silent alongside Hizashi, They too chose to withhold their objections. Nara Shikaku patiently awaited the developments, aware that they were there to partition Konoha. He knew that the lion's share would undoubtedly go to Uchiha Fugaku, and any benefits for their clans would be welcome. As anticipated, Uchiha Fugaku continued, proposing that Nara, as the clan leader, could serve as an advisor to the Hokage, while Hinata Hisashi could take on the role of Hokage consultant, with all clan enterprises remaining unchanged. The oil woman and Inuzuka leaders exchanged bewildered looks. Was that all? If Nara could serve as an advisor and Hisashi as a consultant, what about them? Were they to be dismissed with mere assurances of unchanged clan industries? Nara Shikaku's eyes sparkled with intrigue. As he had surmised, there was a slight deviation from his expectations. He had anticipated a mere advisory position, but now Fugaku had extended an offer of assistance. However, faced with Fugaku's overtures, he did not decline, responding with a smile. The Inuzuka, Oil Woman, and Nara clans have no objections. Why were the Nara, Inuzuka, and Akimichi clans such steadfast supporters of the Hokage? It was, after all, due to the benefits they received. The Nara clan controlled a significant portion of Konoha's medical industry, being the largest purveyor of medicinal herbs, which reaped substantial profits. The Akimichi clan dominated the meat trade within Konoha, also responsible for the development of the soldier pills. The Yamanaka clan, possessing formidable mental prowess, not only served as Konoha's intelligence officers but also oversaw the village's barriers. Thus, after aligning themselves with the Hokage, the three clans reaped considerable rewards. With the third Hokage deceased and Uchiha Fugaku poised to ascend, offering him a position as an assistant to the Hokage, refusing would be sheer folly. Fuyu nodded. The three clans of Boar, Deer, and Butterfly were already intertwined by blood and kinship, with intermarriages among them. As long as Nara Shikahisa consented, the other two clans would not object. This meant he had secured the support of all three clans. In this negotiation, he did not intend to seek the endorsement of every family. Following the ancestral strategy of rallying one faction against another, he only needed the backing of the Boar, Deer, and Butterfly clans, along with the Hyuga clan, to deem it a success, as the remaining clans posed no significant threat. Hyuga Hisashi harbored some discontent, as the Hyuga clan was a prestigious family, second only to the Uchiha clan. Why should this position of Hokage advisor be granted to Nara Shikahisa instead of to them? Yet, upon meeting Fuyu's gaze, he nodded sincerely, affirming that the Hyuga clan had no objections. When Uchiha Fugaku's gaze swept across the room, both Yamanaka Shiho and Inuzuka Kiba felt a palpable tension. Was this the pressure exerted by the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit? The weight of expectation was indeed formidable. The two exchanged glances, with the Boar, Deer, and Butterfly clans and the Hyuga clan in agreement. Any dissent from them would hold little significance. Thus, they spoke in unison, declaring their lack of objections. Fuyu nodded, declaring that the decision was made with great satisfaction. The Sarutobi and Nara clans had rebelled, and he sought the assistance of all present. Having eliminated Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Nara Shikaku, he could not possibly spare the families behind them. To eradicate the roots is essential. Otherwise, they shall regenerate with the spring breeze. Following the division of the spoils, it was time to take action. Nara Shikaku exhibited no sympathy and naturally rose to echo. Lord Fayek, or rather, we should now address you as the fifth Hokage. With a slight smile, Nara Shikaku continued, the Sarutobi and Nara clans harbor ill intentions. We, the Ino Shikacho trio, are willing to lend our strength to the fifth. It was time for reckoning. Hyuga Hisashi silently cursed Nara Shikaku for his opportunism. However, considering his newly appointed advisory position, he declared with righteous fervor, we, the Hyuga clan, shall not be overshadowed in the eradication of remnants. Witnessing the unified stance of the Ino Shikacho and Hyuga clans, Yamanaka Shitato swiftly added, we too stand in solidarity. Fuyu displayed a satisfied smile. After a discussion of several details, the meeting was finally concluded. As Fuyu emerged, he was taken aback to find that more than half of the clan members at the entrance had vanished. Upon learning that the esteemed elder Uchiha Fugaku had led a contingent to eliminate the fleeing Sarutobi clan, realization dawned upon him. The tense atmosphere lightened slightly when the assembled ninjas noticed their clan leader, Hayashi Hyuga, had stepped forward. Nara Shikaku, Hinata Hisashi, and others wasted no time and hurriedly returned to their clan to issue directives. What? Are we to hunt down the Sarutobi clan? The members of the Hyuga clan were momentarily bewildered by their leader's orders. Had it not been for the Byakugan revealing no irregularities in the leader's chakra, they might have suspected that he was under the control of Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan. Is my message unclear? Hayashi Hyuga spoke solemnly, his authority as the head of the main family unmistakable. The clan member who had questioned him shrank back, not daring to defy. In the Hyuga clan, the main family S-word was law, and the branch family had no room for dissent. Although a few other clan leaders were puzzled, they tucked their doubts away upon receiving a glance from Hayashi, deciding to inquire further at a later time. Similarly, other clans were left in confusion. Members of the Shimura clan were still grasping the situation when they found themselves surrounded by elite ninjas from several major clans. Despite the fact that they were attacking fellow villagers, there was no hesitation. The command from the clan leader was a death sentence. The ninjas viewed executing orders as their sacred duty, especially when those orders came from their leader. In a mere moment, the Shimura clan's ninjas were annihilated. The civilian ninjas observed in shock, perplexed by the unfolding events. Wasn't it the Uchiha clan that had rebelled and murdered the third Hokage? Why were the other major clans complicit in this cruelty? This left them bewildered, though some wished to intervene. The thought of confronting the elite ninjas from the powerful clans dissuaded them. Once the Shimura clan members were eradicated, a bold civilian jonin approached Nara Shikaku to inquire about the situation. Shikaku clapped his hands, addressing the civilian ninjas loudly. Sarutobi Hiruzen has grown old and inept, betraying the interests of the village, resulting in a decline in Konoha's strength. Tsunade Haruno, Mito Kamizuru, and Shimura Danzo have assisted in this tyranny, harming Konoha ninjas, and thus have met their deserved fate. We, in consensus, appoint Uchiha Fugaku as the acting fifth Hokage. This matter must not be publicized. Return to your homes and refrain from causing unrest. Several clan leaders nodded respectfully towards Uchiha Fugaku, then swiftly departed towards the territories of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. The departure of these powerful clans left the civilian ninjas in a state of stunned silence, although they found Nara Shikaku's rationale unconvincing. The overwhelming numbers of the major clans left them with little recourse. Let us disperse, everyone, sighed one civilian jonin, leading the way. Gradually, the remaining civilian ninjas followed suit. Soon, only members of the Uchiha clan remained around the Hokage building, along with curious onlookers peering from afar. Their curiosity piqued by the commotion. They yearned to uncover the truth behind the events. As the civilian ninjas dispersed, visibility improved, revealing several corpses outside the Hokage building. At this juncture, Fuyu instructed a few Uchiha members to clear the area of debris while the others were tasked with preventing the ordinary civilians from approaching, lest they incite trouble. Everyone, disperse. The Uchiha members, with stern expressions, positioned themselves to guide the onlookers away. Due to the clan leader's admonition, their dispersal was not ruthless but rather a warning to leave quickly. The Uchiha clan had long been viewed unfavorably by the civilians, a sentiment exacerbated by the stringent enforcement of the past security teams and the deliberate machinations of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, making the populace wary of them. This unfortunate reputation allowed for a swift dispersal of the curious crowd. At that moment, Kakashi approached Fuyu, eager to ascertain the outcome. While Might Guy stood 2 paces behind Kakashi, his brows furrowed and eyes fixed on Fuyu, ready to unleash his might at any moment. Upon seeing Kakashi approach, Fuyu initially paid him little mind. However, upon noticing Might Guy by his side, a flicker of wariness crossed his eyes. With the 8 gates fully unleashed, they nearly brought about a monumental conclusion. Even the formidable 6 Paths Obito was nearly toppled. Nevertheless, to be candid, Fuyu was not particularly intimidated by Might Guy. Having mentally prepared himself, Obito had fought with fervor, buoyed by the belief in his invincibility, yearning for an exhilarating battle, and was merely waiting for Might Guy to make his move. He was not a fool, standing idly by to be struck by Might Guy. Moreover, he recalled a popular discussion from his previous life questioning whether Might Guy could shatter the ultimate Susanoo, the most perfect form. The answer was a resounding no. Furthermore, he could easily thwart Might Guy before he activated the 8 gates. Within a single month, he could ensure Might Guy's demise. Individuals like Might Guy were particularly susceptible to genjutsu. Even the Ninetales, upon encountering an ordinary Sharingan, could be controlled. How much more so against the more potent eternal Manjiki Sharingan? Fuyu directed a fragment of his attention towards Might Guy, shifting his gaze to Kakashi. In his previous life, he had harbored a fondness for Kakashi's character while watching Naruto. Otherwise, he would not have wasted his breath. Is what you said earlier true? Kakashi inquired, his expression darkening. In response to Kakashi's skepticism, Fuyu calmly affirmed, "Of course, why would I deceive you? Do you know the reason behind your father's mission failure? Wasn't it due to the attempt to save his comrades that the mission fell short?" Kakashi replied, his demeanor numb. "Have you ever considered why the infallible Konoha White Fang encountered failure? What if I told you that the intelligence regarding this mission had already reached the enemy ninja's table before he even set out?" "What? Kakashi's countenance changed dramatically as he fixed his gaze intently on Uchiha Fugaku. How can I believe that what you say is true? Might Guy, listening from the side, was equally astounded. Fuyu spread his hands, pondering aloud. Consider this, your father, the esteemed White Fang of Konoha, was a remarkable shinobi, revered by all in the village for his immense contributions, even earning a fragment of the Hokage's mantle. With such a prestigious figure in our midst, how could he possibly be subjected to the scorn and derision of the villagers due to a singular failed mission? Surely, there must have been some underlying influence at play. Do you not agree? As Kakashi's mind began to unearth those long-buried memories, his expression darkened. The words of Uchiha Fugaku stirred within him the eerie recollections of that time. It was a clandestine mission, and even if it had not succeeded, the details should not have been known to the common villagers. Yet, upon his father's return from the failed mission, within a day, the intricacies of that failure were common gossip throughout the village, known by everyone from the elderly to the toddlers. Now, as an adult, Kakashi reflected on those events with a matured perspective, recognizing, as Fugaku suggested, that it was hard to believe such rumors could spread without someone fanning the flames. In retrospect, the circumstances surrounding that incident felt increasingly peculiar. The very comrades his father had saved turned against him upon returning to the village, inexplicably casting blame. At that moment, Fuyu added fuel to the fire. Reflect carefully. When the village was rife with slander and gossip, all it would have taken was for the third Hokage to step forward and clarify matters on your father's behalf. Why did he choose silence, allowing the rumors to fester? Fuyu let out a cold laugh. Isn't the true culprit behind your father's demise the third Hokage? As these words escaped his lips, a thunderous realization struck Kakashi, as if the fog that had plagued him for years dissipated in an instant. Understanding the intricate connections, Kakashi was overwhelmed with rage and sorrow, reflecting on the years he had devoted himself to the Umbu, serving the very enemy responsible for his father's death. His gaze swept across the scene and landed upon a member of the Uchiha clan, who was picking up the decapitated head of Sarutobi Hiruzen. With a cry of fury, he rushed forward and kicked the head away. Damn you, Sarutobi Hiruzen! Kakashi bellowed in anger. Kakashi. Mato Guy was taken aback by his friend's reaction, momentarily stunned. Recovering quickly, he attempted to approach and comfort him, but was halted by Fuyu. Guy regarded Fuyu with suspicion as he waved his hand dismissively. Let him calm down. What good would it do for you to intervene? As he spoke, he gestured to another Uchiha clan member, who understood the cue and hurried away to tend to the other bodies. Hearing Fuyu's words, Guy's expression softened slightly. His gaze filled with complexity as he observed Kakashi mercilessly striking the remains of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fuyu smiled faintly, aware that subduing Kakashi would pose little challenge. He merely needed to clear the name of Tsukumo Hatake, and Kakashi would surely comply. Meanwhile, ever since Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended to the position of third Hokage, the Sarutobi clan had flourished, their fortunes rising immensely. Their clan's territory had even been relocated to the very heart of Konohagakure, bringing them alarmingly close to the Hokage's office. Just as the clan leader returned with his kin, scarcely had he called for all his clansmen to retreat when Uchiha Shirho, accompanied by elite ninjas from his clan, ambushed them. The ninjas of the Sarutobi clan stood no chance against the Uchiha elite. In mere moments, they were cut down. The Sarutobi clan leader seethed with rage. Had it not been for Hiruzen's concern about public perception, most of the clan members being away from the village, he would never have permitted the Uchiha to rampage so brazenly. Gritting his teeth, he was taken aback by the Uchiha's swift assault, with no options left. He hastily led a few clansmen to fend off the attackers. Yet, they were outmatched, falling swiftly in battle. Once a retired Nin of Konoha, the aging clan leader could barely maintain the strength of a Nin, soon meeting his demise at the hands of Uchiha Shirho, who retained formidable power despite his years. Uchiha Shirho, with his blood-stained white beard, wiped his aged face, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, akin to a wrathful lion. Not a single one shall escape. Eliminate them all. As the sun set, casting a golden hue across the sky, the impending doom that had once loomed over the Uchiha clan had now shifted to the Sarutobi clan. The dying Sarutobi leader gazed at the crimson sky, his eyes wide with fury, unwilling to close them in death. Before long, Uchiha Shirho received reports from his subordinates about a group of ninjas approaching. He quickly led his men to confront them, discovering that the visitors were the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, led by the renowned strategist of Konoha, Nara Shikaku. Unease surged within Uchiha Shirho. What brought them here? Was it the clan leader? Before he could ponder further, Nara Shikaku announced their intentions from a distance. Haha, Elder Shirho. We come at the behest of clan leader Fugaku to lend your support. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shirho's tense expression eased slightly. I see, he nodded. Let us dispense with idle chatter and attend to the matter at hand. Narashikaku's gaze turned cold as he surveyed the Sarutobi clan's territory. Having resolved to accept Uchiha Fugaku's offer, he felt no hesitation. Who would refuse the opportunity for advancement? During Sarutobi Hiruzen's tenure, it was unthinkable for him to serve as an advisor to the Hokage, let alone assist the Hokage directly. Thus, harbored no qualms in engaging in the complete annihilation of the Sarutobi clan. Akimichi Choza and Inazuka Kiba exchanged nods with Uchiha Shirho as a form of greeting. With that, they charged ahead, leading their clansmen into the fray, assisting the Uchiha ninjas in swiftly mopping up the aftermath. With the addition of the Inazuka and Akimichi clans, the pace of the Sarutobi clan's demise quickened. As bodies fell, a crimson stream began to form on the ground. Yet, both Narashikaku and Uchiha Shirho remained impassive. Having endured the great ninja wars, their hearts were as cold as those of seasoned fishermen who had spent years slaying fish at the docks. Meanwhile, the Hyuga, Yamanaka, and Inazuka clans stormed into the Shimura clan's territory like ravenous wolves, striking without hesitation. The Shimura clan members were still trying to comprehend the unfolding chaos, their Jainin having rushed off to investigate a signal flare. Who are you? How dare you trespass here? Do you know where you are? Before the irate Hyuga Hayashi could finish, he used the body flicker technique to deliver a lethal blow, announcing silence. With my Byakugan so glaringly apparent. Are you blind to my identity? Kill them all without mercy. Hyuga Hayashi shouted in furious indignation. At the root base, Danzo's trusted aide, Yamanaka Ryoma, was visibly shaken. His expression darkened, and a murderous glint ignited in his eyes. Is this information accurate? A kneeling root ninja, face contorted with despair, responded, absolutely. I witnessed it with my own eyes. He had mingled among the crowd and seen Danzo's head. Paralyzed by fear, he had hesitated before deciding to return with the news. Yamanaka Ryoma's mind raced. Who in Konoha would dare to assassinate Danzo? Such a notion bordered on absurdity. However, he quickly devised a way to confirm the truth of the report. Seizing the subordinate's jaw, he removed the mask and commanded, open your mouth and stick out your tongue. The root ninja complied, revealing a clean tongue. Upon seeing it, Yamanaka Ryoma's pupils dilated. The tongue-sealing curse mark was gone. The tongue-sealing curse mark, a unique sealing ninjutsu employed by Root, prevented individuals from divulging classified information. Anyone afflicted would be rendered incapable of speech or movement should they attempt to utter anything related to specific matters. Danzo had placed this curse on all members of Root to bind them and ensure their silence regarding his secrets. The disappearance of the tongue-sealing curse mark could only signify one thing. The caster was dead. Danzo was truly dead. The revelation sent shockwaves through Yamanaka Ryoma. So much so that he failed to notice the parasitic insects crawling out from beneath his cloak. The root ninja, however, did observe this unsettling sight. Horrified as he saw countless insects scuttling across Yamanaka Ryoma's body, even as some attempted to crawl up his arm. Terrified, he dared not move. For disobedience in Root would lead to severe punishment. Resisting had nearly become muscle memory. Summoning his courage, he suggested, Lord Ryoma, what shall we do? Yamanaka Ryoma was one of the few ninjas within Root who was known by his name rather than a code name, earning Danzo's deep trust. Coming to his senses, Yamanaka Ryoma released the Root ninja, his eyes flickering with internal conflict as he clenched and unclenched his fists. Noticing the Lord's struggle, the Root ninja instinctively stepped back. Sighing in relief, he observed Yamanaka Ryoma's actions with surprise, having never seen the usually taciturn and decisive leader appear so torn. He held his breath, waiting for Yamanaka Ryoma's command. With Danzo's demise, Yamanaka Ryoma was now the highest commander of Root. After a moment, Yamanaka Ryoma turned, as though he had made a resolute decision. Summon Yamanaka Riku, Yamashiro Kaze, and also call for Yakushi Nanoko. Tell them I have urgent matters to discuss. In a chamber within the Root base, Yakushi Nanoko lay on her bed, her heart heavy with turmoil. Once a member of Root serving Danzo as an elite intelligence ninja. Codenamed the Walking Priestess, she had traversed multiple nations, acquiring vital secrets. However, her inability to embody the cold ruthlessness Danzo demanded led her to step back. Becoming the director of an orphanage in Konoha, caring for children who had lost their parents in battle. Yet, the cost of raising so many children was considerable, and the meager savings she had amassed during her past missions had quickly run dry. She had resolved to seek out her former superior, Danzo, to request financial assistance. Unbeknownst to her, Danzo had coerced her into re-emerging from retirement. On one hand, there was the pressure from her former superior, and on the other, The grim reality that the orphanage would face starvation if funds were not procured. Reluctantly, she acquiesced, and Danzo, with an air of nonchalance, promptly provided her the necessary funds, allowing her a day to settle her affairs before returning, seemingly unconcerned about any change of heart. Once she had arranged everything, she returned to the familiar base of roots. Surely, after my demise, I shall never ascend to paradise, she mused, gazing at the yellowed light fixture. I wonder where Lord Danzo will assign me? In the base. She noticed the absence of Kabuto, a clever and resourceful child who had been taken by Danzo 2 years prior and had since vanished without a trace. As she pondered these thoughts, a sudden knock interrupted her reverie. Lady Miko, Lord Ryoma requests your presence for an important matter. Could it be that Lord Danzo has returned? Resigned, Yukushi Nanoyu rose from her bed and inquired. The root ninja outside hesitated for a moment, recalling Lord Ryoma's instructions, and ultimately refrained from divulging the news of Danzo's demise, simply stating, "You shall know upon your arrival." Unperturbed, Yukushi Nanoyu proceeded to the meeting. Upon her arrival, she found Oil Woman Ryoma, Oil Woman Torigane, and Yamashiro Kaze present. Ryoma and Kaze were trusted subordinates of Danzo, privy to numerous confidential matters. While Torigane appeared youthful and unfamiliar, likely a junior who had emerged during her absence. Before she could approach, Yamashiro Kaze urged, "Ryoma, what is the matter? The Miko has arrived. You may disclose it now. I am quite busy, and Danzo's tasks remain unfinished." Yukushi Nanoyu silently positioned herself in a corner, wishing to diminish her presence. She truly wished to sever ties with Root. Given the choice, she would never return to this place again. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Oil Woman Ryoma wasted no time, delivering a shocking announcement. "Lord Danzo is dead." "What?" exclaimed Yamashiro Kaze, Yukushi Nanoyu, and Oil Woman Torigane, their expressions shifting dramatically. Rage surged within Kaze as he impatiently demanded, "What transpired? Did not Lord Danzo go to the Hokage building? How could he be dead?" Standing beside him, Torigane remained silent, but her eyes blazed with fury. Meanwhile, Yukushi Nanoyu, after her initial shock, immediately retrieved a mirror to examine her tongue, observing the reactions of the trio. Ryoma noted that Kaze and Torigane's responses were predictable, but Yukushi's swift examination of the curse mark piqued his interest. Upon seeing her pristine tongue in the mirror, a heavy weight seemed to lift from her heart, and a glimmer of relief washed over her eyes. "Wait, if Danzo is dead, does that mean I need not return to Root? Is repayment unnecessary?" A spark of joy flared within her as she decisively declared, "I just remembered I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Without waiting for a response, she gracefully departed. She held no interest in who had slain Lord Danzo, nor did she care for revenge. Her sole desire was to return to the warmth of the orphanage and care for the children. Oil Woman Ryoma watched her leave quietly, not hindering her departure, even stopping the agitated Kaze who wished to confront Yukushi. Kaze fumed, "That wretched woman. Lord Danzo's kindness towards her was immeasurable, yet she shows no gratitude. What an ingrate." Torigane shared his displeasure. They remained oblivious to the small black insects that silently crawled upon them. "Let her go. She never belonged here," Ryoma remarked, a mysterious gleam in his eyes. The Hokage building. As Fuyu swiftly evaded Kakashi's attack, he was just about to move a chair to sit down when suddenly his gaze shifted. With a rustling sound, the ground trembled. Fuyu turned around to see several vine-like tendrils, as thick as a human arm, emerging from the earth, slithering towards him like venomous serpents. Fuyu remained calm and unhurried. "Would release, is it?" He chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping around until it settled upon the practitioner concealed atop a nearby rooftop. At that moment, the vine had also arrived at his side. A glimmer of crimson light flashed in Fuyu's eyes as a massive surge of black flames materialized from thin air, cascading like spilled water to meet the advancing tendrils. In an instant, the tendrils disintegrated, reduced to mere ashes. Tianzong was taken aback, astonished by the nature of this flame that had effortlessly unraveled his wood release thorn-killing technique. "What kind of ninjutsu is this?" Beside him, Might Guy inquired with astonishment, for it was his first encounter with such black flames. "It is Amaterasu, the fire that never extinguishes until its target is utterly consumed." Fuyu cast a glance at him. His spirits were high, and he chuckled as he offered an explanation. After his eyes fused into the eternal kaleidoscope of the Sharingan, he gained the ability to wield Itachi's Manjiki techniques. This meant that he now possessed 4 ocular abilities, Tsukuyami, the future line, as well as Itachi's Amaterasu and Tsukuyami. The future line technique proved somewhat superfluous, granting a semblance of foresight to glean information about potential outcomes, but its ocular energy consumption was horrendous. From Fugaku's memories, He recalled witnessing Fugaku employ this technique several times, each instance yielding lackluster results. Already aware of the entire narrative, he resolutely decided to cast it aside, never to use it again. The abilities of Tsukuyomi and Tsukuyomi were, in essence, redundant. Ultimately, he had acquired merely Amaterasu, which could be deemed a small consolation. An eternal flame? Tianzong also caught the man's words below, his heart filled with dread. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly formed hand seals. He was determined to ascertain whether this black flame truly possessed the quality of being unquenchable, as claimed by the man. If you can unravel the thorn-killing technique. What of this move? Mud release, violent spear technique. Tianzong called out, concluding the hand seals with the sign of the serpent. A surge of energy erupted from his shoulders, suddenly manifesting as two shadowy figures, which upon closer inspection revealed themselves to be two colossal trees rapidly advancing towards Fuyu. Situated before the Hokage building below. Fuyu squinted his eyes, refraining from utilizing Amaterasu this time. The two colossal trees were entwined around Tianzong's form. If Amaterasu were to incinerate this young man, Yamato, it would be disastrous. Although Yamato's would release lacked even a fraction of the prowess of Shinja Hashirama. He was indeed a master craftsman when it came to construction, and Fuyu had no desire to obliterate such a foundational genius. With Amaterasu off the table, it was time to employ that particular technique. As thought swiftly traversed his mind, the two towering trees approached. Well, have I succeeded? Tianzong mused. Observing Uchiha Fugaku standing motionless, seemingly unresisting, filled with anticipation. However, in the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically. A massive arm, appearing from nowhere, interposed itself before Uchiha Fugaku, firmly grasping the two great trees. What is this? Tianzong exclaimed, having never encountered such a ninjutsu. What could this immense red arm possibly be? This was also the first occasion for Fuyu to employ Susanoo, and he curiously observed the manifestation of Fujikage's Susanoo. Its hue was a striking red, reminiscent of Itachi Uchiha's own Susanoo. He did not fully materialize the Susanoo, opting instead to conjure only one arm, given the limited space. Summoning the complete form would inevitably risk collapsing the surrounding structures. The coup d'etat had already been successfully executed, and he preferred to avoid attracting undue attention from the onlookers nearby. One arm was sufficient for defense. As Fuyu's thought stirred, he witnessed the colossal hand of Susanoo gently grasping and pulling down the enormous tree's root, the heavenly store. The heavenly store, suspended in midair, was caught off guard, feeling as though he were soaring through the skies. In the next moment, he found himself confronted by a pair of hexagonal, intricately patterned Sharingan, and his consciousness plunged into darkness. Fuyu released Susanoo, and the colossal form transformed into shimmering specks of light that dissipated into the air. Ensnared by the illusion, Tins fell to the ground, liberated from his restraints, while the enormous tree sprouting from his shoulder, deprived of chakra, snapped with a resounding crack. Fuyu cast a fleeting glance, fully aware of the reasons behind Day's assault on him. He turned and approached Kakashi, who sat motionless against the wall, his gaze vacant, resembling a soul adrift, bereft of all conviction. Fuyu glanced at him with keen interest, noticing that Kakashi exhibited no reaction to his presence. Undeterred, he continued, Kakashi, how about we strike a deal? Once I ascend to the position of the 5th Hokage, I can vindicate your father and restore his honor. Upon hearing Fuyu's words, Kakashi's dim eyes began to gleam with a newfound light. The prospect of restoring his father's reputation captivated him so profoundly that he scarcely registered Fuyu's stipulations before eagerly responding, "It's a deal." Fuyu smiled faintly, seemingly unperturbed by Kakashi's interruption, and continued, "Correspondingly, you are to join my direct umbu and serve my interests. If you agree, I have a task for you at this very moment." My guy observed Kakashi springing to his feet with renewed vigor, momentarily taken aback. "What do you require of me?" Kakashi inquired. "The first task is to lead a team to apprehend the loyal members of the 3rd Hokage's direct umbu, eliminate those who resist, and imprison the captured while sealing their chakra." Fuyu chuckled, "You are originally a direct member of the 3rd Generation S Covert Division. This should not be difficult for you, right?" Kakashi fell silent for a moment, then opened his mouth and inquired, "What will you do with them?" Fuyu pondered for a moment and remarked, "Let us observe their behavior. Those who comply can be released after a brief period of confinement." Kakashi, gazing at the smiling Uchiha Fugaku, couldn't help but feel a chill creep into his heart. Although Fugaku did not explicitly state the consequences of disobedience, it was evident to Kakashi that death was the inevitable outcome. Faced with the dilemma of choosing between his colleagues, whom he interacted with daily, and his father, Kakashi knew the path he must take. He lifted his gaze, determination flickering in his eyes, and declared, "I will do it." Fu turned to the nearby Uchiha clansmen, who were nearly finished with their tasks, and commanded, Ina, take a few people and follow Kakashi Hita's instructions. Just leave 2 with me. Uchiha Ina nodded, called out to the others, and, leaving behind 2 clan members, led the remaining ones to follow Kakashi. Might Guy felt somewhat bewildered, wondering why he was being completely overlooked. He glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, who had settled into a chair, then at Kakashi, who was already moving away. He hurried to catch up with Kakashi and whispered, Kakashi, are you really going to listen to him and pursue our comrades? Kakashi picked up the unconscious Tenzo from the ground, glanced at Might Guy, and replied, Guy, don't you understand? Uchiha Fugaku is destined to become the 5th Hokage. Might Guy scratched his head, feeling a bit perplexed. He couldn't fathom how Uchiha Fugaku was to ascend to the position of the 5th Hokage. Kakashi sighed, slightly disinclined to continue the conversation with Guy, and proceeded forward with Tenzo in tow. In truth, Kakashi was indifferent to whether Uchiha Fugaku became Hokage. But what mattered to him was Fugaku's potential to restore his father's honor upon attaining the title. Within the Uchiha clan grounds, darkness had fallen, and the streets were illuminated, bustling with vendors calling out to customers, creating a lively atmosphere reminiscent of a small Konoha. The area remained unaffected as usual. In fact, Fuyu and his team had not informed the ordinary civilians of the Uchiha clan about their mission. Not even the Nin were aware. After all, only those elite clansmen with 3 tomo were permitted to partake in this operation. Sasuke dashed in from a distance, entering the clan grounds and noticing that nothing had changed, which brought him a sense of relief. He recalled his time at the Ninja Academy when Irika-sensei had given them a complex look as they left for the day, stirring some concern within him. He speculated that the signal flares might be related to his father, yet he remained unaware of the implications of the 3 red signal flares. Thus, he hastened home, intending to inquire with his mother about his father's whereabouts. Ah, little Sasuke has returned. Young Master Sasuke, what did you learn in school today? Greeted the townsfolk as he traversed the streets. Faced with the warm greetings from the elder members of the clan, Sasuke found it difficult to maintain his aloof demeanor. He shyly nodded and hastily responded to a few, acknowledging their kindness. Finally, he arrived at a grand residence. Pushing open the familiar door, he noticed the lights were on. And as he rushed into the courtyard, he called out, Mother, I'm home. Upon entering, he was greeted by a table laden with steaming dishes. And his mother sat at the table. Welcome back. Uchiha Makoto managed a warm smile. Sasuke scanned the room, dropped his backpack, and dashed into the inner chamber. As expected, he did not see his father, and his brother had been returning home late lately, which he did not mind. Mother, where has father gone? Sasuke inquired curiously as he sat beside Makoto. Outside, he maintained his cool persona, but at home, he became more affectionate. A flicker of worry passed through Makoto's eyes as she ruffled Sasuke's hair, uncertain of Fugaku's whereabouts. Earlier in the afternoon, she had left the clan grounds to purchase some items and had taken longer than expected to return home, finding it empty, having been a Nin before her marriage. She noticed the absence of the elite shinobi and felt a twinge of concern. She was aware of the gathering at the Nanha shrine that evening, as Fugaku had mentioned it the night before with a troubled expression. Thinking of this, she had decided to stop by the shrine, only to find it deserted as well. Feeling increasingly uneasy, she returned home not long before witnessing the 3 red signal flares rising into the sky. The sight of the flares heightened her anxiety. Yet, she felt powerless to act, so she quietly tidied up and prepared dinner, waiting for her husband and child to return. As night fell and Sasuke came home, neither his father nor Itachi had shown any sign of returning. Makoto glanced at the dishes on the table, realizing that if they waited any longer, the food would grow cold. With this thought, she stood to retrieve elegant dishes from the cupboard, intending to eat with Sasuke when she heard him say from behind, Mother, I saw father leading many clan members away at school. Do you know what they were doing? With a sudden crash, Sasuke turned in shock to see broken dishes scattered across the floor. Mother? He exclaimed, bewildered by the commotion. Makoto snapped back to reality. Hurriedly crouching down to gather the shards, her long, lustrous hair cascading down as her fitted dress accentuated her graceful figure. Sasuke swiftly grabbed a broom and dustpan, insisting, Mother, let me clean this up. Makoto, filled with concern, stepped aside, her gaze fixed on Sasuke as he swept the broken pieces into the dustpan, lost in thought. Outside the Hokage building, Fu patiently awaited the return of the team comprising Zhu, Lu, and Dai. They had been gone for nearly half an hour and were expected to return shortly. Their numbers and strength were overwhelmingly superior, and it would take little time to vanquish the Sarutobi and the 2 clans. Fuyu gazed ahead at the brilliantly illuminated long street, his eyes filled with contemplation. The Hokage building stood in stark contrast, shrouded in darkness, resembling two disparate worlds. The night had fallen, and it was possible that Uchiha Obito had already infiltrated the Hidden Leaf Village, lacking any ocular techniques suited for reconnaissance. He was unable to ascertain Obito's whereabouts and had to await the return of the Hyuga clan. He was aware of the location where Obito was likely to appear. According to the original narrative, he would be waiting in the small grove of the Uchiha clan's territory for Itachi to rendezvous with him, subsequently assisting Itachi in the purging of their clan. However, at present, Itachi had been deprived of his eye and sealed of chakra, left abandoned at the South Shrine. A fact unknown to Obito, who would presumably continue to await Itachi in the grove as per their original plan. Yet, it was also plausible that Madara had infiltrated the village early, discovering Fuyu's actions and altering his strategy on a whim. Perhaps he was lurking in some hidden corner. Silently observing him, Fuyu slowly shifted his gaze, oblivious to any anomalies. He gently snapped his fingers, lost in contemplation. The Konoha F4 group, led by Sarutobi, had already been eliminated by him. The Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan were currently being eradicated, while the Sarutobi clan still harbored hidden ninjas in the shadows. This was not urgent. Among these ninjas, there were no formidable warriors, and with the vastness of the world, there was no need for haste. Several prominent clans had allied themselves with him, and their involvement in the annihilation of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans served as their declaration of loyalty. The obstacles before him had diminished significantly, leaving only Uchiha Obito and the roots of Danzo as remaining threats. He needed to wait for the Hyuga clan to assist in pinpointing Obito's location, which was not an immediate concern. As for Danzo's roots, they were currently understaffed. The base was fixed, and one could escape the monk, but not the temple. He felt no urgency there. With this in mind, Fuyu exhaled deeply, a faint smile gracing his lips. Eliminating these final two threats would render his mission complete. If one were to pen a novel recounting his experiences, he would certainly be deemed a child of destiny. Having traversed into the world of Naruto for merely half a day, he was on the brink of becoming the fifth Hokage. In contrast, many protagonists he had read in Naruto fan fiction found themselves tragically starting as mere cannon fodder, begrudging the third Hokage while feigning submission to him, engaging in futile schemes. Unlike them, he had directly eliminated the third Hokage and usurped the title of Hokage. A smirk of satisfaction crossed Fuyu's face. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a particular spot. From the shadows, a figure emerged. At that moment, the two clan members standing behind him, like sentinels, noticed the figure in the darkness and shone a flashlight in that direction. The newcomer donned a long black robe, a Konoha headband, and dark sunglasses. This attire was a classic representation of the Oil Woman clan. Fuyu cast a curious glance at him. At first, he presumed that the individual was a member of the Oil Women clan returning with news after the extermination of the Shimizu clan. However, upon noticing the bloodstains on the box he held in his hands, doubt crept into his mind regarding the stranger's identity. Suddenly, a thought struck him, stirring something within. Could it be? His eyes brightened with realization as he speculated about the visitor's identity. A subtle smile graced his lips. It seemed that fate had indeed delivered the very person he had been pondering. As Yuya scrutinized the oil woman Ryoma, she, in turn, assessed him, observing Uchiha Fugaku seated with a gentle smile. It was difficult for Ryoma to reconcile this image with the memory of the once frail Uchiha Fugaku who had recently slain the third Hokage, Danzo. The last time he had encountered Fugaku was during the fateful night of the Nine Tails attack, when Danzo had led root ninjas to the Uchiha clan's territory, preventing its members from leaving. He had stood behind Danzo, watching as the latter stood resolute, a formidable barrier, rebuking Fugaku, whose face was flushed with indignation, unable to retort. Along the way, he pondered whether the root ninjas had made a mistake. Perhaps it was not Fugaku who had harmed Danzo. Yet now, as he stood before the subtly smiling Uchiha Fugaku, he understood there could be no error. The essence of Fugaku had transformed entirely since that night. If he were to articulate it, he would describe it as a profound newfound confidence radiating from his very core. Taking a deep breath, Ryoma bent respectfully as he approached. Before he could reach him, he stumbled, falling to the ground, and reverently exclaimed, "Ryoma of the Oil Clan pays his respects to Lord Uchiha Fugaku. What treasures does your box contain?" Fuyu inquired with great interest. The oil woman Ryoma replied, "Your Excellency, these are the two loyal hounds of the rebel leader Danzo, whom I have dispatched." As he spoke, he respectfully raised two boxes. Before Fuyu could utter a word, a member of the Uchiha clan, standing beside him, swiftly approached with keen discernment. This individual, who had stood beside Fugaku on the night of the Night Tales, recognized the figure in the black cloak as one who lurked behind Danzo and offered him no cordiality. With a disdainful snort, he seized the boxes from Ryoma's hands and returned to the side of the clan leader. "Let us open and inspect them," he urged. Uchiha Takashi promptly opened the boxes for a meticulous examination and reported, "Indeed, clan leader, there are 2 severed heads." After ensuring the boxes bore no traps, he presented them before the esteemed leader. Fu cast a fleeting glance at the 2 unfamiliar faces, his interest waning swiftly. He waved his hand dismissively, prompting Uchiha Takashi to promptly retreat. Fuyu, deep in thought, gazed at Oil Woman Ryoma and inquired, "So what does this mean?" Oil Woman Ryoma respectfully bowed her head and replied, "My lord, the traitorous Danzo relies on the tongue curse erasure seal to ensure the loyalty of the root ninjas. He governs his subordinates through a regime of violence and intimidation, resorting to severe punishments, including execution. In truth, the majority of the root ninjas harbor no genuine loyalty towards Danzo. Upon his demise, the tongue curse erasure seal dissipated as well. I have been by Danzo's side since my childhood, earning his trust. Among the root, only 29 individuals, including these 2, were truly loyal to him. And I have eliminated them all." Taking a deep breath, Oil Woman Ryoma continued, "The remaining individuals were mostly coerced or compelled for various reasons to become Danzo's accomplices. I hope my lord will grant them a chance at redemption. Though their hands are stained with blood, their actions were ultimately for the sake of the village, as you can discern." With that, Oil Woman Ryoma bowed deeply to the ground. A flicker of astonishment crossed Fuyu's eyes. He had not anticipated that the seemingly inconsequential character of Oil Woman Ryoma would perform a commendable act. He narrowed his eyes, unwilling to take Ryoma's solitary word at face value. However, upon reflection, he conceded that there was some merit to Ryoma's assertions. He recalled an article he had perused in a previous life, Naruto. He was meant to be defined as a thorough villain. Yet he was begrudgingly redeemed by a single phrase. In Kishimoto's narrative, the justification for Danzo's redemption was that he was the root safeguarding Konoha, employing ruthless methods to protect the village from the shadows. In essence, there must be someone in Konoha to undertake the nefarious tasks, and this burden fell to Danzo. Whether or not Danzo could be deemed redeemed was a matter for debate, yet it was undeniable that he harbored selfish motives and had committed countless misdeeds. For instance, he was greedily enamored with power, persistently fixated on the position of Hokage, and had previously orchestrated an assassination attempt on the 3rd Hokage. He had sheltered Orochimaru and, after Orochimaru's betrayal, maintained a tangled relationship with him. He conspired with Hanzo the Salamander, driving Yahiko to suicide, which ultimately led to Nagato's descent into darkness, laying a monumental threat upon Konoha and culminating in the disaster of Pain. Furthermore, he had originally intended to annihilate the Uchiha clan that very night, all of which were burdens he could not evade. Although this might seem a digression, it was clear that the root was merely a tool in Danzo's hands, and the efficacy of a tool depended on its wielder. Once he ascended to the role of Hokage, he too would require individuals to perform the unsavory tasks. Fuyu expressed his appreciation. "You are a clever man. You have done well." He pondered briefly and declared, "Let it be known that I shall grant you a reprieve, absolving past transgressions." Oil Woman Ryoma beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord. I shall return immediately to disband the root and send everyone back to their homes." "No, there is no need to disband the root," came Fuyu's calm response, causing the elated Ryoma to freeze in place. "Do not overthink matters." Fuyu waved his hand dismissively. "I merely wish for you to continue with your previous undertakings." With a resigned sigh, Ryoma understood that things were not as simple as they seemed. "Given your familiarity with the root, I shall entrust it to you. Remember, from this day forth, the root shall heed only my commands." Ryoma acquiesced with a sense of acceptance. "Understood. Now, return and oversee the root. Do not allow any disturbances." Fuyu issued the order to evict. Oil Woman Longma nodded slightly. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he spoke. "My lord, in fact, there are still some root ninjas dispatched by Danzo to ambush the returning Uchiha clansmen outside the village." Fuyu narrowed his eyes, recalling that a week prior to the assembly, the Uchiha clan had summoned their members from missions abroad, yet only a handful returned. It was no wonder that after the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, no bloodline had survived outside. They had been hunted down by Danzo's men. The assembly was originally set to commence that evening, granting the clan members a week to return, and those who had yet to arrive were likely doomed. "Very well. I understand. I shall entrust this matter to you." Investigate who killed the Uchiha members and apprehend them. They shall face execution. Fuyu felt no anger towards the unfortunate Uchiha who had been slain, as he had only recently traversed into this world and was devoid of any emotional ties. However, the two Uchiha present had overheard the conversation, and should he fail to take action, it could tarnish his reputation among the other clans. Thus, he deemed it imperative to render a judgment in the presence of these two clan members. The principle was straightforward. Whoever killed an Uchiha would pay with their life. Understood, replied Oilwoman Ryoma with a sigh of relief. A death sentence, though severe, was a fair outcome, especially since it did not implicate innocent individuals at the core. Yet, the individuals facing execution were also unfortunate. They had merely followed orders and now faced dire consequences. Nevertheless, Ryoma could do nothing but accept their misfortune. He swiftly departed, vanishing from Uchiha Fugaku's line of sight, only to reappear atop a distant rooftop, bouncing away into the horizon. Fuyu watched as the figure of Oilwoman Ryoma vanished into the darkness, finally retracting his gaze. Ryoma's allegiance was indeed an unexpected boon. With this, the only matter left to address was Uchiha Bido. As he pondered this, he suddenly noticed several figures leaping across the rooftops, with the foremost being Hinata Hayashi, the esteemed leader of the Hyuga clan. Fuyu smiled faintly. It is time to address the final troubles. The Uchiha clan's relocated ancestral grounds, though nominally within the confines of Konohagakure, were actually quite a distance away. To put it bluntly, they could be considered two neighboring villages. Between the two lay a small grove. The silvery moonlight cascaded down, filtering through the leaves to create a dappled pattern on the ground, while a gentle breeze rustled the foliage. In this desolate grove stood a solitary figure, with unkempt, flowing black hair and adorned with an orange-red mask bearing black stripes. He was cloaked in a dark robe, a katana sheathed at his waist. He silently melded with the shadows of the night, becoming one with the darkness. Should a passerby with a fragile heart happen upon him, his eerie appearance might well induce a fatal shock. Uchiha Bido patiently awaited the return of Uchiha Itachi. He had only recently arrived, utilizing the phasing ability of his Manjiki Sharingan to traverse between the realms of reality and the void. Selecting a random spot, he stealthily infiltrated from the outskirts of the village. Fortune favored him, as the location he chose was conveniently close to the Uchiha clan's grounds. It wasn't long before he reached this grove, where he now stood in anticipation of Uchiha Itachi. Arriving late, he had missed the 3 red signal flares that had illuminated the skies over Konohagakure that afternoon, leaving him unaware of the significant events that had transpired within the village. 800 meters from the grove, at the end of a street, stood a temporarily requisitioned house. The inhabitants had been relocated next door, monitored by shinobi to prevent any disturbances. By the window, Hyuga Hayashi's eyes glinted with menace, the veins near his temples throbbing ominously. The abilities of the Byakugan include the amplification of vision through chakra, allowing the user to perceive objects within a kilometer radius. Additionally, it grants the power to see through solid objects, revealing the target's chakra pathways, acupoints, skeletal structure, and the flow of chakra. Even Kagaya Tsutsuki could discern the identity of a chakra source using the Byakugan. Although Hyuga Hayashi, as the clan head of the esteemed Hyuga clan, possessed formidable skills, he lacked the prowess of Kagaya and could not identify whose chakra he sensed merely through the Byakugan. He could, however, perceive a foreboding chakra flowing within the figure in the grove, stirring a sense of unease within him. After a moment, he deactivated the Byakugan and turned to the aloof Uchiha Fugaku beside him, realizing that this man had become increasingly inscrutable. How could he possibly know that someone lurked within the grove? Moreover, the ominous chakra emanating from that individual felt both foreign and eerily familiar. He stared at Uchiha Fugaku, momentarily lost in thought, recognizing the similarity to the man before him. What is this fellow daydreaming about? Fuyu observed Hinata staring at him in a daze, his brow furrowed in mild discontent. Nearby, Nara Shikaku noticed the scene and gently cleared his throat. Startled, Hinata quickly regained his composure and awkwardly remarked, "Lord Fugaku, as you mentioned, there is indeed a person in the forest, and their strength is formidable." Hinata hesitated internally, contemplating whether to reveal his discovery to Uchiha Fugaku. He parted his lips but ultimately chose silence. After all, if Uchiha Fugaku was already aware of someone in the woods, that individual might very well belong to the Uchiha clan, given the striking similarity in chakra. Fuyu squinted at the grove, unable to discern anything from his vantage point, particularly the presence of Uchiha Bido. A cold smile crept upon his lips as he thought, "So, you are indeed here, hiding from Uchiha Itachi, are you? Oh, Abido. You surely cannot fathom that Itachi is currently beneath the Southie Shrine, can you? Itachi is most likely awake now, perhaps still lying there like a pupa, dormant as a mere insect. Fuyu gazed thoughtfully at the small grove, pondering how to deal with the foolish dog that was Uchiha Obito. The Uchiha clan was largely plagued by mental afflictions attributed to the stimulation of their chakra, which led to cerebral alterations manifesting in extreme and paranoid behaviors. Among them, Uchiha Obito stood out as a prime example of this affliction, his excessive obsession compounded by manipulation, leading him down a dark path where he committed a series of heinous acts, including the murder of his own master and mistress. Fuyu believes that Obito cannot be redeemed. He has never had any fondness for this character. To him, knowing Obito's weaknesses while Obito remains oblivious to his own vulnerabilities, unaware that he possesses the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, presents a straightforward opportunity to eliminate him. However, vanquishing Obito would not address the core issue at hand. There remains a lurking threat in the form of Kagaya, whose machinations are still at play. Fuyu is now aware of the unfolding narrative. If he were to dispose of Uchiha Obito at this juncture, what further chaos might Kagaya orchestrate? The advantage of foreknowledge would be lost. This predicament places Fuyu in a quandary. If only Kagaya would appear as well, allowing him to extinguish the source of this turmoil and bring the saga to a triumphant conclusion, yet such favorable circumstances are unlikely to materialize. Fuyu sighed deeply. Observing his distressed expression, Nara Shikahisa, keenly perceptive, inquired, "Fifth Hokage, do you have something troubling you? Perhaps sharing it would allow us to collectively brainstorm solutions." Hinata Hizashi rolled his eyes at this sly character, thinking, how shameless of Nara Shikahisa to address Uchiha Fugaku as fifth Hokage even before he has assumed the position. Deeply disdainful of Nara Shikahisa, Hinata Hizashi mused, it's merely a position as an advisor to the Hokage. Look at you, groveling like this. However, when Uchiha Fugaku's gaze swept over, Hinata Hizashi, who had just been internally disparaging Nara Shikahisa, swiftly donned a smile. Fuyu's attention shifted seamlessly from Hizashi to Shikahisa. Hizashi. His expression shifting abruptly, concealed his grin, reassuring himself, I am not bound to Uchiha Fugaku for the sake of the Hokage's advisor positions. It is a rare opportunity for the Hyuga clan to penetrate the upper echelons of Konoha, and I must not squander this chance. Fuyu pondered for a moment, uncertain whether to divulge the matters concerning Uchiha Obito. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided against it. Alas, what would be the point in sharing it with you all? This place is teeming with people and prying eyes. It would be unwise to discuss the affairs of Kurizetsu here. Fuyu lightly touched his eyes, stealing his resolve within. He ultimately made up his mind. After all, I possess an everlasting kaleidoscope, so why should I fear a mere trifling adversary? Let us proceed. A flicker of fierce determination crossed Fuyu's eyes. The malignant presence of Uchiha Obito must be eradicated, for his continued existence serves no beneficial purpose. The butterfly's wings have already begun to stir, altering the course of events. What is there to fear? In the current ninja world, few possess the capability to confront him and his eternal Mangeki Sharingan head-on. Even the 6 paths of pain does not instill much trepidation in him. Nagato, now a shadow of his former self, cannot endure for long. With a fully realized Susanoo at his disposal, he could easily wear Nagato down to nothing. Thus, dwelling on trivial concerns serves no purpose. Since fate has led me to the world of Naruto, let me carve out a new future. After making up his mind, Fuyu no longer hesitated and commanded, stay here and do not approach. With that, he strode purposefully towards the small grove, exuding an air of innocuousness. Nara Shikako exchanged glances with Hinata Hizashi. What did you see? Nara Shikako broke the silence, cautiously inquiring. He recalled Hinata Hizashi's earlier days and the indecisive demeanor that followed, cleverly deducing that the older gentleman must have noticed something concealed that he had yet to articulate. Hinata Hizashi shifted his gaze from Uchiha Fugaku's departing figure to the curious Nara Shikako, his expression grave, remaining silent. Nara Shikako rolled his eyes, thinking, brother, are you still maintaining your facade from this distance? Isn't it a tad late? I clearly saw your expression change just now. The sound of crunching leaves echoed. The seemingly immovable figure cloaked in black, resembling a stone statue, finally stirred slightly, raising his head just enough for the solitary eye hole of his mask to face the source of the noise. A flash of crimson light flickered beneath the hole. Have they arrived? Uchiha Obito silently observed the newcomer. Truly impressive, as I anticipated, a genius whose ocular power has grown so remarkably in merely half a month. It is indeed astonishing. The newcomer, oblivious to his surroundings, radiated an ominous chakra that, to Uchiha Obito, a fellow wielder of the Sharingan, appeared as the sole beacon of light in the dark of night, dazzling and fervent. Wait a moment. The height and build seem Has the body grown so quickly in just half a month? Uchiha Obito, though sensing something amiss, chose not to dwell on it. A fortnight prior, he infiltrated the Uchiha clan, and aside from Uchiha Itachi, the rest were mere mediocrities, utterly devoid of the talent required to awaken the Meijiki. The newcomer was evidently a possessor of the Meijiki Sharingan, yet 3 Tomo could not surpass his own. But why was this individual approaching with the Meijiki activated? Had he discovered him? A wave of uncertainty washed over Uchiha Obito, followed by a thought. Truly a perceptive genius. Before he could fully process this notion, he beheld a complex and exquisite hexagonal pinwheel Meijiki spinning under the moonlight. He froze momentarily. Where is this place? Uchiha Obito realized he was suddenly in an unfamiliar setting. Calmly surveying his surroundings, he found himself standing on a colossal floating island. The island was barren, strikingly flat, offering an unobstructed view, peering into the distance. He saw an endless expanse of white beyond the island's edge. Is this Itachi's Meijiki technique? Uchiha Obito observed without panic, even feeling a twinge of curiosity. He was aware that Itachi had activated the Meijiki but remained ignorant of the specifics of its 2 techniques. Suddenly, he was startled to see a figure suspended in the air above him, and this time he recognized the individual. Narrowing his eyes, he felt his pupils constrict. You are Uchiha Fugaku? Upon noticing the hexagonal pinwheel Meijiki within Uchiha Fugaku's gaze, an overwhelming sense of unease surged within him, as if something dreadful were about to unfold. You, Uchiha Obito, filled with trepidation, attempted to utter a question, only to be met with a cryptic smile from Uchiha Fugaku. In the next instant, a searing pain shot through his neck, and the scenery around him shifted violently, plunging him into a darkness so profound that it felt as though someone had covered his eyes. He could see nothing. Uchiha Obito realized what was transpiring and immediately employed the Uchiha clan's ultimate ocular technique, a forbidden jutsu capable of erasing unfavorable events from reality, making them as if they had never occurred, while manifesting only those events that favored him. The price was the permanent loss of his Sharingan's light. But he did not care. Losing his 3 Tomo Sharingan could be remedied. What mattered most was to have a second chance. He could not comprehend why the newcomer was Uchiha Fugaku. What troubled him most was the revelation that Uchiha Fugaku had also awakened the Meijiki Sharingan. More astonishingly, Uchiha Fugaku's ocular power far surpassed his own. What did this signify? It indicated that Uchiha Fugaku's Meijiki was not newly awakened. A truly remarkable Uchiha Fugaku, hiding his prowess so deeply. In the fleeting moment, Uchiha Obito's thoughts whirled. Yet, it mattered not. He still had an opportunity. Time flowed swiftly. Why was there no response? In the enveloping darkness, Uchiha Obito opened his mouth to scream but found himself utterly voiceless. In the small grove, Fuyu gazed coldly at the severed head of Uchiha Obito lying on the ground. Both of its eyes had been extracted, leaving behind hollow sockets, while its mouth opened and closed as if attempting to utter the name Izanagi. Fuyu scoffed disdainfully, having long anticipated this tactic of yours. Do you still wish for a do-over? Dream on. Thud. At this moment, the headless corpse of Uchiha Obito also crashed down with a resounding thump. Fuyu glanced at the spherical object floating in the glass container and let out a sigh, a faint smile gracing his lips. With the last obstacle, Uchiha Obito resolved. He couldn't help but hum Little Luck by Tia Fanjin. It turns out you were the luck I wanted to hold on to the most. With a chuckle, Fuyu inspected the surroundings, confirming Obito's demise before retrieving a storage scroll. He placed Obito's severed head, the discarded one-eyed mask, and the katana into the scroll, contemplating if the remains could serve a purpose later. Even in death, he would not allow this individual to find peace. With the scroll secured, Fuyu ambled back leisurely. At this juncture, the crisis of the night of the massacre had been entirely averted, and the events of the day could be concluded with a perfect period. In the land of water, within the secret chamber of the Mizukage, a diminutive figure lay motionless on the bed. His name was Kei Kishizuku, and despite his childlike stature, he held an intimidating identity, the 4th Mizukage of the hidden mist village, naturally possessing a youthful visage. Though he appeared young, he was already a grandfather. Additionally, he served as the 2nd Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Kei Kishizuku could flawlessly wield the power of the tailed beast, one of only 5 in the ninja world capable of such mastery. His ability to utilize tailed beast chakra to form a protective cloak granted him a significant advantage in combat. However, fate took a dark turn when he encountered the formidable Pain and Konan, who incapacitated him severely before Obito ensnared him in an illusion with his Sharingan. From that moment on, he became a mere puppet, manipulated by Obito's will. This unprecedented situation left him in anguish. Though under control, he could still see and hear everything. Under Obito's influence, The Hidden Mist village fell into despair, losing numerous elite ninjas and seeing countless bloodline clans extinguished. Keiki's heart ached as he witnessed the gradual decline of his village, guilt consuming him. Yet, he remained powerless to act, confined to a life of seclusion, avoiding encounters with those possessing Byakugan. Even if suspicions arose about his loyalties, no one dared confront him, as none could match his strength. Even while under control, he managed to hold his own against the assassin Zabuza Momochi. Keiki felt a deepening sense of dread, fearing that the future of the Mizukage would be obliterated by his own hands. But tonight, everything changed. With Obito's demise at Fuyu's hands, the grip on Keiki was severed. Feeling the control dissipate, he clenched his fist in disbelief. Once he confirmed his autonomy had returned, Keiki sprang from the bed, kicking open the concealed chamber that Obito had hidden within, releasing a roar of righteous fury. Damn you, Uchiha! The Three Tails, similarly under the sway of the Sharingan, unleashed a torrent of chakra alongside Keiki's outcry. This formidable presence drew the attention of many elite ninjas, including Terumi-mei, who rushed to Keiki's location. Was the Three Tails rampaging? Panic spread among them, for the Hidden Mist village was already in decline. The potential devastation of a rampaging tailed beast was unimaginable, reminiscent of the Nine Tails incident in Konoha, which had wrought significant destruction and loss of life. While Konoha had the resources to recover, the Hidden Mist was far less fortunate, grappling with severe financial constraints and overdue salaries for its shinobi. Their loyalty to the Mizukage was all that kept them afloat. As they gathered with trepidation at the Mizukage building, they found Keiki standing calmly in the street. The tailed beast chakra now reigned in. His public appearance startled Terumi-mei, who exchanged a knowing glance with Ao. Ao activated his Byakugan for a closer inspection, but the results confounded him, prompting him to shake his head at Terumi-mei. She furrowed her brow, puzzled. According to their assumptions, the Mizukage should have been under Obito's control. What had gone awry? Was it possible that Keiki had simply grown senile and erratic in his decisions? Upon Terumi-mei's arrival, Keiki released a measured breath. All elite ninjas, convene in my office. I have significant matters to announce. Fifth Hokage, Nara Shikaku welcomed Fuyu upon his return, while Hyuga Hizashi followed closely. A monumental change was afoot in Konoha, and those unable to discern the situation were in for a rude awakening. Uchiha Fugaku's ascendance meant he was to be the new Hokage's advisor. Fifth Hokage, have you concluded your business? Nara Shikaku inquired, glancing at the thicket where Fugaku had disappeared. It had not been long, and the absence of any sounds of conflict was perplexing. Had it truly been resolved? Hyuga Hizashi considered using his Byakugan for a closer look, but ultimately decided against it. Yes, it is finished. Fuyu was in high spirits, responding with a cheerful smile. Everyone, I must ask for your diligence once more. Nara Shikaku understood Fuyu's intent, having already reported to him upon arrival. Although the Senju and Uchiha clans had been eradicated, numerous remnants still lurked within the village, occupying crucial positions in places like the Ninja Academy and Konoha Hospital. Should these individuals incite unrest, it would significantly jeopardize the village's stability. He had initially proposed a thorough village-wide search to apprehend these individuals, as one must eradicate the roots of the problem. However, Fuyu had advised him to first attend to a matter at hand and postpone the search for the time being. With that issue now resolved, it was time for a comprehensive cleansing of the village. Understood. In fact, Nara Shikaku had already anticipated the need for action on his way back from the Saratobi district, dispatching elite members from his clan to monitor the remnants. Furthermore, he had stationed individuals to lie in wait at the Saratobi district, ensuring that anyone returning from work would be apprehended. Fifth Hokage, I shall attend to this matter immediately. With Fuyu's affirmation, Nara Shikaku hurriedly departed with his team. Hyuga Hayashi, eager not to miss this opportunity to demonstrate his loyalty, swiftly followed suit. When Nara Shikaku returned to report on the situation, Hayashi was present and understood the deeper implication within Fuyu's words. Fugaku, what about us? Elder Uchiha Shurho approached with his clan members. You should proceed as well. Tonight may not unfold peacefully, Fuyu remarked. Uchiha Sihu nodded, sharing the same sentiment. Moreover, he felt uneasy entrusting the matter entirely to outsiders. Then we shall proceed. Uchiha Sihu called out, dividing the 20 or so elite Uchiha with 3 Tomo Sharingan into 4 teams of 5, dispersing them in various directions. Once everyone had departed, in the blink of an eye, Fuyu found himself standing alone in solitude. Well, they have all gone to attend to their tasks. What shall I do now? Fuyu pondered for a moment before making his way towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Most of the troubles had been resolved. However, the Kodo Amatsukami in Itachi Uchiha's possession still posed a significant threat. With his hands now free, it was imperative to deal with this ticking time bomb without delay. Fu leisurely stepped into the Uchiha clan's territory, meandering through the streets and alleys, greeted warmly by the enthusiastic waves of his fellow Uchiha citizens. Fu did not assume the demeanor of a clan leader. Instead, a smile graced his lips as he nodded in response. Some of the Uchiha commoners stood in astonishment, feeling a sense of incredulity. Is this truly the same imposing leader they were accustomed to? It felt as though a different person had emerged today. Perhaps the clan leader had received some joyous news. Could it be that the clan matriarch is expecting their third child? These Uchiha commoners, who had not awakened their Sharingan and bore no distinction from the villagers, transformed into mere spectators, quietly murmuring and speculating after Fugaku's departure. At this moment, Fuyu was making his way towards his own home. The gate stood wide open, and he paused at the entrance, noticing the lights illuminated within. Uchiha Makoto must have returned. Fuyu glanced briefly before continuing his journey towards the South Shrine. At that moment, Uchiha Makoto pushed open the door to the inner room, her face etched with concern as she gazed at the empty entrance. Sasuke was intently seated on the sofa, watching television. Turning his head, he noticed his mother standing at the door, peering outside, and hurried over, peeping around her as he asked, "Is father and big sister back yet?" "Not yet." Uchiha Makoto sighed softly, gently ruffling Sasuke's hair. "Sasuke, it's time for you to take a bath." "No." Sasuke pouted. "I want to wait for brother to come back. Your brother will surely return very late. Be obedient and go wash up first," Makoto said tenderly as she continued to stroke Sasuke's head. "But I still want brother to teach me ninjutsu. If I sweat later, won't I need to bathe again?" Sasuke protested, tilting his head back. Makoto fell silent, recalling that her eldest son, Itachi, had been coming home past 11 o'clock these days, looking utterly exhausted. Her voice grew a tad firmer as she admonished, "Your brother has been working hard and is very tired. Don't disturb him at night with your ninjutsu lessons. Now, quickly go take your bath." Unable to defy Uchiha Makoto, Sasuke reluctantly trudged off to wash up, his face a mask of grievance. Meanwhile, far away in the renowned hot spring streets of the land of hot water, groups of excited individuals were racing towards a gambling house at the end of the street. "Hurry, hurry. I heard that the legendary Big Fat Sheep is at the Sakura gambling house. We're going to make a fortune." "Heh. I heard that the Big Fat Sheep always loses at gambling. As long as we bid against her, we'll win. Is that true?" "I tell you, it's absolutely true. My second brother as sister-in-law as husband sat at the same table as the Big Fat Sheep. Every time he bid against her, he always won." These individuals were the street rascals of the hot spring town, neither evil nor virtuous, merely lazy and fond of gambling. Upon hearing that the Big Fat Sheep had arrived at the Sakura gambling house, they were so excited they could hardly contain themselves, eager to rush to the gambling table. After a frenzied dash, they quickly arrived at the Sakura gambling house. "Where's the Big Fat Sheep?" They huffed and puffed, barely pausing for breath as they scanned the crowded gambling hall for her presence. "Big brother, I found her," one exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a gambling table. The leading man looked over, spotting a girl with a light yellow ponytail, wearing a loose sleeveless top adorned with a large character for gamble on the back. "Indeed, it's her. The legendary Big Fat Sheep." The man, referred to as Big Brother, rubbed his hands together in anticipation, ready to approach when he heard his underling speak up. "Good heavens. She is enormous. Big Brother, should we know?" The Big Brother felt a chill as he heard his underling's brazen words. Just then, as if sensing the commotion, a girl standing next to the Big Fat Sheep shot a frosty glare in their direction, making the Big Brother's hair stand on end. He swiftly turned and delivered several sharp slaps to his underling, growling, "You reckless fool. What nonsense are you spouting? I told you to drink a little less." Dazed, the underling barely regained his bearings when Big Brother cautiously observed that the girl had turned away again, emboldening him to lean in close and whisper a warning. "Do you want to die? Do you know who the Big Fat Sheep is?" The underling shook his head, genuinely unaware. Big Brother leaned in conspiratorially, "Don't go around saying things. I heard from my second brother as sister-in-law as husband that the Big Fat Sheep is Tsunade, a ninja. Anyone foolish enough to lay hands on her will find themselves buried 6 feet under." At that moment, the underling trembled, nearly wetting himself in fear. "Big Brother, did the Big Fat Sheep hear what I said?" Big Brother grimaced. "Worrying about that now is a bit late." He pointed towards the exit. "I don't know. But you still have time to run." Without a second thought for the potential winnings, the underling bolted out the door, disappearing in an instant. With the underling gone, Big Brother led the remaining members to the gambling table where the big fat sheep was seated. Just then, she had just finished a round and was in the betting phase, her eyes glinting with excitement as she awaited her turn. "Ah, lost again," Tsunade lamented. Her expression one of frustration. Shizen beside her grimaced, "There goes another million Rio." Seeing Tsunade reaching for the box of remaining funds, Shizen quickly shielded it with her arms. Pleading, "Lady Tsunade, this is our last bit of money. We still need to pay for our lodging and meals. You wouldn't want to end up on the streets starving, right? Don't worry, Shizen. I have a feeling we're going to win this time. We'll make a fortune," Tsunade declared confidently. Shizen couldn't help but doubt her words, having heard the same promises countless times before. Only for Tsunade to lose everything afterward. Shizen shook her head, unwilling to relinquish the box. But Tsunade was undeterred. She was in the zone, and nothing would sway her. She swiftly snatched the box from Shizen's grasp. "Hand it over." Tsunade opened the box with a flourish, quickly extracting the remaining bills and tossing them onto the table with grandiosity. As Tsunade placed her bet, many gamblers, eager for a chance, quickly began to place their money against her. That night, they profited handsomely off Tsunade's wagers, their cheers and laughter filling the air as they reveled in their anticipated victory. Others, having just arrived and catching wind of the action, hastily wagered all their funds, all betting against Tsunade without exception. Watching the scene unfold, Shizen felt a headache coming on, worrying about what they would do when their funds ran out. She had no desire to sleep on the streets. Tsunade, observing the unfolding chaos, felt displeased, her delicate brows furrowing as her rosy lips pursed slightly. Her cheeks flushed from the alcohol. The sight was irresistible, causing several gamblers to swallow hard in anticipation. Shizen frowned, but Tsunade, unperturbed, thumped the table, demanding, "Boss, hurry up and open the bets. I want these fools to lose everything. Let them all regret it." In response to Tsunade's urgency, the boss chuckled heartily, "Come on. Come on. Once you buy, there is no turning back." As the boss prepared to open the bets, Tsunade, her vision slightly blurred from the drink, fixed her gaze on the dice, her eyes unblinking. Before the dice were even rolled, Shizen began to pack their belongings, anticipating the loss. The other gamblers appeared relaxed, as if victory was already assured. Only Tsunade remained fixated, a strong premonition of victory coursing through her. When the dice finally rolled, Tsunade erupted with joy. "Ha! I won! I won!" The boss, momentarily stunned, quickly cleared his throat and announced the result. 5 sixes, a full house. The bank wins. The dealer in his mouth is, of course, Tsunade. At the moment the result was announced, nearly everyone displayed an expression of disbelief. Shizen, who was tidying up, abruptly lifted her head in astonishment, thinking she must have misheard. How could Lady Tsunade have won the bet? Yet, no matter how much she rubbed her eyes, the outcome remained unchanged. 5 of a kind. The dealer swept it all. Lady Tsunade had struck it rich. Not only did she reclaim the 20 million lost that afternoon, but she also profited an additional 30 million. Ha! Tsunade triumphantly planted her feet on the chair, hands on her hips, laughing exuberantly. She had never felt such exhilaration before. Like a whirlwind, Tsunade stuffed all the money from the table into a box, casting a disdainful glance at the dazed gamblers, feeling a sense of satisfaction. "Shizen, let us go." With that, Tsunade gleefully embraced the money box and beckoned Shizen to leave, ignoring the cries of despair that echoed behind them. Once outside the gambling den, a cool breeze swept by, and Tsunade suddenly fell silent, while the previously glum Shizen chirped happily. "Oh, Lady Tsunade, this feels like a dream. I never expected you would actually win. Haha. So much money. Now we can find a luxurious hotel and indulge in delicious food." However, Shizen soon noticed that something seemed off about Tsunade. She discreetly observed her, her mind bubbling with curiosity. It was peculiar that Lady Tsunade, having won for once, did not appear as elated as she had imagined. Tsunade herself found it strange, but she could not articulate it. There was an unsettling heaviness in her chest, as if something ominous loomed. She placed her hand over her heart and sighed softly, hoping it was merely her imagination. In the Hidden Leaf Village, at the Uchiha clan grounds, South He Shrine, Fuyu skillfully made his way to a specific location, removing the 7th tatami mat from the right, thus gaining access to the underground chamber. Upon illuminating the subterranean space, he found that Uchiha Itachi had indeed awakened, leaning against a stone tablet inscribed with countless unknown secrets. It is said that this tablet was pinned by the Sage of 6 Paths, and only through the sequential activation of the Sharingan, Mangeki Sharingan, and Rinnegan can one discern the writings upon it. Fuyu was aware of the inscriptions above, and given that the tablet had been tampered with by Kurizetsu, he found little inclination to examine it any further. Instead, his gaze shifted towards Uchiha Itachi, who was leaning against it. Itachi's hands and feet were bound, rendering him unable even to sit up. At this moment, he remained utterly motionless. Were it not for the slight rise and fall of his chest, anyone witnessing his current state might easily mistake him for a lifeless corpse. His eye sockets were deeply sunken, devoid of eyes, resembling profound black voids, lacking any glimmer of light or vitality. Yet, his expression bore an air of tranquility, even hinting at a sense of acceptance. Awake? Fu approached him and spoke in a subdued tone. Observing that Uchiha Itachi remained unresponsive, Fu chuckled lightly, undeterred, and continued, "The Uchiha clan has staged a coup. I led our kin into the Hokage building and eliminated the third Hokage, Danzo, Midogate-in, and Tsunade." Upon hearing the mention of the coup, Uchiha Itachi showed no immediate reaction, as if it were anticipated. However, upon learning that his father had stormed the Hokage building and slain the four esteemed figures, Uchiha Itachi became agitated, instinctively voicing his denial. "Impossible." Fu scoffed. "How could that be impossible? Do you think it's difficult to eliminate those old geezers like Sarutobi? In the blink of an eye, I could take them down." One by one. Uchiha Itachi fell silent for a moment, opening his mouth to say, "Father, you have changed, becoming someone I can no longer comprehend." He had always believed he understood his father well. To him, his father was a figure of authority, yet indecisive in nature. As the clan leader, he could neither oppose the Hokage nor unite their clan members. Externally, he turned a blind eye to the increasing oppression from the Hokage's faction against the Uchiha, failing to devise a strategy to counter it. Internally, he showed no response to the growing discontent among the clan members towards the Hokage's faction, who were increasingly restless. He was a good father, but not an effective clan leader. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village grew ever more strained, yet he achieved nothing. Out of dissatisfaction with Konoha's treatment, the Uchiha clan plotted to launch a coup to seize power. If the coup were to erupt, Konoha would undoubtedly plunge into chaos, and other nations might take advantage of the turmoil, leading to a large-scale war that could spell disaster for the village. Uchiha Itachi was acutely aware of the brutality of war. In an effort to prevent the village from descending into conflict, he resolved to sacrifice the Uchiha clan to secure peace and stability for Konoha. However, he was taken aback when his father preemptively struck against him, blindsiding him and even gouging out his eyes, confining him in a state of captivity. What surprised him most was that his father also possessed the Manjiki Sharingan. Itachi sighed. What use is it to have killed the Hokage? With the Hokage gone, Konoha is on the brink of internal strife, and other nations are likely to exploit this vulnerability, triggering a catastrophic war that could doom the village. He scoffed. "You haven't even grown a full set of hair. What do you understand?" Fuyu's unabashed mockery caused Uchiha Itachi's face to flush with embarrassment. He opened his mouth, and a sudden thought struck him. Logically, the village should have descended into chaos. Yet his father still had the time to visit him. Could it be? He found it hard to believe. The village is not in turmoil? Uchiha Itachi asked in astonishment. Of course not. Fuyu chuckled and said, "After I eliminated the Konoha F4, I found myself surrounded at the Hokage building. Yet, they did not strike. The Konoha ninjas have long suffered under the third Hokage and Danzo. I merely suggested sitting down to negotiate, and they readily acquiesced." Fuyu wore a self-satisfied smile on his face, for everything had unfolded remarkably smoothly, even beyond his expectations. He had anticipated engaging in a few more skirmishes to subdue a group of ninjas. Konoha F4? Uchiha Itachi appeared bewildered, struggling to grasp the meaning of this term. However, he quickly deduced that his father was referring to the esteemed four elders of the third Hokage. The notion that Konoha ninjas had suffered under the third Hokage for far too long, and the abrupt willingness to negotiate, seemed increasingly absurd to Itachi. Unable to restrain himself, he interjected, "Father, are you performing a comedy routine?" Fu rolled his eyes and said, "Regardless, Konoha cannot descend into chaos." The negotiations proceeded smoothly. "I shall assume the position of the fifth Hokage, with Nara Shikahisa as my advisor and Hyuga Hizashi as a consultant. I also intend to appoint the elder as another advisor." Listening to his father's seemingly sincere account, Uchiha Itachi fell into silence. This was utterly outrageous, was it not? He could scarcely believe that such events were genuine. Was a coup d'etat within the Uchiha clan truly this straightforward? Even if his father possessed the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, was it conceivable that the coup could succeed with such ease? Just wait and see. Konoha will flourish more and more in the days to come, Fu softly remarked. Uchiha Itachi opened his mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately held his silence. Fuyu observed the now silent Uchiha Itachi and chose not to speak further, granting him a few moments to process the information. After clearing his throat, he resumed, having shared so much with you, if you remain skeptical, you may venture out to ascertain the truth of my words for yourself. Uchiha Itachi felt a stirring within. Indeed, he was, after all, his father's son, and it was implausible that his father would confine him indefinitely. However, he hesitated, contemplating his eyes. Fuyu waved his hand and said, "You need not concern yourself with your own eyes. I shall arrange for you to receive a pair of Sharingan with 3 tomo from our clan." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi felt a twinge of bitterness at the corners of his mouth. Yet, he soon dismissed such feelings, for his mind was consumed with the desire to ascertain the truth of his father's claims. Was there truly no internal strife within the village? Did only the 3rd Hokage and 3 other esteemed elders perish? Had other ninja clans not opposed them? Would the village indeed flourish henceforth? To be honest, had it been his father from the past, he would have undoubtedly doubted such assertions. However, today, his father had imparted a profound lesson, awakening Itachi to the realization that he scarcely understood the man before him. Very well, if it is to be 3 tomo, then when shall I undergo the eye transplant? Uchiha Itachi inquired, taking a deep breath. Fuyu cast a glance at him and remarked, "It can be done at any time, even now, but there is one condition." Fuyu licked his lips, finally arriving at the crux of the matter. Uchiha Itachi's forehead creased in confusion. "The premise?" "Please, go ahead," Itachi inquired with perplexity. "Hand over Shirsue's eyes to me." Fuyu spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi's expression shifted dramatically. Soon, he realized something, revealing a bittersweet smile. "So, you were aware all along, father." He believed that all his actions had been observed by his father, even the fact that he was entrusted with Shirsue's kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Fuyu did not respond to his question, feigning mystery. Uchiha Itachi, however, did not hesitate and readily agreed. "Father, I must have been sealed and my chakra is restrained, rendering me unable to perform the summoning technique." Fuyu felt a flicker of joy upon his agreement to relinquish Shirsue's Kodo Amatsukami, yet he remained vigilant. He promptly activated his eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Logically speaking, his ocular prowess surpassed that of Shirsue's by a tier. However, the ability to withstand Kodo Amatsukami remained an uncertainty, as no one had ever ventured to test this theory. Neither the manga nor the anime had presented such a precedent. A sense of unease settled within him. He pondered whether Uchiha Itachi was merely feigning innocence to prompt him into unsealing the retribution on his eyes, thereby compelling him to wield Shirsue's ocular power against him. Surely, Itachi wouldn't be so reckless, especially since he had proclaimed the coup a success and the village remained unscathed. In hindsight, he should have summoned others to assist him, standing guard at the exit. In that case, regardless of who fell victim to Kodo Amatsukami, they would be unable to escape his grasp. After all, Kodo Amatsukami has its limitations. Once employed, it cannot be utilized again for an extended period. Yet, it was too late for reinforcements now. He could only hope that the Eternal Eyes would provide him with the strength he needed, as they transcended the capabilities of ordinary Manjiki Sharingan. Fuyu employed the techniques of the Uchiha clan to lift the seal from Itachi's body, simultaneously freeing him from his bindings. Instantly, Itachi felt significantly better, though he remained unable to see, which left him somewhat disoriented. Nevertheless, being a prodigy of the Uchiha lineage, he seemed to possess an innate sense of awareness. He gradually rose to his feet, standing firm and unwavering despite his blindness. Fuyu took a few steps back, his gaze heavy with gravity as he regarded him. Should the slightest misstep occur, he would unleash Susanoo to eliminate Uchiha Itachi without hesitation. Unbeknownst to Itachi, his own father harbored murderous intentions towards him. He stood still, gradually inhaling and exhaling, then bit his thumb before forming hand seals with both hands. Fuyu gazed intently, unblinking, as Uchiha Itachi's hand seals were executed with astonishing speed, almost transforming into an ephemeral shadow. It appeared that the loss of his eyesight had not hindered his ability to form seals in the slightest. Indeed, practice begets proficiency. The act of seeing holds no sway over the execution of hand seals. With a sequence of signs, Hai, Su, Yu, Shin, and Wei, Uchiha Itachi completed his final seal, resulting in a sudden explosion of white smoke that materialized out of thin air. Fuyu remained utterly focused, vigilantly awaiting the dispersal of the smoke. As the haze cleared, a raven, cloaked in obsidian feathers, perched upon Itachi Uchiha's shoulder. The sight of this raven heightened Fuyu's alertness. However, upon closer examination, he exhaled with relief, for the creature's eyes appeared entirely ordinary, indicating that Itachi had yet to transplant Shirsue's ocular powers into the bird. Yet, where could the eyes be? With no concealed compartments on the raven's body, Fuyu's gaze fell beneath its wings, where a bulge was evident. Itachi, after gently stroking the raven's head, retrieved a glass container from beneath its wing, identical to the one he held in his hand. Encased within was none other than Sharpe's kaleidoscopic eye. "Father," Itachi announced. Extending the glass container forward, Fuyu carefully surveyed his surroundings, and upon finding no traces of illusion, he approached and took the glass container from Uchiha Itachi's hands. After confirming its safety, Fuyu retrieved the other Sharingan, the Manjiki he had seized from Danzo, and placed them together before storing them back in the dimensional scroll. With this completed, he finally let out a sigh of relief. In this manner, he had gathered Uchiha Sharpe's Manjiki, allowing him the opportunity to bestow a new eye upon a loyal clansman at any moment, instantly augmenting their ranks with another possessor of the Manjiki Sharingan. Moreover, the ocular technique, Kodo Amatsukami, was among the most formidable of arts. It was either used sparingly or not at all. Setting aside such thoughts, Fuyu turned his gaze toward Uchiha Itachi, who was gently stroking the head of a crow. He had no intention of breaking his word. Thus, he led Uchiha Itachi out of the underground chamber and seated him on a stool. "Please remain here and do not move. I shall procure 2 oranges, ahem. I will summon Uchiha Inch to assist you with your eye replacement." Fuyu instinctively recited the classic passage from the back shadow, noticing Uchiha Itachi's bewildered expression. He coughed twice and swiftly departed. Fortunately, Uchiha Inju was merely a chunin, lacking even the activation of the 3-tomo Sharingan, and thus was not qualified to partake in today's mission. He had only been summoned to perform a surgical procedure on Itachi's eyes before returning to his duties at Konoha Hospital. If all went well, Uchiha Inju should have finished work and returned home by now. Among the numerous members of the Uchiha clan, even with Fugaku as the clan leader, it was improbable for him to remember the residences of each individual. However, Uchiha Inju was one of the few medical ninjas within the Uchiha clan, so Fugaku had some knowledge of his whereabouts. By delving into Fugaku's memories, Fuyu swiftly located Inju's home address. It was a rather ordinary 2-story detached house, reminiscent of rural Japanese homes from his previous life, constructed primarily of wood. In truth, not only the Uchiha family, but most houses in Konoha were also wooden structures. Of course, the Fugaku residence deviated from this style, embodying the characteristics of a traditional Japanese house. With over 150 square meters of space and more than 200 square meters of land, featuring a quaint Japanese garden and vegetable patch, exuding an antique charm. Not only Fugaku, but several clan elders also resided in traditional houses. At this moment, lights illuminated Uchiha Inju's home, prompting Fuyu to approach and knock on the door. He rapped 3 times, one light knock followed by 2 firm ones. Soon, a voice responded from within. "Coming. Please wait." It was the voice of a middle-aged woman. "Ah, it's the clan leader." Upon seeing the person standing at the door, the woman immediately bowed respectfully. "Yes," Fuyu nodded. "Is Inju at home?" "Yes. I will fetch him right away." The middle-aged woman bowed once more before turning and hastily moving to summon him. Shortly after, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and Uchiha Inju appeared at the entrance. "Clan leader," Uchiha Inju greeted, bowing deeply without uttering another word. Fuyu cast a glance at him and said, "Put on your clothes and accompany me." Uchiha Inasuk felt somewhat uncertain about the purpose of the clan leader's visit, his heart filled with trepidation. Could it be that he had come to settle scores? A sense of worry enveloped him. Fuyu casually reminded, "Go and equip Itachi with the 3-tomo Sharingan. And do remember to bring the necessary tools." Uchiha Aishu exhaled in relief, nodding earnestly before swiftly darting into the house. It wasn't long before he returned, carrying a white suitcase identical to the one from earlier in the day. This time, however, he was not clad in a white lab coat. "Let us proceed." With a casual greeting, Fuyu took the lead. Uchiha Itachi promptly followed closely behind the esteemed clan leader. After walking for a short while, he realized they were not heading towards the clan leader's residence. Although puzzled, he wisely refrained from questioning and silently trailed behind the leader. Soon, the two arrived at the Southi Shrine. The gates of the shrine stood wide open, and Uchiha Itachi immediately spotted Uchiha Itachi sitting upright on a bench. "You may go now." Fuyu waved his hand, signaling Uchiha Aishu to enter and replace Itachi's eyes. Aishu took a few steps inside, glanced back, and noticed the clan leader standing with his arms crossed, showing no intention of entering. He hurried to Itachi's side. Hearing the movement, Itachi slightly raised his head, directing his dark, hollow eye sockets towards the newcomer. "Father?" Aishu observed this scene without any particular emotion. As a medical ninja who had endured the ravages of the Ninja World War, he had witnessed far worse. He spoke softly, "Young master, I am here to replace your eyes." Itachi nodded, his demeanor steady and unchanged. "Thank you, Uncle Aisha." He recognized the voice and understood the man's identity. "Then, please." Aisha surveyed the area, procured a table resembling a traditional Eight Immortals table, and said, "Please lie down on this table." "All right," with Aisha's assistance. Itachi quickly reclined on the table. Aisha opened a white box, donned gloves, and retrieved a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan that the clan leader had given him on the way. Itachi felt something being inserted into his eye sockets. It could have been a fleeting moment or stretched into eternity, until he suddenly heard Uncle Aisha say, "All done." "May I open my eyes now?" Itachi inquired. Aisha quickly indicated that he should not open them yet. "Young master, do you feel any itchiness in your eye sockets?" Itachi, sensing the change, indeed felt a slight itch and replied honestly, "A bit. Please inform me once the itchiness subsides." Itachi patiently awaited the passage of time. And after a while, when the itchiness ceased, he communicated this. "All right, young master, you may open your eyes now." Upon hearing this, Itachi slowly opened his eyes, initially. His vision was somewhat blurred. However, he remained calm, waiting for clarity to return, and eventually, his sight sharpened, revealing the face of Uncle Aisha before him. "Uncle Aisha. Thank you." The new eyes that Itachi had received sparkled with vitality. Aisha observed for a moment and nodded. "You are welcome, young master. It was the clan leader's orders." Aisha discreetly gestured towards the clan leader outside the door. Although he was unsure why Uchiha Fugaku had him remove Itachi's eyes during the day only to replace them now, he had no desire to involve himself in this father-son dynamic. All he wanted was to return home. Itachi nodded and stepped out of the Southi shrine. "Father." Itachi respectfully greeted Fuyu at the entrance. Fuyu, having never had a son in his previous life, was unsure how to interact with this adopted son. He mimicked Uchiha Fugaku's demeanor from his memories, feigning an air of authority as he nodded. He then turned his attention to the somewhat awkward Uchiha Aisha beside him. "Aisha, you have worked hard today. Please go home and rest well." Fuyu issued an eviction order, and Uchiha Enju was eager to return home. He hurriedly expressed that it was no trouble at all, and swiftly departed. "How are your eyes?" Fuyu maintained his imposing demeanor and inquired calmly. It must be said that Uchiha Fugaku exuded a remarkable authority, with his short black hair, square face, expressionless visage, and meticulously defined features, which together imparted an indescribable sense of pressure, stern and unyielding. However, Uchiha Itachi had encountered such presence numerous times and felt no discomfort. He glanced around and replied candidly, "Not bad." Fuyu fell into silence, primarily at a loss for words. Uchiha Itachi, his dutiful son, consistently showed him great respect, and Fuyu felt it inappropriate to be overly stringent with him. "Father, as we previously agreed, I shall take a stroll around the village now," Uchiha Itachi suggested. Breaking the silence, Fuyu understood that he wished to personally verify the truth of his claims, and he did not prevent him from doing so. He merely cautioned, "You may observe, but do not hinder their efforts to apprehend the remnants." Uchiha Itachi fell silent. With his intellect, he could deduce who his father referred to as the remnants. "I understand," he replied. "Very well, you may proceed." Fuyu flicked his arm. After Uchiha Itachi respectfully saluted, he vanished in an instant, reappearing atop a rooftop, bounding away like a nimble flea. As Fuyu watched Itachi's silhouette fade from view, he withdrew his gaze and stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Should he return home, or perhaps not return at all? Uchiha Makoto, being Fugaku's closest confidant, provided ample justification for his absence, but what of the future? Would he persistently evade home? Ultimately, he could not elude the inevitable. Moreover, he might not necessarily reveal any vulnerabilities. Even if he did, it likely would bear no significant consequence, perhaps, or so it seemed. Fuyu strode purposefully towards home. At this hour, it was likely quite late, and the streets were devoid of any passers-by. Fuyu, well acquainted with the path, approached the ancient mansion with measured steps. Finally arriving at the magnificent entrance, the grand doors stood ajar, just as they had during his previous passage, and the lights at the threshold continued to glow warmly. Fuyu took a few glances, realizing it must have been left by Uchiha Makoto. Having made up his mind, Fuyu was not one to dither. After a brief examination, he resolutely stepped inside and closed the door behind him. He adjusted his clothing and flexed his facial muscles, confirming everything was in order before taking a deep breath, crossing the courtyard, and, upon entering the foyer, noticed a slender shadow on the floor. He calmly adhered to local customs, saying, "I am back." "Welcome back, Uchiha Makoto replied gracefully, gliding towards him to gently remove the green vest suitable for a jonin and assist him in shedding his form-fitting combat attire. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Please wait a moment while I heat up some dishes for you. With that, Uchiha Makoto busied herself, pouring him a cup of hot tea before disappearing into the kitchen. As Fuyu settled onto the sofa, he was greeted by the sound of pots being scrubbed in the kitchen. Initially, Fuyu felt little hunger. But upon the reminder from Uchiha Makoto, he realized he was indeed famished, having not partaken in dinner. In the world of Naruto, where mobile phones are absent as a means of entertainment, he found himself idly sitting, leading him to switch on the television. The television, somewhat cumbersome in appearance, resembled a black-and-white set from his previous life prior to 2008, akin to a washing machine perched upon a table. There were merely 2 channels to peruse. The first channel was reminiscent of a central broadcast from his past, detailing the economic conditions of the Land of Fire and other national affairs. The second channel featured 2 individuals engaging in comedic dialogue. At this point, Fuyu understood why Itachi had previously inquired if he was performing a comedic routine. This was the source of the confusion. After a brief period of viewing, his gaze shifted towards the kitchen, where a striking figure emerged, carrying a steaming bowl. She had her long, raven hair simply tied into a ponytail, flowing like a silky ribbon of black satin, and donned a pink halter-neck apron. This apron, secured by a strap around the neck and tied at the waist, adeptly protected both her bosom and back. Even in such a simple garment, her elegance was undeniable. Her curves were reminiscent of nature's finest sculptures, a perfect blend of voluptuousness and slenderness that evoked admiration for her beauty. Her unadorned visage rivaled that of top celebrities from his former life. Her eyebrows were slender and arched like willow leaves, her gaze gentle, and every movement exuded grace and poise. This was Uchiha Makoto, wife of Fugaku. No. She would henceforth be my wife. Fuyu gazed intently at Uchiha Makoto, contemplating in silence. Let's eat, she said. Uchiha Makoto, noticing her husband's unwavering gaze upon her, felt no surprise. At her age, she had long surpassed the phase of shyness. She merely smiled and urged him to hasten his meal. Fuyu lowered his gaze to behold a classic bowl of Japanese curry rice, accompanied by 2 additional bowls, one filled with braised ribs and onions, and the other containing miso soup adorned with a sprinkling of scallions. His attention was swiftly captivated by the bowl of braised ribs, featuring an entire, uncut onion. The fragrance wafted playfully, teasingly infiltrating his senses. After taking a bite, Fuyu's eyes sparkled with delight. The flavor was exquisite and utterly delicious. Before long, he had completely devoured the generous bowl of curry rice, polished off the ribs, and left only a bitten onion behind, while savoring every last drop of the miso soup. Fuyu, having feasted to his heart's content, displayed a look of satisfaction. There is still curry rice left. Shall I serve you some more? At that moment, Uchiha Makoto, who had remained silent throughout his meal, knelt on the tatami mat, gazing at him with gentle eyes, and replied, No need, I am full. Fuyu waved his hand. Makoto Uchiha then rose to clear the dishes from the table. Soon, Makoto Uchiha emerged from the kitchen, this time having removed her apron. With graceful steps, she approached Fuyu from behind. In the next moment, Fuyu felt Makoto Uchiha's hand gently resting on his shoulder, providing a soothing massage. Fuyu, aware that Uchiha Makoto would undoubtedly inquire about his activities that day, closed his eyes and reveled in her soothing massage, mentally preparing his words in anticipation of her question. To his astonishment, however, Uchiha Makoto remained silent. As he shut his eyes, memories of his time with Makoto flickered through his mind, and he felt a sense of relief. Indeed, she was a tender, extraordinary woman. With her not initiating the conversation, he took the initiative to speak. Today, I led our clan in a coup. Noticing Makoto's silence, he continued, everything went smoothly. By tomorrow evening, the village will bear the Uchiha name, and I shall assume the position of the 5th Hokage. He added reassuringly, You need not worry about the strained relations between the village and the Uchiha. They will only improve from here on. You have endured much, Fuyu. Makoto listened quietly. Although her husband spoke with such ease at that moment, she understood the complexities and challenges he faced. The Nine Tails incident, the scrutiny and oppression of their clan, Sasuke's birth, Itachi's growth, the turmoil within the clan, and the village's attitude. Years of turmoil had left Uchiha Fugaku increasingly haggard under the weight of his burdens. As clan leader, he was required to embody a demeanor of stern authority, and over time, his smiles had become a rarity. As his confidant, she observed all of this in silence. Uchiha Makoto gently massaged his temples, offering her unwavering support with a warm and compassionate heart. Fuyu was on the verge of slumber. Has Sasuke fallen asleep? After a brief moment of silence, Fuyu suddenly recalled that besides the elder son, Uchiha Itachi, there was also the younger son, Sasuke. He had just drifted off. And upon getting into bed, he mentioned wanting to wait for his brother's return. Uchiha Makoto gently whispered, "There is no need to wait for him. He will return quite late." Fuyu's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he spoke. "All right." Uchiha Makoto nodded slightly. "Let's take a break. It has been a long day." Fuyu glanced at the time. It was precisely 11 o'clock in the evening. Uchiha Makoto concluded the massage, rising swiftly like a gust of wind to prepare the bathwater and the clothes he would wear. Fuyu displayed a look of contentment. What more could a husband desire than a wife like this? Yet, his dissatisfaction with Itachi deepened. This unfilial son. Had he not traversed into Fugaku's body, according to the unfolding narrative, wouldn't Makoto Uchiha have been driven to suicide by this rebellious child tonight? Goodness. How fortunate he was to have crossed over. This lad had been excessively influenced by Sarutobi Hiruzen's flattery. He needed to devise a remedy for him. Lest he be ensnared by Kagaya's machinations, it would cause great trouble. "Fugaku, it's time for your bath," came Makoto Uchiha's gentle voice. "Coming." Fuyu shook his head, casting aside the trivial thoughts, and rose to make his way to the bathroom. After enjoying a refreshing shower, he emerged and took a sip of water from the cup on the table. Only then did he ascend the stairs, pushing open the bedroom door to find Uchiha Makoto seated on the edge of the bed in her loose-fitting nightgown, patiently awaiting his arrival. Fuyu felt a sense of heat enveloping his body, and, almost instinctively, he locked the door. "Fuyu, you may depart in peace. I shall take care of your wife and children." Fuyu silently contemplated as he approached Uchiha Makoto, and then several tens of thousands of words were omitted. The following day, Fuyu awakened from his slumber, only to find that the enchanting figure beside him had vanished. The curtains were neatly tied back, allowing the morning sunlight to pour in, illuminating the entire room with its brilliant rays. After lingering in bed for a while, he remembered that there were matters to attend to in the village that day, prompting him to rise and descend the stairs. As he made his way down, Uchiha Makoto emerged from the kitchen, gracefully carrying a bowl of fragrant noodles. Noticing Fuyu's descent, she greeted him. "You're awake. I was just about to call you." She urged him to freshen up and have breakfast. Uchiha Makoto's complexion glowed with a rosy hue, a testament to the previous night's tender affections, leaving Fuyu somewhat captivated. Sensing her husband's ardent gaze, Uchiha Makoto recalled the peculiar postures he had assumed the night before, causing her to feel a bit unsteady. Playfully, she tapped his arm and chided, "Hurry and wash up. It's time to eat." Fuyu shrugged and walked towards the bathroom, where he observed his 7-year-old son, Sasuke, kneeling at the table, watching television while eating noodles. At that moment, Sasuke noticed him and greeted him with a hint of timidity. "Father." Uchiha Fugaku had always worn a stern expression around his younger son, rarely offering any praise. Thus, Fuyu was not surprised by Sasuke's slight apprehension. It was, after all, a typical dynamic he recalled from their time together. Fuyu nodded without saying a word. As he stepped into the bathroom, he heard the urging voice of Uchiha Makoto. "Sasuke, don't be so distracted. Eat your meal properly and refrain from watching television." I'm eating, he replied. "Aren't you worried about being late for school?" "Kasan." "What time is it?" Upon hearing Makoto mention that it was 8:30, Sasuke hurriedly lowered his head to eat faster. Their current residence was not in close proximity to the bustling center of Konoha, and it would take him over 20 minutes to walk to school. By the time Fuyu finished washing up and emerged, Sasuke was already prepared to leave with his backpack. "I'm heading out," Sasuke exclaimed as he rushed out the door. "Have a safe journey, and don't return too late." Uchiha Makoto called after him, watching his figure disappear around the corner before closing the door behind her. Today's breakfast consisted of udon noodles topped with crispy pork cutlet, a soft-boiled egg, and scallions. The dish was visually appealing and aromatic, arousing one's appetite irresistibly. Noticing that Fugaku was about to dig in without uttering a word, Makoto quickly interjected, "Fugaku, have you forgotten something?" Fuyu felt somewhat bewildered but quickly regained his composure. Smiling and placing his hands together, "I shall partake. The people of Neon have this custom," and he nearly forgot it. After finishing his breakfast, Fuyu promptly stepped outside. He was still unaware of the events that transpired the previous night, and they had arranged a meeting at the Hokage building this morning. Just as he was about to leave the clan grounds, he spotted Uchiha Hakadai hurrying towards him, a look of delight illuminating his face upon seeing Fuyu. "Esteemed clan leader, Uchiha Hakadai, like Uchiha Daowa, was a loyal subordinate of the late Fugaku. What had transpired last night? Fuyue inquired, ready to report to you. Uchiha Hakadai smiled faintly and replied with a serious tone. Following last night's apprehension, all remnants have been captured. However, the prison cells in Konoha have reached their capacity, and many have been relocated to the security building for detention. As he spoke, he suddenly bowed, expressing sincere apologies to the clan leader for taking the liberty of detaining individuals in the security building without prior consent. Fuyue waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. He regarded the matter as trivial and was unconcerned. Initially, he had anticipated that a few mice might escape from Konoha, yet to his surprise, they had all been captured. It seems that although Konoha is weakened, a dying camel is larger than a horse. The collective strength of Konoha, when mobilized, remains formidable. Where is the elder? He inquired. The elder is with Nara clan leader and the others in the Hokage building. I was sent to summon you to oversee matters. Let us proceed. Since the elder and Nara Shikaku had been working late into the night without rest, Fuyue ensured they would not be kept waiting long. He and Uchiha Hakadai hastened their pace, swiftly arriving at the Hokage building. Following last night's thorough cleaning, the streets outside the Hokage building were pristine, devoid of any trace of blood. Upon entering the hall, the atmosphere was equally refreshed. Lord Clan Leader, they are in the conference room on the first floor. Uchiha Hakadai reminded him as they approached the door of the meeting room, which stood slightly ajar. Fuyue raised his hand and knocked on the door 3 times. Without waiting for a response from within, he boldly pushed the door open. Inside the conference room, the 3 elders, Uchiha Shirhu, Uchiha Shana, and others, were seated on the left side. Beside them sat young Longma, who had pledged his allegiance to Fuyue the previous night. Meanwhile, the clan leaders, including Nara Shikaku and Hyuga Hizashi, occupied the right side, with the main seat conspicuously vacant, reserved for him. Fuyue glanced at the distinct distribution and assertively took his seat at the head of the table. Uchiha Hakadai then exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. Fuyue first cast a glance at the crowd, noticing their weary expressions, yet their eyes sparkled with brightness. Thank you all for your hard work, Fuyue remarked. It is not arduous. Konoha is our home, and we must cherish it. We shall eradicate any nefarious individuals with unwavering resolve. Nara Shikaku responded with a smile, and the other clan leaders echoed his sentiments. They had long since embarked upon the treacherous path laid out by Uchiha Fugaku, having already committed themselves to the cause, and were on the cusp of reaping the rewards. Thus, they had no desire to create discord at this juncture. Indeed, Fuyue nodded, clearing his throat. Let us proceed as previously agreed. I shall assume the role of the 5th Hokage, with Nara Shikaku serving as my advisor, Hyuga Hayashi as the Hokage's consultant, and Uchiha Shisui also taking on the role of consultant. Furthermore, the position of Hokage's assistant shall not overlap with that of the root leader, which will be entrusted to Yamanaka Ryama. Fuyue, with unwavering patience, reiterated his points, while the others listened attentively, exhibiting no sign of impatience. In addition to these 4 pivotal positions, to placate the rest, Fuyue graciously relinquished some vacant roles, promoting those who deserved advancement and bestowing rewards where appropriate. Following the extensive arrest of the previous night, numerous positions within Konoha had become available. Naturally, the roles within the Hokage's Umbu remained untouched. He resolved to appoint Kakashi as the captain of the direct Umbu unit. He also chose not to allow other clans to diminish the unit's reputation, opting instead to fill all positions with his own Uchiha clan members. The Umbu, which had previously pledged loyalty to Sarutobi Hiruzen, were apprehended by Kakashi and his team. Those with tenuous connections were released on the spot, while those more closely affiliated were detained for further questioning. An hour passed, and discussions had nearly concluded. The atmosphere among the attendees was remarkably convivial, filled with joy. Shall I select an auspicious day for the ceremony of your ascension as the 5th Hokage? To announce your appointment to the village? Nara Shikaku inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Fuyue waved his hand dismissively and said, No need. I believe the day after tomorrow will suffice. Let us hold the coronation ceremony then. This matter should not be delayed. Nara Shikahisa nodded in agreement but soon raised another point. Lord Fugaku, according to previous regulations, the position of Hokage requires recognition from the Land of Fire. What do you think? His implication was that 3 days might be too hasty, as sending someone from Konohagakure to the Land of Fire and back would take more than 3 days. Fuyue was aware of this regulation, which was established by the first Hokage, Senja Hashirama, in conjunction with the royal family of the Fire Nation, instituting a one-village, one-country system. The appointment of a Hokage necessitated the approval of the daimyo. He regarded this with disdain. How could a formidable armed organization require the consent of the feeble royal family of the Fire Nation merely to change its leader? Was this not absurd? He intended to alter this situation, though not at this moment, as he was on the verge of becoming the fifth Hokage and had numerous matters within the village to address. A simple notification to the Fire Nation would suffice. The appointment of a Hokage was not subject to the whims of the daimyo. Fuyu asserted his conclusion on the matter with great authority, and a flicker of admiration passed through Nara Shikaka's eyes. Given his own intelligence, he shared the same sentiment. The system of one village, one nation established by the first Hokage was perhaps suitable at the inception of Konohagakure, yet it has become outdated in the present day. Sarutobi Hiruzen's refusal to allow him entry into the upper echelons of Konoha did not compel him to offer strategic counsel. He found it far more appealing to remain aloof and unburdened. Why should he actively seek out complications for himself? However, with Fugaku ascending to the position of fifth Hokage, he felt the need to observe how matters would unfold. Whether to remain passive or engage earnestly in his duties would depend on Fugaku's performance. I understand, Nara Shikaka nodded, indicating his commitment to ensuring the success of the grand ceremony. Well then, this matter is entrusted to you, Hokage's assistant. Fuyu spoke with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Very well, Lord Fifth. Nara Shikaku revealed a genuine smile, his heart swelling with pride. The role of Hokage's advisor was indeed a high honor for the Nara clan, a testament to their ancestors' blessings. Who would have imagined that he would one day ascend to such a position, one that stood above all but one? The thought filled him with satisfaction. The more he pondered, the more pleased he became, reminiscent of a mother-in-law gazing fondly at her new son-in-law. In truth, from this moment forth, Fuyu had already become the fifth Hokage, with the appointments of others commencing simultaneously, leading up to the Hokage succession ceremony in 3 days. This ceremony was merely a formality, an announcement to the unsuspecting villagers of Konoha and the world at large. May our ancestors bless us. I, Hyuga Hayashi, have also become an advisor to the Hokage, he thought, his expression solemn yet his heart brimming with joy. As the second largest clan in Konoha, beneath the Uchiha, the Hyuga clan had always maintained a low profile under his leadership, rarely seeking the limelight and refraining from voicing dissent on significant decisions. His approach was simple. If the Hokage favored him, he would raise his hand. If not, he would shake his head. This was the reason behind the previous tensions between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, while the Hyuga remained composed and observant. However, the situation had changed. This rare opportunity had arisen, and he could not recall the last time the Hyuga clan had taken action. Reflecting on the previous raucous behavior of the Shimura clan, he felt a twinge of indignation. It appeared that the Hyuga had remained silent for too long. It was time for their voices to be heard. Becoming the Hokage's advisor was an extraordinary opportunity. The Hyuga clan must rise. Hyuga Hayashi pondered gravely. All right, let us conclude our discussions here. Everyone is weary. It is time to rest. Fuyu rose to his feet and, accompanied by the 3 elders of the Uchiha clan, escorted the clan leaders out of the Hokage building. He then proceeded directly to the 3rd floor, to the Hokage's office. A diligent member of the clan, bearing the 3 tomos symbol, stood guard at the office entrance. Upon seeing the clan leader and the 3 elders arrive, he promptly greeted them. Esteemed clan leader, 1st elder, 2nd elder, 3rd elder, thank you for your hard work. Fuyu gently patted his shoulder in encouragement before entering the Hokage's office, igniting a wave of excitement among the Uchiha clan members. He had always been part of the hawkish faction advocating for a coup within the clan, and now, with the clan leader's successful leadership, his loyalty to the leader was unwavering. During the meeting, Uchiha Sihu learned that he would continue to serve as the left advisor. The Hokage advisors are divided into left and right, each with distinct and complex responsibilities. At that moment, his aged face radiated with joy, completely masking the fatigue of a sleepless night. All right, Sihu, you're about to drool, remarked the 2nd elder, Uchiha Shana, with a hint of envy. Though he appeared frail, he was a formidable elite jonin with the Sharingan's 3 tomo activated and was one of the leaders of the hawkish faction. Both he and Uchiha Sihu belonged to the same era, yet Shana harbored a different perspective. He inherited Madara's will and held a deep-seated resentment towards the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobarama, regarding his policies governing the Uchiha clan. He yearned to reclaim sovereignty from the Senju clan and was a staunch advocate of the hawkish ideology. Eventually, his incitement of rebellion among the Uchiha was detected by the 2nd Hokage. He was captured by the Umbu sent by Tobarama and subsequently imprisoned for a decade. Had Tobarama not passed away, he might have remained incarcerated for life. Upon his release, it was under the administration of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his ambitions remained unquenched. He gathered like-minded Uchiha supporters, opposing Uchiha Sihu, who had risen as the leader of the dovish faction. Witnessing Uchiha Sihu, the head of the dovish faction, appointed as a Hokage advisor by Uchiha Fugaku, Shana could hardly contain his envy. Seeing Sihu exude unrestrained joy, he finally couldn't resist the urge to mock him. Indifferent to the bitter elder's jibes, Uchiha Sihu confidently addressed Uchiha Fugaku, stating, "Fugaku, no, fifth Hokage, rest assured, I shall fulfill my duties as an advisor diligently, living up to your trust." Fuyu settled into the position once held by the Hokage, nodding with a cheerful demeanor as he began to sift through the mountain of documents on the table. He cast aside the less significant papers, focusing solely on the matters of greater import. However, at present, there was nothing particularly crucial. Within a mere 10 minutes, he had perused the entire stack. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Where had Itachi gone? He tossed the documents aside, recalling this unfilial son with curiosity. Uchiha Shursui paused momentarily, pondering whether Itachi had instructed him to seal his chakra, or if he had slipped out of the house once more. At that moment, the elder Uchiha Kagami responded. "Clan leader, Itachi returned home this morning. Did you not see him?" Returned home? Fuyu was taken aback. He had not seen Uchiha Itachi before leaving home that morning. Of course, it was also possible that the young man was still slumbering in his room, having spent the entire night awake. Fuyu was not overly concerned. He nodded slightly, tapped the table, and instructed, "Elder San, I entrust you with the matter of disbanding the guard unit. Inquire among our clansmen who wishes to join the Umbu, and have them register with you. I require the list by noon tomorrow." "Understood, clan leader," Uchiha Madara responded respectfully. "Very well, you may return to your tasks." Fuyu waved his hand, signaling them to leave. The three elders bowed respectfully before exiting the room, with Uchiha Shana carefully closing the door behind him. Fuyu withdrew his gaze. In the annals of his memory, the attitudes of the hawkish leaders towards him, the clan head, had always been rather disdainful and commanding. This was precisely why, after much deliberation, he opted to appoint Uchiha Shi as the Hokage's advisor instead of Uchiha Shinai or Uchiha Masato. However, following the decisive coup they executed yesterday, which met with success, the demeanor of both Elder Uchiha Shinai and Elder Uchiha Masato towards him underwent a remarkable transformation. He was not taken aback. The Uchiha clan had always adhered to the principle that strength prevails. An age-old saying within the clan states, "The strong ascend, while the weak descend." Uchiha Fuyu, by nature, was not a weakling. Endowed with exceptional talent from a young age, he was regarded as a prodigy among his peers. He had also carved out a formidable reputation during the Great Ninja Wars, earning the moniker Dreadful Eyes Fuyu from his adversaries. His ascendancy to the position of clan head was not a matter of favoritism, but rather a testament to his prowess. How could one maintain authority among a congregation of zealots without strength? The earlier lack of respect he received from a small faction of the Uchiha, including the two elders, stemmed from his perceived inactivity in recent years. Whether it was the Night of the Nine Tails when he was thwarted by Danzo or the forced relocation of their clan, both circumstances had severely undermined his standing. Yet, after yesterday's display of strength, all previous doubts about him vanished without a trace. This is the respect that naturally follows a demonstration of power. In the Uchiha clan, the strong ascend, while the weak descend. Why did Madara leave without any clan members following him? Was it not because Hashirama surpassed him in strength? Of course, there were other factors at play as well. In any case, a series of knocks interrupted Fuyu's contemplation. "Come in." A Uchiha clansman with black hair and eyes entered, carrying a tray with both hands. "What is this?" Fuyu inquired with curiosity. The Uchiha clan member elucidated. It was sent by the Hokage's assistant, stating that it was the ceremonial robe and hat prepared for you by the 5th Hokage. Fuyu displayed a keen interest as she reached out to take a look. The Hokage's ceremonial robe is a privilege reserved for the ninja who attain the rank of Hokage in the Hidden Leaf Village. Each generation's Hokage robe is fundamentally similar, meticulously crafted by artisans dedicated to creating these ceremonial garments. The primary color is white, adorned with a hem of crimson flames, and the back is inscribed with the red characters of the nth Hokage. This particular robe bears striking resemblance to that of the 4th Hokage, with the sole distinction being the numeral 5 replacing the 4. Narashikako has certainly put in thoughtful consideration. Fuyu chuckled lightly, appreciating the presence of a clever individual. He had completely forgotten about the existence of the divine robe. A gust of wind swept into the room. Fuyu caught a glimpse of silver, and he instinctively knew that Kakashi had arrived. "Please convey my gratitude to clan leader Nara. You may leave now." "Yes." The Uchiha clansman respectfully exited the room. "Kakashi, Have you received the letter of appointment? Fuyu smiled as she hung the brand-new 5th-generation ceremonial robe on the solid wooden coat rack near the table. Before returning to her seat, Kakashi initially cast a glance at the pristine ceremonial robe, then turned to Fuyu, who wore a subtle smile, and inquired, "You have received it. When will you fulfill the promise you made to me?" "In 3 days, the Hokage succession ceremony will take place, and during that event, I shall vindicate your father. He is a hero of Konoha, having accomplished S-rank missions 27 times, A-rank missions 123 times, and numerous B-rank tasks. He made significant contributions to Konoha during the Second Ninja World War, and he deserves to be remembered, not forgotten by the villagers." Kakashi gazed deeply at Fuyu, feeling a slight stirring in his heart. As a member of the Uchiha clan, how could she possess such profound understanding of her father? "Thank you. I have indeed received the appointment letter, and I will assume my duties promptly," Kakashi replied, his expression remaining stoic. "There is no need to rush. You likely did not sleep well last night. Please return and rest well." Fuyu smiled as he spoke. Kakashi did not decline, nodding before departing through the window. After witnessing Kakashi's exit, Fuyu's gaze flickered with contemplation. He pondered whether he should now relinquish the Kamui Manjiki Sharingan possessed by Kakashi. Should he do so? Obito's pair of Manjiki would be complete, thereby granting them the ability to summon 2 formidable shinobi at a moment's notice. Even someone like Kakashi, devoid of Uchiha blood, could wield the Manjiki to execute ocular techniques. One can only imagine the prowess of those belonging to the Uchiha clan. Yet, there was no rush. He had only just succeeded in winning Kakashi's loyalty. Pressing him to surrender the Manjiki too hastily might breed discontent. After all, that I was entrusted to him by his dear friend on the brink of death. It was reasonable for Kakashi to refuse. However, with Obito now deceased, the urgency diminished. At present, he faced no significant threats and did not require high-tier combat power. He was sufficient to handle matters alone, unless, of course, Nagato allied with the Akatsuki to confront him. He chuckled to himself. Speaking of the Akatsuki at this juncture, who were its members? Were there any who remained unaccounted for? Perhaps he could seize an opportunity. Fuyu supported his head with both hands, furrowing his brow in deep recollection. It was expected that Itachi would defect from Konoha to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization under the arrangements of Hiruzen Sarutobi after the massacre last night. Furthermore, Kisame was to join after Itachi, which implies that at this moment, Kisame should still be in the village hidden in the mist. Kisame was deceived by Obito Uchiha, who disguised himself as Madara Uchiha through the Moon Eye plan. However, it remains uncertain whether Obito had made contact with Kisame. Fuyu fell into deep contemplation. If circumstances permitted, he would indeed be inclined to entice this tailless beast into Konoha. Although it exuded a fearsome exterior, it was, in truth, an excellent subordinate. Once it acknowledged an individual, it would exhibit profound care, respect, and unwavering obedience. Even in the face of grievances, it would steadfastly carry out its duties. This was precisely the dynamic he shared with Itachi. The final scenes of his animation, where he resolutely bit his tongue to safeguard the secret of Uchiha Madara, attest to his loyalty. Fuyu had a penchant for such individuals. Perhaps he could send someone to the land of water to see if they might be able to coax Kisame back. However, Fuyu suddenly struck the table as a thought crossed his mind. Uchiha Obito had been eliminated by him, which meant that the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, who had long been under Obito's control, was now free. However, whether he was free or not mattered little to Fuyu. The Mist Village had been thrown into chaos by Obito, with funds funneled to the Akatsuki organization. It was evident that the village's finances were in dire straits, likely in deficit. Even if Yagura had managed to break free from Obito's influence due to Fuyu's actions, he would still be powerless in the face of such a catastrophic situation. It was highly probable that Yagura would, much like in the original narrative, succumb to his guilt and take his own life, thereby relinquishing the position of Mizukage to the beautiful Terumi Mei. Fuyu shook his head, lamenting the fate of his Kisame. Now that Kurama Shikigami had awakened, sending someone to the hidden mist village would undoubtedly be imprudent. After all, Kurama Shikigami was the epitome of a perfect Jinchuriki. Should he be discovered, the life of the person sent to retrieve him would be in grave jeopardy. Unless he were to embark on the journey personally, it would be unwise. However, to have Fuyu travel such a distance solely for Kisame was out of the question. He shook his head once more, apologizing to Kisame, for his interest was not yet so profound. He did not deem it essential to pursue him. Fuyu, having recently traversed into this new realm, still retained the recollection of most events from his past 2 days. In haste, he retrieved a notebook from the drawer and began to sketch and jot down notes. He intended to record significant occurrences from the world of Naruto. both advantageous and disadvantageous to himself, ensuring that he could revisit these memories in the future. The choice of using pinyin over Chinese characters was a deliberate one, aimed at maintaining confidentiality. After all, certain characters in Japanese bear resemblance to their Chinese counterparts, rooted as they are in the rich tapestry of Chinese script, which served as the foundation for the creation of kanji by the Japanese. By utilizing pinyin, he safeguarded his notes from easy deciphering, even should they fall into the hands of others. With unwavering confidence in the profundity of Chinese characters, Fu dedicated an entire afternoon to inscribing his thoughts. When he finally emerged from his reverie, he noticed that dusk had begun to envelop the world outside. He hastily set down his pen, flipping through the pages of his notebook, which were now filled with 6 or 7 pages of dense writing. A sigh of relief escaped him, as a sense of tranquility settled within. Fuyu, filled with delight, carefully tucked the notebook into his portable storage scroll, securing it closely to his person. This scroll was indeed remarkable. It not only contained 3 kaleidoscopic Sharingan but also held crucial future events in the ninja world. If a fellow traveler from another realm were to obtain it, it would undoubtedly grant them an extraordinary advantage from the outset. However, such a scenario seemed unlikely. With my presence as a time traveler, it was improbable that additional travelers would emerge. If so, I would be compelled to take drastic measures. After all, an increase in those familiar with the plot could lead to utter chaos. An encounter among compatriots from another world is seldom a tearful reunion. Rather, it is more likely to result in a treacherous betrayal. Fu chuckled to himself as he pondered over these jumbled thoughts. His stomach rumbled, a gentle reminder that he had yet to partake in dinner. Fu rose and gazed out at the scenery beyond the window, stretching his limbs before stepping out of the Hokage's office. Today, the Uchiha clansman remained steadfastly stationed at the entrance. Fu gently patted him on the shoulder, inquiring, "Have you had your meal?" The young man, bearing the 3 Tomo Sharingan, responded with excitement. "Not yet, esteemed clan leader." "Oh no, Hokage-sama." Fu chuckled. "Very well. You have performed admirably. You may leave for the day." "Yes, Hokage-sama." The astute Uchiha clan member eagerly followed Fu down the stairs. With no one seeking his assistance throughout the afternoon, it was evident that there were no pressing matters requiring his intervention. Thus, Fu decisively made his way to the Uchiha district, ready to return home. This first day on the job had indeed been quite leisurely. Fu strolled leisurely, a cheerful smile gracing his face. As he passed by a ramen shop, he hesitated, coming to a stop. It was rather late, surely. Makoto and the others must have already dined. Should I indulge in a bowl of ramen before heading back? Alas, it would be quite troublesome without a phone to contact them. Fu was plagued by a headache. The technological advancements in the world of Naruto seemed rather absurd. With televisions and refrigerators already in existence, why had they not developed mobile phones? Such devices would undoubtedly facilitate communication, allowing people to connect even from 1,000 miles away. Fu made a silent resolution within his heart. He was determined to delve into the realm of technology in the future. While he did not aspire to build a spacecraft for interstellar travel, he was keen on developing some fundamental technologies for everyday use. This task should not pose significant challenges for the scientists of the Fire Nation. After all, they had already achieved the invention of television. So creating something like a mobile phone should not be overly difficult. With ample financial investment, it should, in theory, be quite feasible. Farewell, my dear uncle. As Fu stood hesitantly at the entrance of the ramen shop, a voice, youthful yet brimming with vitality, rang out. Suddenly, a small figure darted forth and collided with Fuyu's legs, falling with a thud onto the steps. Fu surveyed the yellow-haired boy seated on the steps, one hand rubbing his rear and the other massaging his forehead, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. To his astonishment, he had encountered this lad, Naruto. Sensing the man's scrutinizing gaze, Naruto scrambled to his feet, his words tumbling out in a disjointed flurry of apologies. Anxiety flashing in his eyes. Was he about to be struck again? He feared that this ninja, whose face he scarcely recognized, might berate him like the villagers, calling him a demon fox and punishing him indiscriminately for having collided with another due to his lack of attention. However, the anticipated scolding or beating did not materialize. "Little one, your name is Naruto, is it not? Uzumaki Naruto?" The boy, startled, lifted his gaze to meet the ninja's. "How do you know my name, sir?" His heart raced with excitement. Could it be that his name had spread throughout the village, even reaching the ears of the ninjas? Observing Naruto's burgeoning enthusiasm, Fu chuckled warmly. "Because I am a friend of your father, and my wife is a close sister to your mother." "Really?" Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. "Do you know my mom and dad?" Since he could remember, he had never laid eyes on his parents, and over time, he had grown accustomed to living alone. "Of course I do. Did I not just mention that I am a friend of your father's? Come, let us go home. Your aunt is eager to meet you as well. Fuyu was also swept by a sudden whim. In his previous life, he had harbored a profound admiration for Naruto. Otherwise, he would not have watched every single episode of Naruto without skipping a beat. These past few days had been overwhelmingly busy, and he had momentarily neglected Naruto. Now that they had encountered each other, he was inclined to take Naruto home to nurture him, being still in his youth. Naruto's sense of right and wrong could be carefully cultivated and corrected. To be frank, Naruto's tendency to resort to verbal jabs at the slightest disagreement, alongside his inclination to forgive adversaries on behalf of others, was not something Fuyu appreciated. For instance, Obito had not only caused the demise of Naruto's parents but had also killed his dear friend, while Pain had been responsible for the death of Naruto's mentor, Jiraiya. Yet, in the face of these individuals, Naruto chose forgiveness. One ought to repay enmity with enmity and kindness with kindness, rather than easily granting absolution. Having fortuitously traversed into the world of Naruto and ascended to the position of the fifth Hokage, it was imperative that Naruto's character be rectified. Moreover, Fuyu was indignant at the injustice Naruto had endured. Despite being a hero, he was subjected to such unfair treatment. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, truly was neglectful of his responsibilities. Had Minato Namikaze still been alive, he might have regretted the decision to seal half of the Nine Tails within Naruto. It was highly likely that Kushina Izumaki would have resorted to violence, given her fiery temperament. Additionally, another factor was that Hiruzen had been killed by him, and most of his elite Umbu had been captured by Kakashi and his team. With no one left to surveil Naruto, arrangements needed to be swiftly made, especially considering Naruto's status as the host of the Nine Tails. Subconsciously, Naruto grasped Fuyu's outstretched hand, but after taking a couple of steps, he suddenly halted. Fuyu, perplexed, looked down to see Naruto staring in astonishment for a few seconds before he realized what was happening. Trembling with fear, Naruto pointed at himself and exclaimed, "Uncle, you aren't a human trafficker, are you?" Fuyu shook his head in exasperation, exclaiming, "Uncle is not a human trafficker. Just take a look at me." Fuyu slightly bent down and pointed to the forehead protector adorned with the symbol of the Hidden Leaf Village, asserting that the uncle was a ninja from the village. And how could he possibly be a child trafficker? Naruto mumbled, "But the traffickers on television always abduct children in that manner. Have you ever encountered a trafficker wearing a hidden leaf forehead protector?" Fuyu inquired. Naruto shook his head. "Well, no, I haven't." Noticing Naruto's lingering reluctance, Fuyu decided to unveil a compelling revelation. "Naruto, don't you wish to know who your parents are? They are the heroes who protected the Hidden Leaf Village." Fuyu spoke with gentle persuasion. Naruto hesitated for a moment, murmuring the word hero. He then resolutely nodded, saying, "I want to know." Everyone else had parents, so why was he the only one without? He had long envied others, yearning to discover the identities of his parents. He had even asked the Hokage, but the Hokage admitted he didn't know. Suddenly, someone was telling him they knew who his parents were, and that they were heroes who had protected Konoha. This piqued his curiosity immensely. He was restless, eager to learn the truth. "Then let's go home with Uncle, and he will tell you everything." "Well, okay," Naruto replied decisively. Although this uncle did not seem like a good person, an instinct within him assured him that this man would not cause him harm. The plan shifted unexpectedly. Fuyu decided against eating noodles, leading Naruto through the streets, past a small grove, and ultimately arriving at the Uchiha clan's territory, standing before the Grand Gate. "We have arrived, come inside." Fuyu noticed Naruto's reluctance and softly spoke. Naruto, feeling a twinge of fear, looked up and asked, "Uncle, you truly are not a human trafficker, are you? This is the first time I have discovered such a remote area in the village. And we had to traverse that rather frightening little forest." Fuyu's forehead creased with several dark lines. Naruto's words intensified his resolve to relocate the Uchiha clan back to their homeland. Indeed, he would bring it up in tomorrow's meeting. It was time to hasten their move. To relocate. "Come, we have arrived. Let us proceed." Fuyu gently nudged Naruto. With no other choice, Naruto bravely steeled himself and walked in, traversing through a courtyard, where he beheld the warm glow of lights emanating from within the inner room. Fuyu pushed the door open and glanced around the entrance, not seeing Mikoto. So he called out, "Mikoto, I'm back." The sound of footsteps echoed from the ceiling, heralding her arrival before she appeared. "Welcome back." Uchiha Mikoto descended the stairs and spotted her husband bending down to change his shoes. Beside him stood a small, thin little beggar. Mikoto instantly recognized the identity of the little beggar. Surprise flickering in her eyes as she turned to Fuyu, her gaze seemingly questioning, Didn't we agree not to have any contact with Naruto? How could you bring him back? Upon seeing her husband wink at her, realization dawned on Makoto. Indeed, the Hokage who issued that command was now deceased. Her husband was the Hokage now. After a moment of hesitation, she approached him warmly, gently crouching down to pat Naruto's little head. Hello, Naruto. I am a good friend of your mother. You can call me Aunt Makoto. Naruto slightly parted his lips, a look of disbelief crossing his face. Aside from Grandpa Hokage, he had never felt warmth from anyone else. This beautiful big sister is so kind, he thought. Are you really my mother's friend? Yes, indeed, she replied. Do you know where my mother is? As he spoke, Naruto looked at Fuyu beside him. Uncle, didn't you say that you would tell me when I came? Can you tell me now? Fuyu exchanged a glance with Makoto, and just as he was about to utter the names of Namikaze Minato and Kai by Naruto, he suddenly saw Naruto, astonished, pointing ahead and stammering, Sasuke, what are you doing here? Naruto exclaimed. Sasuke, who had just emerged from the restroom, wore a look of surprise, but swiftly restored his aloof demeanor. With his hands, which had been adjusting his pants, now crossed over his chest, he retorted, You fool, this is my home. I should be asking you why you're here. You idiot. Naruto dashed up to Sasuke, chattering away. Sasuke's unexpected appearance had completely captivated Naruto's attention. With a twinkle in his eyes, Fuyu seemed to embody the essence of both Indra and Ashura's chakra reincarnation. The timing of their mutual attraction was truly splendid. Seizing this opportunity, Fuyu conveyed to Makoto his intention to bring Naruto back for adoption at the threshold. Makoto raised both hands in agreement. She shared a close friendship with Kushina, and witnessing the demise of her dear friend's couple while protecting Konoha from the Nine-Tailed Seal had long troubled her. Their offspring, however, endured disdain and judgment within the village, living like a little beggar, which she could no longer bear. Yet, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had previously warned the Uchiha clan to keep their distance from Naruto, leaving her powerless in the face of such authority. Pragmatically speaking, she couldn't risk the annihilation of the Uchiha clan merely to care for her friend's son. She had yet to cultivate such magnanimity. However, the circumstances had changed. The third Hokage was deceased, and her husband was now the fifth Hokage of Konoha. She could now openly care for Kushina's child, Naruto. Makoto glanced at Naruto, who was playfully bickering with her son Sasuke, and a gentle smile crept upon her lips, for the two children appeared to resemble true brothers. Fuyu's forehead was adorned with a question mark, one with black hair, another with blonde, and both sporting a couple of little mustaches. How do you deduce that Sasuke and Naruto are brothers? At that moment, Makoto recalled something and hurriedly left the entrance, soon returning with several plates brimming with snacks and fruits. With a smile, she beckoned, Naruto, come, and he has delicious treats for you. Don't be shy. Having never encountered such a plethora of delectable food, Naruto, who usually subsisted on instant noodles and expired milk at home, could hardly contain his excitement. Stores never sold him anything good, after all. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at the array of intriguing snack packaging, swallowing hard. Big sister, can I really eat all this? Upon hearing Naruto's address, Makoto chuckled heartily and affectionately ruffled his hair, shoving a generous handful of snacks into his arms. Go on. Eat up. No need to be polite. Annie has plenty more delicious treats. Naruto grinned widely, basking in the joy. However, Sasuke was less than pleased. If you call my mom big sister, does that mean you've suddenly aged a generation? Trying to take advantage of me? No way. Sasuke scoffed. You brat. Who told you to address my mother as sister? It's Sandy. Got it? You uncouth fool. No sooner had he spoken than Makoto delivered a light smack to his head. Ah. Sasuke clutched his forehead, bewildered as he glanced at his mother. Sure sway. Sensing the disapproval in her gaze, Sasuke recoiled, daring not to utter another word. Once Makoto turned to leave the hall, he sulkily seated himself at the table, casting a glance at the grinning Naruto. In a fit of retaliation, he too began to munch on the snacks. Naruto, wide-eyed, quickly joined him in a spirited tussle over the treats. Fuyu, disinterested in the two youngsters, approached the kitchen door and called out to Mei-chin. Mei-chin, is there anything to eat? I haven't had dinner yet. Mei-chin, who was busy washing pots, replied, Darling, please have a seat for a moment. I will prepare dinner for you shortly. By the way, has Naruto eaten yet? Fuyu pondered that Naruto must have dashed out of Ichiraka ramen after having a meal. He casually remarked, it seems he ate ramen on his way back. It had been quite a while since then. Consequently, Makoto decided to prepare a special dish just for Naruto. Naruto, it's time to eat, she called out, bringing forth a steaming, aromatic meal, gently inviting Naruto to wash his hands before dining. Naruto, who was engaged in a playful banter with Sasuke, was momentarily stunned by the exquisite food that suddenly appeared before him. "Big sister, can I really eat this?" he stammered, swallowing hard. Sasuke rolled his eyes, thinking, that idiot. "I've told him not to call me big sister." Mikoto smiled warmly. "Of course, this is all for you, Naruto." Nearby, Fuyu announced, "I'm going to dig in," and began to relish the meal. He had intended to return for a bowl of ramen, but had ended up starving. "Well, then I'll start too," Naruto exclaimed with sparkling eyes, ready to indulge, but was halted by Uchiha Mikoto. "Naruto, first wash your hands. We must maintain hygiene." "Okay." Naruto sprang to his feet, eager to ask, "Where do I wash my hands?" Mikoto kindly led him to the restroom. Sasuke, feeling a surge of jealousy, glanced at Naruto's portion, longing to add some special seasoning, perhaps some snacks, into his bowl. However, seeing his father's stern expression as he savored his meal, Sasuke dismissed the thought, content to keep it to himself. Soon enough, Naruto dashed back, chopsticks in hand, exuberantly declaring, "I'm ready to eat." He began to devour his meal with such delight that his face radiated as though he were consuming an elixir of life. Mikoto knelt beside him, her face aglow with joy. Sasuke observed this scene with a sense of foreboding. Before long, after finishing his meal, Naruto's father thoughtfully poured him a glass of juice. Naruto gulped it down in one go, his mouth still adorned with juice. Mikoto, reaching for a napkin to wipe his face, was taken aback when Naruto wiped his mouth with his sleeve, exclaiming with satisfaction, "I'm full. Thank you for the meal." Sasuke's expression soured at this display of untidiness, thinking, "That guy, he is so messy and unhygienic." He shifted a little further away, only to witness his father gently patting Naruto's head and saying, "Naruto, this will be your home from now on." "Huh?" Both Naruto and Sasuke exclaimed in disbelief. "My home?" Naruto seemed to grasp something, dropping the term big sister as he quickly added, "Andy, I already have a home. My home is at the street address." Suddenly, he bolted up. "Oh no, it's getting late. I need to go home, or Grandpa Hokage will be angry." Sasuke voiced his disapproval. "No way. I don't agree with Naruto living in our house." Mikoto shot him a glare, causing Sasuke to retract, but he abruptly dashed upstairs, expressing his discontent. Mikoto paid him no mind, her attention focused on Naruto, who had scampered to the entrance. Naruto suddenly smacked his forehead in realization and turned back. "Wait, Auntie and Uncle. You haven't told me who my mom and dad are. Why do you say they are heroes protecting Konoha? Where are they now?" Mikoto gazed at him with a knowing smile, as if she had anticipated this question, then glanced at Fuyu, who nodded in agreement. "All right, Annie will tell you. Please, sit down." Naruto promptly crossed his legs and settled in front of Mikoto. After a moment of preparation, she began, "Your mother is named Kushina Uzumaki. She has beautiful red hair and is a stunning beauty." Naruto's eyes widened in wonder, his mind racing with questions. Why does my mother have red hair when mine is yellow? He had heard from his classmate Shikamaru that children typically share their father's surname. So why did he share his mother's? Yet, he held his questions at bay, waiting for Annie Mikoto to continue. Mikoto paused before continuing, "Your father is Minato Namikaze, a very intelligent, kind-hearted, and responsible man, as well as an exceptional ninja. His healing smile could effortlessly instill warmth in others, and his optimistic demeanor always brought hope to the villagers." Naruto found this puzzling, wondering why his father was said to bring hope to the villagers. Mikoto's next words cleared his confusion. "Your father is the fourth Hokage of Konoha." Boom. It was as if a thunderous explosion echoed in his mind, and Naruto's face flushed with excitement. "My dad is the Hokage? That's amazing. I knew it. They weren't lying. I do have a dad. My dad is the fourth Hokage." His emotions were palpable as he jumped with joy. "When I grow up, I'll be Hokage too," he declared with determination. Mikoto chuckled at the enthusiasm, glancing at her husband watching television, and nodded approvingly. "That's right, Naruto, you have great ambition. Auntie believes you will become Hokage. But Auntie, where have my mom and dad gone?" Naruto suddenly inquired. Mikoto's smile faltered momentarily, and Naruto noticed it, causing his excitement to gradually fade. He was no longer that naive child. He was 7 years old now. He understood more than he let on. Seeing the dejection on Naruto's face, Mikoto gently patted his head. "Your mom and dad have important matters to attend to. They have gone far away." Naruto sighed in relief, reassured that they were not dead, and his smile returned. "When will they come back?" "Ah, Naruto, this Annie doesn't know. They might be back soon, or it could take a while. However, your mother sent a letter saying you could stay with Annie." "Really?" Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. "Of course. Would Annie lie to you?" Looking at Makoto's gentle smile and recalling how she had offered him snacks and delicious meals, he resolutely shook his head. Auntie wouldn't deceive me. Then it's settled. Now, Naruto, why don't you go watch some television with Uncle while Auntie prepares your room? Okay. Naruto readily agreed without any doubt. After Makoto ascended the stairs, Naruto turned to Fuyu, who was lounging on the sofa, and approached him like a little mouse. He scratched his head and said, Uncle, I forgot to tell you that Grandpa Hokage asked me to come home early. Fuyu casually remarked. Your Hokage grandfather has gone to a distant place for important matters. There's no need for you to worry, just settle down comfortably at home. I understand, big brother. Naruto replied, coming down. Fuyu cast a glance and noticed that Naruto appeared to be watching television. In reality, his eyes were slyly fixated on the pile of snacks on the table, and he was even surreptitiously swallowing saliva. Fuyu smiled, extending his hand to place a handful of snacks before Naruto. Come, make yourself at home and feel free to indulge. Thank you, Uncle. You and Andy are the second people, after Grandpa Hokage, who are not afraid of me and treat me kindly. Naruto exclaimed, his eyes suddenly glistening with emotion. Hee. Go on, enjoy, Fuyu encouraged. Fuyu chuckled as he continued watching television. Naruto, resembling a little hamster, munched eagerly on snacks. Shortly thereafter, Makoto tidied up the room and descended the stairs, waving at Naruto. Naruto, come, Annie will take you to see your new room. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he dashed over. On the second floor, Makoto smiled as she led Naruto into her room. This space, previously empty, had just been arranged as Naruto's room. Next door was Sasuke's room. Diagonally across was her and Fuyu's bedroom, and directly opposite was Itachi's room. At that moment, Naruto appeared as if he had entered a grand estate for the first time, his mouth agape as if it could hold an egg. The room was spacious, twice the size of the one he previously occupied. Moreover, it boasted a large window adorned with beautiful curtains, a supersized bed several times larger than his previous one, and a desk and chair atop a plush, cozy carpet that felt warm underfoot. How do you like it, Naruto? Are you satisfied? Makoto asked, leaning against the door with a smile. I am absolutely delighted, Aunt Makoto, he exclaimed, thrilled as he scampered across the carpet, touching everything and sitting on various items, discovering many new and wondrous things for the first time. Well, that puts me at ease. Now, let's head downstairs. Annie will help you take a bath. Upon hearing this, Naruto's face instantly flushed, and he fidgeted nervously, wringing his clothes. Andy, can I bathe by myself? Makoto gently refused. No, Naruto, you won't wash properly. Annie will help you. Realizing he could not decline, Naruto reluctantly nodded, his cheeks still red. As they descended the stairs, the door to Sasuke's room quietly creaked open. Sasuke peeked out, glaring at the staircase, gritting his teeth. Damn it, that guy is actually going to live here. His ominous premonition had indeed come true. Sasuke dashed into his brother's room across the hall, finding Itachi still lying on the bed. He flopped onto Itachi's bed, looking quite dejected. Itachi glanced up, relieved to see Sasuke instead of their father. Earlier that morning, he had returned home before dawn and had spent hours waiting for their father to leave before finally going to sleep. Waking up in the afternoon to reflect quietly in his room. Sasuke, what's wrong? What troubles you? Itachi inquired with genuine concern, noting his brother's forlorn expression. Enai-chan. Kaizen hit me, Sasuke pouted, seeking sympathy from his brother. Itachi ruffled Sasuke's hair. Oh, did Kaizen scold you? Because Kaizen wants that annoying guy to live with us. Sasuke grumbled. Annoying guy? Itachi raised an eyebrow, inquiring calmly, who are you referring to? Sasuke gestured animatedly, the yellow-haired brat I told you about, Uzumaki Naruto. He bothers me every day at school. It's infuriating. Naruto. Itachi was momentarily taken aback, for he was one of the few who knew Naruto's true identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. How could a Jinchuriki live in their home? After the chaos caused by the Nine-Tails, the Hokage had strictly prohibited any family from having dealings with the Jinchuriki. Then, a thought crossed his mind, and a glimmer of understanding flickered in his eyes. Their father had successfully staged a coup and become the fifth Hokage from now on. The village's fate rested in his hands. Allowing Naruto to live in their home was not as outrageous as it seemed. Itachi speculated that perhaps their father intended to keep a closer watch on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. In truth, Fuyu had no such plans. He simply could not bear to see Naruto living in such hardship and decided to take him in. All right, Sasuke, you'll be living with Naruto from now on. You should try to get along with him. Itachi understood that their father was serious about Naruto moving in, and he had no other options but to encourage Sasuke to accept the reality, seeing that even his brother was not on his side. Sasuke ran back to his own room in frustration. Itachi shook his head helplessly. After a moment of hesitation, he threw off the covers and stepped out of his room. If their father did not come to find him, he would seek out his father. He was eager to learn what their father planned to do next. The truth of their father's coup and acquisition of the Hokage's power would not remain concealed for long. Other shinobi villages would undoubtedly have spies in the village. After the lockdown was lifted that morning, this news must have already found its way back to those villages. Would the other village leaders unite to invade the Land of Fire once they received the information? Itachi was anxious to discover whether his father was prepared for such an eventuality. He cherished the village and could not bear to witness its destruction. Upon descending the stairs, he spotted his father, lounging on the sofa, engrossed in the television, which was discussing the economic and social matters of the Land of Fire. There, beside him, was the yellow-haired boy stuffing his cheeks with snacks like a little hamster. Itachi had seen the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from afar a few times and recognized him as the annoying Naruto that Sasuke had mentioned. When Naruto cast a curious glance his way, Itachi greeted him warmly. "Hello, Naruto-kun. I am Itachi, Sasuke's older brother. You will be living here from now on. We are all family. And you may call me brother just like Sasuke does." Naruto, swallowing his snacks, sprang to his feet with fervor. "Okay, Itachi and I." At that moment, Sasuke, hearing his brother descend the stairs, thought Itachi was coming to support him. He stealthily crept out of his room and peeked down the staircase, only to hear Naruto call Itachi brother. His face drained of color, feeling as though the sky had fallen upon him. That despicable Naruto. Not only was he moving into his home, but he also sought to usurp his beloved brother. Sasuke could no longer contain himself. He dashed down the stairs, launching himself towards Itachi, grabbing his brother's arm and glaring at Naruto. "You brat. You are not allowed to call him brother." "Only I can." Naruto scratched his head, bewildered as to why Sasuke was upset. "But Itachi told me to call him brother. Why can't I call Itachi brother?" Sasuke's cheeks flushed crimson with rage. "You can't call him that." Naruto, looking innocently perplexed, scratched his head, unable to fathom the source of Sasuke's fury. Seeing their father glance his way, Itachi sighed and gently ruffled Sasuke's hair. "All right, Sasuke, enough of this. I just told you to get along with Naruto, didn't I?" At that moment, Mikoto emerged from the bathroom, having prepared bathwater. She smiled at Naruto. "Naruto, the bathwater is ready. Come, Annie will take you to bathe." "Okay." The exuberant Naruto swiftly shed his eternally unchanged orange jacket, orange pants, and socks, leaving only his green goggles atop his head, and dashed towards the bathroom. Watching his mother tenderly lead Naruto into the bathroom, Sasuke felt a pang of jealousy that nearly shattered his teeth. Why? What on earth had transpired? Not only had his mother, but also his beloved brother, had their attention stolen by Naruto. With a heart full of sorrow and indignation, Sasuke let out a roar before racing up the stairs, slamming the door shut behind him as he retreated into his room. Itachi opened his mouth but refrained from calling out to Sasuke. At last, the silence enveloped the space, leaving only him and their father. Itachi approached his father, kneeling respectfully beside him, and said, "Father, yes, is there something you wish to discuss?" Fu cast a fleeting glance at him before turning his attention back to the television. "Indeed," Itachi nodded. "What is it? Speak your mind." Fu spoke softly. Itachi said in a low voice, "Father, what do you plan to do next?" "What do you mean by what to do?" Itachi was taken aback, realizing that his father had made no preparations at all. Growing somewhat anxious, he continued, "The news of your coup must have already been relayed to the other ninja villages by their spies. Once they learn of the third Hokage's demise, they will undoubtedly be restless and may even consider invading us." Itachi's expression turned grave as he spoke. Fuyu shifted his gaze from the television to Itachi's face, noting the gravity etched upon it, and could not help but let out a soft sigh. Itachi's eyes flickered as he realized his father was finally about to engage in conversation, igniting a flicker of anticipation within him regarding how his father would respond. However, Fuyu merely sighed and returned his attention to the screen, leaving Itachi momentarily stunned. The somber expression on Itachi's face was accentuated by the deep lines of sorrow that carved into his features, lending him an air of inherent solitude. Since Shirsue's death, he had grown accustomed to solitude, adopting a temperament as tranquil as water. Yet now, he found his composure wavering, struggling to maintain his placid demeanor. What is happening? This is not right. Am I not my father's son? Surely, father must have some plans in mind. Why won't you share them with me? Itachi's countenance darkened slightly. Father, he ventured, attempting to grasp at some semblance of connection, but Fuyu merely waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Isn't it just the death of an old third generation? Rest assured, there will be no conflict. Curiosity piqued, Itachi inquired, how can you be so certain there will be no conflict? Because I possess these eyes, Fu replied. Fu turned his head, a crimson glow flashing in his eyes as he activated the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, gazing at the intricate hexagonal pinwheel pattern in his father's eyes. Itachi was momentarily stunned. What was happening? Just yesterday, his father's eyes had not appeared this way. How could they have transformed in just a single day? He recalled vividly that yesterday, the pattern of his father's kaleidoscope was 3 shurikens, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Yet now, it had evolved into a beautifully crafted hexagonal pinwheel design. What could possibly account for this change? Noticing Itachi's bewilderment, Fu had no intention of concealing the truth. This was the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, a level beyond the ordinary kaleidoscope Sharingan. While the ordinary kaleidoscope Sharingan, when overused, burdens the user and carries the risk of blindness, the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan possesses none of these drawbacks. It is impervious to the threat of blindness eternally. As he listened to his father's words, Itachi recalled the inscription he had seen with his kaleidoscope Sharingan in the basement of the Southeast Shrine, a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Unable to contain himself, he murmured, so this is the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Fu closed his eternal Meijiki Sharingan and continued, in our Uchiha clan. Awakening the 3-tomo Sharingan grants the power of a Nin. Unlocking the Meijiki Sharingan bestows the strength of a Kage. And achieving the eternal Meijiki Sharingan elevates one to the level of a Super Kage. Itachi, listening to his father's words that unfolded like a nested doll, could not help but nod in agreement. His father spoke the truth. It was indeed a fact. Now possessing the power of a Super Kage, there were but few in the ninja world who could match him. Thus, the concerns you harbor will never materialize. Should there be those foolish enough to challenge him, let them test their own limits of survival. As he absorbed his father's imposing declarations, Itachi felt a tremor within him, a sudden clarity. No wonder his father appeared so unconcerned. It all made sense. The only Super Kage he had known of was the legendary founder of Konoha, the renowned god of shinobi. Now, it seemed that even his father had attained power rivaling that of the god of shinobi. Itachi's thoughts drifted to the mysterious tablet. Recalling that his father had been an ordinary Meijiki user just yesterday, and today transformed into an eternal Meijiki wielder, a vague understanding began to dawn upon him. Father. My eyes. Itachi hesitated, uncertain whether to continue. Fuyu nodded gently and stated, indeed. The evolution of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan necessitates the transplantation of a related Sharingan, requiring the fusion of 2 pairs of eyes. The success rate of this procedure is rather low, demanding an exceptionally close blood relationship and remarkable surgical skill. In the history of our Uchiha clan, only Uchiha Madara has successfully awakened the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, followed by myself, utilizing your eyes. As father and son, our bond facilitated this success. Fu did not mention the system's contribution, merely glossing over it. Itachi had no intention of delving into the details. He simply needed to acknowledge the existence of the matter. When he received confirmation from his father that his eyes had been utilized to assist in the awakening of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, Itachi displayed little anger, instead revealing a hint of joy. He felt no trace of regret for his own eyes. This only elevated Fuyu's perception of him, indeed. He was the same Itachi who had once enabled Sasuke to awaken his own eternal Sharingan in the original narrative. He remained unchanged. Given that his father had now awakened the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan and stood on the same level of power as the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, Itachi no longer viewed his father's coup as a mistake. On the contrary, he felt a sense of relief, with his father present. Perhaps the weak and hidden Leaf Village could truly rise again. In essence, he thought, I am truly sorry for your eyes. Fu remarked that although Itachi was his adopted son, it was essential for them to coexist harmoniously in the future, ideally without any strain on their relationship. Upon hearing his father's apology, Itachi revealed a faint smile, questioning the need for such an apology. He expressed his contentment, stating that his eyes could be of use. And he was more than delighted. Well, that's splendid. Have you had your meal? If not, I shall ask your mother to prepare something. After a moment of reflection, Fuyu realized that Mikoto was still in the bathroom, attending to Naruto's bath, leaving her unavailable. I haven't eaten yet. I shall prepare something for myself. Having had a heartfelt conversation with his father, Itachi sighed in relief, rising to make himself something to eat. He had spent the entire day lying in his room, having not eaten yesterday or today, feeling the gnawing hunger that had left him utterly famished. To his surprise, his father stood up and gently patted his shoulder, saying, You stay put. I will personally cook you something delicious. Itachi looked up in astonishment, finding his usually stern father displaying a radiant smile. In his surprise, he found himself unable to rise, watching as his father entered the kitchen. This was the first time since he had become aware that he had seen his father in the kitchen. Itachi's emotions were a swirling mix of gratitude and relief, thankful that he had been halted before taking any further steps. How wonderful, Itachi murmured, his heart filled with a sense of unease. Before long, his father emerged with a steaming bowl of fragrant dishes. Enjoy your meal. It may not be as good as what your mother used to make. Fu handed him the chopsticks, smiling warmly as he spoke. Itachi lowered his gaze. Before him lay a bowl of exceedingly ordinary noodle soup, featuring merely a poached egg and a sprinkling of scallions, nothing more. It was simplicity incarnate. I shall begin, Itachi murmured as he silently accepted the chopsticks from his father's hand and began to consume the noodles. The taste was also quite unremarkable. Indeed, it paled in comparison to the udon his mother used to prepare. Yet, it was precisely this bowl of unexceptional noodles that brought tears to Itachi's eyes as he continued to eat. Father, I am sorry, he choked out, his words somewhat garbled due to the noodles still in his mouth. Fu heard him mumble and thought it was because he had added too much salt. But wait, I only added a pinch of salt. Is it really that salty? And why is he crying? Fu observed the tears pooling in the bowl, scratching his head in confusion. I'm sorry, father. I almost made a grave mistake, but fortunately, you stopped me. This time. After Itachi swallowed the noodles in his mouth, his speech became considerably clearer. Fu was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Itachi's tear-streaked face, weeping like a child. A flicker of emotion stirred within him. Indeed, Itachi was but a child, at the tender age of 12. He was merely an adolescent by the standards of his previous life. In that past existence, children of Itachi's age were innocent and carefree, unaware of the burdens that he had been forced to bear. Fu smiled as he gently stroked his head, assuring him that all was well. For nothing had truly happened, had it? Tears streamed down Itachi's face, flowing like rivers along his cheeks and dripping into the bowl below. At that moment, Makoto and Naruto emerged from the bathroom. With Makoto's assistance, Naruto, now refreshed from his bath, donned the brand-new pajamas she had prepared for him, his excitement manifesting in delighted gestures. These clothes are splendid. Thank you, Aunt Makoto. Makoto, with a tender smile, helped him into his outfit, her heart full of joy at his delight. She then took Naruto by the hand and led him into the living room, where she paused, sensing the atmosphere between father and son. Without lingering, she ascended the stairs with the exuberant Naruto, leaving the space for the two of them. She truly felt overwhelmed, her heart aching. Fu discerned Meichin's thoughtfulness and chuckled while shaking his head. Whosoever marries her is indeed blessed beyond measure. Alas, that fortune is now mine to cherish. As the tumultuous emotions began to subside, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and hastily wiped away his tears, taking a few hasty bites before rising and making his way to the kitchen. I have finished my meal, he declared, retreating into the kitchen. He polished off the noodles and broth before placing the bowl down. Without pausing, he ascended the stairs directly. Fu chuckled softly and reclined once more on the sofa in a relaxed manner. The potential troubles posed by this troublesome son had vanished, resulting in a situation that pleased everyone. Fu wore a satisfied smile as he glanced at the time. It was quite late, and rest was in order. Something wonderful had transpired today, and he ought to retire early to celebrate properly. The memories of last night's alluring, captivating scenes involving Uchiha Makoto stirred something within him, prompting a slight shiver as he turned to the bathroom for a shower. Meanwhile, in a secluded grove outside the village of Konoha, 3 live figures appeared on the trunk of a tree large enough for 2 to embrace. The leader, adorned with an exquisite fox mask, had silver hair that danced in the wind. Did you catch him? Kakashi's voice was calm as still waters. Regrettably, Captain, he escaped, one of the Umbu replied, lowering his head in shame. Kakashi furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing, waving his hand dismissively. Let it be, he is gone now, and the news will not remain concealed for long. I shall report to Lord 5th Hokage. You two, take the body of the spy back to the intelligence division. With that, Kakashi vanished from sight. The remaining 2 masked Umbu exchanged glances before also disappearing from the tree trunk. A gust of wind swept through, as if nothing had ever occurred. Yet, a pool of blood on the ground silently conveyed a different story. In the Uchiha clan compound, within the patriarch's residence on the 2nd floor master bedroom, Makoto swatted at the restless hands before her, exclaiming, "The children are still awake." She cast a captivating glare at Fuyu. At this moment, Fuyu's younger brother occupied his mind, leaving little room for other thoughts. It's all right, it's all right. They cannot hear us. As Fuyu was about to take further action, a sudden knock on the window startled him. Mei-chin, taken aback, hastily adjusted her nightgown and covered herself with the blanket. Displeased by the interruption of his intimate moment, Fuyu approached the window, drawing back the curtains to reveal a striking flash of silvery hair dancing in the breeze. Fuyu's lips twitched a few times, and he sighed. Reluctantly, he opened the window and inquired, "What is the matter at this late hour?" However, Kakashi appeared oblivious to the displeasure etched on Fuyu's face. Delivering his report with utmost seriousness, "Lord Hokage, tonight there was an escape by infiltrators. 3 individuals were involved, 2 were captured, while 2 others committed suicide by poison, leaving 1 at large." Fuyu nodded slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Kakashi. His expression seemed to convey a question. Is this all there is? Kakashi remained impassive. Fuyu, having conceded defeat, waved his hand and said, "All right, I understand. If they have to flee, then let them go, it matters not. Have the bodies been transported to the mountain on the other side?" Indeed, they should have already been delivered to the intelligence gathering department. In the world of Hokage, even the deceased can yield the desired information. Among them, the Yamanaka clan of Konohagakure excels in this art. Members of the Yamanaka clan possess the ability to manipulate the minds of their enemies, enabling them to invade and extract memories from the dead. Well then, that is acceptable. There is no need to report such trivial matters to me. You may make your own decisions. Fuyu waved his hand. Kakashi nodded slightly and vanished swiftly before the window. Fuyu finally closed the window and drew the curtains, smiling as he approached Mei-chin, observing her somewhat frivolous husband. Mei-chin shot him a reproachful glance and lifted the quilt. The following narrative is omitted for brevity. The next morning, the Uchiha family gathered together for breakfast. A rare occurrence, and with them was Naruto. "Is that enough, Naruto? Should I add more?" "That's plenty. Thank you, Andy." Naruto grinned widely as he accepted a bowl brimming with rice, enthusiastically digging in. Occasionally, he would look up and catch Sasuke's resentful gaze, to which he responded with a bewildered expression, provoking Sasuke's irritation further. I'm full." Sasuke, increasingly agitated, set down his bowl after just a few bites, snatched up his backpack from the sofa, and dashed out. Seeing this, Naruto hastily shoved a few more mouthfuls into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, "I'm full too. See you." He then rushed out after Sasuke. As Naruto stepped outside, he spotted Sasuke disappearing around the corner, and his eyes lit up as he sprinted after him. "Sasuke, wait for me," Naruto called out exuberantly, his voice catching the attention of the villagers. Under the gaze of so many, Naruto suddenly felt a wave of self-consciousness. Lowering his head and shuffling his feet, fearing that they might treat him like the villagers back home, hurling insults and rotten vegetables at him. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Some elderly villagers greeted him with smiles. "Naruto, good morning. Off to school?" Surprised, Naruto looked up to see friendly faces and warm expressions, his worries dissipating instantly. He beamed back, nodding vigorously. "Yes. Good morning. Farewell, everyone." The villagers recognized Naruto because the clan leader had informed them the previous night. Uchiha Yoshihiro had conveyed the leader's directive, instructing them to greet Naruto warmly should they encounter him in the morning. Unbeknownst to Naruto, he had unwittingly fallen into their scheme. His heart swelled with joy. He felt invigorated and believed he had made the right choice coming here with the elder last night. This was indeed where he belonged. A place he should have discovered much sooner. The seemingly intimidating yet kind elder, the gentle Aunt Mei-chin, and the dashing Itachi, all of them made this place feel wonderful. Naruto was elated, nearly bursting with happiness. Meanwhile, Fugaku announced at the breakfast table that they would be moving. He did not adhere to the custom of silence during meals. He indicated that he would arrange the details today and would notify them of the specific moving date later before heading out to work. Although as the Hokage, he had the liberty to manage his own schedule, he couldn't afford to be too complacent on just his second day in office. Even if he was only pretending to be busy, he ought to maintain the appearance for a while. Generally, the Hokage's role was indeed quite demanding, with a plethora of administrative duties to attend to. For instance, various S-rank, A-rank, and a few B-rank missions would first be reviewed by the Hokage, who would then determine which required immediate attention. For urgent matters, he would select competent individuals from the Konoha ninja roster to delegate the tasks, while less pressing issues would be assigned to the mission department, which updated tasks daily for those interested in undertaking them. Fuyu intended to streamline this process further. He resolved to only review S-rank missions, delegating A-rank and lower to his assistants. His assistants were expected to fulfill their roles diligently. Additionally, he would assign trivial matters to Nara Shikaku, his advisor. After an entire morning of refining his responsibilities, Fuyu found that his workload was considerably lighter compared to his predecessors. However, he still retained control over significant affairs. During this time, Fuyu dispatched someone to the former Uchiha clan grounds. Following the Ninetales incident 7 years ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen had compelled Fugaku to relocate the clan to a secluded corner of Konoha, which is where the Uchiha now resided. The original clan grounds had been quietly annexed by Sarutobi, with the majority allocated to the Sarutobi clan, while the remainder was distributed among the relatively recent clans of Uchiha Kamachi, Mito, and Shimura Danzo. Having acquired such a prime location in Konoha, the Sarutobi and Shimura clans had profited immensely over the years. Now, the time had come for them to relinquish their hold. With the extermination of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, and the recent downfall of the relatively new Nara and Mito clans, the former Uchiha grounds had become vacant. Hours later, the clan members sent to assess the situation returned, reporting that all unrelated individuals had been cleared from the old clan grounds. However, due to years of renovations by the Sarutobi clan, the old grounds had undergone significant changes. This was anticipated by Fuyu, who was in no rush to move. He instructed that the elder be informed to handle the moving arrangements, estimating that they would not be able to relocate within a week. Nevertheless, a week was not too long, and soon he would no longer need to travel such a distance for work. The former Uchiha grounds were merely minutes away from the Hokage building, making it exceedingly convenient for his future commutes. Furthermore, with the majority of responsibilities delegated, he could easily utilize shadow clones to manage his work, allowing him to either relax at home or engage in other pursuits. All in all, the future appeared bright. Fuyu reclined in his chair, cheerfully envisioning a prosperous future, thanks to the arrangements made by Nara Shikaku and others in recent days. The demise of the third Hokage had not adversely affected Konohagakure. The swift annihilation of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, coupled with the allegiance of several prominent noble families to Fuyu, and the support from the root organization, ensured stability. Most of the elite J-nin in the village hailed from these prestigious clans. In truth, it was exceedingly rare for a common ninja to ascend to the rank of J-nin through sheer diligence alone. Consider the advantages enjoyed by the children of noble families. From birth, they are endowed with abundant resources. Not only are they tutored in ninjutsu by their kin, but they also gain access to a plethora of techniques that remain elusive to their commoner counterparts. This disparity in starting points leaves the latter far behind. With the allegiance of the major clans, the remaining few common J-nin wielded little influence, their voices rendered almost inaudible. Faced with Fuyu's overwhelming strength, they were left with no choice but to acquiesce. After all, with the prominent clan siding with him, what recourse did they have? Might Guy had initially contemplated challenging Fuyu with the 8 gates technique, but after being thwarted by Kakashi that day, he temporarily shelved his reckless intentions. In the following days, life in Konoha resumed as if nothing had transpired. All remained as it had been, and Guy's desire for confrontation dissipated entirely. Unless Fuyu were to govern with the same chaotic disregard as the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, who had been manipulated by Obito, the few J-nin loyal to the village, including Might Guy, would likely endure. The village had not undergone significant change. It had merely acquired a new Hokage, a transition they could accept. Hokage-sama, regarding tomorrow's ceremony. Yes, I shall prepare for it. Thank you for your assistance, Shikaku. Fuyu responded with a smile. Nara Shikaka chuckled and returned to the adjacent office, which was conveniently located next to the Hokage's office. Beside him were the offices of the 2 Hokage advisors, Uchiha Shursui and Hyuga Izashi. His visit was primarily concerning the upcoming Hokage ceremony. Most of the arrangements had been made, and he relayed some updates to Fuyu while inquiring if he required assistance in preparing a speech. Upon hearing Fuyu's refusal, Shikaka felt a tinge of surprise, as the previous 3rd and 4th Hokages had always sought his help in drafting speeches for significant occasions. However, since this Uchiha Hokage did not require a speech, Shikaku was quite content. As Nara Shikaku exited, Fuyu leaned over his desk, contemplating before swiftly putting pen to paper. After all, it was merely a speech. Was it not? Moments later, Fuyu gazed at the nearly full draft page he had completed, a self-satisfied smile gracing his face. All done. Fuyu set down his pen and gently rubbed his stomach. He was hungry and decided to go for a meal. At noon, due to his obligations, he had settled for takeout ramen delivered by the direct division of the Umbu. Now that he had some free time, he intended to visit Ichiraka Ramen for a change in flavor. In his previous life, someone had opened a shop capitalizing on the allure of Naruto's Ichiraka Ramen. The establishment bore a striking resemblance to the original, and even the staff donned costumes of characters from the series. They executed the theme quite well. Although the portrayal of Tsunade was somewhat lacking, primarily due to the significant difference in size, he leisurely made his way towards Ichiraku Ramen. His mind wandering through various thoughts when a sudden realization struck him. One might ponder how Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, his three wayward disciples, would react upon hearing the news that their mentor had been overthrown and eliminated by one of their own. Would they return? It is unlikely that Orochimaru would, as even if he had not directly intervened, it would not be long before he devised a plan to bring Konoha to its knees, personally escorting his former teacher to the afterlife. Tsunade, meanwhile, still grapples with her hemophobia, rendering her formidable abilities ineffective, even if she were to return. He harbored no fear of her. Jiraiya presented a slightly more complicated scenario, yet he was a reasonable man. His return would not pose much of a threat, especially given his possession of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, which provided him with a profound sense of confidence. At worst, they would engage in a confrontation. Who truly fears whom? Last night, Kakashi mentioned that spies from other villages had fled, suggesting that the implications of the Uchiha coup would take a few days to fully unfold. Lost in contemplation, he soon arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. Fuyua lifted the curtain of the door and glanced around. It was now a little past 5 in the afternoon, and the shop was still rather empty. He recalled that last night, when he finished work around 6 or 7 o'clock, the ramen shop had been bustling with patrons, nearly at full capacity. At this moment, however, there was only a solitary customer seated. "What would you like to eat?" he inquired. Fuyu looked up to find a man in his late 30s, beaming at him with a cheerful smile. He sported a buzz cut and was clad in a pristine white work uniform, topped with a white cap embroidered with the characters for Ichiraku. A white towel was draped over his shoulder. This must be the enigmatic Uncle Ichiraku from Naruto. A small faction of fans on the Naruto forum had whimsically asserted that Uncle Ichiraku was the most formidable figure in the series, capable of defeating the likes of Kaguya and Madara. Now, as Fuyu scrutinized him for a moment, he discerned nothing unusual. He could not even sense a trace of chakra within him. He appeared to be an ordinary man. Fuyu mused. Glancing at the menu placed on the table by Ichiraku, he casually selected a ramen dish to sample. Taking a seat on the stool, he patiently awaited the preparation of his meal. At that moment, a young girl, around 14 or 15 years of age, emerged from the kitchen. She wore a white outfit and a cap, much like Ichiraku, revealing her identity as his daughter. Fuyu cast a curious glance or two, noting that the individual possessed a rather delicate and pleasing appearance, with commendable attractiveness. However, their beauty was merely of an above-average caliber, significantly overshadowed by that of Mei Ching. After a fleeting observation, Fuyu swiftly lost interest. Fuyu Eshin contentedly set down the bowl, having savored every last strand of the ramen, leaving only the broth behind. It must be said that the flavor of Yao ramen is truly exceptional. One cannot help but wonder what special secret recipe they employ. It is leagues superior to the noodles served at breakfast shops in my previous life. Of course, it could also be attributed to the superior quality of the ingredients in this world. After all, there is little pollution here, and technological advancement has scarcely taken root. These ingredients are entirely natural and untainted. The payment has been made. Fuyu placed the money on the table, gave a gentle tap, and rose to his feet. "Oh, welcome. We look forward to your next visit," he cheerfully remarked. He was merely an ordinary citizen of the Hidden Leaf Village, unaware that the imposing figure before him was none other than the 5th Hokage. Had he known, his demeanor would surely have been far more deferential. After finishing his meal, Fuyu returned to the Hokage building. Upon confirming that there were no pressing matters, he decided to leave work and head home. Noticing the time, he realized there were still a few minutes before the Ninja Academy dismissed its students, so he took a detour to the Konoha Ninja School. By the time he arrived, classes had already ended, and numerous children were streaming out. A throng of parents had gathered at the school gate to pick up their children. Perhaps fortune favored him, for shortly after his arrival, he spotted Sasuke and Naruto among the crowd. Sasuke wore a stoic expression, seemingly indifferent as he briskly walked away. In contrast, Naruto was animatedly chattering beside him, occasionally surpassing him and then turning his back to chatter on, his enthusiasm for conversation unmistakable. Sasuke felt an urge to cover his ears. Yet with so many people around, he refrained from doing so. Fortunately, as they reached the school gate, Naruto's voice diminished and eventually fell silent. Sasuke let out a sigh of relief, but the unfiltered remarks of the parents nearby caused his previously relaxed brow to furrow once more. Although he harbored a strong aversion to Naruto, he couldn't help but find the comments of those adults exceedingly unpleasant. He failed to realize why he felt compelled to defend the very person he despised. In the past, he would simply leave after school, rarely sharing the experience of exiting with Naruto. This time, however, Naruto insisted on accompanying him home, a situation that irked Sasuke yet left him with little choice. As his parents had indeed allowed Naruto to stay at their house, he resolved to hasten his pace homeward to shake off Naruto. "Hey, you all." Sasuke shot a cold glare at the parents exchanging harsh words at the entrance, intending to silence them. Suddenly, his gaze landed on his father within the crowd, momentarily halting the flow of words from his lips. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, though he concealed it well, approaching with a hint of bashfulness. "Father, what are you doing here?" Fu did not engage in any affectionate gestures, such as a playful pat on the head. He merely stood there, arms crossed. Smiling as he said, "I just finished work and happened to be passing by, so I came to take you home." "Ah, uncle, what a coincidence," Naruto exclaimed from the side. Fuyuel laughed lightly as he affectionately ruffled the hair of the blonde boy. "How was your day at school, my friend?" As he spoke, he casually cast a glance at the gossipy villagers. Last night, he had merely instructed Liang Yi to inform the Uchiha clan about treating Naruto kindly. But he had forgotten about these villagers. Well, there was no need to issue a special directive. It would be more efficient to announce it during tomorrow's grand ceremony alongside the matters concerning White Fang. Sasuke stood aside, his envy flaring as he watched the boisterous Naruto, a flicker of jealousy igniting within him. "That insufferable brat. Weren't you present when father was speaking? How can you claim it was a coincidence? What a ridiculous notion." Sasuke's heart churned with frustration, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. After all, he was the one who had arrived first. Why did father not ruffle his hair instead? Sasuke felt as though his heart was on the brink of shattering. "Come on, let us head home." Fuyu greeted with a cheerful tone. Naruto, exuberant and lively, darted back and forth, his hands casually crossed behind his head, gracefully walking backwards while incessantly narrating the amusing events he had encountered that day. Fuyu smiled silently. Ahead, Sasuke quickened his pace, his expression dark. The trio traversed a significant portion of Konoha, passing through a small grove, until they returned to the Uchiha clan's grounds, and moments later, they arrived home. "Sasuke, welcome back. Where's Naruto?" Upon hearing the door open, Makoto rushed to the entrance, only to see Sasuke walking in alone, with no one following behind him, causing her to furrow her elegantly shaped brows. Earlier that morning, she had reminded Sasuke to bring Naruto back with him after school, as the newcomer was still unfamiliar with the way home. Sasuke, with a scowl, tersely replied, "He's coming." Makoto hurried to the door and peered outside, where she soon spotted two figures, one large and one small, approaching their home. It was her husband and little Naruto. The serious expression on Makoto's face instantly transformed into one of warmth, her eyes sparkling like a serene autumn lake. "Welcome back." She greeted them with a smile as they entered the house. "Auntie, I'm back," Naruto exclaimed loudly. Makoto, seemingly unbothered by his volume, reiterated her welcome with a gentle smile. She took Naruto's backpack from him and fetched the indoor slippers she had bought for him earlier that day, helping him change into them. As she watched Naruto dash excitedly into the house, she quickly retrieved her husband's slippers from the shoe cabinet. "Fugaku, how is the moving situation progressing? Have we settled on a date yet?" Makoto inquired softly. It would be much more convenient for the children to attend school if they could return to their former clan residence, eliminating the long journey they currently faced. "Not yet. We still need to clear some things from the old clan grounds. It will probably take about a week, and then we can move back," he replied. Fuyu nonchalantly remarked. The gentle Makoto assisted in removing Fuyu's coat as he spoke, nodding in acknowledgement. "I understand, brother." Upon entering, Sasuke spotted Itachi Uchiha kneeling by the tatami table, and his earlier gloom dissipated instantly as he excitedly rushed over. "Sasuke, you're back quite early today," Itachi said with a smile, ruffling his younger brother's hair. Once a direct member of the third Hokage's Umbu, Itachi found himself unscathed amidst the chaos that had led to the majority of the Umbu being apprehended, remaining in a state of disbandment. Being Fuyu's son spared him from Kakashi's grasp. With the reformation of the Umbu, no one from the clan sought him out. He now enjoyed a leisurely existence, devoid of obligations. Today, he had spent yet another day at home. As the brothers conversed throughout the day, they were just discussing Sasuke's eager desire for Itachi to accompany him to the training grounds for throwing techniques, when Naruto and Fuyu returned home. Naruto dashed in, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Itachi, and he exclaimed, "Itachi, long time no see." Sasuke rolled his eyes, thinking, "We just saw each other this morning." "You shameless fool." Itachi chuckled and nodded in response. "Welcome back, Naruto." Suddenly noticing his father had returned, Itachi displayed a look of regret and gently tapped Sasuke's forehead. "Apologies. We'll talk next time." Without waiting for Sasuke's reply, he rose and made his way to the entrance. Sasuke pouted in dissatisfaction, shooting an irritated glare at Naruto. "It's all your fault." Confused, Naruto scratched his head, utterly baffled by Sasuke's words. "Father, I have something I wish to discuss with you." Just then, Mikoto had finished removing the coat from Fuyu, and, as they entered the house one after the other, Itachi blocked their path at the foot of the stairs. Most houses had their staircases leading to the second floor situated right at the entrance. Upon seeing his elder brother's serious demeanor, Mikoto understood that there were matters to be addressed between father and son, and she chose not to linger, proceeding directly into the house and leaving the two to converse. Fuyu was taken aback. "What is it?" In response, you stated, "Father, is there anything you would like me to assist you with?" Fuyu suddenly realized that Itachi was simply bored and had come to seek something to occupy himself. Fuyu pondered for a moment, and suddenly a thought surged within him. He gazed intently at Uchiha Itachi, feeling increasingly compelled. Clearing his throat, he said, "There is indeed a matter at hand, but it requires a journey to a distant place. I wonder if you would be willing to accompany me." Uchiha Itachi's expression remained unchanged. "Please, go on." Fuyu hesitated for a moment before speaking. "In the land of water, within the hidden mist village, there exists a jonin whom I hold in high regard. His abilities are remarkable, and he possesses a commendable character. Recently, the hidden mist village has been engulfed in a blood mist, which has stifled his potential. With the current weakness of Konohagakure, we are in dire need of talent such as his. Would you be willing to undertake the journey to recruit him for our village?" After voicing his thoughts, he quietly awaited Itachi's response. Although Itachi had lost his Manjiki Sharingan, which significantly diminished his strength, rendering him devoid of shadow-level power, his three-tomo Sharingan still bestowed upon him a foundational prowess befitting a jonin. Additionally, being a natural genius, he was well-versed in various genjutsu and ninjutsu, undoubtedly possessing the strength of an elite jonin. Furthermore, having once wielded the Manjiki Sharingan, Itachi's use of the three-tomo Sharingan would surely surpass that of an average user. Thus, he was indeed an excellent candidate. Even if he were to venture into the perilous hidden mist village, Fuyu remained confident in Itachi's ability to safeguard himself. Even if he could not emerge victorious, he would surely be capable of escaping. Itachi did not hesitate long and readily agreed. "I shall go." "Very well." Fuyu nodded slightly, stroking his chin. It occurred to him that Itachi lacked experience in infiltration. Perhaps he could find someone to guide him. Suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind. Earlier that day, when the new leader of the route, Oil Woman Ryoma, presented the intelligence report, a particular image had been submitted regarding the route's operations. A curvaceous silhouette appeared vividly in his thoughts. Perhaps these two individuals would make a splendid pairing. Fuyu remarked, "Tomorrow, accompany me to the Hokage building, where I shall provide you with the details of your mission objectives and introduce you to another partner." "Understood, Father," Itachi replied with an expression of calm indifference. The night passed uneventfully amidst the clamor of Sasuke and Naruto's playful bickering. The following morning, the Uchiha family gathered once more for breakfast. Naruto enthusiastically stuffed his mouth, reveling in the bliss of the moment. "Slow down, Naruto, lest you choke," Itachi chuckled. Sasuke scoffed softly, muttering, "If he chokes, he might learn a lesson and refrain from such gluttony in the future." Naruto mumbled something unintelligible, yet his pace remained swift, albeit slightly moderated. Mikoto, with a hint of concern, poured a cup of warm milk for Naruto and placed it beside him. Sasuke's gaze flicked towards his mother, annoyance evident as he inquired, "Mother, is there no milk for me?" Mikoto responded apologetically, "I'm sorry, Sasuke, but we've run out of milk. You may have water for now, and I will purchase more later." Sasuke's expression mirrored that of someone who had tasted something unpleasant. "Mikoto, we are leaving," he declared. Fuyu, accompanied by Itachi, Sasuke, and Naruto, greeted Meichin at the entrance before departing. Since their paths converged, the four of them set off together. After watching Sasuke and Naruto enter the ninja academy, Fuyu and Itachi made their way to the Hokage building. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Upon reaching the third-floor corridor, they spotted a long-haired figure standing outside the office from a distance. Fuyu approached with curiosity, casting a discerning glance at her, comparing her to the image of the woman he had reviewed the previous day. "Are you the wandering sorceress, pharmacist Nanoyu?" The bespectacled and intellectually attired pharmacist Nanoyu, upon encountering this imposing figure, realized he must be the newly appointed 5th Hokage, Oil Woman Ryuma. She promptly bowed in respectful acknowledgement, replying, "Yes, Hokage-sama." "Well then, please come in." Fu pushed the door open, and Itachi, with a courteous demeanor, gestured for the lady to enter first. The herbalist, Nanoyu, recognized Itachi from their previous encounters during her time at the root, and she graciously accepted his invitation with a nod before entering the Hokage's office. Itachi followed closely behind, ensuring the door was securely closed. "Vio Nayu, regarding Do's reassignment, I have entrusted it to you in Longma." The medic, Yonayu, brightened at the mention. She had long harbored concerns for Do, who had been dispatched by Danzo to serve as a spy in enemy territory. Initially, she felt a sense of relief at Danzo's demise, believing she would no longer be bound by such trepidations. However, last night, Yuen Longma approached her with a message from the Hokage, requesting her assistance. Though she had reluctantly agreed at first, her spirits soared upon hearing that the Hokage was willing to recall Do from his mission. The weight of her worries lifted significantly. As long as Do could return safely, she felt that re-entering the perilous path of a ninja was a trivial matter. "Thank you, Hokage. Even if it means facing death, I shall strive to fulfill the tasks entrusted to me," Yaonayu declared with resolute conviction. Standing nearby, Uchiha Itachi observed silently, his expression unchanging upon hearing her words. "It's not that dramatic. I am not sending you to your demise." Fu waved his hand. The pharmacist Yonayu believed these words and instinctively glanced at Uchiha Itachi, who was standing nearby. She understood that her partner for this mission was none other than Uchiha Itachi, the son of the current Hokage. The fact that Uchiha Itachi was involved in this task indicated that the level of danger associated with it was not excessively high. "Here are the profiles of the individuals who are the targets of your mission. Please take a look." Fuyu dropped the document, upon which was affixed a photograph distinguished by a prominent feature, sharp, pointed shark teeth. It was indeed the dossier of the ghost shark. Yukushi Nanoyu respectfully retrieved the document from the table with both hands, offering it to Uchiha Itachi without even glancing at it. Uchiha Itachi calmly accepted it, perused its contents, and then returned it to Yukushi Nanoyu. Fuyu coughed lightly and said, "This mission falls under the S-rank category. If there are no objections, you may depart at once." "Understood," replied both Yashir Yena and Uchiha Itachi in unison, swiftly exiting the Hokage's office. At that moment, an Umbu member entered to report, "Lord Hokage, Nara Shikaku has informed that the ceremony is about to commence, and he requests your preparation for departure." "Very well, let us proceed," came the response. Fu rose calmly, taking the pristine Hokage robe and the Hokage hat from the coat rack, and strode out of the room, draping the robe over his shoulders. The 5 characters of the 5th Hokage embroidered on the back glimmered. Today marked the 3rd day, the day of the Hokage ceremony. The streets bustled with people, their faces alight with joy and laughter. Meanwhile, the major ninja villages received news that the Hidden Leaf Village had appointed a new Hokage. In the Sand Village, within the Wind Shadow office of the Wind Tower, the 4th Kazekage, Raza, looked up with curiosity as he was informed, "Kazekage, something significant has occurred in the Leaf Village. The Uchiha clan's fierce-eyed Fugaku has staged a coup." Raza inquired, "What was the outcome? Was Fugaku suppressed by that old man, Saratobi Hiruzen?" Maki gulped, "No, Fugaku succeeded. Saratobi Hiruzen was killed, and Fugaku has ascended as the new 5th Hokage." Raza shook his head. Hiruzen was old. He couldn't even suppress the Uchiha Fugaku. His death was well-deserved. A look of schadenfreude crossed his face, which Maki mirrored in agreement. As Raza moved to the window, Maki called out, "Kazekage. The Leaf Village has always been weak, and now with the death of the seasoned Hokage, should we not?" Raza raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. "Forget it. The Leaf Village simply lost an old relic. They suffered no internal strife, so we gain nothing from this." Maki nodded brightly in understanding. "Very well, I'll take my leave." With that, Raza gathered sand beneath his feet and leapt out the window. He was preoccupied with the village's financial deficit and sought to refine sand gold for revenue. In the land of Earth, within the rock village's Tsuchikage Tower, a short yet commanding elder sat at the head of the table. Anoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage, a direct disciple of the 1st and 2nd Tsuchikage, now the bedrock of the rock village. Below him sat a group of elders, chattering incessantly about whether they could seize any advantage from the Leaf Village. Anoki slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Silence." The elders fell silent, their gazes fixated on him. Anoki decreed, "The Leaf Village has merely lost Saratobi Hiruzen. This does not severely impact them. We shall not intervene." Dismissed. The elders dared not voice dissent. After they departed, a little girl bounced into the room. The once imposing Inoki immediately softened at the sight of his granddaughter. However, before he could speak, she piped up, "Grandpa? Can I go outside the village to play with Brother Deidara?" Inoki's expression stiffened. "No, absolutely not. I must insist you do not seek him out." The girl inquired. "But how long will Brother Deidara be outside the village? When will he return?" Inoki coldly replied, "He can return once he has reflected sufficiently." In a house within the rock village, a bespectacled boy read a note, surprise flashing in his eyes. He swiftly swallowed the note, and the once-dull gaze sparkled with newfound vitality. He silently approached the window, gazing into the distance. "I can finally return. I wonder how Mother the Director is doing. And my friends," he thought, excitement bubbling within him at the prospect of returning. In the land of lightning, within the rakeage tower of the Cloud Village, a tall, dark-skinned man paced the room, his expression grave as he contemplated a matter of great importance. Just then, there was a knock at the door. The man looked up sharply. "Enter." A tall, slender figure stepped in, bowing. "Raikage-sama." "Ah, Darui, you've arrived. Here is the urgent intelligence our people retrieved from the Leaf Village. Please review it for my reference." The fourth Raikage, eagerly handed Darui the information. Darui, with dark skin and white hair obscuring one eye, sported tattoos of the characters for lightning and water on his shoulders, and carried a sword on his back. Upon reading the report, astonishment flickered in his eyes. "I can't believe that fierce-eyed Fugaka had the audacity to seize power. One must reassess after being apart for 3 days," Darui exclaimed. The fourth Raikage waved dismissively. "That coward Fugaku is of no consequence. I wonder if this presents an opportunity to invade the Leaf Village? Sarutobi Hiruzen has scarcely left the Leaf Village since assuming the role of Hokage. I have yet to confront him. I've heard the Leaf Villagers claim Sarutobi Hiruzen is the strongest Hokage in history, but I find that hard to accept. However, for Fugaku to have killed him suggests that the title of strongest Hokage is merely a fade." Darui pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Raikage-sama, my advice is to remain patient." Before he could finish, the fourth Raikage's eyes widened with impatience. Why? Anyone else might have felt uneasy under the intense gaze of the Raikage, but Darui, accustomed to his impulsive nature, explained calmly, "The reason is straightforward. From the intelligence received, Fugaku's coup was remarkably successful. After killing the third Hokage, there has not been significant internal conflict within the Leaf Village. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen has perished, leaving the Leaf Village's strength largely intact." Darui suggested, "Perhaps we should send someone to gather more intelligence before deciding whether to attack the Leaf Village." "Very well, I understand. You shall handle this matter," the Raikage concluded. The fourth Raikage reluctantly acquiesced. Although he was a brash individual, he was not a fool. After listening to Darui's analysis, he chose not to act impulsively, but instead embraced Darui's perspective. Darui nodded and proceeded with his tasks. 2 days later, the news finally reached the village hidden in the mist, far across the ocean. The Mist Village had not established any spies within Konoha, primarily because they were too preoccupied with their own troubles to spare resources for infiltration in other villages. Ever since Ukura had returned to normalcy, he had instituted a policy of isolation for the Land of Water, completely sealing off the Mist Village. Initially, he convened a meeting to inform others of his situation under Genjutsu, as well as his decision to abdicate in favor of anyone who achieved notable political success. Faced with a dwindling pool of talent, he also offered amnesty and called back defectors from the Mist. The news of Konoha's coup came from a rogue ninja of the Mist who had heard the report while in the Land of Fire. At that moment, in the Water Shadow Building's conference room, Ukura rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. The dire state of the Mist Village since he took office was nearly overwhelming. With a substantial fiscal deficit, a lack of talent, and an atmosphere of distrust among his subordinates, everyone was on edge, fearing that Ukura might repeat past mistakes. He found himself at an impasse. Upon hearing the news of Konoha's coup, he recognized it as a potential opportunity. However, after convening a meeting and discussing with the others, the elder known as Jinshur, who held equal power and status as the Water Shadow, was the first to voice opposition. He believed that the Mist Village lacked the strength to confront the formidable Konoha. Despite the loss of the third Hokage, Konoha's ninja numbers remained largely intact. The Uchiha clan's coup had not significantly weakened the village. Jinshur's sentiments were echoed by the majority of the Mist elite ninja, prompting Ukura to abandon his aspirations of exploiting Konoha's troubles. However, the Mist Village was genuinely in dire financial straits. Where could he procure funds? One loyal subordinate mentioned that the salaries for the elite ninja had gone unpaid for quite some time. Contemplating this, Ukura felt his headache intensify, genuinely uncertain about how to navigate this mess. Meanwhile, Two individuals who did not belong to this region set foot on the island housing the Mist Village. In Konoha, the grand ceremony for the Hokage was underway, taking place outside the Hokage building, where a wooden platform had been erected. Tenzo was not a fool blinded by loyalty. After being persuaded by his esteemed senior Kakashi, he was released without charges the following day. He subsequently joined the newly formed Umbu directly under the Hokage, remaining a subordinate of Kakashi. This wooden platform was arranged by Tenzo. Notably, Fuyu had given Tenzo a new name, Yamato. Indeed, this Yamato had originally been his name. Beneath the platform, a throng of people surged, with Nara Shikaku orchestrating the atmosphere by placing numerous plants and puppets among the crowd. At crucial moments, they would be prompted to cheer, shouting praises for the Hokage and applauding. At this moment, Fuyu donned the Hokage's hat and a freshly crafted ceremonial robe. Standing confidently on the platform as he spoke, the villagers gazed solemnly, their thoughts unknown to others. Yet, Fuyu was certain that a significant portion of the populace felt uneasy about his ascension to the position of fifth Hokage. After all, the Uchiha clan's leadership of the Konoha Guard had alienated many villagers. However, he remained indifferent. Regardless of the villagers' reluctance, they posed no threat. These easily swayed commoners needed only to be guided in public opinion. In this world, where might makes right, the one with the strongest fist reigns supreme. Fuyu's imposing appearance was already formidable. As he spoke, the villagers dared not breathe too loudly, fearful of inciting the wrath of their new Hokage. They had heard that after the Uchiha clan's patriarch became Hokage, he had imprisoned many individuals in Konoha's dark dungeons. Naturally, they wished to avoid such a fate. Thus, they listened attentively to Fuyu's address, aided by Shikaku's carefully placed supporters, ensuring the ceremony proceeded flawlessly. Even the effort to vindicate Hatake Tsukumo was facilitated. As many in the crowd had experienced the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars and recognized the strength of Konoha's White Fang. Previously, under Danzo's guidance, those who respected the White Fang had not dared to speak up on his behalf. Over time, the subject of the White Fang had become taboo. However, the situation had changed. With the root organization now aligned with Fuyu, the influential voices had vanished. Those who had once respected the White Fang now cheered eagerly as the new Hokage sought to clear his name. This scene stirred emotions within Kakashi, the captain of the direct Umbu, who stood by. "Father, you truly should not have succumbed so easily to death," he thought, harboring resentment upon learning from Fuyu that the White Fang had been driven to his end by Konoha's higher-ups. Yet, it was far too late now. His father had been gone for many years. Clinging to resentment served no purpose. A complex expression flickered in his eyes before he returned to his usual indifferent demeanor. "Yamato?" Noticing Kakashi yawning, inquired, "Senior, are you feeling tired? Perhaps you should rest." Kakashi cast a fleeting glance at the eager subordinate, patting his shoulder in silence. Yamato then ceased speaking, his expression serious as he focused on the new Hokage's speech. "From this day forth, you shall all be witnesses to the transformation of our village for the better." After quietly absorbing the new Hokage's words for a while, Yamato's gaze ignited with fervor. It seemed that Fuyu's ascension to the role of fifth Hokage was not a misfortune after all. Listening to the Hokage's ambitions and expectations for the future, Yamato felt a pang of guilt. How could he have attempted to assassinate this esteemed figure just days prior? Truly, what a grave mistake. After Fuyu succinctly concluded his statement, he cleared his throat and reiterated the matter concerning Naruto, boldly proclaiming Naruto's identity as the hero of Konoha and the son of the fourth Hokage. The crowd below erupted in tumult, transforming the once tranquil venue into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Is this for real? My heavens! That demon fox child is indeed the offspring of that esteemed individual? The disbelief was palpable. What have I done in the past? I ought to be ashamed. How could it possibly be false? The fifth Hokage would not deceive us, would he? I know he wouldn't, but why has Naruto's true identity? Has the child of the fourth Hokage been concealed until now? Who knows? The villagers exchanged heated remarks, each contributing to the fervor. Many among them had relatives and friends who perished during the fateful night of the Nine-Tails attack. Consequently, they harbored animosity towards Naruto, whom they had long associated with their grievances, often expressing their anger and directing their children to ostracize him. Now, upon hearing the announcement from the new Hokage that the demon fox, Naruto, was indeed the son of the valiant fourth Hokage, who sacrificed himself during the Nine-Tails incident, their reactions were intense. Regret, guilt, and disbelief coursed through the crowd, yet the majority found belief in the revelation. For the newly appointed fifth Hokage had no reason to mislead them. When they learned of the origins of the demon fox, shock enveloped them. Good heavens. So that demon fox was sealed within the body of the fourth Hokage's newborn child? The sacrifice made by our fourth Hokage was monumental. Not only did he perish while sealing the Ninetales, but he also transformed his own infant into a vessel for the demon fox. Our survival is owed to him. Yet we have treated his only child with such disdain. At that moment, the instigators positioned within the crowd began to feign shock, further amplifying the collective remorse felt by the villagers. If Naruto were to appear before them now, they would likely rush forward to offer their apologies. The orchestrators spoke truths. Had the fourth Hokage not selflessly sealed the Ninetales, a significant portion of the crowd would have perished, prolonging the tragedy. All right, let us all be quiet now. Fu raised his hands and pressed them down, and the originally boisterous crowd fell silent immediately. In the past, it was the third Hokage who concealed your identities and did not reveal Naruto's true lineage. I will not dwell on the past, but from this day forth, I do not wish to see anyone mock our hero's son. Do you all understand? Understood. Got it. It is all the third Hokage's fault. He should have informed us. Had we known that Naruto was the child of the fourth Hokage, how could we have treated him so poorly? Some parents recalled their daily visits to the ninja school, where they would often exchange a few words with Naruto, even instructing their children not to associate with him in his presence. The thought left them feeling quite conflicted. Under the influence of certain instigators, some remorseful villagers began to lay the blame on the third Hokage for concealing Naruto's identity. Seeing this outcome, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Fuyu's eyes. This way, the third Hokage's authority would diminish significantly, proving beneficial for him. While the Hokage ceremony was taking place in Konoha, the royal court of the Land of Fire also received news from Konoha. What? Konoha has a new Hokage? The daimyo, surprised, froze with his fan suspended in midair. At that moment, a middle-aged man, dressed like a noble, hurriedly entered the hall without waiting for the daimyo's permission. The daimyo's eyes narrowed in displeasure as he pointed his frozen fan at the newcomer, ready to reprimand him, when the man quickly spoke up. Your Excellency, urgent news has emerged. The middle-aged man seemed to understand the daimyo's temperament and hurriedly continued before he could voice his anger. The daimyo blinked, inhaling deeply as he asked, what is this urgent matter? Speak quickly. The man replied, it is said that the Uchiha clan in Konoha has staged a coup. The clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha, has successfully assassinated the third Hokage and declared himself the fifth Hokage. The daimyo's eyes widened in shock. He recalled the message from Konoha's ninja stating that a new Hokage had been appointed without seeking his approval, and a ceremony had already been held. Was this new Hokage a rebel? Awaiting Konoha ninja, visibly displeased, interjected, Your Excellency, one can eat any meal, but one must not speak carelessly. It was the third Hokage's negligence that allowed his apprentice to conduct human experiments and seize property, causing chaos in Konoha. Our clan leader is merely correcting the wrongs. It is clear to any discerning individual that only by removing the blind third Hokage can Konoha hope for a brighter future. The middle-aged man, upon noticing the Uchiha clan insignia on the ninja's attire, felt a chill run down his spine. Speaking ill of the Uchiha in their presence seemed unwise, for these ninjas were known to be ruthless. Should they seek revenge, he would be in peril. He quickly explained, Dear young brother, please do not misunderstand. I am merely here to relay this information. He turned to the daimyo, asserting, Your Excellency, these are merely rumors circulating outside. I am not well informed. The Uchiha clan member scoffed but chose not to respond further. The daimyo, seated on his throne, wore a grim expression. This audacious Konoha ninja dared to threaten his subordinates in his presence. What he failed to notice was the subtle shift in expression among the 12 guardian ninja standing behind him. The 12 guardian ninja did not guard the daimyo around the clock. Rather, they took turns. On this day, were assigned to protect him, Katako, Nambu, Sito, and Domo. Together, they were known as the Lightning Four, capable of executing the powerful lightning release technique, renowned in the outside world. Domo, the only female among them, whispered, This is bad. If Asuma learns of this, he might seek revenge. Katako shot back, That can't happen. Asuma alone cannot succeed against the Uchiha clan, the foremost noble family in the ninja world. Stay here and continue to protect the daimyo. I will go find Asuma and advise him not to act impulsively. Doma glanced at the Uchiha ninja, arms crossed below, and added, You all remain vigilant. I will ensure Asuma does not act rashly. Agreed, Sito replied. The 12 guardian ninja shared a bond of camaraderie and concern for one another. Should Asuma discover that his father had been slain, his impulsive nature would likely drive him to seek vengeance without a second thought. With even the so-called doctor of ninja techniques, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, falling victim to the Uchiha clan, how could Asuma possibly avenge him alone? As Asuma's colleagues and friends, they wished to prevent a senseless tragedy. Doma nodded and vanished in an instant, racing from the palace to locate Asuma. Soon, she found him in their designated residence, a grand estate gifted by the daimyo to the 12 guardian ninja, where each had their own room. Standing at the window, Doma sighed in relief upon seeing Asuma peacefully asleep in bed. Thank goodness. She patted her chest, relieved that last night was their rotation and that this was a time for rest. Therefore, Asuma had not yet learned of his father's demise. Considering this, Doma decided not to rush in. Instead, she went to awaken the others in their rooms. If she acted alone, she might not be able to stop Asuma. After working alongside him for so long, she knew his strength surpassed her own. She lacked confidence in restraining an enraged Asuma. Thus, she resolved to gather the others first before finding Asuma to inform him of his father's death. With their combined efforts, they should be able to prevent Asuma from going off recklessly. The first person she sought was Jiraku, who lived next door to Asuma. Jiraku served as the head priest of the Fire Temple and was the most wanted in the black market, with a bounty of 30 million ryo on his head. His strength was exceptional, earning the recognition of several of their group, and he stood on equal footing with Asuma. Doma, not wishing to disturb Asuma, quietly entered Jiraku's room without knocking. Jiraku, ever vigilant, may have been awake. The moment Doma entered, he sat up in bed, his expression alert as he regarded the figure at the door. Who goes there? He whispered sharply, aware of the bounty on his head. He remained cautious even within the palace grounds. Without such vigilance, he might have fallen victim to bounty hunters seeking to claim his life for the reward. It's me, Doma whispered, signaling him to remain quiet. Upon recognizing her, Jiraku relaxed but questioned, Doma, aren't you supposed to be guarding the daimyo? What brings you here? Dilu's expression altered slightly as a certain suspicion crossed his mind. He quickly clasped his hands together in front of his chest and murmured, Amitba. Dong Mao was taken aback, unsure of Dilu's sudden behavior, and when he heard the next statement, his cheeks flushed. Dong Mao. I am a monk of the Buddhist teachings, and I shun the company of women, Dilu said with a face full of compassion. Observing Dilu's earnest demeanor, Dong Mao scoffed, You bald donkey, what nonsense are you spouting? I came for an entirely different matter. Realizing Dilu had misunderstood, Dong Mao hurried over to clarify in hushed tones. Upon hearing this, Dilu suddenly understood. So, Asma's father has been killed? He gasped in shock. While others might be unaware, those of them guarding the 12 shinobi knew well that Asma was the youngest son of the third Hokage of the Fire Country's Konohagakure. This meant that the esteemed lord had perished. What transpired? Dilu inquired solemnly about the subsequent events. Dong Mao replied, I heard it from others. They say that the Uchiha clan of Konohagakure staged a coup, and the clan had assassinated the third Hokage, subsequently seizing the position of the fifth Hokage. Dong Mao seemed to recall something and added, By the way, there is currently a member of the Uchiha clan in the palace. What is his purpose? Dilu instinctively stood up, concerned that the Uchiha clan, having assassinated the third Hokage, might now target the current daimyo. Should the daimyo fall, chaos would ensue in the Fire Country. Dong Mao waved his hand dismissively. Do not worry. The Uchiha member is merely a jonin, and with Shido and the others present, the daimyo is safe. Despite this reassurance, Dilu's concern did not dissipate. He furrowed his brow and said, The Uchiha clan possesses the Sharingan and wields profound genjutsu. It is said that they have seldom lost in one-on-one confrontations. As for Shido and the others, I believe that the Uchiha member is not here to cause trouble. Our immediate priority is Asma. Dong Mao spoke gravely, still convinced that the Uchiha would not act against the daimyo under the protection of Shido and his comrades. Furthermore, she had not noticed any inclination from that individual to engage before departing. It appeared he had merely come to deliver a message. You have a point, Dilu conceded, halting his steps. Initially, he intended to rush to the palace to protect the daimyo, but upon hearing Dong Mao mention Asma, he felt a surge of urgency. Asma is still unaware, isn't he? Dilu expressed his concern. Dong Mao shook her head. I just checked. He is still asleep in bed. We are not sufficiently secure. Let us wake up Hema and the others as well. Then we can inform Asma of this matter. Agreed. Dong Mao nodded, and the two hurriedly exited, carefully closing the door behind them to awaken their companions. Meanwhile, in another part of Konohagakure, the Hokage's funeral ceremony was nearing its conclusion. The coffin of the White Fang of Konoha, due to past events, had not even been allowed to enter the village's memorial monument. and Kakashi had buried it beneath a large tree in a training ground that the White Fang frequented in life. With the recent posthumous vindication of the White Fang, the coffin was moved to the memorial monument. At the Ninja Academy, school was dismissed. A crowd had gathered at the entrance, waiting to collect their children. As the kids streamed out, two chubby and slim boys shoved a blonde-haired child, hurling insults. "Damn fox, stay away from us. We don't want your bad luck to rub off on us." The child being shoved was Naruto. He had done nothing wrong. He simply intended to wait for Sasuke at the school gate. Sasuke had been called to the teacher's office, and Naruto planned to wait for him to return home together. Before he could reach the gate, he encountered these two unreasonable brats, oblivious to when he had provoked them. Used to such bothersome children, Naruto wore a pained expression and refrained from retaliating. The Hokage had once advised him to avoid fighting with children, to endure the bullying, and to inform him afterwards so he could resolve the matter. Though Naruto now resided with an uncle and aunt, he had retained that habit. Naruto silently distanced himself. But the two boys relentlessly followed. "Hey, stinky fox, go to the bathroom and don't come out until we've left," the chubby boy said coldly, clenching his fists. Naruto lowered his head and remained silent. The slim boy, dissatisfied with Naruto's immobility, pushed him again, this time sending him sprawling to the ground. Just as Naruto remained motionless, he suddenly heard two cries of agony. Ah. Confused, he looked up to see two adults firmly grasping the two aggressive boys and soundly spanking them. "Skipping school to misbehave. I'll teach you a lesson." A middle-aged woman held the chubby boy's hand while spanking him, causing him to wail in distress. The other boy received similar treatment from a middle-aged man. Naruto found the situation perplexing. Suddenly, he felt a pang of sadness. Surely, these adults must have thought their children were befriending him, as he often heard that many adults would not allow their children to play with him. However, soon after, he witnessed the two adults cease their actions and turn to him with contrite smiles. "Naruto-kun, are you all right?" "I'm so sorry, my child is too mischievous. Rest assured, I will educate him properly at home." Another man chimed in, Yes, pulling the sobbing boy close and sternly commanding, apologized to Naruto. The slim boy, taken aback, looked up in disbelief, as if seeing something utterly foreign in his familiar father's demeanor. The middle-aged man's expression darkened, and a hint of anger surfaced. "Did you not hear your father?" Apologized to Naruto. The slim boy trembled at the reprimand, fearing further punishment, and hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, Naruto." Only then did the middle-aged man huff in satisfaction, offering Naruto a strained smile before hastily leading his child away. The middle-aged woman similarly delivered a few firm smacks to the chubby boy, who reluctantly muttered, "I'm sorry." The woman's stern face finally softened into a smile. "Naruto, I will ensure he learns his lesson when we get home. You can count on it." With that, she too departed swiftly with her son. Naruto stood there, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. "Naruto-kun, please get up," said Hinata, who had been shyly observing from a distance as she approached him. "Oh, it's Hinata," he replied. Naruto, with a foolish grin, rose from the ground. Hinata, noticing his silly smile directed at her, felt her cheeks flush crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp, with steam seemingly emanating from her head. In a fluster, she dashed away. Naruto, however, paid little heed to this incident. With his hands casually clasped behind his head, he sauntered over to the familiar swing beneath a tree, a remnant of his past. It was here, at this very swing, that he would wait alone after school, until the other children had left for home. Yet, he was certain that such solitude would no longer be his fate. Today, he intended to wait on the swing for Sasuke's arrival. After a brief moment, even the oblivious Naruto sensed something amiss. Adults standing at the school gate occasionally cast friendly glances in his direction. The owner of a nearby snack shop even took the liberty of presenting him with a warm, freshly made pancake. Naruto recalled this shopkeeper well. Long ago, he had entered the shop seeking a snack, only to be met with disdain and ejected. However, Naruto, with his carefree disposition, dismissed such thoughts. If it was offered to him, he would indulge. Savoring the aromatic pancake, his spirits lifted immensely. Just as he finished, he spotted Sasuke emerging from the school gates. Naruto's eyes brightened as he leaped off the swing and dashed toward Sasuke. "Hey, were you waiting for me?" Sasuke shot a sidelong glance at the approaching Naruto. "Haha, Sasuke. Let's head home together." Naruto replied cheerfully, licking the tasty sauce from his fingers. Sasuke, with a look of disdain, quickened his pace, muttering to himself that he had no intention of going home with Naruto. Yet, paradoxically, his steps slowed slightly. Oblivious to Sasuke's mixed signals, Naruto, fixated on the notion of returning home together, pursued him like a persistent pest. Sasuke, glancing back at Naruto, felt exasperated as he noticed the sauce smeared on Naruto's mouth. With a frown, he pulled out a tissue from his pocket and commanded, "Wipe your mouth." "Oh," Naruto exclaimed, grabbing the tissue and wiping haphazardly, only to realize the sauce remained. He then proceeded to lick the remnants from his lips, beaming with delight, much to Sasuke's chagrin. As the sky darkened, far away in the hot spring town of the Land of Water, the news of the third Hokage's demise reached this locale. Tsunade, having just awoken after a night of gambling, was preparing to indulge in a meal before returning to the gambling den. However, a mere moment into her meal, she overheard the shocking news. Her expression shifted as she swiftly approached those gossiping nearby, coldly inquiring, "What did you just say about Konoha?" Tsunade hoped fervently that this was merely a figment of her imagination. Yet, upon confirming with others, the grim reality settled in. The third Hokage had perished, and the leader of the Uchiha clan had ascended to power. Tsunade stood frozen, recalling that the day her teacher had died coincidentally aligned with the day she had won her only bet in recent memory. "How foolish I am. I knew something dreadful was afoot. Otherwise, how could I have one? Every time I win, calamity follows," she murmured to herself. Beside her, Shizen watched with concern, unsure how to console her. In the land of bears, within a secluded corner of a public bath, a man with hair resembling a hedgehog lurked behind a partition. Peering in, a few empty bottles of liquor strewn by his side. This white-haired individual was none other than Jiraiya. A grin spread across his face as inspiration flooded his mind. Tonight promised to yield excellent material. As he observed the youthful figures in the pool, he suddenly overheard a conversation. "Did you hear? What happened now?" Several older women chattered. Jiraiya felt a wave of irritation. Could they not keep their voices down? Just as he prepared to cover his ears and focus, he froze at the mention of a shocking revelation. "I heard from my sister's brother-in-law's nephew that the Hokage of Konoha has died." "Really? Is it true?" "Absolutely. My sister's brother-in-law's nephew would never lie. I heard it clearly. It was the third Hokage." "The third Hokage? That's a high-ranking official. How did he die?" "Apparently, he was assassinated. The Uchiha clan betrayed him and took his place." Jiraiya's expression dulled, his mouth agape in shock. What had he just heard? The third Hokage was dead? His teacher had passed? How could this be? Though aging, his teacher had been in good health when he left the village. The news of an assassination only deepened his confusion. As a disciple, Jiraiya felt compelled to unravel the truth. Upon hearing the mention of the Uchiha clan, he understood the implications. The conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village had finally erupted. Though Jiraiya had been away from the village for some time, he was acutely aware of the long-standing tensions, with his own student, Minato Namikaze, having ascended to the position of fourth Hokage. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village had somewhat improved due to Minato's rapport with Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader. However, following the sacrifice at the hands of the Ninetales, the discord between the village and the Uchiha clan has intensified. "Teacher, you ultimately failed to resolve this conflict, and tragically, you met your demise at the hands of the Uchiha." Jiraiya's expression was one of complexity. To have assassinated the teacher, it must have been Fugaku who struck. In Jiraiya's perspective, the strongest member of the Uchiha clan undoubtedly belonged to the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. He had earned recognition from the enemy during the Third Great Ninja War through sheer strength, acquiring the ominous title of Dreadful Eye. If Fugaku were indeed involved, it was plausible that the aged teacher, whose abilities may have waned, could have been unable to withstand such an assault. No, the teacher cannot die like this. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in Jiraiya's eyes as he swiftly vanished from the bathhouse, returning to his lodgings to gather his belongings before setting off towards the Land of Fire. He intended to return to the village and discern the situation. If the opportunity arose, avenging the teacher would be ideal. Of course, he needed to first ascertain what had transpired. Jiraiya was no fool. After a day and night of travel, upon entering the Land of Fire, he refrained from hastening to Konohagakure and instead sought out an underground black market nearby. He planned to gather intelligence about the village before formulating his next steps. After finding an information broker in the black market, he spent a modest sum of money to acquire news on Konohagakure. Upon reviewing the information, Jiraiya's expression darkened. He had initially believed that even if Uchiha Fugaku succeeded in assassinating the teacher, becoming Hokage would not be so easily attainable. After all, numerous clans within the village would surely oppose the Uchiha clan's ascension to that esteemed position. Yet, the outcome surprised him. Konohagakure had not erupted into chaos but remained eerily tranquil, as if the teacher's death had stirred no significant upheaval. This perplexed Jiraiya. Had the prominent clans all aligned themselves with the Uchiha? If that were the case, returning to the village alone would be perilous. He would be ill-equipped to confront the entire village on his own. The teacher's clan had been annihilated, along with the families of Danzo and several other prominent figures. As the teacher's disciple, he bore the indelible mark of his mentor, standing in opposition to the Uchiha clan that had orchestrated the assassination. To return would be akin to walking into a trap. After much contemplation, Jiraiya decided to turn back. He resolved to find Tsunade and Orochimaru to discuss the possibility of returning to the village together. With Tsunade and Orochimaru at his side, he would feel considerably more secure. Even if they could not prevail, they could still escape. The summoning beasts of the three were formidable indeed. With urgency, Jiraiya departed the Land of Fire, pursuing the whereabouts of his two old friends. At the border of the Land of Fire, there lay a concealed valley. Konohagakure had designated this location as a frontline camp, deploying 5 squads of ninjas to monitor the border. Should any unusual activity arise, they would immediately report back to the village while also taking the initiative to intercept any illegal intruders, thus buying time for the village to react. On this day, an unexpected visitor arrived at the camp. A silver-haired figure adorned with an exquisite fox mask, a member of the Konohagakure Umbu, crouched upon a branch, flanked by dozens of similarly clad ninjas. If any high-ranking officials from Konohagakure were present, they would recognize this as a rare joint operation between the Hokage's direct Umbu and the Root organization. Leading the operation was Kakashi, the current captain of the Hokage's Umbu, with the Root leader, Oil Woman Ryoma, shadowing him, concealed beneath a hood and dark robes. Having gathered their intelligence, they approached the 9th tent, home to the Sarutobi clan's ninjas. An Umbu member knelt respectfully before Kakashi and Ryoma, reporting the information they had just collected. In this operation, Kakashi served as the supreme commander, assisted by Ryoma. A glint of cold determination flickered in Kakashi's eyes as he surveyed the rising smoke from the camp, stating calmly, "We act under the cover of night. Leave no remnants of the Sarutobi." As night fell, the moon shrouded by clouds, the silent Umbu infiltrated the valley camp, swiftly eliminating the guards before proceeding to the tents. After dispatching the remnants of the Sarutobi clan, the Umbu and Root members quietly withdrew. The valley returned to its eerie silence, seemingly unchanged from its usual state. Yet, the blood seeping from the tents bore witness to the brutal events that had transpired. The following day, several members of the Hyuga clan awoke within their tent, tasked with monitoring the border. "Something's amiss," one shouted, horrified to discover a pool of crimson water accumulating in the camp. His face drained of color as he scanned the surroundings. Nearly every tent was using a dark red stream that converged into the hollow pool. Had the enemy invaded? Were all their comrades slain? This thought flickered through his mind. But then confusion washed over him. Why were they still alive? Had they been spared? That seemed implausible. At that moment, his clan members emerged from their tents, equally stunned by the horrific scene. "Dato, what is happening?" asked one, identified as Dato, the first of the Hyuga to step out. Dato shook his head in bewilderment. "I don't know. It was like this when I came out." In unison, they activated their Byakugan, cautiously scanning the entire camp before relaxing slightly upon finding no enemies. Yet, a sense of dread began to creep into their hearts. Under the scrutiny of their Byakugan, they soon realized that only a handful of them remained alive. Not a single other soul could be found. They had begun with hundreds in the camp. Surely, even if they were mere pigs, it would take time to slaughter them all, wouldn't it? There should have been some noise, but they had heard nothing throughout the night. They had slept soundly. Given the harrowing scene before them, it was clear that everyone else in the camp had perished. Dato swallowed hard. This place is no longer safe. We must relay this information to the village. There has been an enemy incursion. His clan members unanimously agreed. Just as they prepared to leave, they noticed a letter pinned to the wooden post at their tent entrance. "Come quickly. There is another letter," Dato called out, and they hurried over to investigate. "What does it say?" "Open it and see." Fear gripped their hearts. They were merely a handful of Chunin. While they possessed the Byakugan, they were not significantly stronger than average Chunin. The camp had housed many Jonin. If even they had fallen without a sound, what did that imply? It suggested that their assailants were far more formidable. This letter could very well be a challenge. Before they even opened the envelope, the notion had taken root in their minds. After all, to have stealthily eliminated everyone else in the camp, what could it be but a provocation? It seemed the enemy was preparing to wage war against Konohagakure. They were aware that the majority of the ninjas in this camp belonged to the Sarutobi clan. Although many of them were unfamiliar faces, after spending a considerable amount of time in the camp, it became evident that they were all members of the Sarutobi lineage. With so many Sarutobi ninjas having fallen at the hands of their enemies, the third Hokage would undoubtedly seek retribution. Initially, they had not received any intelligence from the village and were under the impression that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was still alive. Upon opening the letter, their eyes widened in astonishment. It turned out that this correspondence had been left by Kakashi, a member of the Hokage's direct umbu. They all recognized Kakashi as the son of the legendary Konoha White Fang, who had displayed remarkable talent from a young age. In fact, they had been classmates with Kakashi. Thus, he was no stranger to them. The letter revealed that these Sarutobi clan members were, in fact, rogue ninjas. The Hyuga clan members were not particularly surprised by this revelation, considering the sudden influx of unfamiliar faces, all of whom wore the Leaf Village headbands. Who knew where they had come from? Given Kakashi's position within the Hokage's umbu, his assertions were undoubtedly credible. Kakashi mentioned that a contingent would arrive in the afternoon to take over the camp and instructed them to tidy up the premises. Hyuga Odo, with a countenance resembling the very earth, glanced around and resignedly remarked, "Damn it, we still have an entire morning ahead of us. Let us get to work." The group then commenced the task of cleaning up the disarray. Meanwhile, less than 20 miles from the valley, a group of ninjas was hastening towards their location. They all shared a common trait. They wore the Leaf Village headbands. These were the ninjas mentioned in the letter, tasked with taking over the border. Led by Uchiha Hakadai, the team consisted of individuals selected from each clan, supplemented by a few civilian ninjas, forming this formidable unit. Their upcoming mission was to oversee the camp and monitor the border. Notably, the additional ninjas included trusted confidants of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although some of these ninjas had passed inspections, they had nonetheless been dispatched to the frontline border outpost. The ninjas from the prominent clans were to serve in a supervisory capacity. These confidants of Sarutobi Hiruzen, barring unforeseen circumstances, would languish at the border outpost for many years to come. At this moment, Buu was oblivious to the fact that he had already caught Jiraiya's attention. He was currently occupied with a particular matter. Lord Hokage. 2 spies were apprehended in the village yesterday. Through the diligent efforts of the intelligence division, their identities have been confirmed as belonging to Kumogakure and Dawagakure. Narashikaku was reporting the situation in the Hokage's office. Everything is normal at the border. It seems that the other villages are attempting to ascertain information before deciding whether to launch an attack. However, I believe they will eventually succumb to the temptation to probe our defenses, Narashikaku concluded. It's of no concern, should they dare approach. We shall swiftly sever their claws. Fuyu smiled and remarked that his current mood was quite pleasant. Kakashi had returned the previous night, and the first joint mission between the direct umbu and route had been remarkably successful. The remnants secretly nurtured by the Sarutobi clan had been completely eradicated, alleviating one of his concerns. Narashikaku spent a brief moment in the office before departing, as he had numerous matters to attend to. Fuyu smiled as he watched Narashikaku depart, feeling quite relaxed these days. After work, it only took him a few minutes to return home. The Uchiha clan had finally relocated back to their ancestral grounds yesterday. Thanks to Yamato's efforts, the construction of their new homes progressed swiftly, without his assistance. It would have taken at least a week for the Uchiha clan to move. In a cavern, 2 enormous hands cradled several phantoms standing atop each finger. All clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds, their heads crowned with hats decorated with wind chimes. It was a rare gathering of the Akatsuki organization. Pain, the leader, emanated an imposing aura as he surveyed the vacant fingers and coldly inquired, "Where is Uchiha Obito? What is he preoccupied with?" I stated we were to convene today to discuss significant matters concerning the Akatsuki. Ju, bearing the visage of a pitcher plant, awkwardly replied, "He has gone missing. I cannot locate him." He spoke the truth, for he had genuinely lost track of Obito's whereabouts. Pain furrowed his brow. Obito was notoriously elusive, always appearing and disappearing like a phantom. He relented, releasing the tension in his brow and addressing the assembled members. "Our numbers remain insufficient. We must recruit more individuals to assist us." He turned to Ju and asked, "Have you discovered any suitable candidates recently?" "I found an excellent prospect in the Land of Water, specifically in the Mist Village. His strength is formidable. He is known as Kisame Hashigaki, the tailed beast without a tail. We could recruit him." "Tailed beast without a tail," Pain murmured, a strange glimmer igniting in his eyes. "Very well, Conan. Accompany Ju to secure this individual." "Understood," the slender figure with purple hair nodded. At that moment, 3 weary figures arrived at the gates of Konohagakure. The guards, Steel and Kamizuki Izumo, perked up upon seeing 3 individuals clad in hooded cloaks. Before Izumo could utter a word, the leader of the group pulled back his hood. revealing black hair and deep tear marks etched upon his face. "Ah, it's Itachi," Izumo recognized, smiling warmly. "Please, enter." Steel coughed, relieved that the son of the Hokage had arrived without incident. The brothers stepped aside, welcoming Itachi and his companions into the village. Itachi acknowledged them with a nod, leading his two companions into Konohagakure. "Welcome to Konohagakure, Kisame," he said as they stepped onto the broad streets, the ground beneath their feet solid from countless footsteps over time. Itachi took the opportunity to introduce Kisame. The observant medical nin, Yakushi Non, remained silent, having noticed that this individual, identified by the Hokage as a valuable asset, seemed to harbor a peculiar fondness for Itachi. "There lies the Hokage Rock," Itachi pointed to the colossal cliff face adorned with carved faces. From left to right, the statues depict the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and the third Hokage. His words faltered as he noticed the absence of the third Hokage statue. Itachi's expression remained impassive as he continued, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. His gaze shifted, now noticing the completed statue of the fifth Hokage, Fugaku Uchiha. Kisame's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing Fugaku's statue. "Is that the esteemed leader?" Itachi and Non understood his enthusiasm. Prior to their departure for the Mist Village, Fugaku had conveyed a message through them to Kisame. Initially skeptical, they had found it hard to believe that a shinobi of Kisame's caliber would be swayed by mere words. However, upon meeting Kisame, they encountered unexpected success. Itachi recalled his father's words and, convinced that his father would not mislead them, spoke to Kisame as instructed. To their astonishment, the initially reluctant Kisame had indeed embraced the notion that Konohagakure would bring peace to the shinobi world. "My goodness, even we find it hard to believe, yet Kisame, an outsider, has accepted it," they mused. Such is the unpredictable nature of the world. Nevertheless, they were pleased to see their mission accomplished, hurrying back with Kisame. "Indeed. That is the statue of the fifth Hokage. Allow me to introduce you to him," Itachi said, allowing a rare smile to grace his lips. "Excellent, let us go," Kisame replied, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, his cloak fluttering slightly behind him. Itachi and Non were not surprised by this. They were aware that Kisame wielded the legendary sword, Samahata, one of the 7 ninja swords. Samahata was an extraordinary sword, possessing a sentient quality that allowed it to absorb chakra and regenerate its wielder's cells. When Kisame fused with Samahata, he transformed into a formidable entity. This intelligence had been shared with them by Fuyu before their departure. The trio of Itachi, Non, and Kisame made their way towards the Hokage building. Kisame observed the lively village with a sense of wonder, noticing the bustling streets filled with villagers. A stark contrast to the desolate Mist Village. Konohagakure truly held its place as the foremost of the 5 great shinobi villages, a realm of exceptional talent and vitality. Kisame silently compared it to his own village, realizing the vast disparity between them. The distinctive appearance of Kisame garnered the attention of passing villagers, who curiously regarded him. Non considered advising Kisame to don his hood for discretion, but before she could speak, Itachi interjected. "Kisame, the villagers mean no harm, they are merely curious." Kisame grinned, revealing sharp teeth, and despite his fierce appearance, he spoke with a calm demeanor. "I understand, I have grown accustomed to it." Hearing this, Non turned to observe Kisame once more. With deep blue hair and a visage reminiscent of a shark, his golden eyes were strikingly unusual. It was hard to believe he was human. Yet, Non had long been a covert operative, witnessing many wonders and oddities, and thus was not overly surprised. Had the Mist Village not been so distant across the sea, she suspected that Danzo would have already dispatched her to gather intelligence. "We have arrived." Itachi gazed at the unchanged Hokage building, a fleeting smile gracing his lips before it vanished, replaced by an expression of solitude. "Shall we enter?" he proposed. Kisame, lifting his gaze to survey the structure, silently compared it to the Mizukage building, noting the similarities in their essence, though differing in appearance. He chuckled softly, acknowledging that the Mizukage building was merely a reflection of Konoha's design. As the trio stepped into the lobby, they found it bustling with activity. Itachi casually pointed towards a lively area, identifying it as the mission department, where Konoha ninjas received tasks. D rank, C rank, and some B rank missions could be acquired here, while higher level assignments must be obtained directly from the Hokage. In your spare time, you may come here to accept missions. The rewards are considerably higher than those in the hidden Mist Village, he informed Kisame. Kisame nodded inwardly, recognizing that the 4th Mizukage mismanagement had left the hidden Mist Village in disarray. The land of water, distant over the sea and sparsely populated. suffered from low trade and a weak economy, resulting in lower mission rewards compared to other ninja villages. In contrast, the Land of Fire thrived as the most prosperous nation in the ninja world, boasting fertile lands, a favorable climate, picturesque landscapes, and a dense population, its mission rewards far surpassing those of the Hidden Mist Village. Excuse me, could you please announce our arrival? We have completed an external mission and need to report to the Hokage. Itachi addressed a ninja at the counter by the staircase. The ninja, recognizing Itachi as the eldest son of the Uchiha clan, readily complied and sent someone upstairs to relay the message. While Itachi could have ascended directly to seek the Hokage, his adherence to protocol prevented him from doing so. As they waited, Kisame's striking appearance once again attracted the attention of ninjas in the mission area. Hey, look at that guy. He looks quite unusual, one whispered. He seems unfamiliar, not one of our villagers, another added. Well, obviously. That forehead protector appears to be from the Hidden Mist Village. Didn't you notice? Who checks that first? Haha. But what could a mist ninja possibly want in our village? Who knows? The ninjas conversed in hushed tones, unaware that both Itachi and Kisame, both elite jonin, could hear their whispers distinctly. Itachi discreetly glanced at Kisame, noting his calm demeanor, seemingly intrigued by his surroundings. From their initial encounter to their ongoing observations, Itachi had to concede that his father was indeed correct. Kisame was a remarkable individual. Before long, the Uchiha clan member who had gone to report returned, indicating that they could proceed. Itachi led the way, Kisame walking in the middle, while Yakushi Nanoya trailed slightly behind. Upon reaching the door to the Hokage's office, Itachi raised his hand to knock, but the door swung open of its own accord. Assistant Lord Narashikaka greeted with a smile, his gaze lingering on Kisame for a moment before he gestured them inside, indicating that the Hokage awaited them. Thank you, Itachi responded respectfully. It was evident that in the presence of Konoha's higher-ups, Itachi maintained a demeanor of deference, quite different from the aloofness he often exhibited. Narashikaka then stepped into the adjacent room. This is the Hokage's assistant, equivalent to your village's elder, though with less authority than your elder possesses. Itachi explained to Kisame, who nodded in understanding. Shall we enter? He suggested, and the three proceeded into the Hokage's office, with Yakushi Nanoyu closing the door behind them. Have you arrived? Inquired the Hokage. Fuyu sat on the sofa in the reception area to the right of the entrance. Turning his head, he caught sight of the imposing shark head behind Itachi, his eyes lighting up with intrigue. Initially, he had sent Itachi along with the pharmacist Nonai to the Hidden Mist Village with the hope of seizing an opportunity. Little did he expect that the formidable Kisame Hashigaki would indeed be swayed by the two of them. Please, have a seat. Fuyu smiled warmly and gestured towards the sofa opposite him. The Hokage was his father, and Itachi felt no embarrassment as he promptly took a seat. Witnessing Itachi's lead, Kisame Hashigaki and Kabuto Yakushi followed suit, settling beside him. Kisame's golden eyes scrutinized the imposing square face before him. Was this truly the newly appointed 5th Hokage of Konohagakure? The very same leader who would soon unify the ninja world and bring peace to the entire realm? Kisame's gaze blazed with fervor, akin to that of an ardent admirer. His impulsive nature took over. Unable to contain himself, he stood up and asked, Itachi mentioned that you possess a means to unify the ninja world. Is that true? He was eager to ascertain whether he was being deceived. Fuyu, without any hesitation, chose not to delve into the Moon's Eye plan. Instead, he resolved to showcase his formidable strength to Kisame Hashigaki, allowing him to witness that invincible power, which would surely earn his belief. Initially, he had intended to engage in conversation with Kisame, but it now appeared entirely unnecessary. Fuyu set down the teapot and rose, stating, It is true. Follow me, and I shall reveal to you the power that unifies the ninja world. Hanzo, though somewhat skeptical, could not perceive the overwhelming strength possessed by the man before him. As Fuyu had not activated his eternal Meijiki Sharingan, he merely sensed that the 5th Hokage exuded an aura of danger, but beyond that, he remained oblivious. Father, shall we wait for you here? Itachi suggested, while Yakushi Nanoyu obediently settled onto the sofa without moving. You may accompany me, Fuyu replied. Fuyu waved his hand and stepped out of the room first. Whether one person or 2 or 3 were observing him, it made no difference. Itachi was his own son, and now that Konoha was under his command, there were no conditions for opposition. Yakushi Nanoyu had ties to the orphanage, and the only one who could control her, Danzo, was already deceased. If Yakushi Nanoyu wished to avoid trouble for the orphanage, her loyalty was naturally assured. Chief. The members of the Uchiha clan greeted Fuyu respectfully as he walked along. Since the training ground of the Uchiha clan was closest to the Hokage building, Fuyu decided to take the three of them there. Recently, the Uchiha clan's ninjas had been quite busy, and the training ground was deserted. After instructing Itachi, Kisame Hashigaki, and Yukushi Nanoyu to stand back, Fuyu activated his Eternal Meijiki Sharingan. The moment the Eternal Meijiki Sharingan manifested, Kisame's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed that this man had become exponentially more powerful than before. However, a more astonishing scene unfolded. A colossal red figure appeared out of thin air. To subdue Kisame, Fuyu directly summoned his complete Susanoo. This form could only be achieved by one who had fully harnessed the power of the Meijiki Sharingan and possessed immense chakra. At that moment, the red Susanoo swelled to an enormous size, its chakra stabilizing, granting it the strength to effortlessly cleave through mountains and meteors, while also possessing the ability to fly and perform jutsu that the user was adept at. The giant, radiating crimson flames, unfurled immense wings, clutching the Yada mirror in its left hand and the Tatsuka blade in its right. Standing atop the head of the giant, Fuyu observed his complete Susanoo with curiosity, intrigued by its appearance. After all, the anime had never depicted Fugaku's Susanoo. Gazing upon his Susanoo, which rivaled that of Uchiha Madara in its divine might, satisfaction flickered in Fuyu's eyes. When he noticed the Yada mirror and Tatsuka blade held in the hands of Susanoo, Fuyu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that after merging with Itachi's Meijiki Sharingan, he would also inherit these legendary artifacts. What a delightful surprise. However, had Itachi obtained these two legendary treasures even before the night of the massacre? The Yada mirror, an ethereal shield, possessed the ability to adapt to any chakra nature, rendering attacks ineffective by altering its properties according to the nature of the assault. The Tatsuka blade, a variant of the Kusanagi, could ensnare the struck individual within a dreamlike illusionary realm. With the acquisition of these two artifacts, Fuyu felt emboldened to confront pain of the Akatsuki head-on. Fuyu gazed down upon the diminutive figures of Uchiha Itachi, Kisame Hashigaki, and Kabuto Yakushi, appearing as mere ants from his vantage point. With a subtle shift in thought, he unfurled the wings of his Susanoo, stirring the air with a colossal gust. Amidst the swirling sands and flying stones, the formidable crimson deity hovered in the sky. Itachi beheld this complete form of Susanoo, momentarily frozen in astonishment. He recognized its nature. Before the loss of his Meijiki, he had attempted to summon the third power, accessible only through the Meijiki, known as the divine power. However, his earlier endeavor had yielded only an incomplete manifestation, a skeletal form enveloped in chakra, capable of wielding weapons. He sensed the potential for further evolution, yet continuing would demand considerable ocular power, risking harm to his eyes, prompting him to cease. Nevertheless, he had shed blood tears in the aftermath, the agony lingering for an extended time. And now, this Susanoo belonged to his father. Is this the power of the Eternal Meijiki Sharingan? Uchiha Itachi stood in dazed contemplation. Beside him, Kisame Hashigaki and Kabuto Yakushi mirrored his shock. Kisame's eyes widened as he felt the immense chakra and overwhelming pressure emanating from the giant. Even his shark skin conveyed a sense of insurmountable might. He sensed that even a single strike from this giant would be beyond his capacity to withstand. Was this the confidence of the Hokage in unifying the ninja world? Kisame trembled, not from fear, but from an exhilarating thrill. Rumors spoke of the Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, possessing godlike powers, capable of summoning a colossal demon. This individual too belonged to the Uchiha clan, suggesting that this giant was not far inferior to Madara's demon. The mere thought ignited a fervor within Kisame. The Shura of the ninja world was an entity of legendary status, rivaling the divine among ninjas. He mused that, perhaps, without the ninja god Senja Hashirama, the Shura Uchiha Madara might have claimed that title for himself. After all, both had once been invincible. This grand figure shared a similar demonic might with Uchiha Madara, equating him to the ninja god. Boom! A thunderous realization exploded within Kisame's heart, and a fervent light surged in his eyes. In the current shinobi world, no one rivaled the divine or the Shura. If this individual truly possessed power akin to Madara, then his vision of unifying the ninja world was indeed plausible. Like Madara in his prime, he would sweep through the ninja realm. Who would dare oppose him? Kisame grew weary of the numbing routine of carrying out missions and taking lives, which explained his immediate agreement to follow Itachi to Konohagakure. For he now witnessed the power capable of unifying the ninja world and achieving peace. Noticing the shift in Kisame's demeanor, Fuyu smiled inwardly, recognizing Kisame's loyalty. He then dispelled the Susanoo and descended to the ground. Summoning the complete form of Susanoo was effortless for Fuyu, endowed with the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. My lord, Kisame Hashigaki, pledge my allegiance, hoping to contribute my humble strength towards your goal of unifying the ninja world and ensuring everlasting peace. Kisame fervently knelt on one knee. Indeed. Kisame, rest assured, that day is not far off. Fuyu smiled as he helped the dried persimmon Kage to his feet. Fujitake, being quite tall himself, was nearly of the same height as the dried persimmon Kage. You have all worked hard on your return. Take a few days to rest well. Fuyu gazed at Itachi and instructed, Itachi, take Kisame to find Uchiha Madara and request that he arrange a residence for Kisame within the clan territory. Just convey my words. Then tomorrow, bring him to the Hokage building to process Kisame's identification. Understood. Very well. At that moment, Fuyu turned his attention to the obedient Yakushi Nanoyu. Nanoyu. Present. Yakushi Nanoyu responded promptly, her demeanor alert. Kabuto has returned to the village. You may go to the orphanage to meet him. Fuyu smiled as he spoke. In the eyes of the medic, Yanoyu, a glimmer of surprise flickered. It had been many years since she last saw Do due to Danzo's interference, and she found herself missing the clever and obedient Do from their days in the orphanage. She was eager to return to the orphanage and reunite with him, wondering how he had changed over the years. Had he been eating well? Had he grown properly? Yet, she was also aware that Do had been dispatched to an enemy village as a spy under Danzo's orders and must have endured considerable hardships. The fact that he returned alive was already a blessing. Noticing Yanoyu's thoughts drifting away, Fuyu waved his hand and declared, All right, let's disperse here. I have matters to attend to and will return to the Hokage building. Itachi, take good care of Kisame. Yes, father, Itachi replied. And Fuyu smiled and nodded at the dryfish Kisame before turning to leave. As Fuyu departed, Yanoyu could no longer contain her excitement and, after hastily bidding farewell to Itachi and Kisame, hurried towards the orphanage. Kisame murmured, Itachi, who is stronger, the Hokage or that Shura of the ninja world? Upon hearing Shura of the ninja world, Itachi was momentarily taken aback but quickly realized he was referring to the legendary Uchiha Madara. After a moment of contemplation, Itachi responded uncertainly, they should be more or less equal, shouldn't they? I think so too. Kisame chuckled. Come on, I'll take you to find someone. The two then left the training ground. The brief manifestation of Susanoo had not caused much noise, so it went largely unnoticed in the village. Even if someone had seen it, it would likely have become mere fodder for drunken conversation. From the outset, Fuyu had not been concerned with the possibility of Susanoo being discovered. The power of the Uchiha was well documented throughout history. Even if the village's spies reported his ability to summon Susanoo, what could they do about it? It was absurd. Only the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, had the confidence to face a complete Susanoo. As for anyone else, during that era, the formidable Uchiha Madara, with his eternal Meijiki Sharingan, instilled fear in countless powerful figures. Apart from the Senju brothers, who possessed the courage to confront Madara directly. Meanwhile, Fuyu returned to the Hokage office, taking a moment to relax. In the time since Itachi had left the village, he had been working tirelessly, feeling quite worn out. With his eldest son absent, only Sasuke and Naruto remained in the household, and they had long since gone to bed. Fuyu reluctantly acknowledged that he, an old cadre, could not resist the allure of Mikoto. Far in the land of hot water, the renowned and bustling hot spring street welcomed an unexpected guest. A tall man adorned with a forehead protector marked with the character for oil, his long white hair cascading down to his waist, bore a striking red mark beneath his eyes. Clad in a red outer robe over a brown garment and wooden clogs dangling from his feet, he appeared calm and at ease. Yet, the glimmer in his eyes revealed a keen observation of his surroundings. With purpose, he sought out a gambling den. Lifting his gaze to the sign, he noted, Sakura Gambling House. Previous inquiries had hinted at Tsunade's presence in the hot spring street. With his knowledge of her, he deemed it an appropriate place to seek information. Stepping into the establishment, he approached the front desk and inquired amiably, Excuse me, is the legendary Big Fat Sheep here? It was daytime, and the gambling house was sparsely populated, with the staff appearing lethargic from their nocturnal shifts. Upon hearing the inquiry, one worker perked up, casting a sly glance at him, and replied, You're too late. The Big Fat Sheep has already left. Jiraiya maintained a placid expression and pressed further. When did they leave? Without hesitation, the staff member responded, Several days ago. Many outsiders had come asking about the Big Fat Sheep, not just this oddly dressed man. Pondering the significance of the forehead protector adorned with oil, the worker wondered, was this man a ninja? But from which nation did this oil originate? Do you know where they went? The tall man continued to inquire. The worker, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. How would we know? We are a legitimate gambling house and do not pry into our guests' affairs. Jiraiya, unfazed, thanked him and departed. as the staff member resumed his interrupted thoughts. A realization struck him. Wait a moment. Forehead protector marked with oil, white hair. He suddenly recalled a conversation he overheard while cleaning years ago. The features matched. His eyes widened, the drowsiness evaporated instantly. Was this the legendary Jiraiya, one of the three Sannin? He hurried out of the gambling house, scanning the area eagerly. But alas, the tall figure had vanished into the crowd. Sighing, he returned to the front desk and retrieved a small notebook, its cover emblazoned with the words, "Intimate Paradise." How foolish of me to have missed the chance to ask for an autograph from Lord Jiraiya. After leaving the gambling house, Jiraiya pursued leads and, 2 days later, cornered Tsunade and her apprentice in a small border town of the Land of Hot Water. "Jiraiya, what brings you here?" Tsunade, slightly inebriated, squinted her eyes and flushed like a ripe apple. Shizen, exasperated, rose to greet him, saying, "Lord Jiraiya, Tsunade is drunk. Perhaps we should talk tomorrow." Ignoring Shizen, Jiraiya scrutinized Tsunade carefully and, after a moment of silence, stated gravely, "Tsunade, you are aware of the news about our teacher's death, aren't you?" Tsunade, who had appeared dazed moments earlier, suddenly radiated a sharp intensity. Indeed, how could the revered Sannin, known as the god of medicine, be easily intoxicated by mere alcohol? It was merely a matter of whether she wished to succumb to it. Understanding her well, Jiraiya recognized that she was not truly inebriated. Realizing Jiraiya's purpose, Tsunade sighed. Straightening up, "What do you intend to do?" Before he could respond, she snapped, "Are you seeking revenge for our teacher? Did you come to recruit me?" A flicker of melancholy crossed her eyes as she continued, "But I suffer from hemophobia. I can barely utilize a fraction of my strength to assist you." Jiraiya opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had forgotten about Tsunade's phobia, driven by emotion to seek her out, hoping to find a way to confront Orochimaru. "Your phobia." Jiraiya felt a headache coming on. How many years had passed, yet Tsunade's inner turmoil remained unresolved. This phobia had effectively rendered one of the three Sannin nearly incapacitated. A sense of confusion washed over Jiraiya. If Tsunade could not aid him, perhaps he should seek out Orochimaru. Yes, Orochimaru would undoubtedly be willing to assist. Sensing the growing fervor in Jiraiya's eyes, Tsunade sighed, "Shall we share a drink together?" In response to her invitation, Jiraiya decisively shook his head. "I must take my leave." With that, he vanished into the night without a moment's pause. Off to find Orochimaru. Tsunade stood on the second-floor balcony of the inn, watching Jiraiya's figure fade into the darkness, lost in thought. Just then, Shizune returned from her excursion to purchase a late-night snack, noticing only Tsunade remained. Curiously, she asked, "Where did Lord Jiraiya go?" With a sigh, Tsunade sat at the table, savoring the snacks Shizune had brought. "He has left." For some reason, the delicious snacks that once thrilled her now tasted bland and unappealing. Observing Tsunade's demeanor, Shizen chose not to pry further and silently poured her a drink. The following day, Tsunade and Shizen continued their journey. Aboard the returning ship, Shizen hesitated, unsure whether to voice her thoughts, but after much contemplation, she finally asked, "Are we returning to the Land of Fire, Lady Tsunade?" Leaning against the railing, feeling the sea breeze, Tsunade squinted at a flock of seagulls soaring in the distance. "Indeed, it has been a long time since I last returned. Perhaps it is time to visit once more," she murmured. In Konoha village, the healer Yakushi no Nai hurried towards the orphanage after leaving the Uchiha clan's territory. Pulling out a cherished photograph, she gazed at the young man within, a smile of joy inadvertently gracing her lips. Soon, she would reunite with her long-lost friend, Kabuto, and her heart fluttered with both trepidation and anticipation. Passing a food stall that wafted enticing aromas, Nonai paused, contemplating the children at the orphanage. It had been ages since she had last seen Kabuto, and after a week of work away, she felt compelled to bring back some treats for the children. "Boss, I would like 30 skewers of 3-colored dumplings, and also 30 of this one," she requested with a gentle smile. However, as she reached for her pocket, her expression faltered. Oh no, it seemed her funds were insufficient. Having left the orphanage's money behind, she had only brought along a modest sum for her mission. She had initially taken 100,000 but had exhausted it during her journey to the Land of Water. Now, searching her pocket yielded only 2 1,000 bills and a handful of coins. "Wait, boss. I think I'll pass on that," she said, disheartened. Pharmacist Yano Yu awkwardly halted her boss's motion to take the 3-colored dumplings. "What's the deal? Do you want them, or not?" her boss grumbled. "No, thank you," Yano Yu quickly replied, her face flushed with embarrassment as she repeatedly apologized. "I'm so sorry. I came out without any money. I will come back next time to buy." She awkwardly bowed twice before preparing to make a hasty exit when suddenly someone called out to her. Yanoyu? A tentative, melodious voice floated from behind. Surprised, Yanoyu turned to see a striking figure. Is that you? Looking at the beautiful and gentle woman, Yanoyu hesitated momentarily. A fragment of memory flashed in her mind, her classmate from ninja school, a kind girl she had known since childhood. Are you Makoto? Yanoyu finally realized. Uchiha Makoto smiled. It's been a long time, Yanoyu. Indeed, it has been a while, Yanoyu responded with a warm smile. Back in ninja school, she shared a close bond with her deskmate, Makoto. At that time, she was merely the child of an ordinary villager, while Makoto hailed from the prestigious Uchiha clan. Yet Makoto never displayed the arrogance typical of her lineage. She treated Yanoyu with kindness. However, not long after, the third great ninja war erupted. And due to her exceptional talent, she was selected by Danzo to join the root. Once she entered the depths of root, their paths diverged, and they became strangers. Remarkably, this was their first meeting in all these years. It was worth mentioning that Makoto was now the wife of the Hokage. The smile that had graced Yanoyu's face suddenly turned a bit stiff. The Hokage's wife, after all. Yanoyu suppressed her smile and bowed formally. Greetings, Lady Makoto. However, Uchiha Makoto paid no heed to her formality. With graceful steps, she approached Yanoyu and pointed to the three-colored dumplings, saying, Boss, I'll cover what she just ordered. As she spoke, Makoto lowered her head to retrieve money from her bag. Yanoyu, looking down, felt a swell of emotions. It was evident that Makoto remained the same gentle person she had always been. Even now, as the Hokage's wife, her demeanor had not changed. Yanoyu raised her head in gratitude. Thank you, Makoto. I will repay you when I get back. Makoto waved her hand. No need for that. We're beyond such formalities. Makoto then voiced a question that had troubled her for many years. You left ninja school without saying a word. Where did you go? There was no news of you anywhere. Yanoyu brushed her hair back, explaining, I was selected by Lord Danzo to join Root and trained as an intelligence ninja. For many years, I collected intel outside and later returned to the village to become the director of an orphanage. Yanoyu felt a bit shy. Oh, I see. Makoto sighed, aware of Danzo's reputation through her husband. Root is indeed a complicated place. I just saw you coming out from the Uchiha compound, Makoto said curiously. Yanoyu hesitated briefly before answering. I am currently working for the Hokage. Makoto was about to ask more when the boss interjected. Miss, your order is ready. Yanoyu offered a sincere smile filled with apologies to Makoto. I must hurry back, Makoto. All right, then goodbye. Let us catch up sometime, Makoto replied with a smile. Yanoyu nodded earnestly, picked up 2 bags of takeout, and walked away, glancing back multiple times. Makoto watched as Yanoyu vanished at the end of the street before heading to the market to buy groceries. Her husband and child would soon be returning from work and school, and she needed to prepare a warm meal for them. Upon returning to the orphanage at the village's edge, Yanoyu found the children gathered in a circle, chattering excitedly. As she approached, she caught sight of a boy standing among them and hurried over. Children, I'm back. Hearing her voice, the kids cheered joyfully. Director Andy. Some children remained inside, but a helpful one dashed in to announce her arrival, prompting a flurry of excited faces to emerge. I brought some treats for everyone. Don't fight over them, Nana. You share them out. 1 skewer of 3 colored dumplings for each, and 1 pancake for each. Eager to meet with dough. Yanoyu didn't distribute the snacks herself, but entrusted the task to a well-behaved older child. All right, Director Andy, leave it to me. The girl took the 2 large bags from Yanoyu, and the children lined up obediently without any chaos. Meanwhile, Yanoyu began searching for dough. Dough? Dough? Her gaze fell on the unfamiliar boy in the yard, and confusion flickered in her eyes. Child, who are you? She asked, looking at the boy. He had short silver hair, wore glasses, and though he appeared to be about the same age as Nana, he exuded a calmness that belied his youth. Where had this boy come from? Where was Doe? Doe, having observed the scene, listened as the children referred to this beautiful woman as Director Auntie. Memories long dormant began to resurface. Yanoyu's visage began to merge with the warm, motherly figure of his childhood director. When he saw Yanoyu's puzzled expression as she asked who he was, not recognizing him, Doe felt a lump in his throat, tears brimming in his eyes. Director Mama, I am Doe. His lips trembled as he tried to speak, but the overwhelming emotion rendered him momentarily speechless. Just then, Nana, who was distributing snacks, chimed in. Director Auntie, he is Doe. He said his name is Yaoshi Doe. A flicker of disbelief crossed Yanoyu's face as she hurriedly pulled out a cherished photograph from her pocket. She compared the photo with the boy before her. They were completely different. Yet the more she looked at the boy, the more familiar he seemed, and he bore a striking resemblance to the Do she remembered from childhood. Suddenly, a realization struck Yanoyu, her expression darkening. She understood that the photograph of Do, provided to her by Lord Danzo, was a fabrication. Although she did not comprehend Danzo's motives, she sensed that he had ulterior intentions. For reasons unknown, a wave of relief washed over her, as if some impending misfortune had been averted. Fortunately, Danzo was now deceased. Whatever his plans had been, he could no longer execute them. Discarding the photograph, Yanoyu opened her arms wide, her face breaking into a radiant smile. "Come here, child." Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Do dashed into the comforting embrace of the headmaster's mother. Indeed, it was this reassuring embrace that he had longed for through countless days and nights. "Headmaster mother, I have returned," he sobbed, his voice choked with emotion. Yashiryu gently patted Do's back and tenderly stroked his head, saying, "You have endured much, Do. Welcome back." Years ago, when Danzo sought to take Do away from the orphanage, she had firmly opposed it. However, under pressure from the adjacent authorities, Danzo threatened her, declaring that if Do did not comply, he would harm the other children. With no other choice, Yashiryu reluctantly handed Do over to Danzo's control. Fortunately, that dark chapter had come to an end, and no one would threaten them again. In the land of fire, within the royal palace, the residence of the 12 guardian ninjas. After the shift change, Dong Mao entered Asuma Saratobi's room, intending to replace the watchful Shidu. However, upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find Shidu lying unconscious on the bed, while Asuma had already vanished. Alarmed, Dong Mao rushed over to awaken Shidu. He stirred, groaning as he rubbed his aching head, and upon opening his eyes to see Dong Mao's worried expression, he felt a jolt of panic. He quickly scanned the room but found no sign of Asuma. His face darkened as he realized that Asuma had taken advantage of his moment of inattention to escape. "Shidu, where is Asuma?" Dong Mao inquired, though she had already surmised the answer. Shidu's expression was grim. "He has fled." "What? How could you let him get away? Are you not aware of how dangerous his situation is? The Saratobi clan has been exterminated. What good does it do for him to return alone?" Dong Mao exclaimed in frustration. Shidu muttered discontentedly, "If he wants to run, what can I do? I cannot keep an eye on him alone." Just as Dong Mao was about to respond, a steady voice entered from the doorway. "Enough. This is fate. Asuma is determined to leave. We cannot stop him. This is his own trial, and he must face it alone. We have done all we can. No, I must assist him." Dong Mao gritted her teeth, intent on pursuing the already departed Asuma through the window. Shidu's expression changed dramatically, a flicker of concealed jealousy crossing his face as he seized Dong Mao's arm, exclaiming, "Are you mad? Do you wish to accompany Asuma to his demise?" With a complex expression, Dong Mao replied, "Shidu, are we not all guardians of the 12 ninjas? We should support one another." Shidu scoffed, "We have tried to reason with him these past few days, taking turns watching over him. It is his choice to leave. How can we possibly stop him? Did you not hear what Dilu said? This is his own matter." At that moment, the other two members of the Raijin quartet arrived. Shidu's eyes brightened as he urgently called out, "Beizi, Nangu, quickly persuade Dong Mao. She intends to help Asuma Saratobi." "Is she not being reckless?" Beizi exclaimed in surprise. "Asuma has left?" Upon entering and confirming the absence of Asuma, Nanga quickly focused on the matter at hand, urging, "Dong Mao, do not act impulsively. We have a duty to protect our lord. Asuma's departure is understandable. He has a great vendetta to address. But what about you?" Dong Mao's eyes reflected her internal struggle, and after their pleas, she sighed deeply, resolving to no longer pursue the idea of aiding Asuma. Seeing her relent, the other three members of the Raijin quartet breathed a sigh of relief. They believed that Asuma's chances of avenging himself were slim. While they acknowledged Asuma's considerable strength, perhaps even surpassing theirs, they understood that their collective power as the Raijin quartet was far greater than that of a single ninja. The presence of a formidable shinobi like Asuma was not uncommon in Konohagakure. Furthermore, Asuma's adversary was none other than the Uchiha clan, renowned as the most powerful family in the shinobi world. Asuma's impulsive return would likely lead only to his demise. Having worked alongside Asuma for several years, it pained them to see him march towards his doom. Yet, they had done all they could. If Asuma chose to disregard their warnings, there was little they could do. Though Dong Mao's feelings for Asuma were well concealed, they could not be entirely hidden from her colleagues. They understood her desire to assist him, but they could not bring themselves to follow suit. As colleagues for several years, all they could do now was silently wish Asuma well. Dilu sighed and uttered a prayer before returning to his room. Meanwhile, Asuma traveled through the night, having just escaped the capital. He paused atop a large tree, glancing back at the city he had inhabited for years. Feeling a sense of relief upon realizing no one was pursuing him, he also experienced a twinge of melancholy. Quickly suppressing his emotions, he gritted his teeth and pressed onward. Father, Konohamaru, Asuma's bloodshot eyes were filled with rage. Damn Uchiha, I will make you pay in blood. He sprinted towards the direction of Konohagakure. 2 days later, in Konohagakure, at the Uchiha clan's estate, the clan leader's residence. As Fuyu awoke to the morning light filtering through the gaps in the curtains, he instinctively reached out to touch the empty space beside him in bed. The room's soundproofing was rather poor, and he could faintly hear the familiar voices of Naruto and Sasuke, two eternal rivals, resonating from downstairs. Fuyu approached the windowsill and stretched languidly, greeting yet another beautiful day. Slipping on his slippers, he descended the stairs, only to witness Naruto and Sasuke in a fierce tussle over the television remote. He couldn't help but mutter in irritation, with only 3 channels available. What was there to fight over? Upon noticing the imposing figure of their father descending the staircase, Naruto and Sasuke froze in their tracks, both calling out in unison, "Uncle, you're awake!" Naruto exclaimed joyfully, while Sasuke, equally eager, chimed in, "Father." In recent days, Sasuke had distinctly observed a transformation in his father. He seemed to have adopted a more amiable demeanor, in stark contrast to his previous sternness. This shift brought Sasuke a sense of relief, alleviating some of the fear he had once harbored towards his father. After their exclamations, Sasuke resumed his contest for the remote. "You wretched Naruto, you lost last night. Today, the remote is mine to command. Do you wish to dispute this?" It turned out that the two had agreed the previous evening to a game of rock, paper, scissors, with the victor securing the right to choose the television programming for the day. Naruto clung to the remote, stubbornly protesting, "I don't remember." Wasn't he the winner last night? It should be my turn." Realizing that Naruto was attempting to backtrack, Sasuke erupted in frustration. "You insufferable fool, Naruto." These unfortunate children, their daily bickering was truly relentless. Feiyu shook his head helplessly and made his way directly to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. He noticed Mei-chin was in the kitchen preparing breakfast, and he needed to hurry with his morning routine. Just as he finished brushing his teeth and was about to wash his face, he heard Mei-chin calling out, "Anata, hurry up. The noodles are ready." "All right, I'm coming." "You all go ahead and eat," he replied. Feiyu responded absent-mindedly, hastily wiping his face as he swiftly made his way to the living room. There, on the dining table, lay several large bowls of steaming noodles, each adorned with a perfectly soft-boiled egg, exuding an enticing aroma and vibrant colors. Sasuke and Naruto sat opposite each other on their chairs, engrossed in the television, while Makoto busied herself with organizing their backpacks, none of them having started their meal yet. Feiyu was aware that they were awaiting his arrival, so he hurried over and took a seat. "Dinner is served. Dinner is served." Feiyu greeted everyone, and Naruto was the first to respond, swiftly lifting his bowl of noodles and devouring it heartily. Sasuke cast a glance at Naruto, elegantly savoring his own noodles. Previously, it had been customary for this household to consume rice in the mornings. However, Feiyu was still unaccustomed to this practice, so he requested Makoto to prepare noodles for breakfast instead. Additionally, they had always sat on the floor to eat, but Feiyu sought out Yamato to procure chairs. He found the act of kneeling while dining rather awkward and was not fond of it. After finishing his noodles, Feiyu sat beside, idly picking his teeth with a toothpick, lost in thought, when he heard Mei-chin say, "Anata, please come home early today. I have invited Yena to our house as a guest." Feiyu nodded thoughtfully. During their casual conversation last night before bedtime, Mei-chin had already informed him about her relationship with the pharmacist Yaoshiro Yinayu. It was quite surprising for Feiyu to learn that Uchiha Mei-chin and Yaoshiro Yinayu were close friends in their childhood. He never anticipated that the two could be connected in such a manner. "All right, everyone, it is time for us to set forth." Feiyu clapped his hands and approached the entrance to change his shoes. Sasuke and Naruto followed closely behind, bustling into the hallway. Uchiha Makoto hurriedly picked up 2 backpacks from the sofa and rushed over, chattering to Sasuke and Naruto. Her message was simple: they must behave well at school. As Feiyu gently pushed open the door, he was greeted by the sight of Uchiha Itachi, who returned with beads of sweat glistening upon his brow. "Father," Uchiha Itachi said with a respectful greeting. Have you been training again so early in the morning?" Feiyu smiled as he spoke. In the days following Itachi's return, he diligently exercised at the clan's training grounds early each morning. "Yes, father," Itachi replied, only to be suddenly tackled by his younger brother Sasuke, who affectionately called out, "Oni-chan." Seeing his beloved brother, Itachi's face broke into a rare, gentle smile. At that moment, Naruto burst out, shouting, "Itachi and I." Itachi's smile broadened as he fondly ruffled the hair of both Sasuke and Naruto. "You two, be sure to listen to your teachers at school. Now, off you go." "Don't be late," he said with a smile. Naruto, ever boisterous, exclaimed, "Dumb Sasuke, let us race to see who gets to school first." Sasuke, maintaining a stoic expression, ignored him. Feeling neglected, Naruto sulked, hands behind his head, lost in thought. Itachi stood at the doorway, watching their small figures disappear down the street, before shaking his head and retreating inside. Makoto, hearing the door open, assumed her husband or children had forgotten something. Upon entering the kitchen, she realized Itachi had returned. "You're back. You haven't eaten yet, have you?" she asked with a smile. Itachi indicated that he had eaten on the way back and headed to the bathroom for a shower. Makoto paid little mind to her eldest son. He had grown up. There was a time when she worried about his mental state, but now he seemed much improved, no longer brooding over everything. This brought her a sense of relief as she returned to washing the dishes. Sasuke stepped out of the Uchiha clan gates and glanced at Naruto beside him, surprised to find that the usually boisterous Naruto had been quiet for a full 5 minutes. This suited Sasuke just fine. Peace was preferable, especially until they reached school. However, a sudden outburst shattered the silence. "Sasuke, catch!" Naruto shouted, causing Sasuke to flinch instinctively. As he turned, his eyes blazed with anger at the sight of Naruto, doubled over with laughter. "You idiot! Do you want a beating?" Sasuke quietly clenched his fists. Realizing he had crossed a line, Naruto's eyes darted, and he took off running. "Stop right there!" Sasuke bit out, chasing after him, fully aware that Naruto would never be so compliant. As they neared the school, Naruto's eyes lit up upon spotting 2 girls walking side by side. He rushed over to greet them. "Good morning, Sakura." Sakura, with her broad forehead and pink hair, turned to see Naruto, wishing it were Sasuke instead. If only it were Sasuke, she thought wistfully. In the meantime, Ino, standing nearby, quipped, "Naruto, why didn't you greet me?" Naruto scratched his head, realizing he had overlooked Ino. She rolled her eyes but then nudged Sakura with her elbow, her eyes brightening as she spotted Sasuke approaching. "Sakura, it's Sasuke," Ino whispered. Just then, they heard Naruto yelp in pain. "Ouch!" he exclaimed, clutching his head, feeling a lump forming. Sasuke, having momentarily smiled in satisfaction, instantly transformed back into his aloof self upon catching the girl's gazes. "Sasuke, why did you hit me?" Naruto complained, pouting. "That was just a little payback, you fool," Sasuke replied coolly. Sakura, gazing at the handsome Sasuke, felt her heart race. What luck to see him so early in the morning, she thought, her eyes sparkling. However, when she glanced at Naruto beside him, jealousy bubbled within her. Why was that idiot Naruto always coming to school with Sasuke these days? She was oblivious to the fact that Naruto had moved in with Sasuke. "I need to find an opportunity to ask him about it," she mused quietly. As she observed Naruto, who was foolishly smiling while holding his head, she noticed something had changed in him. No longer clad in his usual orange attire, he wore a more stylish outfit. Sakura fell into thought, realizing that Naruto hadn't worn his orange clothes in days. When did this change occur? Oh right, it started last week. She shook her head, trying to dispel the unsettling thoughts. "This is ridiculous, Naruto. Get out of my head. Why should I care about him? It doesn't matter how he changes." Sakura thought defiantly. Not far from them, at the end of the street, stood the majestic Hokage building. On the 3rd floor, within the Hokage's office, the higher-ups of Konoha had gathered. The 5th Hokage, Fuyu, along with his advisors Nara Shikaku and Uchiha Shirho, convened early in the morning to prepare for a meeting. Nara Shikaki glanced at Fuyu, receiving a nod of affirmation before standing to report, "Hokage-sama, the village's finances are running low. It has been 8 days since the last allocation from the Fire Country's financial department. By precedent, it should have been delivered 2 days ago, regardless of the amount." He continued with his analysis. "In my opinion, it should have arrived on the day of the Hokage ceremony. I suspect our notification to the Fire Country's royal family has displeased them, resulting in a delay of the funds." Before Fuyu could utter a word, Uchiha Uchiha leaped forth, his hair bristling with fury akin to a lion. "What? Such a thing is unfathomable. The royal family of the Land of Fire must be weary of life itself, Hokage." Uchiha Uchiha clasped his hands in respect. "Hokage, permit me to lead a force to annihilate the royal family of the Land of Fire, and let our village support a compliant puppet of our own." Upon hearing Uchiha Uchiha's proclamation, apart from Fuyu and Nara Shikaku, who remained impassive, the remaining advisor, Hyuga Hizashi, was taken aback, gazing at the enraged Uchiha Uchiha, his eyes seemingly questioning. Are you serious? Annihilate the royal family of the Land of Fire? Instinctively, he wished to interject, but suddenly sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Cautiously, he glanced at the fifth Hokage, Fuyu, who regarded him with an expressionless countenance, while the Hokage's aide, Nara Shikaku, calmly sipped his tea. Casting another glance at the furious Uchiha Sihu, he realized the performance-like quality of the scene, and a sense of alarm washed over him as he comprehended the situation. The words that had nearly escaped his lips were swallowed back. With his head bowed and his lips twitching slightly, he inwardly cursed, "Well played, Nara Shikaku. So you all conspired in secret without my knowledge." In this high-level meeting, the fifth Hokage held a veto power, with Hokage advisor Uchiha Uchiha being aligned with the Hokage, and Hokage aide Nara Shikaku also siding with him, thus forming a triumvirate. What could his opinions matter? Truth be told, they held little weight. These past days as a Hokage advisor had inflated Hyuga Hisashi's sense of importance. It was only now that he grasped the reality, and his mindset swiftly recalibrated. Fuyu observed Hinata Hai, who appeared indifferent and detached, as if he were gazing through the veil of his own thoughts. A smile almost escaped his lips. Ever since this fellow assumed the role of advisor, he had become quite arrogant. In today's meeting, Fuyu indeed intended to issue a warning to Hinata Hai. He had already conferred with Nara Shikahisa and Uchiha Shihira beforehand, but to his surprise, Hinata Hai was not easily swayed. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed he had come to a realization, and he would likely behave more cooperatively moving forward. Fuyu coughed lightly, and Nara Shikaku recognized that it was his cue to step forward. Noticing a fleeting look of regret from Nara Shikaku, Hyuga Hayashi felt a shudder in his heart. Silently cursing under his breath as he lifted his gaze to the Hokage with a resolute determination to join the cause. He resolved that, regardless of the decisions made by the esteemed Hokage, he would unconditionally agree, firmly in agreement. He would steadfastly uphold the lineage of the Hyuga clan in support of the Hokage. A flicker of incredulity crossed Nara Shikaku's eyes, and he promptly declared, "Advisor Uchiha, there is no need for such urgency. As the old saying goes, courtesy before conflict. Perhaps there are circumstances within the Fire Country's royal family that warrant our investigation first." Upon hearing Nara Shikaku's counsel, Uchiha Shirho's expression of anger dissipated entirely, and he humbly replied, "You are right, Shikaku, it was my folly." Hyuga Hayashi observed their poor display with disdain. His hands tucked into the expansive sleeves of his robe, secretly clenching his fists. "Advisor Hayashi, what is your opinion?" Nara Shikaku inquired with a smile directed at Hyuga Hayashi. With his fists tightened, Hyuga Hayashi thought to himself that this was indeed the case, yet he verbally responded, "I have no objections. I believe Advisor Shikaku's perspective holds merit." "Hokage-sama." Nara Shikaku then respectfully turned his gaze towards the fifth Hokage, Fuyu. Fuyu decisively stated, "What Advisor Lugio has said holds merit. As the old adage goes, one must first show courtesy before resorting to force. Perhaps the funding from the royal family of the Land of Fire is already en route." "Very well, Advisor Lugio. Please send someone to the capital of the Land of Fire to ascertain the situation." "Understood, Lord Hokage," Nara Lugio replied with a smile. "I concur," Uchiha Saito chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. Indeed, Hinata thought to himself, regardless of what was being said, he would merely nod in agreement. "Very well. Let it be settled thus." Fuyu rose to escort the three out of the Hokage's office. At the entrance of Konoha village, Shingitsu Izumi and Steel Zitai pushed open the heavy doors, panting, followed by a crowd of commoners carrying their goods. Upon opening the gates, they noticed a similar group of townsfolk waiting outside. After they stepped through the threshold, they casually moved aside, indifferent to the comings and goings of the villagers. Some of these individuals had entered the village the previous night to procure goods, intending to sell them the following morning. Konoha village, being the safest place in the Land of Fire, is surrounded by numerous settlements, often referred to as villages. These individuals came to Konoha to acquire merchandise for sale in those neighboring communities. The existence of Konoha ensures a sense of security in the surrounding areas, largely due to the occasional missions dispatched to eradicate nearby bandits or wild beasts. Such tasks are typically classified as C-rank missions, favored particularly by the village's lower-ranking and mid-ranking ninjas, who relish the opportunity to confront non-ninja bandits. Naturally, there are times when reckless rogue ninjas wander into the vicinity, occasionally resulting in minor casualties. However, for the affluent Konoha, the loss of a few lower or mid-ranking ninjas is hardly surprising. Generally speaking, Shingitsu Izumi and Steel Zitai do not interfere with the passage of these villagers. Their duty is merely to stand guard and monitor the entrance. While they provide a level of vigilance, their role is somewhat limited. After all, Konoha is protected by a barrier, which typically prevents any commoners from entering. Even if someone were to bypass their scrutiny, they would still be unable to enter Konoha itself. As mid-ranking ninjas, their primary concern is the ninjas attempting to infiltrate the village. The barrier is ineffective against commoners, but serves as a deterrent to those who possess chakra. Without specific hand signs or permission, ninjas cannot breach the barrier surrounding Konoha. Their responsibility is to inquire about the intentions and origins of any discovered ninjas, allowing those from the village to enter while reporting outsiders to their superiors for further evaluation, escalating the matter to higher authorities, such as the Hokage's office, if necessary. This is the reason they disregard the comings and goings of the villagers. Izumi, shall we indulge in a massage tonight? Steel Zitai, with a white bandage adorning his face, blinked and grinned lewdly. The previously drowsy Shingetsu Izumi perked up at the mention. Now that you mention it, I feel invigorated. He raised an eyebrow, mirroring Steel Zitai's mischievous smile. Absolutely. I want to request that, technician number 004? Shingetsu Izumi paused, struggling to recall. Steel Zitai prompted. It's technician. A flush of excitement spread across Shingetsu Izumi's face. Yes, the technician. I will be requesting technician number 004. I won't change. I want the one from last night. Hee hee. The two exchanged glances, grinning lewdly. They had heard from others about a new establishment in Asakusa Old Street, situated next to the Akimichi barbecue restaurant, claiming to be a massage parlor. While they were somewhat knowledgeable about massages, they questioned the necessity of a dedicated massage establishment. A mutual acquaintance highly recommended the place, insisting they must try it at least once. After all, the cost was negligible, comparable to a meal at the adjacent barbecue restaurant. For two single ninjas, it was indeed an affordable indulgence, prompting them to venture there together. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a wall adorned with 10 photographs, immediately capturing their attention, each featuring attractive women. Their enthusiasm surged. Shortly thereafter, a staff member in service attire welcomed them, suggesting they select someone from the photo wall for their massage. Ahem. Of course, this is a legitimate massage service. They each chose a woman from the wall, and the staff led them into a dimly lit room, an experience that left them wide-eyed in wonder. Setting aside the massage itself, the level of service was commendable. In Konoha, how many establishments offered such courteous treatment? Complete with fruit platters for guests to enjoy? They did not wait long before a knock on the door signaled the entrance of two women clad in black stockings. Upon closer inspection, they recognized them as the very women they had chosen from the photographs. Indeed, they were not victims of false advertising. A weight lifted from their minds. After nearly an hour of massage service, the two emerged from the establishment, thoroughly satisfied, with Steel Zitai glancing back at the shop's sign. A wooden plaque adorned with vibrant, glowing characters reading Silk Cave. It was money well spent. They felt as if the weariness of the day had vanished. At the entrance, Shingetsu Izumi and Steel Zitai, just starting their shift, eagerly anticipated the end of the workday. They had made plans to skip heading home after work, opting instead to dine at the Akimichi barbecue restaurant in Asakusa Old Street before heading to the Silk Cave next door. What are you two whispering about, laughing so lewdly? A crisp voice startled them. They turned to see their old classmates, Kurenai Yuhi, Kakashi Hitaki, and Yuzuki Yugao. Noticing their ninja attire, Steel Zitai curiously inquired, "Are you leaving the village for a mission?" Before the trio could respond, Shingetsu Izumi asked, "Hey, Kakashi, can you leave the village now?" As soon as he uttered this, the expressions of the others shifted slightly. Kakashi had previously worked in the Hokage's direct ANBU, and not long ago, following the ascension of the 5th Hokage, many members of the ANB were apprehended, including Kakashi. That very night, they had gathered together, only to be stunned when they witnessed Kakashi leading several individuals with red eyes away. The shock left them momentarily speechless, unsure of what had transpired. Kakashi's girlfriend, Yuzuki Yugao, had been particularly distraught, almost taking action herself, but was restrained by Kakashi. They quickly held her back, knowing that confronting Kakashi, the leader of the ANBU, would yield dire consequences. Moreover, they were familiar with Kakashi and trusted that he would not harm Kakashi, as he had reassured them that Kakashi was in no danger and advised them to wait patiently. Eventually, they learned that the entire village was on lockdown due to significant developments, including a change in Hokage. Although most ANBU members were released the following day, they found themselves without work. Shingetsu Izumi, recalling the previous events, mentioned it casually, noticing the somber expressions on his classmates' faces, and quickly clarified, "Don't misunderstand. I meant no offense, just concern." Kakashi, already appearing somewhat unwell with dark circles under his eyes and a pallid complexion, felt a hint of color return to his face upon hearing Shingetsu Izumi's words. He attempted to speak, but was interrupted by a fit of coughing, finally managing to say, "It's fine. Yugao and I inquired at the Hokage building." Beside them, Yuzuki Yuka gently caressed her boyfriend's back, her beautiful eyes glaring at Kamizuki Izumi as she took the conversation into her own hands. "The Hokage's assistant has said that we shouldn't dwell on past matters. We can proceed with our tasks as usual. I'll have you know, Kamizuki Izumi, that my Kaze is not a criminal." "How can you speak like that? Are we still not allowed to leave the village?" "Oh, Yuka, didn't Izumi just say that he meant no harm?" Steel Iron, sensing the rising tension, quickly stepped in as a mediator. Yuzuki Yuka, however, was not one to relent easily. "It doesn't matter if you're an old classmate. If you provoke my Kaze, I will not hold back." "What does he mean by that?" she retorted, her impatience evident, which starkly contrasted with her enchanting appearance. The matter concerning her boyfriend struck a nerve. At that moment, Asuma Saratobi felt compelled to speak up, as Kamizuki Izumi and Yuzuki Yuka were his chosen companions for this mission. "All right, calm down, Yuka. Izumi, you too. One cannot expect pearls from a dog's mouth. Step aside. We need to proceed with our mission." Asuma reassured Yuzuki Yuka, casting a stern glance at Kamizuki Izumi, then turned to Moonlight Kaze, conveying a silent plea for assistance. Kaze promptly whispered soothing words to his girlfriend. As for Kamizuki Izumi's remarks, Kaze had brushed them off, feeling only a slight discomfort. After all, they were old classmates, and there was no need to let matters escalate since they would inevitably see each other again. With Asuma and Kaze calming her down, Yuzuki Yuka reluctantly ceased her outburst. Asuma exhaled in relief, smiling as he said, "Let us be on our way. We should aim to reach the capital of the Fire Country soon." Steel Iron and Kamizuki Izumi exchanged curious glances. Unable to contain his curiosity, Kamizuki Izumi inquired, "What mission are you all undertaking that requires traveling to the Fire Country's capital?" Asuma shot him an irritated look and tersely replied, "It's a secret." Watching the trio depart, Kamizuki Izumi awkwardly scratched his head. Steel Iron, reveling in the moment, chuckled, "Ha. That's what you get for having a loose tongue. You've offended someone." "Haven't you?" Kamizuki Izumi rolled his eyes and muttered, "Please, I was merely looking out for Kaze. If Lord Fifth Hokage pursues this, it would spell trouble for us both." "Trouble for us?" Steel Iron paused, realizing the implications. He waved his hand dismissively. "That seems unlikely. Didn't the direct members of the Umbu connected with the Hokage and the third Hokage get dealt with? Those released should be fine." He glanced sideways at Kamizuki Izumi, adding, "Look at Kaze. He was released the very next day and has had no issues since." "I think you're just overthinking this." Suddenly, a thought struck him. And he teased, "You've been pining after the fifth for how long now? Have you already set your sights on him?" Kamizuki Izumi's face flushed with embarrassment as he retorted, "Shut up. I'm just concerned about potential repercussions. You wouldn't understand." After a moment of silence, Steel Iron raised an eyebrow, and Kamizuki Izumi's expression shifted, prompting the two to huddle together, whispering conspiratorially. Their excitement escalated as they discussed matters of intrigue, attracting the attention of passing villagers. Some, sensing the undercurrents of their conversation, hastily quickened their pace to distance themselves from the entrance. Meanwhile, near the village gates, a group of individuals clad in Umbu attire stealthily exited the village, moving like shadows through the treetops, trailing behind Asuma, Kaze, and Yuka. In the Hokage building, Hokage Fuyue stood by the window, gazing at the distant blue sky. He squinted, pondering whether the elders, leading the operation, would execute it flawlessly. He certainly had forgotten about the lone survivor from the Saratobi clan, Asuma Saratobi. With this opportunity at hand, he intended to eliminate this final threat. Once Yuka and the others made their appearance in the capital, Asuma would likely reveal himself, marking the end of his days. However, it was true that funding from the Fire Country had yet to arrive, prompting him to send Yuka and her companions to the capital. This mission would not only lure out Asuma but also serve as a warning to the Fire Country royalty. In truth, he had contemplated annihilating the Fire Country royal family. A royal family devoid of strength yet audaciously attempting to meddle in the Hokage's appointments, who gave them the audacity. Yet, many within the village seemed opposed to taking action against the Fire Country royalty, fearing it would tarnish his reputation. Thus, he chose to bide his time. He was in no rush. One must tackle challenges bite by bite, step by step. In due time, once he had fully consolidated his control over the hidden leaf, addressing the Fire Country royalty would not be a matter of urgency. After all, the royal family was not going anywhere. A series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. "Come in." Fuyue, without turning back, replied. A member of the Uchiha clan entered to report, Lord Hokage, Uchiha still refuses to accept the promotion to Jonin. He claims to have sworn an oath to the second Hokage, vowing to remain a Jonin forever. With a scoff, Fuyu derisively remarked that this old man still attempted to leverage Shinji Tobarama against him. Oblivious to the fact that the Uchiha clan harbored the deepest animosity towards Shinji Tobarama, an Uchiha clansman cautiously interjected, "What did he say?" Fuyu raised an eyebrow. A member of the Uchiha clan whispered, he also mentioned that he no longer wishes to be a ninja. He simply desires to live out the remainder of his days as an ordinary person in the village. As he spoke, he retrieved a resignation letter penned by Uchiha from his bosom and respectfully placed it upon the Hokage's desk. Fuyu glanced at the resignation letter on the table and said, "I understand. You may leave." "Yes," replied the Uchiha clansman respectfully as he exited the room and closed the door behind him. Fuyu picked up the resignation letter and observed the script, which was indeed quite elegant, exhibiting a vigorous and robust style. However, the content left much to be desired. It merely conveyed that the individual felt aged, unable to continue working, and wished to retire, hoping for understanding and agreement. Fuyu placed down his resignation letter and exhaled deeply. When it came to the unassuming Uchiha, he found himself at a loss. His desire to win over Uchiha stemmed from his awareness of the latter's substantial background. Although this elderly man was merely a low-ranking ninja, he had lived through the tenures of the second, third, and fourth Hokage. He was a figure esteemed by both the second and third Hokage, with the third having sought to promote him to a higher rank, an offer Uchiha declined. The fourth Hokage even personally tended to his wounds. This venerable elder was as principled as they come, embodying the indomitable will of fire. Having dedicated his life to the village of Konohagakure, should Fuyu succeed in gaining his allegiance, it would draw a portion of these living relics back to the Uchiha clan. Yet, the old man remained unwilling, leaving Fuyu powerless to compel him. Truly, it was a case of ingratitude in the face of generosity. Fuyu spat disdainfully and helplessly shoved his resignation letter into the drawer. "So you wish to resign, do you? You yearn for retirement, do you? I shall not acquiesce. What can you do about it? I shall simply delay." Fuyu chuckled, "You old rascal. You have discerned my intentions yet refuse to submit. It is simply because you cannot abide the fact that I have usurped the throne from 3 generations. Very well then. If you wish to retire, I shall not permit it. I will keep you occupied. Moreover, I shall find you some tasks to undertake." With that, he promptly rose and made his way to the adjacent office of the Hokage's advisor. Unlike his own, the door to Nara Shikahisa's office stood wide open. He understood the reason behind it. Nara Shikahisa was exceedingly busy, constantly entering and exiting, thus the door remained ajar. "Ah, esteemed advisor, are you preoccupied?" Fuyu touched his nose and approached with a sense of trepidation. Indeed, he felt guilty. He had spent his days idling in the office, accomplishing naught, while his neighbor, Nara Shikaka, was as busy as a whirlwind. Upon noticing the arrival of the Hokage, Nara Shikaka quickly rose to his feet and inquired, "Hokage-sama, what brings you here?" He appeared somewhat aggrieved, much like a scolded spouse. It seemed rather absurd. This was indeed the first time the Hokage had visited his office. Who, after all, was the Hokage, him or Shikaku? "I'm here for no particular reason, merely to observe your work," Fuyu replied, rubbing his hands together. An idea struck him, and he produced a piece of chocolate from his pocket, offering it as a token to Nara Shikaku, placing it on his desk. This chocolate had originally been intended as a source of energy for his bureaucratic endeavors, yet he had found no occasion to consume it amid his idleness. Nara Shikaku sat down in silence, unceremoniously unwrapped the chocolate, and popped it into his mouth. "Hokage-sama, if you have something to discuss, please do so. I am quite busy," he said, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "Ahem," Fuyu feigned seriousness, clearing his throat. "It is regarding that troublesome mission we had previously discussed. I presume it remains unclaimed?" Nara Shikaku paused momentarily, recollecting the rather vexing task. He nodded, expressing his frustration. "Yes, that mission is still on my plate. It had been a source of concern for several days. 2 minor ninja clans allied with Konoha had engaged in a dispute over irrigation of fertile land. The 2 sides had become so heated in their arguments that they resorted to physical confrontation, culminating in their cries for justice from the village. Due to the involvement of several chunin from the 2 clans, the task had been classified as a B-rank mission, requiring a mediator of considerable strength. However, those with the requisite abilities were disinclined to accept the mission, deterred by its meager rewards and the distance involved. Consequently, the task lingered unattended on his desk. He had contemplated forcibly assigning it if no one stepped forward in the coming days. Could it be that Hokage-sama has a candidate in mind? Narashikaku asked, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Indeed, I have an excellent candidate. If you desire him, all it takes is for you to express your wish. And I shall ensure he is dispatched to you, Fuyu responded. Fuyu made a series of exaggerated facial expressions. Narashikahiza, observing the imposing demeanor of Lord Hokage, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Fuyu, noticing his reluctance to engage, cleared his throat and solemnly remarked, Uchiha. I believe he is quite capable of accomplishing this task proficiently. Narashikaku fell into contemplation, suddenly picking up the ninja handbook and flipping through its pages until he found the section on lower-ranked ninjas, where he came across Uchiha's profile. Gazing at the image of the slightly hunched figure, burdened with a large black pot and missing a leg, he raised his head with a peculiar expression, as if to say, Are you jesting with me, Lord Hokage? Lord Hokage, is this the Uchiha you refer to? Narashikaku inquired, pointing to the image in the ninja handbook for confirmation. Indeed, that is the one, Fuyu affirmed with a nod. Narashikaku, visibly troubled, pondered aloud, a mere lower-ranked ninja. Will he not be mercilessly beaten when attempting to mediate conflicts among a clan of middle-ranked ninjas? Fuyu discerned his concern and chuckled. You have no idea. This old man, despite his unremarkable appearance, is indeed a distinguished individual among the elite shinobi. Trust me. Allowing him to proceed will surely yield no adverse outcomes. Well, all right, I understand. Narashikaku decided to place his faith in the Hokage, promptly summoning someone to inform Marahoshi Koji of the task at hand. With his objective accomplished, Fuyu made his way back to the Hokage's office. Upon entering, he spotted the family servant Uchiha Ryoichi standing there, which did not surprise him. He gestured towards the sofa in the reception area, saying, Please, have a seat. Yes, my lord, Uchiha Ryoichi replied respectfully before taking his seat. The brothel has been operational for several days now. How is it faring? Indeed. The newly opened massage parlor on Asakusa Old Street is a venture owned by the Uchiha clan, more precisely, a pilot business initiated by Fuyu. He had no doubts about the profitability of the massage parlor, regardless of location. Such establishments invariably attract a significant clientele. The presence of older patrons is ubiquitous. This was precisely why he opted to launch a massage parlor first. Establishing a dining venue would require extensive preparations. Currently, the culinary industry in Kanahagakure is predominantly controlled by the Akimichi clan, and for him to carve out a niche, not only must the food be exquisite, but substantial financial investment and extensive marketing would also be necessary to gain traction. Presently, the Uchiha clan does not possess considerable funds. After all, they have been relegated to the fringes by Sarutobi Hiruzen for several years. Their previous enterprises in the bustling heart of Konoha have been swallowed up by him. With no sources of income, even the Uchiha clan finds themselves in a precarious position. The massage parlor represents the most feasible option at the moment, requiring minimal capital investment. As long as there are older patrons passing by, they will undoubtedly be tempted to step inside. The idea to establish a massage parlor first took root one evening when he returned home. At that time, the Uchiha clan had yet to relocate back to their current ancestral grounds and were still situated in a marginal area. He took a shortcut, wandering into a narrow alley, where he stumbled upon a quaint yellow establishment. It was that night, upon witnessing the young women there, that the notion of opening a massage parlor was born. The operational costs are modest, the staff are readily available, and with just a couple of days of basic training, they could be prepared to receive clients. In this era of peace, most shinobi find themselves with little to do during the night. Aside from dining and drinking, there are hardly any entertainment options. Once the reputation of this massage parlor spreads and the customer influx increases, it is bound to be a lucrative endeavor. In response to the head of the family's inquiry, Uchiha Ryoichi had come prepared. He promptly produced a notebook from his pocket, flipping to a specific page and respectfully presenting it. My lord, please take a look. I have meticulously documented the operational status over the past 3 days, including the daily number of patrons, massage sessions, total revenue, and more. Fuyu took the notebook, glanced at the recorded data, and a flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes. Well done, he murmured. Fuyu casually praised, and then briefed Uchiha Ryoichi on the operations of the store and some points to be mindful of before sending him on his way. Taking a sip of tea, Fuyu, feeling somewhat bored, retrieved a notebook containing a record of significant events in the storyline and began to peruse it. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the recent major events were slated to occur 5 years hence, coinciding with the time when Sasuke and Naruto would graduate from the Ninja Academy. marking the official commencement of the Hokage storyline. Within these 5 years, there appeared to be a scarcity of noteworthy events. Thus, he decided to continue recruiting individuals. Itachi and Yakushi Noyu had rested for several days, and it was time to embark on their journey. Having Hoshigaki Kisame accompany them would provide additional security for Itachi and Yakushi Noyu, as his presence would be more beneficial than remaining idle in the village. Fortuitously, he had eliminated Uchiha Obito just in time, preventing Kisame from being ensnared by Obito's deception and allowing him to intervene. This incident piqued his interest in the art of recruitment, with Itachi wielding the 3-tomo Sharingan and the tailless beast, Kisame. As long as they did not encounter the more formidable Kage, they would be capable of traversing any locale with ease. Deara and Haiden, both of whom joined Akatsuki after Itachi, should be the first targets for their mission to bring Deidara back. Fu meticulously compared the events of the narrative before closing the notebook and returning it to the storage scroll. "Come forth," he commanded. Fu spoke loudly, and the Uchiha clansman stationed at the door promptly entered. "Hokage-sama," he said, "please inform Itachi that he has a new mission. He is to bring the medic, Noyu, and the swordsman, Kisame, here." Understood. With the departure of the Uchiha clansman, Fuyu found himself at a loss once more. The absence of novels or games during work hours left him feeling rather melancholic, as though each day stretched on interminably. Fuyu stood vacantly before the window for a moment, when suddenly his attention was captured by a bookstore on the street below. Just then, Kakashi arrived. "Lord Hokage, there is another disturbance in the streets," he said with his trademark deadpan expression. After delivering his message and receiving no immediate response from the Hokage, Kakashi's gaze shifted from the desk to the Hokage, only to find the latter staring intently at him. A wave of confusion washed over Kakashi. Before he could articulate his thoughts, the Hokage spoke. "Kakashi, do you possess paradise of affection? Show it to me." Kakashi was taken aback, pondering the meaning behind the Hokage's words. Had he been discovered reading inappropriate material during work hours? No, the Hokage had never shown interest in such matters. Had the third Hokage's crystal ball somehow fallen into the hands of the current Hokage? Numerous thoughts raced through Kakashi's mind, yet he maintained an outward calm. His deadpan expression unwavering as he replied, "Lord Hokage, I left the book at home. Shall I fetch one from the bookstore below?" He gestured toward the bookstore outside the Hokage building. To his surprise, the Hokage let out a scoff. "Stop pretending. I know you have paradise of affection with you." Kakashi exhaled a deep breath, confirming his suspicion that the Hokage was indeed indulging in some form of voyeurism. What else could explain the Hokage's certainty that he had brought the book this time? "Hand it over, quickly," the Hokage urged again. Reluctantly, Kakashi raised his hand and discreetly retrieved a beautifully bound, pale red book from his coat, presenting it to the Hokage. As the Hokage snatched it from him, Kakashi couldn't help but remind him, "Lord Hokage, this is a limited edition. It's quite expensive." The implication was clear. He hoped the Hokage would handle it with care. Fuyu glanced at him, his movements becoming somewhat gentler. This allowed Kakashi to breathe a sigh of relief, and he immediately widened his eyes, scrutinizing every action of the Hokage, pondering that if even a corner of his precious book were to be bent, he would demand a new one in compensation. This limited edition of Intimate Paradise was indeed his cherished possession, too dear to share with others. He hadn't even allowed Narashikamaru to peruse it the other day. Such was the Hokage's stature. Had it been anyone else, he would have shown them no regard at all. Fuyu swiftly flipped through the pages, his eyes scanning 10 lines at a time, before abruptly turning to the final page. After absorbing its contents, he closed Intimate Paradise and fell into deep contemplation. Intimate Paradise, a super bestseller in the ninja realm. Is this all? Having perused countless web novels, Fuyu, a seasoned bibliophile with a decade of experience, found the prose to be mediocre and the level of intrigue rather commonplace, far inferior to Jinping Mei. A flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze. Yet, this very book had garnered immense popularity among countless individuals in the ninja world, achieving the status of a super bestseller. Fu Yuegan's desire to become a literary plagiarist has intensified. If such mediocre works can achieve the status of bestsellers, then how shall I, having borrowed from my previous life, respond to the adage, "Do not underestimate the youth and poverty," and the notion that the blood of the commoner shall meet its end by the sword? In Fu Yu's eyes, a flicker of excitement glimmered. He had just made a discovery. Perhaps it was due to the transference he had experienced, or perhaps it was the influence of the kaleidoscope. In any case, his mental fortitude was formidable, and his memory was exceptionally sharp, allowing him to recall every word of the novels he had read in his previous life with impeccable clarity, as if indelibly imprinted in his mind. This meant that all he needed to do was adapt the background and character names to fit the acceptance of the ninja world. For him, the art of literary appropriation had become a simple endeavor. Yet another avenue for financial gain had presented itself. A faint smile graced Fuyu's lips. Esteemed readers of the ninja world, allow me to present to you a modest yet profound revelation from Chinese web literature. With that, he returned the volume of Intimate Paradise he held, which Kakashi promptly caught with both hands, tenderly patted, and then cradled close to his chest. Fuyu, with no time to spare for Kakashi, eagerly retrieved paper and pen from his drawer and began transcribing the knowledge swirling in his mind. The narrative unfolds on a continent abundant in chakra, where the protagonist, Uchiha Yin, transforms from a boy deemed worthless into a formidable figure through relentless effort, the guidance of esteemed mentors, and the acquisition of extraordinary treasures. He continuously gathers the tailed beasts, enhancing his bloodline limit, the Sharingan, and elevating his chakra mastery, ultimately achieving the pinnacle of power as the strongest being in the ninja world. The Sage of Six Paths Fuyu, struck by an amusing plot twist, chuckled to himself. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze and found Kakashi staring intently at him. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Why are you still here?" Kakashi, with an expressionless demeanor, replied, "Lord Hokage, you have yet to provide me with a response regarding how to deal with those troublemakers." Fuyu recalled Kakashi's report, furrowing his brow. Another incident involving drunken revelry? Upon seeing Kakashi nod, Fuyu fell into deep contemplation. It seemed that every few days, another disturbance arose from intoxicated individuals, and it was becoming increasingly inappropriate to rely solely on the Umbu for resolution. Clearly, the Konoha military police force could not be disbanded. It needed to be reinstated. However, given the tarnished reputation of the military police force, a new name would be necessary. Upon considering this matter, Fu Yuan remarked, "I understand. This afternoon, I will convene a meeting to establish a department with functions akin to that of the Konoha Guard. Henceforth, the management of village security will be entrusted to this department." Having obtained the desired outcome from the Hokage, Kakashi nodded and decisively turned to leave the Hokage's office. Fu was engrossed in his writing, meticulously altering certain elements to align more closely with the sensibilities of the shinobi world. For instance, the family seeking to annul the marriage could be replaced with the illustrious Senju clan, renowned alongside the Uchiha. The eldest daughter of the Senju family had ventured into one of the three great sanctuaries, the Wetbone Forest, where she trained under the revered Sage of Slugs. Upon returning home one day, she overheard that Uchiha Yin, her betrothed since childhood, had transformed from a prodigious talent into a mere shadow of his former self. Convinced that he no longer matched her status as a practitioner in the sacred grounds, she resolved to bring her servant and formally dissolve their engagement. Faced with such indignity, Uchiha Yin was consumed by rage and, in that moment of fury, unexpectedly awakened the Uchiha clan's coveted bloodline limit, the Sharingan. He proclaimed, "In 30 years, the river flows east and 30 years west. Do not underestimate the youth and their struggles." The more he wrote, the more exhilarated Fuyu became, sensing that his narrative was gaining momentum. So engrossed was he that he even neglected to have lunch, only reminded by the Uchiha clan members waiting outside to take a meal break. Upon returning from his meal, Fuyu eagerly resumed his writing. And it was only as the workday drew to a close that he recalled his promise to Kakashi. "Oh dear," Fuyu exclaimed, springing to his feet and glancing at the clock, realizing that only 5 minutes remained until quitting time. "Never mind, I shall attend to this matter tomorrow. I cannot delay everyone's departure." Fuyu pondered for a moment, then sat back down. In fact, during this period, he was likely the only one in the Hokage building who adhered to a timely departure. Whether it was the Hokage's assistant Nara Shikaku or the advisors Uchiha Shursui and Hyuga Hayashi, they were all exceedingly busy, often working overtime. 50 miles from Kanahagakure, in a certain grove, Sarutobi Asuma was resting atop a tree trunk after 2 consecutive days of travel. He munched on wild fruits he had foraged along the way, their sourness and unpalatability failing to elicit any expression from him, though his eyes burned with a deep-seated hatred. Suddenly, his ears perked up at the sound of commotion coming from the nearby main road. Not wishing to involve himself, he cast a hurried glance before averting his gaze. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted. He abruptly raised his head to look again and was startled to see 3 familiar figures flash past on the road. Among them was the woman he longed for, Yuhi Kurenai. Kurenai? Sarutobi Asuma could no longer remain seated. He stood up, eager to pursue her for a reunion. Yet, the weight of the blood-soaked vendetta he bore compelled him to halt, extinguishing his desire to see her. Climbing quietly to the treetops, He gazed longingly as Kurenai's figure gradually faded into the distance. Beside her were Kazekage and Uzuki Yugao, weren't they? Had they finally found happiness together? A pang of envy struck him. When he had left the village after a conflict with his father, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kazekage and Uzuki Yugao had not yet declared their relationship. Now, witnessing their affectionate demeanor, he couldn't help but reflect. Had he not departed from the village to seek his own path, might he have been with Kurenai now? Originally, he had intended to protect the 12 guardian ninja and return home after this year. Having wandered for too long, he felt a twinge of homesickness. Yearning for his stern father, his mischievous nephew Konohamaru, and Kurenai. Yet, the Uchiha clan's betrayal, murdering his father and slaughtering his kin, shattered his previous plans. As these thoughts coursed through him, a wave of sorrow engulfed him, igniting a fierce rage. These malevolent Uchihas. They all deserve to perish. Sarutobi Asuma spat out the wild fruit he had been chewing, gritting his teeth as he pressed onward. Damn Uchihas, just wait. I will personally send you all to hell. Only a few moments after he departed, a group of umbu, clad in stealthy attire, arrived at the tree trunk where he had just rested. One umbu glanced around before descending to inspect the ground, noticing remnants of the crushed wild fruits. With a glimmer of realization, he returned to the trunk and reported to the elder, "It's still warm here." This indicated that someone had indeed been present, though they had soon left. The leader, Uchiha Shursui, narrowed his eyes and rasped, "Forget it, do not meddle. Our target is Sarutobi Asuma in the capital. Let us move." Understood. The group responded in unison, vanishing like phantoms. At this moment, Sarutobi Asuma remained blissfully unaware that he had narrowly escaped a deadly ambush. He was resolutely making his way towards Konohagakure. Having grown up in the village, he was intimately familiar with the area, knowing he was but a few miles away from home. "Uchiha, here I come." Sarutobi Asuma traversed the forest swiftly, his eyes alight with vengeful fury, almost frenzied. If only Fuyu had been present to hear Asuma's proclamation, he would have surely laughed. What a delightful turn of events. A mere Genin, believing himself invincible? You think you can challenge an Uchiha Genin in a one-on-one duel? The outcome remains uncertain. And yet you wish to provoke us. It could be said that Sarutobi Asuma had truly lost his reason, recklessly pursuing vengeance, without considering his own limitations. Perhaps his status as the Hokage's son had instilled in him a sense of invulnerability, leading him to underestimate the Uchiha clan. In any case, as Asuma ventured closer to his own demise, Fuyu had just finished his workday. Time to clock out. I shall continue the novel tomorrow. Fuyu cast a glance at the numerous pages filled with content, revealing a look of satisfaction. He promptly stuffed the notebook and pens into the drawer, rising to leave work and return home for dinner. Upon arriving home, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Naruto, usually brimming with energy, sat on the tatami mat with tears glistening in his eyes. Sasuke, seated not far from him, wore a frown, his expression reflecting displeasure. Fuyu, unfazed, approached with a smile and inquired, "What's the matter? Have you two brothers quarreled again?" Naruto hung his head in silence, while Sasuke opened his mouth to retort but, upon glancing at Naruto, chose to withhold his words. These two unfortunate children. Noticing their disregard, Fuyu decided to meander into the kitchen, where he found Mikoto, also frowning, distractedly tending to the ingredients. Fuyu embraced Mikoto from behind, asking, "Who has provoked my wife to anger?" Mikoto replied softly, "Darling, didn't we previously deceive Naruto into believing that his parents had gone to a distant place? He has just learned today that they have passed away." Fuyu was taken aback, realizing that this was the matter at hand. Nevertheless, it was of no consequence. After all, it was impossible to conceal the truth from him. The entire village was aware that the Hokage couple perished during the Ninetales tumult. Fuyu remained indifferent to the matter. His initial deception of Naruto was merely a ploy to ensure that Naruto would stay here. As for what would transpire thereafter, it fell beyond the scope of his considerations. Could it be that Naruto, upon discovering the truth of his deceit, would choose to leave home? This abode had, after a long absence, provided Naruto with the warmth he so desperately needed. Fuyu was confident that Naruto would be reluctant to depart, unless Mikoto herself urged him to leave. Thus, upon learning the truth, Naruto could only weep. What else could he do? Yet, despite this acknowledgement, I couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Naruto. Mikoto, filled with sorrow, recalled her dear friend Kushina. Fuyu glanced at the kitchen. Typically, by this hour upon returning home, dinner would nearly be ready. However, today, due to Naruto's presence, Mikoto was still in the process of preparing the vegetables. He then suggested, "How about we treat ourselves to a splendid meal out today?" Yet, Itachi had not yet returned. Mikoto hesitated. Fuyu waved his hand, indicating that he had a task that required him to travel far and that there was no need to concern oneself with him. All right, my dear husband. Please assist me in untying the knot at my back. Fuyu assisted Mei-chin in removing her apron, and the two emerged from the kitchen. Mei-chin hurried upstairs to retouch her makeup, for they were about to dine out and she needed to present herself well. After all, she was now the wife of the Hokage, and it was essential to maintain a polished image when out in public. Fuyu entered the living room to share the news of their dinner outing with Naruto and Sasuke. Typically, the announcement would have sent Naruto soaring with joy, bouncing off the walls in exuberance. However, the current Naruto appeared dazed, offering little in the way of a reaction. Sasuke, seemingly engrossed in the television, had the volume turned low, yet his peripheral gaze frequently drifted towards Naruto. Although he often claimed to detest Naruto, he displayed a surprising concern for him in this moment. The proud and aloof Sasuke, in a rare display of relaxation, opened a can of snow beer and reclined on the sofa. He knew it would take some time for Mikoto to finish her makeup, and he was in no hurry, leisurely sipping his beer, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a molten gold hue against the gathering twilight clouds. The ancient walls surrounding Konoha village appeared even more venerable, as if whispering tales of time as passage. At that moment, a ninja adorned with the Konoha headband approached. His shadow, elongated by the setting sun, seemed to stretch beyond the walls, reaching for the heavens. This man, with long black hair and a goatee, donned a black short-sleeved shirt, and his forearms were wrapped in white bandages. A white triangular scarf bearing a red fire emblem on a black background was tied around his waist. It was none other than Asuma Sarutobi, who had returned from a long journey just in time for dusk. As he surveyed his surroundings, he immediately attempted to activate the barrier seal, hoping to breach the outer defenses and enter Konoha. However, after several attempts, he realized that the barrier remained unyielding, causing his expression to darken. As he had suspected, the previous hand seals to open the barrier had lost their efficacy. How, then, could he enter the village? The front gate? He had caught a glimpse from a distance. Noting that the guards had not changed, they were still his old classmates, Kankuro and Kamizuki Izumo. Yet he was uncertain if these old friends would betray him. His intention was to launch a surprise attack on Uchiha Fugaku, adhering to the adage of capturing the king before the pawns. However, if he were discovered before even entering the village, any notion of a stealthy ambush would be rendered moot. Asuma drew his sword, feeling lost and bewildered. He suddenly realized he was without a viable plan. Entering through the main gate posed a risk. He had the capability to breach the barrier. Being a rare wind-style chakra user, he possessed a pair of chakra blades that could sharpen his wind chakra to its utmost potential, easily dismantling the outer barrier before him. Yet, he could not guarantee that the Yamanaka clan, tasked with monitoring the barrier, would remain unaware of his actions. In that moment of uncertainty, Asuma found himself at an impasse. Meanwhile, Fuyue's family had already set out for their evening. Fuyue was dressed in a simple, casual home outfit, while beside him stood Uchiha Mikoto, adorned in a flowing white kimono, her hair elegantly styled, exuding grace. Trailing behind them was a dejected Naruto, with Sasuke following half a step behind. As the family exited the Uchiha clan territory, they found themselves on a bustling, vibrant street. This was the most prosperous area of Konoha village, where even at night, the lights shone brightly, and the streets were alive with the sounds of commerce and chatter. Concerned, Mikoto glanced back at Naruto and discreetly pulled Sasuke closer, advising him, "Sasuke, please keep a close eye on Naruto." At that moment, Sasuke, not wishing to cause any fuss, nodded slightly to indicate his understanding. The group meandered through the lively atmosphere and entered a popular restaurant bustling with patrons. Given that this was their first dining experience after their journey, Fuyue regarded it with great significance and ordered several signature dishes. Noticing Fuyue's eagerness to order more, Mikoto quickly interjected, "That's enough. Let us start with what we have, dear. We wouldn't want to waste too much." Upon witnessing this, Fuyu heeded the advice and signaled to the attendant nearby to commence preparations. The attendant departed with polite grace. They were not kept waiting for long. The first dish soon arrived at the table. Subsequently, the remaining courses were presented in succession. The flavors are quite delightful," Mikoto remarked, her eyes sparkling as she savored the dish before her. Fuyu also took a bite and intentionally remarked, "It's not that impressive. Not as delicious as the dishes my wife makes." Mei-chin cast him a sidelong glance, yet the smile tugging at the corners of her lips revealed her delightful mood. Fuyu laughed heartily as he savored his meal, casting a glance at Naruto, who seemed somewhat distracted amidst the plethora of delectable dishes before him. An idea struck him. He excused himself under the pretense of visiting the restroom, but in reality, he conjured a shadow clone and instructed it to procure a takeout order from Ichiraka Ramen. Watching the clone hastily exit, Fuyu returned leisurely to his meal. "Hey, Naruto, try this. It's quite delicious," Sasuke remarked from across the table, rarely offering a morsel from his own chopsticks into Naruto's bowl. However, Naruto showed little appreciation for the gesture, merely stirring the rice with his chopsticks and burying the vegetables beneath it, letting out a long sigh. Sasuke's forehead creased with annoyance. It was a rare occasion that he offered Naruto a bite, and yet he refused to eat it. The urge to voice his frustration bubbled within him. But recalling Naruto's somewhat unusual demeanor today, he restrained his words and continued to eat in silence. Makoto's eyes glimmered with concern as she sought Fuyu's assistance with a worried glance. Fuyu winked at Makoto, signaling her to eat. Makoto, filled with curiosity, wondered if her husband had devised a plan or if he intended to do nothing at all. With a sigh, she managed to smile and served a generous portion of dishes into Naruto's bowl. "Naruto, all of this is delicious cuisine. Come, do try it," Makoto said cheerfully. In the past, when dining at home, Naruto had an impressive appetite, devouring every morsel, unlike Sasuke, who occasionally exhibited pickiness, leaving leftovers behind. Since Naruto's arrival, the issue of leftovers had vanished. It was rare to see him so disinterested in delectable food, which truly worried her. A twinge of regret surfaced in her heart. Why had she colluded with her husband to deceive Naruto? The tale of the fourth Hokage couple's sacrifice was known to most villagers, and it was only a matter of time before Naruto would learn the truth from someone else. Sighing at Naruto's despondency, Makoto felt helpless. The bitter fruit of their actions must eventually be faced. At that moment, Naruto was also deeply conflicted. On one hand, he felt betrayed by the very uncle and aunt who had shown him such kindness. Indeed, during this period, their significance in his heart had surpassed that of the Hokage, earning the title of his dearest guardians. He had heard from Jiraiya that the deception was meant to be a white lie. Yet, inexplicably, he felt discomfort at the realization that his parents were no longer alive. He had also learned that the demon fox responsible for their demise was sealed within him. Although he did not fully comprehend the concept of sealing, he could not grasp why the entity that had harmed his parents was confined within his own body. How could he avenge his parents while harboring the very source of their tragedy within himself? Naruto had only gleaned a fragmented truth from others, knowing merely that the Hokage couple had perished at the hands of the demon fox, unaware of the subsequent events, including that the Nine Tails had been sealed within him by his father, Minato, along with his father's noble intentions. Naruto was not truly foolish. He could sense the affection and goodwill his aunt had for him. He yearned to joyfully partake in the meal, yet his body betrayed him. He could neither smile nor summon an appetite. As his stomach grumbled audibly, Naruto recognized his hunger, gazing at the beautifully presented food in front of him, yet still lacking desire to eat. Suddenly, a steaming bowl of ramen appeared before him. Staring blankly at the dish, he noted 5 tender pieces of chashu arranged in a semicircle, accompanied by bamboo shoots, wood ear mushrooms, narutomaki, and nori, all topped with a perfectly cooked soft-boiled egg, its yolk visible. A sprinkle of green onions adorned the top. It was his favorite tonkatsu chashu ramen. The familiar aroma wafted into his nostrils, causing Naruto to instinctively swallow. How delectable! A wave of intense hunger surged within him, and he could no longer restrain himself. He stirred the ramen with his chopsticks and began to devour it voraciously. With his mouth agape, it seemed he could consume the entire universe. The noodles were swiftly drawn into his mouth at an astonishing speed, leaving Makoto and Sasuke, who were worriedly watching, momentarily stunned. Naruto's cheeks bulged, resembling 2 small balls, as he chewed loudly, the sound echoing with a satisfying smack. Makoto and Sasuke exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with smiles. The familiar Naruto seemed to have returned once more. Fuyu could not help but exclaim that Ichiraka ramen was truly Naruto's magical remedy, a cure-all for his ailments. In no time, Naruto had devoured the entire bowl of broth, setting it down with a hint of embarrassment on his face. Makoto, ever prepared, gently reached out to wipe the grease from the corner of Naruto's mouth with a tissue. Initially, Naruto instinctively recoiled, but upon noticing Makoto's tender gaze, he stilled, allowing her to clean his mouth. Sasuke couldn't help but smirk. He had never anticipated that Naruto would harbor such a profound affection for ramen. Despite the plethora of delectable dishes available, Naruto's indifference vanished the moment ramen was presented, transforming him into a ravenous soul. He recalled the times before Naruto had moved into his home, when Naruto had incessantly proclaimed that ramen was the best. Indeed, he remembered an occasion when his father, accompanied by clan members, had passed by the ninja academy, and Naruto had remarked that they were off to enjoy ramen, which had elicited laughter from the others. Makoto, noticing Naruto's hesitance, inquired with a smile, "What is it, Naruto?" After a moment's hesitation, hunger ultimately triumphed over his reservations. I would like to eat more." Makoto instinctively glanced towards the head of the household, Fuyu. At this moment, Fuyu had nearly finished his meal and casually suggested, "Let us proceed to Ichiraku Ramen for more food. It appears you two have barely eaten." Meichin and Sasuke were indeed somewhat distracted, preoccupied with concerns for Naruto, who had scarcely touched his food. Meichin gently took Naruto's hand and said, "Come on, Naruto, let us go enjoy some ramen." Naruto beamed with a broad smile, eagerly nodding in agreement. "Indeed, it is always the kind uncle and aunt who treat me the best," he expressed, feeling deeply touched. Meichin was momentarily taken aback, but soon returned the smile, affectionately patting Naruto's little head and saying, "Let us go eat noodles." Once Fuyu settled the bill at the front counter, the group made their way to Ichiraku Ramen. Located conveniently on the same street and not far at all, they soon arrived at the ramen shop just in time to find 3 vacant seats becoming available. "You all go ahead. I am already quite full," Fuyu remarked. Fuyu urged them to take their seats promptly to prevent others from occupying their places. It was Mikoto's first visit to such a quaint establishment for ramen, and she gazed at the menu with great interest. It featured a variety of ramen options, including the highly favored tonkatsu chashu ramen that Naruto had just enjoyed, prominently displayed at the top, indicating its popularity. "Uncle," Naruto exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Shouta emerge from the kitchen, "this is my dear aunt and uncle. We've come to savor some ramen." Shouta paused momentarily, taken aback by Naruto's exuberance, but then quickly recognized him and responded with a warm smile. "Oh, is that so? Welcome. What would you like to eat?" "I'll have the usual, a large portion," Naruto declared. "Got it," Shouta replied cheerfully, then turned his gaze to Naruto's aunt, a glimmer of admiration shining in his eyes. What an elegant woman. She was truly beautiful. Regaining his composure, Shouta continued with a smile, "What would you like, Aunt Naruto? And what about this little one?" Sasuke, free from any indecision, casually ordered a different ramen dish. "I'll have a tonkatsu chashu ramen as well. A regular portion will suffice." Mikoto was eager to sample the ramen and recalled how delicious it appeared when Naruto had eaten it moments earlier. Fuyu stood outside the door, having just lit a cigarette. Before he could take more than a couple of puffs, a shadowy figure appeared before him. "Lord Hokage." Upon greeting, the newcomer reported, "Lord Hokage, Asuma Sarutobi has been captured." Fuyu's expression, a fleeting blend of contentment and bewilderment, surfaced momentarily. What on earth is happening? Did the second elder and the others not set out today? Surely, it takes several days to reach the capital of the Fire Nation? How could they have succeeded so swiftly? What is going on? Fuyu felt a subtle stirring within, a vague suspicion taking shape. The Umbu seemed to share his incredulity, unable to suppress a chuckle as they addressed him. "Lord Hokage, he practically delivered himself to us. This afternoon, during the routine inspection of the village's external barrier, we stumbled upon the stealthy Asuma Sarutobi lurking outside a wall. The barrier team promptly alerted us, and without much effort, we apprehended him. After his capture, he was still shouting about unfairness, demanding a one-on-one opportunity." One of the Uchiha Umbu smirked, seemingly recalling something amusing. At that moment, there were 5 Umbu, each bearing a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Any elite jonin they encountered would surely meet their end. "Did you grant him that chance?" Fuyu inquired with curiosity. The Uchiha Umbu replied, "Indeed, since he desires to lose with complete acceptance, we, the proud Uchiha, shall certainly fulfill his wish." As expected, Fuyu pondered silently. Acknowledging that the Uchiha clan inherently possessed such a disposition, it was only natural for them to be so. It was a confrontation against Lord Dawa. The Uchiha Umbu extolled. "Lord Dawa's ocular prowess has grown increasingly profound. Even we feel inadequate in comparison. It seems the outcome remains unchanged." Fuyu let out a small sigh of relief. He had been concerned about unforeseen complications. It is commonly said in the shinobi world that elite jonin typically flee upon encountering a user of the Sharingan with 3 Tomo. However, Asuma Sarutobi, though not overly formidable, remains a character of significance in the narrative. Indeed, One should not overlook that Uchiha Dawa was among the 3 Uchiha clansmen who were swiftly defeated by Itachi Uchiha on the fateful night of the clan massacre. This was only achievable due to the inherent suppression of the Manjiki Sharingan over the 3 Tomo within their own clan. Against others, however, the Uchiha clan must strike decisively. Uchiha Dawa, being one of the top jonin of the Uchiha clan and having awakened his 3 Tomo for many years, possesses profound ocular power that far surpasses that of ordinary clan members. Thus, dealing with Asuma Sarutobi should pose no significant challenge. Fu exhaled a smoke ring with great satisfaction and casually inquired, "Where are the individuals now?" The Umbu of the Uchiha clan gestured toward a narrow alley diagonally opposite. Upon looking over, Fuyu discerned several obscure figures standing within the alley. "Lord Hokage, how shall we handle this individual?" the Umbu respectfully asked. Eliminate them," came the reply. Fuyu spoke, as if instructing a subordinate to kill a mere chicken. "Yes." The expressed no dissent, respectfully bowing once more before vanishing from sight. Fuyu cast a faint glance towards the alley, where several indistinct figures vanished moments later. "Honey, what's wrong?" Mei-chin inquired as she stepped outside, noticing her husband squatting there, exhaling wisps of smoke. Suddenly, he seemed to be lost in thought, a smile dancing across his face, prompting her to curiously ask what had elicited such amusement. What could possibly be so funny? Fuyu did not conceal the matter from her and promptly recounted the events that had just transpired. Upon listening, Mei-chin's expression tightened, her heart burdened with unspoken thoughts. The news of Sarutobi Asuma, who had been wandering outside the village for several years, had reached her ears. She had learned from her husband that he was now serving as one of the 12 guardian ninja in the capital of the Land of Fire. Her husband had expressed the intention to eliminate him to prevent future troubles, while she worried whether Elder Shana might encounter any unforeseen complications. Little did she expect that Sarutobi Asuma would deliver himself right to their doorstep. It seemed that despite years of experience, he had made little progress. Seeing Mei-chin's perplexed expression, Fuyu could not help but chuckle. "Haha, do you think Sarutobi Asuma is a fool?" He then proceeded to inform her about how Sarutobi Asuma had requested a one-on-one duel after being captured by the Umbu. Upon hearing that the challenger was Uchiha Dawa, and noticing her husband's relaxed demeanor, Mei-chin could deduce without hearing the outcome that Sarutobi Asuma had undoubtedly lost. Yet, understanding the importance of providing her husband with emotional support, she feigned ignorance and inquired about the victor. Her husband laughed heartily, declaring, "Of course, Daohua emerged victorious." Mei-chin smiled faintly. Daohua's prowess was well acknowledged within the clan. Choosing not to delve into the details of Sarutobi Asuma's fate, she subtly shifted the conversation with a gentle smile. "The children have finished their meal. Since we have the rare opportunity to be out together, shall we take a stroll and explore a bit before heading home?" Fuyu had no objections to this, having no other matters to attend to that evening. He readily agreed. Naruto seemed to have regained his spirits, exuberantly extolling the virtues of Uncle Yael, mentioning how he had just received an abundance of delicacies in his bowl, declaring it simply marvelous, and expressing his eagerness to return for more ramen next time. Fuyu exchanged a glance with Mei-chin, smiling silently. It seemed that Naruto's melancholic spirits, having recently learned of his parents' demise, were uplifted by a bowl of Ichiraka ramen. Sasuke, witnessing Naruto revert to his boisterous self, could no longer suppress his sarcasm. "Are you a glutton?" He was astonished to see Naruto, after indulging in a sizable bowl of ramen here, devour 2 more bowls after already having one at the restaurant. He had never observed Naruto's remarkable appetite at home, though, upon reflection, he realized that Naruto indeed had quite an impressive capacity for food. Sasuke recalled their time together in his home, where he had not paid much attention to Naruto, often retreating to watch television after meals. Now, with a discerning mind, he recognized the signs. "Well, you glutton," Naruto retorted with a grin. "Ino said that being able to eat is a blessing. Sasuke, you really are dull for not understanding that." He crossed his arms, tilting his head and casting a disdainful glance at Sasuke. Sasuke thought to interject, but was interrupted by Naruto's excited exclamation as he dashed ahead. Sakura, out for an evening stroll with her mother, felt a twinge of discomfort upon encountering Naruto. Her mother, Haruno Mabuki, a vision in a form-fitting white chipao with her golden hair and green eyes, failed to recognize Naruto as the son of the nine-tailed fox and curiously inquired, "Sakura, is that your friend?" "Just a classmate," Sakura replied nonchalantly. Sasuke, observing Naruto eagerly approach Sakura, felt his eyelids twitch. Just moments ago, Naruto had been despondent. Yet now he seemed full of life. What a contradiction. Who was that little girl? Mei-chin inquired, noticing Naruto's animated gestures before the pink-haired girl. She seems to be someone that Narumi likes, Mei-chin mused, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. What is her name? Sakura, Sasuke replied candidly, anticipating his mother's reaction. Sure enough. He watched as she moved toward them. Reluctantly, he followed suit. Meanwhile, Mabuki learned from her daughter of the identity of the golden-haired boy. Upon closer inspection, noticing his stubbled cheeks, she realized it was indeed Naruto, the son of the nine-tailed fox, or rather, the son of a hero now. Although the Hokage had decreed that Naruto should no longer be scorned or ostracized, the villagers' deep-seated animosity toward the nine-tailed fox was not easily dispelled. However, the Haruno family had not lost anyone during the Nine-Tails rampage, so Mabuki felt no prejudice upon recognizing Naruto. At this moment, Mei-chin approached, smiling and bowing. Hello. I am grateful for your kindness towards Naruto. Mabuki, struck by the beauty of the woman adorned in a kimono, bowed in return, albeit perplexed. Not at all. And you are? Mabuki pondered. My Naruto? Wasn't he an orphan? His parents had perished during the Nine-Tails incident. Who was this woman? She was certain she had never encountered her before. The woman appeared unfamiliar. Could she be a relative of Naruto? I forgot to introduce myself. I am Naruto's aunt. Uchiha Mei-chin, she said with a gentle smile. Uchiha? Mabuki's heart raced, realizing she was in the presence of the Hokage's family. She hurriedly replied, Greetings, I am Sakura's mother. Haruno Mabuki. Sasuke. Sakura exclaimed upon seeing Sasuke approach behind Mei-chin. Her previously indifferent demeanor transformed as she rushed towards him, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Sasuke, what a coincidence. Are you out for a walk with your mother too? This was Sakura's first time seeing Sasuke outside of school in the evening, and her excitement was palpable. Sasuke regarded the exuberant Sakura with a calm, detached demeanor, merely responding with a nonchalant his arms crossed, and his expression cool. The tables had turned. Moments ago, Naruto had been chattering away before Sakura, who had been disinterested. And now it was Sakura who was animatedly speaking to Sasuke, while he remained aloof. Naruto pondered, am I merely a jester? Fuyu observed the scene and let out a soft chuckle, unable to suppress a silent lament for Naruto. Per Naruto, Sakura, if you cannot grasp his heart, it would be wise to relinquish your hopes. Hinata is truly the love meant for you. Indeed, Fuyu harbored a preference for the pairing of Naruto and Hinata, finding little fondness for Sakura. Mikoto noticed Naruto's despondent expression and glanced at Sakura and Sasuke, suddenly coming to a realization. Mikoto exclaimed, Hokage-sama. At that moment, Haruno may finally recognize the tall man, standing behind Uchiha Mikoto. It was only because Fuyu was dressed in his formal attire that she identified the Hokage. She hurriedly bowed in respect. Fuyu waved his hand, signaling her to relax. Chun-Yi-Chue felt somewhat apprehensive. It was her first time engaging so closely with the Hokage, which stirred a mix of anxiety and excitement within her heart. Ahem, Mikoto. How about we take a stroll through the shop? The new store has been open for a few days now, and didn't you mention wanting to check it out? Fuyu observed Naruto, whose sorrow flowed like a river, and suggested that after finally finding solace at Ichiraku Ramen, it would be unfortunate for him to fall back into despair due to Sakura's actions. Fuyu did not wish to see Mikoto troubled by Naruto's affairs, often furrowing her brow, which could lead to wrinkles. Mikoto, in her straightforward manner, nodded and said, Haruno Mama, we shall take our leave now. Haruno Meibu, having learned that Uchiha Mikoto was the wife of the Hokage, promptly bowed with respect, saying, Very well, madam, please travel safely. As she spoke, she hurriedly called out to Sakura, 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 this child. Haruno Meibu offered Uchiha Mikoto an apologetic smile and quickly approached, tugging at Sakura and bending down to press her head. Mikoto gave a faint nod, taking Naruto and Sasuke's hands as they followed her husband. After the family bid farewell to Haruno Meibu and Sakura, they proceeded towards Asakusa Street. Naruto lingered, turning back 3 times with reluctance. However, Sakura's gaze remained fixed on Sasuke. After turning the corner and losing sight of Sakura, Naruto finally looked back, letting out a long sigh. This child, sighing at such a young age, like an old man. Mikoto remarked discontentedly. After a while, they arrived, and this was the place. Fuyu pointed to a storefront, informing Mei-chin that this was the new establishment, Silk Cave, which he had previously mentioned would be quite lucrative. Curiously, Mei-chin glanced up at the sign radiating an alluring pink glow, and quickly leaned closer to Fuyu, whispering, Darling. Is this place reputable? Sasuke and Naruto are still around. Let us not corrupt the children. Fuyu confidently reassured, rest assured, Mikoto. I have assured you that this is entirely legitimate. They are merely two children. There is nothing to worry about. Yet, Mikoto remained somewhat hesitant. However, upon observing the steady stream of visitors at the entrance, it became evident that the establishment, much like her husband had mentioned, was indeed quite popular. Oh dear. Since we are already here, why not indulge in a massage experience, Mikoto? Let Sasuke and Naruto head back home first, Fuyu suggested. In the past few nights, she had been captivated by her husband's tales of the new store, and indeed, her interest was piqued. She glanced down at Sasuke and Naruto. Feeling a stir of excitement, Sasuke, with an air of indifference, placed his hands behind his head and remarked, Kaizen, why not experience it for yourself? I'm a bit weary from walking and wish to head home. Naruto, brimming with energy, elongated his face alight with surprise. Really, Sasuke? You're tired already? He flexed his biceps, striking a pose of exaggerated strength, and cast a sidelong glance at Sasuke, feigning disdain. I'm not tired at all. Sasuke's lips twitched slightly. You fool. He nonchalantly replied. If we go home now, we might just encounter Sakura on the way. Let us go. Home, Naruto exclaimed, eagerly pulling Sasuke in the direction of home. After a few steps, he suddenly remembered something and turned back, calling out loudly to the aunt and uncle. Auntie, uncle. We're heading home first. With that, he hastened to urge the sluggish Sasuke, hurry up, Sasuke. You're as slow as a snail. Sasuke rolled his eyes, perfectly capturing Naruto's essence, and chose to ignore him. All right, the kids are headed home too. Come on, I'll take you inside to have a look. Fuyu embraced Meichin's soft waist, smiling as he spoke. Meichin did not resist. Instead, she stepped into the spider cave, her curiosity piqued as she gazed around. The decor within the establishment was quite novel, a sight she had not encountered before in the Hidden Leaf Village. It was no wonder that this place enjoyed considerable popularity. What is this? Meichin inquired, her attention drawn to the myriad of photographs adorning the wall as she entered. These are the staff members, he replied. The technicians I mentioned to you that night. Upon entering, guests first see this display and can select their preferred technician for a massage. Fuyu introduced her. Meichin glanced over and saw two guests selecting from the photo wall. A look of bewilderment crossed her face. She whispered, Darling, where did you acquire such knowledge? Haha. It's nothing much, he replied. Fuyu smiled and casually said, Come, let us find an empty room for you to indulge in a massage experience. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, Fuyu entered the establishment where, apart from the technicians, all were members of his clan. They recognized him immediately upon his arrival and were eager to approach, but were halted by the sternness in his gaze. At that moment, Fuyu gestured towards the staff waiting in the corridor. Uchiha Song swiftly approached, bowing respectfully as he inquired, Esteemed clan leader and honored clan matriarch. How may we serve you? Are there any available technicians at present? Fuyu inquired. Indeed, my lord of the clan. Uchiha Matsuke's mused that your arrival surely signifies something. Even if there is nothing, there must be something. Well, just bring me something and arrange a spa for my lady. Fuyu spoke softly. Currently, all the technicians at the Pan-Sea Cave are female, and Meichin is also a woman. Thus, there is no need to demand that the technician serving Meichin be exceptionally beautiful. After all, who could surpass Meichin's beauty? Very well. Esteemed clan leader and esteemed clan matron, please this way. Uchiha Matsuo guided the two into a serene and secluded room, immediately presenting a lavish fruit platter and tea. Meichin, intrigued, gazed at a fresh flower placed on the bed and pointed at the olive-sized opening at the head of the bed, inquiring about its purpose. Fuyu explained that when receiving a massage in a prone position, a person's head and face can be oriented directly downward, allowing the entire face to face the opening without hindering respiration. Before long, the therapist entered the room. She was a strikingly attractive woman, likely in her late 20s. Upon her arrival, Fuyu excused himself from the room, informing Meichin that he needed to attend to a matter with Liangni, urging her to relax and enjoy her massage. Meichin expressed no objections. As Fuyu stepped out of the room, he encountered Uchiha Ryoichi waiting at the door. Esteemed head of the family, Uchiha Ryoichi greeted respectfully. Fuyu nodded and followed Uchiha Ryoichi to the office. As Fuyu settled down, he observed Uchiha Ryoichi diligently retrieving an account book from the desk. Fuyu waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he had already perused it that morning and had other matters to attend to. Uchiha Ryoichi, puzzled yet undeterred, promptly returned the account book to the desk and approached Fuyu with a demeanor of respectful attentiveness. Ryoichi, have you read Jiraiya Ika Paradise? The first words from the esteemed head of the clan struck Uchiha Ryoichi with considerable surprise. Ika Paradise? Is that not that Riska book? He thought to himself, bewildered by the clan leader's inquiry. Nonetheless, he answered candidly, I have read a little. Ah, well, that is sufficient, Fuyu nodded, continuing. This idea came to me today as well. I am contemplating writing a book to test the waters. And I would like you to. Before Fuyu could finish his words, he was interrupted by Uchiha Ryoichi, who looked utterly horrified. What? Master? Are you also going to write a Riska book? Fuyu's expression darkened as he vehemently denied. No, I am writing a fantasy novel. Upon hearing that the esteemed head of the family was not engaged in writing frivolous literature, Uchiha Ryoichi let out a sigh of relief. However, noticing the disapproving gaze of the family head, he hastily forced a smile and said, I apologize, esteemed head of the family, for my momentary lapse. As a shop owner, it is unbecoming to be so flustered. Fuyu shot him a glare before continuing. You are to acquire a bookstore and a printing house in the village. Once I have completed my manuscript, we shall arrange for printing, and the books will be sent directly to the shop for sale. Uchiha Ryoichi interjected. Esteemed head of the family, there is no printing house in the village. Fuyu furrowed his brow, pondering how a vast village like Konohagakure could lack a printing factory. Although it was termed a village, its scale was comparable to that of a city. The absence of a printing establishment truly took him by surprise. After a thorough explanation from Uchiha Ryoichi, Fuyu finally understood. It turned out that when the fourth Hokage ascended to power, in a bid to secure the support of the Fire Country's royal family, an agreement was made to relocate large factories from the village to the capital, thus prohibiting their existence in the village. This effectively placed the economic lifeblood of Konohagakure in the hands of the royal family, which explained why subsequent Hokages struggled to assert themselves before the daimyo. Besides the agreement established long ago between Senju Hashirama and the Fire Country's royal family, these factors significantly contributed to the situation. The royal family of the Fire Country had already charted a path toward destruction. Fuyu chuckled coldly a few times before saying, Then you shall make the effort, in a couple of days, personally travel to the capital to acquire a printing factory. However, suddenly recalling that the new store on this side had just opened and might be quite busy, he added, Never mind, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I shall find someone else to handle it. Fuyu's loyal subordinates extend beyond merely the servant Uchiha Ryoichi. When it comes to fidelity, after he led the Uchiha clan in a coup d'etat, successfully overthrowing the ruling powers of Konoha, every member of the Uchiha clan now stands unwaveringly devoted to him. He has no shortage of manpower. Among the elite J-nin with 3 Tomo Sharingan, there are more than 30. Indeed, Uchiha Ryoichi expressed no dissent. Whatever the head of the clan commanded, he would dutifully follow. In a nearby room, Shingetsu Izumi and Gongzi Tai, a pair of good friends, reclined in foot massage chairs, casually watching the television while occasionally popping grapes into their mouths. The comfort was nothing short of sublime. Hey, Izumi, I think I just saw the Hokage. Was that just my imagination? Gongzi Tai queried, puzzled. Without a moment's hesitation, Shingetsu Izumi refuted, You must be mistaken. How could the Hokage possibly come to a place like this? He reveled in the skilled massages from the technician working on his feet, letting out a satisfied sigh. It was simply delightful. Upon their arrival, they discovered a new service offered at the establishment, basic foot baths, priced reasonably at the cost of a half meal at the neighboring barbecue restaurant. After hearing the staff explain that soaking one's feet in warm water, combined with professional massage techniques, could alleviate foot fatigue, they promptly decided to indulge in this treatment that evening. Due to their work requirements, they often stood guard at the entrance for an entire day. Thus, upon learning that this foot bath could relieve their tired feet, they were eager to give it a try. The results exceeded their expectations. It was utterly enjoyable, akin to the bliss of immortality. As the technician expertly massaged Gongzi Tai's feet, he blissfully closed his eyes, choosing to remain silent about having seen the Hokage. Meanwhile, in the office, Fuyu and Uchiha Ryoichi were discussing the follow-up matters regarding the spider cave, when suddenly, someone pushed the door open. Uchiha Ryoichi, initially infuriated, assumed the intruder was someone lacking in discernment who had barged in without knocking. Just as he was about to reprimand the individual, he recognized the dark attire of an Umbu operative, and his anger dissipated entirely. Oh, it was merely an Umbu member. There was no cause for concern. What's the matter? Fuyu expressed his confusion and inquired. The dark figure bowed and reported, Hokage-sama, one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade Heim, has just entered the village. Oh, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Fuyu's eyes. It was indeed Tsunade who had returned first. He had initially presumed that among the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya would be the first to arrive, followed by Tsunade, with Orochimaru being the last. How curious. He recalled that in the original narrative, Orochimaru had slain Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Tsunade had not attended the funeral held in honor of the deceased. What could possibly account for her return now? Fuyu found himself perplexed and decided to cease his contemplation. Was it truly just Tsunade and Shizen? Fuyu inquired. The dark faction was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the situation. The silencer mentioned by the Hokage undoubtedly referred to the young woman accompanying Tsunade. He nodded thoughtfully and added, "There is also a small pink pig." Understood. Let us observe her for the time being. There is no need for hasty engagement. We shall see what her intentions are. By the way, Tsunade suffers from hemophobia. Each of you monitoring her should bring a blood bag from the Konoha hospital. If she makes any reckless moves, simply throw the blood bag at her. Fuyu instructed, understood. With a swift motion, the dark figure vanished from the room, and Uchiha Ryoichi turned back to confirm, noticing that the door had been closed. Ah, how considerate. Uchiha Ryoichi silently nodded. Where had we left off? Fuyu took a sip of tea and remarked, "You just mentioned the strict prohibition against technicians engaging in inappropriate conduct with customers, such as insulting or physically assaulting them." Uchiha Ryoichi quickly recalled this in his mind and immediately responded, "Indeed." Fuyu nodded, his demeanor serious, stating, "Insulting customers is an absolute taboo. Starting tomorrow, before the technicians commence their shifts, you must convene a brief meeting with them to remind them of the rules of the establishment. Those who cannot adhere to them should be dismissed. There are plenty of qualified individuals to take their place." Understood, Uchiha Ryoichi replied with a nod. Meanwhile, on another street, Tsunade strolled leisurely, her demeanor relaxed, appearing far from someone seeking trouble. In a manner akin to a devoted follower, Shizen trailed closely behind her, clutching a small pig in her arms. Notably, ninjas possess the convenience of space scrolls, allowing them to store their belongings within, thus sparing them from the burden of carrying numerous packages during their travels. This place has become significantly more prosperous than before, Shizen mused, her short hair framing a youthful, innocent face as she surveyed the bustling street. She recalled the time when she left the village with Tsunade, shortly after the Third Shinobi World War, when the village was far from flourishing and appeared desolate. The devastation of war had left many families shattered, with absent fathers and sons. 7 years have passed, and everything has changed. No matter how arduous the journey, time smooths all edges. "Shizen, come here." Tsunade's booming voice suddenly called out, prompting Shizen to look over and see Tsunade pausing at a bustling food stall, waving her hand while already indulging in a skewer of dumplings. Shizen hurriedly approached the stall, placing her pet pig, Tun-Tun, on the ground, then retrieving a small black pouch from her pocket. With 3 fingers pinching a few coins, she inquired of the somewhat scruffy-looking middle-aged vendor, "How much for these?" Before the vendor could respond, a voice interjected from the side. "Sasuke, I want to eat this." "What are you talking about? Haven't you had enough ramen already?" Sasuke retorted. "But I'm really hungry. Just listen to my stomach grumble." A yellow-haired boy, with a pitiful expression, was grasping the cool demeanor of a black-haired boy, pointing animatedly at the stall. "Let us go home. Kakashi bought snacks today, and you can eat to your heart's content." Sasuke, noticing the curious glances from passers-by, suppressed his irritation and maintained a stoic expression. "Ah, did the lady buy snacks?" Naruto's eyes sparkled before darting to the enticing dumpling stall, his gaze immediately captivated by the delectable treats. Unable to suppress his yearning, tears of reluctance welled in his eyes. "Sasuke, you want to eat dumplings too, right? They smell so good, don't you think?" "No, I don't want any," Sasuke coolly denied. "Oh, fine," Naruto sighed, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth as he prepared to leave. At that moment, a melodious voice echoed like a heavenly serenade in his world. "Wait, little boy." Disheartened by the prospect of missing out on dumplings, Naruto turned around to see a beautiful woman with short black hair beckoning him, then addressing the vendor, "Sir, please give this child 4 skewers of dumplings. I will cover the cost." The kind-hearted Shizen generously offered. Naruto's dim expression instantly brightened as he dashed to the stall. Nearly colliding with the pet ninja pig, Tun-Tun crouched beside Shizen. Startled, Tun-Tun squeaked and scurried behind Shizen. Spotting Tun-Tun, Naruto's eyes lit up. but he knew he had to first express his gratitude to the lady who bought him dumplings. "Thank you, sister. You're really beautiful." At that moment, Shizun had just finished paying and was tucking her wallet away. Hearing Naruto's compliment, she smiled and affectionately tousled his hair. "Little one, you are quite handsome as well." Naruto pointed at Tun, peeking out from behind Shizun, and exclaimed, "Is this your companion? Is it wearing a pearl necklace? How cool." Shizun chuckled as she bent down to lift Tun, showcasing her pet. "What do you think? Isn't it cool?" Shizun beamed with pride, as she had meticulously dressed Tun for the occasion. Sasuke, hands in his pockets, strolled a few steps closer, overhearing the conversation, instinctively glancing at the pig being held aloft by Shizun. The small pink pig, no larger than a pet dog, adorned with a necklace of dumpling-sized pearls and dressed in a dark red outfit, struck him as rather absurd. He couldn't help but scoff internally. This, cool, just like Naruto. He shares the same misguided notion as that foolish woman. "Hello, sister, you seem unfamiliar. I don't think I've seen you around the village," Naruto queried, munching on his dumplings. "And does this sister know me?" He noticed the blonde woman beside the black-haired sister, who seemed to be studying him intently. Shizun chuckled softly. "It's been 7 years since I last returned, so it's not surprising you haven't seen me in the village." With his mouth full, Naruto mumbled, "What is your name? I will surely repay today as kindness in the future." Shizun smiled gently. "Oh, no need for repayment, little one. My name is Shizun, and this is my ninja pig, Tun. And you are?" Naruto quickly swallowed his dumplings, beaming with a radiant smile. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I will become Hokage one day." His fervent declaration rang with conviction, as if his future as Hokage were already a certainty. A flicker of astonishment crossed Shizun's face. Tsunade, leaning on her waist while enjoying her dumplings, appeared momentarily lost in thought, gazing at Naruto's confident smile, reminiscent of someone from her memories. "Don't worry, sister. I will become Hokage, and I'll have no problem on the battlefield," Naruto proclaimed, reminiscent of her dear brother, Nawaki, who had made a similar declaration before tragically losing his life in battle due to a misstep into an explosive trap. Tsunade's expression shifted, revealing a complex mix of emotions as she instinctively clutched the pendant around her neck, her fingers brushing against its crystalline surface. Meanwhile, Sasuke, maintaining his aloof demeanor, exhibited a dismissive expression. He had heard Naruto's aspiration to become Hokage countless times before. He recalled the ominous night when their father revealed Naruto's lineage as the son of the fourth Hokage, after which Naruto had incessantly vocalized his dreams, leaving Sasuke's ears weary from the repetition. "Humph, you little brat, you aren't even a ninja. Don't spout such grandiose claims." Naruto's words evoked a poignant memory in Tsunade, stirring thoughts of her brother Nawaki's tragic fate, prompting her to instinctively respond with derision. Upon glancing up, Naruto recognized that it was the voluptuous woman beside Shizun who had spoken. Unfazed, he adjusted his goggles and chuckled, declaring, "I'm already enrolled in the Ninja Academy, and once I graduate, I will become a ninja. Although I am not one yet, I will strive to be the Hokage." At that moment, Sasuke interjected, "Enough of that. I'm heading home." Despite his disdain for Naruto, he believed no one else had the right to mock Naruto's aspirations. To put it simply, he felt entitled to do so, while others did not. Over time, and although he was reluctant to admit it, Naruto had become a part of their family. "All right," Naruto replied, expressing gratitude to Shizun once more before turning to leave, only for Shizun to call him back. With a smile, she handed him several dumplings she had taken from Tsunade, saying, "Naruto, study hard at school. I look forward to the day you become Hokage." Naruto's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he nodded vigorously. "I will, Shizun." "Naruto," Sasuke urged from a distance. "Coming," Naruto exclaimed in a rush, waving energetically at Shizun as he hurried to catch up with Sasuke. Shizun watched as Naruto dashed away, turning back to flash her a broad smile, prompting her to chuckle softly. "Tsunade-sama, Naruto is truly a fascinating child," she mused. Teasingly, she poked Taunton, only to find Tsunade regarding her with an unamused expression. Realizing her faux pas, she offered a sheepish smile and quickly turned to the vendor. "Boss, I'll take 4 more skewers." "No, make it 10. With that, Tsunade relented. "Let us go." Cradling Taunton, Shizun inquired, "Tsunade-sama, where are we headed now?" "Back home." "No, we shall first visit the Hokage Tower," Tsunade replied nonchalantly, savoring her dumplings. Shizun felt a chill run down her spine. It appeared Tsunade intended to seek trouble. She sighed, recognizing she could not alter Tsunade's course of action and resigned herself to follow closely behind. After walking for a while, Shizune's expression grew tense as she whispered, "Tsunade-sama, it seems we are being watched." Tsunade cast her a calm glance and chuckled. "Did you just realize that?" Shizune reflected on her return to Konoha after 7 years, instinctively lowering her guard, which was not surprising. Unfazed, Tsunade continued to eat her dumplings, stating, "They have been tailing us since we met that boy. It seems they intended to intervene, but for some unknown reason, have hesitated." Tsunade's thoughts drifted to the yellow-haired boy, stirring a sense of unrest within her. "Is it really Naruto Uzumaki?" she pondered, narrowing her eyes as she sensed the remarkable chakra within him. He must be the new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. How peculiar that the village would allow a Jinchuriki to roam freely. Tsunade found it strange. Wouldn't the old man have enforced strict regulations? This thought crossed her mind until she almost forgot. The old man was no longer alive. Now, the Uchiha clan governed Konoha. As an idea struck her, her heart stirred. Indeed, the Uchiha clan possessed those formidable eyes. Thus there was no need to fear the Nine Tails running amok. Tsunade squinted, realizing that Uchiha Fugaku had likely activated the Mangeki Sharingan to eliminate the old man. She discreetly observed the Umbu surrounding them, contemplating that since her return, Fugaku had not made any significant moves, merely sending people to surveil her, indicating he likely did not intend to act against her. Her confidence to return alone stemmed from her distinguished lineage. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, a princess of the Senju clan, known as Tsunade Heim and one of the legendary Sannin, she felt secure. Although the first Hokage had been deceased for many years and the Senju clan had faded, their influence over Konoha remained. Moreover, countless villagers had benefited from her medical ninjutsu, and she doubted Fugaku would dare to harm her. The very act of surveillance confirmed her suspicions. Rather than rushing to the Hokage tower, Tsunade took her time strolling through the village. After a thorough exploration, her emotions grew more complex. The villagers she encountered wore cheerful expressions, and the atmosphere was harmonious, unaffected by the recent change in Hokage. When she inquired about their thoughts on the new Hokage, they all expressed contentment. For the villagers, leading a simple life was paramount. The identity of the Hokage held little significance for them. Realizing this, Tsunade stood in stillness, a deep sigh escaping her lips, her desire to visit the Hokage tower waning. "Forget it, Shizune, let us go." "Are we not going to the Hokage tower?" Shizune asked, feeling apprehensive at the prospect of seeking trouble. After all, they were dealing with the Uchiha clan. Having grown up hearing tales of their formidable reputation, she harbored an innate fear of them, especially since the Uchiha had assassinated the third Hokage to ascend to the fifth. "We're not going. We're leaving this place," Tsunade declared, waving her hand dismissively. "Huh?" Shizune replied, her expression one of confusion. "Leaving? Where to, Tsunade-sama?" "Foolish girl, we're leaving the village," Tsunade shot back with a glare. "Wait, Tsunade-sama. It's late. Why don't we stay the night and leave tomorrow?" Shizune suggested, hoping to pay her respects at her uncle's grave during this rare visit to Konoha after 7 years. Images of the yellow-haired boy vowing to become Hokage flickered through Tsunade's mind, causing her to hesitate. Perhaps it would be best to stay the night after all. "All right, we shall stay for one night." Upon hearing Tsunade's change of heart, Shizune's face lit up with joy. "Yay, so are we heading home now?" she asked eagerly. Standing on the bustling streets of Asakusa, Tsunade aimlessly surveyed her surroundings when a sign glowing with a pink hue caught her attention. "The Spider Cave?" Tsunade mused with curiosity. "What kind of establishment is this?" "Come on, Shizune, let us take a look." She pointed enthusiastically at the shop adjacent to the barbecue restaurant. A Shizune thought of the dust that had undoubtedly accumulated in her home, wishing to clean it before sleep. She had anticipated Tsunade's desire for more amusement. "Fine." Shizune glanced at the upscale-looking shop, letting out a resigned sigh as she touched her meager wallet, feeling another financial pinch approaching. Suddenly, Tsunade's demeanor shifted as 3 Umbu appeared at the entrance of the shop. One entered while the other 2 stood guard at the doorway, blocking access. "What is this? Is the shop closed to patrons?" Tsunade crossed her arms and spoke coldly. A member of the Umbu spoke up faintly. "Wait, but why should they wait?" Tsunade dismissed them with disdain, saying, "I will count to 5. During that time, you better disappear, or I shall take action to ensure your disappearance." Hearing Tsunade's commanding words, the 2 Umbu exchanged glances, each recognizing the other's contempt. While others might fear Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 shinobi, the proud Uchiha clan had no such trepidation. Tsunade's eyes flickered with surprise as she caught a glimpse of a faint red glow through the eye holes of their masks. 2 pairs of 3 Tomo Sharingan? She pondered how these 2 Umbu had the audacity to obstruct her. It turned out they were elite jonin of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku was indeed formidable, employing even Umbu members from his own 3 Tomo kin. However, did these 2 3 Tomo Uchiha underestimate her? A glint of coldness flashed in Tsunade's eyes. She was not causing trouble. She merely wished to enter this establishment and see what it entailed. While she chose to overlook their surveillance, what did it mean to impede her entry? Had her prolonged absence from battle led the world to forget her legendary status among the 3 shinobi? With an intense gaze, Tsunade began her countdown of 5 seconds, clearly indicating that if they did not yield, she would indeed take action. In the meantime, Shizune, standing nearby, felt anxious. Lady Tsunade, she thought, this is not outside. This is Konoha, and the Hokage is no longer your mentor. Is it really necessary to create trouble? Yet, she could discern Tsunade's seriousness. Her pleas were futile, and she could only stand by in distress. As Tsunade counted down to the final 2 seconds, the 2 Umbu remained unperturbed. They silently retrieved 2 dark red blood packets from their pockets. Both Tsunade and Shizune, having spent time in Konoha's hospital, were familiar with these blood packets. The moment Tsunade noticed them, she averted her gaze, but that brief glance drained the color from her face and elicited an overwhelming wave of nausea. Fortunately, she had not directly seen the blood. Otherwise, her hemophobia might have escalated even further. Yet, this was enough to rattle Tsunade. Shizune, witnessing the change in Tsunade's complexion and her slight swaying, hurriedly set aside her stuffed toy and rushed to support her. Lady Tsunade, Shizune exclaimed, her face filled with concern. Despicable, Tsunade muttered through gritted teeth. Were the Uchihas not supposed to lack intellect? How had they come to exploit her phobia of blood against her? Tsunade felt as if these 2 Umbu were imposters masquerading as Uchiha. Where had the pride of the Uchiha clan gone? Meanwhile, the Umbu who had just entered the establishment reported to Fuyua, not only informing him of Tsunade's presence outside, but also detailing their observations along the way. Wandering aimlessly, interacting with Naruto and Sasuke, Fuyu found himself somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend the true intentions behind Tsunade's return. He harbored no concerns regarding her interactions with Naruto and Sasuke. After all, Tsunade was not a stranger and harbored no ulterior motives towards them. According to the reports from the Umbu, Fuyu was certain that Tsunade was unaware of his presence in this location. Since her visit was not aimed at seeking him out, it must have been a mere coincidence. Fuyu's expression was peculiar, likely due to encountering an unfamiliar shop here. He seemed inclined to step inside and explore. Fuyu surmised the outcome and waved his hand, saying, "Go inform them not to impede her. Let her be. But do not disclose my presence here." Understood, the shadow operative responded before departing. He traversed the resplendent corridor and arrived at the entrance of the establishment, where he observed the raven-haired girl glaring angrily at Tsunade while supporting her. He disregarded the girl's furious gaze, approached his companion, murmured a few words, and then casually informed Tsunade that the establishment's hours of operation were flexible and she was free to enter at her leisure. With that, the 3 of them vanished in an instant, retreating to the shadows to monitor Tsunade and Shizune. At that moment, Tsunade felt considerably better. The erratic behavior of the shadow operatives left her somewhat speechless. "Lord Tsunade, why don't we leave and rest at home?" Shizune suggested. "No. I must see what is inside today. I am determined to uncover any secrets it may hold." Having been thwarted by the 2 shadow operatives, Tsunade, who had just declared she would make them disappear in 5 seconds, felt quite vexed and indignant. This ignited her rebellious spirit. If they would not let her see, she would insist on doing so. With that, she shrugged off Shizune's hand and strode into the establishment. Shizune, observing Tsunade's furious demeanor, sighed and hurriedly picked up the plush toy at her feet to follow her. Upon entering, Tsunade was greeted by a smiling male attendant dressed in a service uniform. "Welcome to the Silk Cave. Our establishment offers basic foot baths and massage spas. You may select your preferred technician from our photo wall," the attendant explained. Elaborating on the services offered, Tsunade, initially bewildered, felt her anger momentarily dissipate. The old adage rings true: one should never strike a smiling face. After hearing the man's introduction, her expression turned peculiar. It was, in fact, a shady establishment offering dubious services. Tsunade scoffed coldly, her face full of disdain. She had thought the 2 Uchiha were preventing her from entering for something significant. Was this all there was? The attendant, undeterred by Tsunade's mockery, maintained his cheerful demeanor. Rest assured, esteemed guest, we are a legitimate establishment, and all services provided are entirely proper. Tsunade remained skeptical, but glanced toward the photo wall. Just then, several customers who had just finished their foot baths exited the corridor, faces aglow as they chatted about the excellent service they had received, claiming their fatigue had vanished and they would return again. Tsunade mused that since she had already come this far, and considering the two shadow operatives had delayed her momentarily, she was determined to discover what the establishment had to offer. I'll have one of those basic foot baths. Shizune, having overheard the prices during the attendant's introduction, did not object this time. The cost of the basic foot bath was quite reasonable, no more than the price of an ordinary meal. Less than a fraction of what Tsunade might lose in a single gamble. I'll join you for a basic foot bath as well, Shizune added. Very well, ladies. Please follow me. I shall escort you to your room, the attendant replied. Guided through the opulent corridor, Tsunade and Shizune entered a room adorned with an antique charm. Upon entering, they saw 3 peculiar chairs, presumably for reclining. The room was decorated with carved wooden murals and a small incense burner wafting a faint aroma of sandalwood. The warm and tranquil atmosphere made one feel instantly at ease. Please take a seat. Your technician will arrive shortly, the attendant said with a smile before gently closing the door as he exited. Tsunade wandered around the room, taking in her surroundings, exclaiming, "This place has quite the ambience." Shizune, placing the plush toy down, curiously touched the footbath chair, which felt soft. She reclined, sharing her thoughts. "Lord Tsunade, this chair is quite comfortable. You should try it too." Tsunade scoffed, "You truly lack experience. It's just a chair. What could be so special about it? They are all the same." She settled into the adjacent footbath chair, the softness pleasantly surprising her, yet she maintained her facade. It's nothing extraordinary. At that moment, there was a gentle knock on the door. "Come in," Shizune called. The door opened, revealing the same attendant who entered carrying 2 cups of green tea and an exquisitely arranged fruit platter. We didn't order any fruit," Shizune remarked, taken aback by the platter. The attendant smiled. "It's complimentary. Additionally, if you turn right upon exiting, you will find a restaurant with free dining options." He inquired if they required anything else before graciously exiting the room, leaving only Tsunade and Shizune behind. Shizune picked up a small fork from the fruit platter, sampling a piece of fruit, her eyes lighting up. "Lord Tsunade, the service here is truly commendable." Tsunade pursed her lips, pointing out, "Perhaps this place merely presents a polished facade. The quality of their services may be utterly disappointing." She smirked, declaring, "If this basic foot bath does not meet my expectations, I shall demand a refund." Shizune remained silent, quietly enjoying the fruit, hoping the foot bath service would not falter. Otherwise, Tsunade might indeed pursue a refund. With a kind-hearted wish for the establishment's success, Shizune then noticed the television mounted on the wall, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she spotted a remote on the nearby wooden table. She eagerly approached, switched on the television, tuned to the 2nd channel, and reclined comfortably in her chair, delightedly watching a comedy performance. Just then, another knock echoed through the room. Shizune said, "Please come in." This time, 2 women dressed in matching attire entered, their faces somewhat familiar. They were the technicians from the photo wall. "Greetings, esteemed guests. Technician number 005 is delighted to serve you," one of them said. "Greetings, esteemed guests. Technician number 007 is also delighted to serve you," the other chimed in, both women beaming as they bowed respectfully. Tsunade observed silently from the side, while Shizune smiled and nodded. "All right, please proceed." The 2 technicians skillfully retrieved 2 large buckets from the room's cabinet and fitted them with white plastic liners. As Tsunade and Shizune began to indulge in their basic foot bath experience, Mikoto, having concluded her spa session, departed alongside Fuyu, embarking on her journey home. "My dear, this spa experience is truly delightful. I feel no strain in my neck or shoulders anymore." Mikoto excitedly shared her thoughts with Fuyu, reveling in her first encounter with spa services. Fuyu chuckled occasionally, responding with a few words. Thus, they returned to the Uchiha clan's residence. As one was changing shoes at the entrance, they overheard Sasuke in the living room exclaiming, "Super idiot." At that moment, Mikoto was in high spirits, so she refrained from commenting, instead smilingly observing the lively bickering between Naruto and Sasuke. Fuyu gazed at the heartwarming scene before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The warmth of family, his wife and children gathered together, exudes the essence of home, a truly delightful sight. Meanwhile, 100 miles away from Konoha, within the forest. Three figures dashed through the trees when one suddenly halted, sneezing. Uchiha Itachi muttered to himself, "Who is speaking of me behind my back?" As a ninja in peak physical condition, he found it perplexing to sneeze. Shaking his head, he tightened his cloak and resumed his pursuit of his companions. In the pan-silk cave, the indoor dining area featured a flowing water display, with a miniature waterfall where clear water cascaded from a concealed spout, producing a soothing sound. It was around 11 p.m., the peak hour for patrons at the pan-silk cave. Tsunade and Shizune occupied a corner of the restaurant, and Shizune marveled at the bustling atmosphere. "Lady Tsunade, this place is quite popular. It seems busier than the barbecue restaurant next door," she whispered. Tsunade, in her characteristic manner, replied, "Of course, food here is free. Naturally, more people would choose to dine here." Shizune thought to herself that while the food was complimentary, the service was indeed exceptional. Having just washed their feet, Tsunade, feeling hungry and enticed by the idea of free food, had insisted on visiting this establishment instead of heading home. "Hello. The beef noodles and dumplings for the two lovely ladies are ready." At last, the food had arrived, and Tsunade grumbled as she touched her stomach, remaining seated. Shizune, however, promptly stood up and walked over to collect the order. Upon reaching the counter, she noticed the beef noodles and dumplings were thoughtfully arranged on a single tray, further enhancing her appreciation for the restaurant. "Hey, beautiful, take them in 2 trips, you might spill otherwise," the chef kindly advised as he noticed Shizune attempting to carry 2 trays at once. The noodles and dumplings had just been prepared and were quite hot. He wished to spare her from burns. Shizune smiled at the chef, confidently balancing the trays in her hands, and turned back toward Tsunade. A flicker of surprise crossed the chef's face as he realized she was a ninja. He was a nin from the Uchiha clan, who had taken up the role of chef at his family's restaurant after the war, beloved by many for his culinary skills. As the pan-silk cave buffet had just opened, it was difficult for him to find staff, and he had been called upon by Uchiha Ryu to assist for a couple of days. Now, everyone in the clan knew that the pan-silk cave was part of their family business, and Uchiha Daifuku had promptly accepted the task. He recognized that Shizune was utilizing chakra to ensure the trays were stable. How strange, she is a ninja yet does not wear a Konoha forehead protector, he pondered. But soon dismissed the thought as he focused on his work. The beef noodles recommended by the clan leader were indeed quite popular, as most of the recent customers had ordered them. After finishing their meal, Tsunade and Shizune stepped out of the pan-silk cave, only to find the streets nearly deserted. The night was quiet, and many of the streetlights had been extinguished. "Lady Tsunade, shall we head back now?" Shizune asked, clutching her pig plushie. "Yes, let's return," Tsunade replied. And the two began their journey home. 10 minutes later, they stood before a building, pausing in confusion. "Shizune, are we lost? Where's our home?" Tsunade exclaimed, glancing around in bewilderment. Years ago, upon returning from the battlefield, the Senju clan's estate had been taken over by her mentor, who had assigned her a house in the village's center. At that time, she had been utterly alone and had harbored no objections. After all, many of the Senju clan members had perished in battle, and those who remained had blended into the village as per the clan leader's orders. With the Senju clan's demise, what use did she have for the estate? Upon her return to the village, she had moved in with Shizune, the niece of Kato, finding solace in their companionship. Although she had not returned for 7 years, her memories remained vivid, and she was certain she had not taken a wrong turn. "But where is my home? What happened to my large house?" she wondered, perplexed by the sudden appearance of a fish market. "Lady Tsunade, we are not mistaken. Look, this cherry blossom tree still bears the scars from my kunai," Shizune exclaimed, pointing to the tree in front of the building. "Damn it! Who had the audacity to tear down our house and erect this fish market?" Tsunade angrily kicked over a box used for storing fish, a wave of fishy odor wafting toward them. Shizune grimaced, "Lady Tsunade, what shall we do? It's so late, and we can't even find anyone to ask. Let us find a hotel to stay for the night, and we can inquire about who dared to demolish our home tomorrow," Tsunade replied darkly. "I suppose that will have to suffice," Shizune sighed. Fortunately, they soon spotted an operational inn and successfully checked in. The next morning, Shizune awoke early, completed her morning routine, and ventured next door to rouse Tsunade. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a strong smell of alcohol. Frowning, she entered the room and was met with the sight of empty bottles strewn across the floor, with Tsunade sprawled amidst them. Shizune couldn't help but grimace, feeling a headache coming on. "Not again. Lady Tsunade, didn't you say we would find out who demolished our house today? Why did you drink again last night?" She lamented, sighing deeply. Based on past experiences, she knew that Tsunade would not rise before the afternoon. With practiced ease, Shizune opened the window to let in fresh air, bent down to gather the empty bottles, and neatly placed them outside the door. Then, she carefully moved the unkempt Tsunade onto the tatami mat, pulled off her clothing, and covered her with a blanket. After completing these tasks, she gently closed the door behind her as she exited the room. They had only booked the room for one night, and as per usual custom, they were expected to check out by noon the following day. Shizune went downstairs to extend their stay for another night before returning to her room, leading her pig plushie out for a morning stroll and breakfast. As they left the inn, Shizune and her plushie passed by the fish market they had encountered the previous night, which was now bustling with activity. Observing closely, she realized that this market had indeed been constructed on the very land where Tsunade's home once stood. Not only had Tsunade's house been demolished, but the neighboring izakaya had also vanished. Other buildings remained, but 7 years had brought noticeable changes. While she understood the closure of the izakaya, as it had struggled during Tsunade's and her time in the village, she could not fathom why Tsunade's home had been destroyed. Was it possible that those responsible for the demolition were unaware of its significance? She has left behind quite a few belongings at home, each a treasure trove of memories. The more Jingyin pondered, the more irate she became, nearly succumbing to the urge to inquire alone, but she halted her steps at the entrance of the seafood market. Perhaps it was best to wait for Lady Tsunade to accompany her. Venturing alone might displease her afterward. With a sigh, Jingyin expelled her frustration and turned to leave. She arrived at a bun shop, where she purchased a steamer of soup dumplings, some soybean milk, and 5 large meat buns for her companion, Tonton. Together, they settled into a cozy corner. Just as she bit into a dumpling, a familiar clamor caught her attention. "Sasuke, today in practical training, I shall surely defeat you." She glanced up to see a blond boy with a backpack at the shop's entrance, flanked by the aloof dark-haired youth from the previous evening. "Ah, it's Naruto," Jingyi mused, recalling her encounter with him last night, a smile gracing her lips. However, she chose not to approach, content to observe from a distance while savoring her dumplings. The dark-haired boy seemed to sense her gaze and turned to look, speaking briefly, before Naruto abruptly shifted his attention toward her. His eyes lit up. "Oh, it's Sister Jingyin," he exclaimed joyfully, rushing into the shop. Jingyin beamed. "Hello, Naruto. It's lovely to see you again. Are you off to school?" "Yes, Sister Jingyin. Let me tell you, we have practical training today. I lost to Sasuke last time, but this time, victory shall be mine," Naruto declared, his smile brimming with confidence, as if triumph were already assured. "Isn't that Tonton?" He suddenly noticed the piglet devouring its large bun beneath the table. "Tonton, you can eat a lot." Tonton seemed to comprehend Naruto's words, snorting in discontent. "Sister Jingyin, it seems Tonton understands me," Naruto exclaimed, astonished. Jingyin chuckled. "Tonton is a ninja pig. Not only does it understand you, but it can also perform jutsu." "Ah." Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. "Tonton can perform jutsu? I still can't even master the basic body flicker technique. Hearing you say this pig can use jutsu sounds like a fairy tale. Sister Jingyin, you must be joking. How could a pig possibly wield jutsu?" He laughed, convinced she was teasing him. "Naruto," a voice called out, breaking their conversation. Just as Jingyin was about to demonstrate Tonton's abilities, Naruto declared, "The uncle is calling me. I must go." With that, he dashed out like a gust of wind. "Naruto, what will you eat?" Fuyu observed Naruto sprinting out of the bun shop, but paid him no heed regarding his intentions. Instead, he inquired what Naruto would like to eat. This morning, they had not enjoyed breakfast at home, as Mikoto had unusually slept in, prompting the 3 of them to procure their morning meal from outside. Naruto glanced around and ultimately decided on 3 fried dough sticks and 3 substantial meat buns. Paying for breakfast for his 2 children, Fuyu departed. Sasuke, noticing Naruto's intention to return to the bun shop, called out to him. "What are you going back for? School awaits. Wait for me a moment." Naruto dashed into the bun shop, rushing to Shizune. "Sister Shizune, we have practical training this morning. Would you like to come to school and watch me defeat Sasuke?" He scratched his head sheepishly, feeling a fondness for the sister who had treated him to meatballs the previous night. Today, as practical training was a rare opportunity for him to seek vengeance against Sasuke, and he wanted to invite Shizune to observe. "Sure." In the morning, Shizune replied cheerfully after a moment's thought. After all, Lady Tsunade would not awaken until the afternoon, so visiting the ninja academy seemed agreeable. It had been quite some time since she last returned. She recalled being sent to the battlefield before she even graduated. Most of her classmates had not made it back to the village, forever lost to that perilous land. She had nearly been one of them, but fortunately, Lady Tsunade arrived just in time to save her, taking her under her wing and allowing her to survive the bloody hellscape. Then it's settled. Naruto laughed foolishly as he ran off. Shizune sighed, reflecting on how long it had been since she last visited the village, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over her. Tun nudged her calf, and upon looking down, she realized he had finished his meal. She bought 3 large vegetable buns and tossed them to Tun. Meanwhile, Fuyu arrived at the Hokage building. He had not forgotten his promise to Kakashi from the previous day, so he dispatched someone to inform the Hokage's assistants. The 2 advisors and the heads of various departments to gather in the conference room in half an hour. As the saying goes, significant matters require small meetings, while trivial matters demand larger gatherings, and important affairs should not be discussed in meetings at all. Once notified, the heads of various departments began arriving early at the conference room on the first floor. Among them were Kakashi, the captain of the Umbu who effectively wielded ministerial authority; Uchiha Masato, the head of the mission department, who was also one of the 3 Uchiha elders, and Uchiha Shana, the head of the intelligence department, another elder of the Uchiha clan. Intelligence and missions had always been paramount, and Fuyu ensured these critical positions were filled by his trusted allies. He distributed other roles as well. For instance, the medical department was led by Nara Suzaku, the younger brother of Hokage assistant Narashiku, a jonin skilled in shadow imitation techniques, among the best in the Nara clan. As the Nara clan was responsible for the village's medical system, no one objected to their appointment in this role. The administrative department was headed by a member of the Hyuga clan, whose authority had previously been considerable, serving to assist the Hokage with sound advice and acting as a bridge between the land of fire and Konoha, conveying national information and managing financial allocations. However, after Fuyu assumed the role of Hokage, he significantly curtailed the administrative department's power. The highest authority was no longer the minister but the Hokage's assistant, followed by the 2 advisors. Fuyu himself took on the role of the educational department head, recognizing the importance of nurturing the next generation in Konoha. The interrogation department remained under the leadership of the Yamanaka clan's head, and the police department had been dissolved. Continuing it under the Uchiha clan would have further tarnished their reputation, which Fuyu wished to avoid, though he later considered this decision rather hasty. Konoha was a large village, with over 30,000 households and a population of around 100,000. It was akin to a small town from his past life. Thus, the responsibility for maintaining public order fell back on the police department. To prevent any further damage to the Uchiha clan's reputation, Fuyu decided the police department would not include Uchiha personnel. At most, he would retain the position of the department head, allowing other clans to contribute personnel. This way, the police department could be composed of members from various families, ensuring that any grievances from villagers would not solely be directed at the Uchiha clan. When the meeting commenced, Fuyu announced the decision to re-establish the police department, which did not elicit surprise from the others. Particularly, when they heard that Uchiha Daiko would serve as the police chief, their reactions were calm. It seemed that aside from the armed Umbu, the second force-wielding authority would also be under the Hokage's control. This made sense, as the police department had been managed by the Uchiha clan before its dissolution, and the Hokage's desire to reclaim it was understandable. However, the atmosphere shifted subtly when he mentioned that the police department would not be a one-clan operation. Each family must assign personnel to significant roles, requiring strength at the jonin level. The other department heads exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with interest. The police department, a unit capable of wielding armed force within the village, was an enticing opportunity. Since the Hokage permitted them to allocate personnel, they would not hold back. Only Nara Shikaku, the Hokage's assistant, appeared somewhat apprehensive. Observing the excitement in Nara Suzaku's eyes, he remained silent. Despite knowing that joining the police department was not the best choice due to its potential for animosity. The Uchiha clan's negative reputation stemmed from the police department's stringent handling of cases, and while he recognized the pitfalls, he exhibited no outward signs of concern. Voicing his support for the Hokage, Hokage-sama, our 3 clans of Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi are willing to contribute 10 jonin to the police department to assist with the village's public order. Yamanaka Katsuya, the head of the interrogation department, had no objections to Nara Shikaku's unilateral decision. The 3 clans had historically stood together, and given Nara's intelligence, he naturally took the lead among them. In contrast to Shikaku's caution, Hyuga Hisashi's ambitions were greater. Hokage-sama, how many jonin can we assign to the police department? Fuyu chuckled softly. The more, the merrier. Esteemed advisor. With a playful glance at Nara Shikaku, Hinata extended both hands with a smile, proclaiming, Our Hinata clan is willing to send 10 elite jonin to support the reconstruction of the police department. Fuyu nodded in satisfaction, proclaiming, Excellent, everyone take note. The awareness of the Dayfoot advisor is indeed commendable. With a leader in place, the heads of several prominent families present also concurred, agreeing to lend their support to a few of the elite shinobi, albeit to varying extents. Very well, now, Minister of Public Security, please share a few words. Fuyu smiled as he gazed at Uchiha Dawa, who sat at the far end. Noticing the collective attention of the crowd focused upon him, Uchiha Dawa appeared utterly bewildered. He had been summoned by a clan member to attend this meeting, completely unaware of the circumstances. Little did he know that the esteemed clan leader had prepared such a remarkable surprise for him. Fixing his fervent and resolute gaze upon Fuyu, seated at the head, he declared, Hokage-sama, I shall endeavor earnestly and will not disappoint you. Fuyu nodded and said, The specific arrangement of positions within the police department will be entrusted to Minister Dawa. Please coordinate with him accordingly. The meeting is now adjourned. Fuyu clapped his hands, signaling the dissolution of the meeting. Upon returning to the Hokage's office, he found himself with little to occupy his time. He summoned someone to bring in a computer, which he intended to use for writing his novel. This computer resembled the bulky desktop machines from his elementary school's computer lab, an unwieldy box. Its functionalities were rather rudimentary, yet it sufficed for the purpose of crafting his literary work. Feiyue was deeply engrossed in his writing as the practical training at the ninja school commenced. Jingyin, accompanied by her pet, Tun Tun, leisurely strolled to the gates of Konoha Ninja School. However, lacking the Konoha headband or any identification, the gatekeeper denied her entry. With no means to prove her identity, her household registration lost due to the demolition of her home, Jingyin found herself at an impasse. She had left her Konoha headband at home, unwilling to wear it and revisit painful memories, as it had belonged to Lady Tsunade. Standing at the entrance, she gazed longingly at the playground inside, sighing, Naruto, I fear I may have to break my promise to you. After fruitless negotiations with the gatekeeper, she prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, she encountered an acquaintance from years past. After exchanging pleasantries, she learned that her old friend was now a teacher at the ninja school. With her friend's assurance, the gatekeeper reluctantly allowed Jingyin entry. You've been a tremendous help. I shall treat you to a meal next time. She smiled as they parted ways, her old friend appearing somewhat hurried and quickly departing. Jingyin, holding Tun Tun, made her way towards the playground. Upon reaching the playground, she noticed a flash of striking blonde hair. The first-year students, still in the theoretical phase of their ninja training, were engaged in mock battles. Most of them, aside from those from prominent clans, had yet to master any jutsu. The ongoing duel was between two commoners, neither of whom utilized any ninja techniques. They merely infused a slight chakra into their strikes, exchanging blows in a spirited contest. Two middle-ranking teachers supervised the matches, one taking notes on the proceedings while the other ensured the safety of the participants to prevent any accidents. Naruto, squatting beside Sasuke, was idly drawing circles in the dirt with a stick when a splash of pink caught his eye. Dressed in a red outfit and adorned with a pearl necklace, he exclaimed, Ah, Tun Tun, in delight, dropping the stick as he reached out to pet her. However, Tun Tun darted away with astonishing speed, slipping out of his grasp. When he looked up, he found Jingyin standing there, clad in dark gray attire, smiling at him. Ah, Jingyin, you're here. Naruto beamed with joy. Have I arrived too late? Jingyin inquired with a grin. Not at all. It's not my turn yet, Naruto replied, sighing. Noticing Jingyin's confusion, he explained. It's a pity that Sasuke has already fought someone else. I want to get a chance to battle him. He wore a look of regret. Jingyin chuckled softly, relieved that it was nothing serious. Sasuke, overhearing Naruto, merely shrugged without comment. Beside him, Sakura and Ino, captivated by Sasuke's charm, listened to Naruto's lament. Sakura, unable to contain herself, retorted, You're just boasting, Naruto. If I recall correctly, you lost to Sasuke in the last kunai throwing contest. Ino, though equally smitten, maintained a more composed demeanor, silently observing the exchange. Naruto defended himself. That was just an accident. I hadn't eaten that day, so I had no strength and missed my throw. Otherwise, I would have won for sure. Sakura scoffed. Stop making excuses, Naruto. Just admit it. You'll never be as strong as Sasuke. He is the best. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Sasuke. Sasuke, listening to Sakura belittle Naruto, felt no joy from the attention, instead furrowing his brow in irritation. Sakura continued her tirade. You had the worst scores in both the kunai throwing and the practical assessment. I don't understand where you get the courage to challenge Sasuke. Seeing Naruto's dejected expression, Sasuke interjected, Enough, don't say anymore. Jingyin pondered this scene, reflecting. Is this what youth is? How nostalgic, yet I find myself devoid of such exuberance now. She gently patted Naruto's shoulder, flashing him a thumbs up. Naruto, give it your all in the upcoming battle. Renewed with determination, Naruto exclaimed, Yes, I'll give it everything I've got. He cast a covert glance at Sakura, clenching his fist with resolve to decisively defeat his opponent and earn her admiration. Next up, Uzumaki Naruto versus Inuzuka Kiba, the announcer called. And it was time for Naruto to step into the arena. Go, Naruto. Jingyin cheered, raising her fist in encouragement. Naruto grinned, casting one last glance at Sakura before striding confidently through the crowd towards the open area. Sasuke's gaze flickered towards Kiba and the puppy perched on his head, wondering if Naruto would be alright. Following a public reprimand of two children who had previously taunted Naruto, word of his lineage spread among the students. After a few days, they learned of Naruto's illustrious heritage as the son of the fourth Hokage. Perhaps due to parental warnings, the students of the ninja school were notably cautious, refraining from provoking him. The knowledge of his parentage seemed to cast a powerful aura around Naruto, as children recalled their parents praising the fourth Hokage, who was regarded as the strongest in the village. Thus, as the students gathered to witness the practical training, they collectively surmised that Naruto would undoubtedly emerge victorious. After all, Kiba, with his puppy, was hardly a formidable opponent. However, to everyone's astonishment, Naruto was swiftly knocked to the ground. Fight concluded, the observing teacher began. But before he could declare the outcome, Naruto sprang back to his feet. I haven't lost yet, he declared through clenched teeth. The teacher paused, confused, and furrowed his brow, ready to chastise him. But recalling Naruto's significance to the Hokage, he cleared his throat and fell silent. The atmosphere grew tense, and Naruto felt the weight of countless gazes piercing him like needles. A wave of confusion and fear washed over him, dragging him back to a time when he was unappreciated and overlooked. Since moving into Sasuke's home, Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of joy each day, as if the days of scorn and reprimand had never existed. He vowed that these were the happiest days of his life. However, he was resolute in his determination to win. With Sakura watching, he longed for her admiration. Gritting his teeth, Naruto charged forward, yet he found his chakra unstable, dissipating inexplicably at the moment of contact. Inuzuka Kiba, witnessing Naruto's advance, hesitated briefly before meeting him with a clenched fist. The result was that Naruto's strike had no effect, and he was sent flying by Kiba's blow. Cough, cough. Curling on the ground, Naruto clutched his abdomen, racked with painful coughs. It hurts. His face paled, lips pressed tightly together, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The supervising instructor, responsible for ensuring safety during the combat training, sighed and approached to assess the situation. After confirming there were no serious issues, he declared the outcome. The battle was over, and Inuzuka Kiba emerged victorious. Irika, who was recording the results nearby, nodded and documented the outcome. Can you still stand? The instructor asked Naruto, inquiring if he could still perform the reconciliation seal. With the pain now less intense, Naruto, panting, managed to rise and silently nodded. The two performed the reconciliation seal, and as Kiba passed Naruto, he muttered, Sorry, I hope I didn't hurt you too badly. I'll be more careful next time. Naruto's eyes blazed with indignation, but he said nothing, merely clenching his fists and lowering his head as he returned to the crowd. Isn't that Naruto-kun? He talks about defeating Sasuke, but couldn't even beat the last one. Sakura interjected mockingly, as Naruto's head sank even lower. He had initially hoped for a clean and decisive victory to earn Sakura's respect, but now, her ridicule felt like a sharp needle piercing his heart, leaving him both sad and disheartened. Hey, I wanted to say, could you please stay away from me? Sasuke said coldly. Sakura, realizing Sasuke's icy gaze was upon her, looked around in disbelief, her trembling finger pointing at herself as if seeking confirmation. I'm talking about you, Sakura. I find you quite annoying. Please move away. Sasuke's words fell like a winter chill, causing Sakura to feel as though her very blood had frozen. Though she wished to protest, Sasuke cut her off, frowning as he said, "Leave." With tears welling in her eyes, Sakura met Sasuke's frigid stare, feeling helpless as she walked away. "Sakura." Ino observed Sasuke's harshness with shock and hurried after Sakura. Naruto stood still, unresponsive, as though he were a soulless shell. Sasuke, hands in pockets, took a few casual steps toward Naruto, his throat moving but silent. Kurenai watched as Sasuke sent Sakura away, feeling a sigh of relief. Truth be told, she had never disliked a girl so much. Even if Naruto lost, there was no need for such mockery. They were merely classmates, after all. "Naruto, are you alright?" Kurenai asked with concern. Naruto looked up, forcing a smile. "I'm fine," he replied, pretending to pat his stomach. "See, it doesn't hurt at all." Kurenai noticed the subtle change in Naruto's expression, thinking he was truly a good boy, albeit puzzled as to why he fancied that harsh girl. "Come, don't move. Let me take a look," she said, as a green glow emanated from her hand, pressing it against Naruto's abdomen. In an instant, warmth enveloped him, and he widened his eyes. "Kurenai, this feels so comforting." Kurenai smiled. "This is a healing technique called the healing palm. It can treat injuries. How does your stomach feel now?" "Yes, it doesn't hurt at all," Naruto exclaimed, nodding enthusiastically. This time he spoke the truth, for his stomach truly felt fine. Kurenai retracted her healing technique and, recalling the earlier scene, asked, "By the way, Naruto, why did your chakra dissipate during the battle? Was it a matter of control?" Sasuke's ears perked up at this, intrigued by the notion of disappearing chakra. He had not activated his Sharingan, so he could not see Naruto's chakra slipping away. Now, with Kurenai's mention, Sasuke was keenly interested. This could very well be the reason for Naruto's defeat, he mused. Currently, the academy was only teaching the basics of chakra manipulation. Among his classmates, only a few from prominent clans were beyond this stage, while he had already mastered the three-body technique. Opting not to employ it against an opponent he could easily defeat with mere physical prowess. Naruto scratched his head in frustration. "I don't know what happened. My chakra was fine at first, but during the fight, it just vanished." "Chakra can vanish?" Sasuke frowned, intrigued, as it was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. He silently noted this and resolved to ask his father upon returning home. He would have preferred to inquire of his brother, as their bond was the strongest. But he learned from his mother the previous night that his brother was away on a mission and would not return soon. Thus, he would have to consult his father instead. Perhaps it was just an accident. "You should practice more regularly," Kurenai suggested. Lacking the Uchiha clan's Sharingan or the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, she could not discern the specific reasons behind Naruto's chakra loss. However, as an exceptional medical ninja, she was more sensitive to chakra than others and concluded that Naruto's lack of mastery was likely the cause. "Yes, I'll work hard and never lose to anyone again," Naruto resolved silently. The feeling of being ridiculed by the girl he liked was truly unbearable, far worse than the days when he was pelted with rotten eggs and vegetables. "Sasuke, can I train with you at the training ground tonight?" Naruto asked, his eyes filled with hope. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, finding it hard to resist those pleading, sparkling eyes. He feigned impatience, saying, Fine, fine. You can train with me tonight." "Yay, that's wonderful," Naruto exclaimed. "Since you want to train with me, you must not slack off," Sasuke reminded him sternly. "Understood. Don't worry, I won't give up. I'll train diligently with you," Naruto nodded seriously. Sasuke's stern expression finally softened. "All right, Naruto, I have to go now." Quietly glancing at the time, it was already past 11 in the morning. Strolling back to the inn, she planned to buy something to eat. "Oh, goodbye, Sister Jingyin. You must win next time." Jingyin smiled and waved her fist. "Oh, I will." Naruto hesitated for a moment, gathering his courage to say, "Sister Jingyin, will you come to see me again next time? I will definitely win." Naruto's expression was earnest. "Well, I probably won't be able to come next time. I should be leaving Konoha today," Jingyin replied, recalling what Lady Tsunade had said last night about staying for just one night. "Ah, Sister Jingyin, you are leaving here? Where are you going?" Naruto asked, his face a picture of shock, eager to know. Sister Jingyin was beautiful and kind. To be honest, he felt a bit reluctant to part with her. If she left the village, it would likely be difficult to see her again. "I don't know yet. We will go wherever, like to other countries," Jingyin explained, sharing tales of the fascinating world outside Konoha, famous landmarks, and more. Naruto listened, captivated, wishing he could accompany Sister Jingyin. "Ah, that sounds wonderful. Can I join you in soaking in hot springs?" Naruto asked eagerly. Before Jingyin could respond, Sasuke interjected, "You idiot. Of course not. Eh. Naruto's face fell in disappointment. Jingyin chuckled, gently ruffling Naruto's messy blonde hair, which felt soft to the touch. She smiled and said, Naruto, when you grow up, oh no, once you graduate from school and become a ninja, you can go wherever you want. Really? Naruto's eyes sparkled, and he counted on his fingers, exclaiming, only 5 years. But then, the excitement in his eyes dimmed as he sighed, 5 more years until I can be a ninja. That feels so far away. Just 5 years. Time flies by quickly. Jingyin patted Naruto's shoulder. All right, I really have to go now. Make sure to study hard at school. With that, Jingyin called to Tuntan and waved farewell to Naruto as she left. Naruto waved vigorously, watching as Sister Jingyin and Tantan's figures faded at the school gate before reluctantly averting his gaze. Ah, Sister Jingyin is truly a wonderful person. Indeed. She is a good person, Sasuke begrudgingly agreed. Right? Right? She is a good person. Naruto, excited by Sasuke's rare agreement, exclaimed. Sasuke pushed Naruto away, slightly annoyed, saying, You're filthy, covered in dirt. Don't come near me. Naruto glanced down and noticed his clothes were indeed quite dirty, speckled with dust and a few footprints. Oh no, he realized, hastily patting off the dirt. After a while of vigorous patting, most of the dust was removed, but a few stubborn marks remained. Feeling anxious, Naruto turned to Sasuke for help. Sasuke, what should I do? I can't get this off. Sasuke casually glanced at it, noticing it was just a small smudge, and calmly replied, If it won't come off, it won't come off. It's not a big deal. Nevertheless, Naruto still felt a bit uneasy, fearing that his aunt would be unhappy if she saw him like this. Sasuke sighed, and while Naruto wasn't looking, he discreetly scooped up some dirt and rubbed it on his own clothes, then patted it, leaving a mark. See, I have some here too. Sasuke pointed to the white smudge on his clothes. Seeing that Sasuke was also in the same predicament, Naruto burst into laughter. Haha, Sasuke, you're in trouble now. Your aunt will definitely scold you for getting your clothes dirty. Sasuke rolled his eyes, finally understanding why Naruto was so fidgety. It was because he was afraid of being scolded by his mother for dirtying his clothes. I realize you truly are an idiot. Sasuke shook his head, a look of inexplicable exasperation on his face. Had he known that Naruto was worried about his mother scolding him, he wouldn't have made his own clothes dirty. It was an unnecessary action. From what he knew of his mother, she was so gentle. There was no way she would scold Naruto. In fact, he had been somewhat envious of the affection and care his mother showed towards Naruto in recent days. Huh? You're the real idiot. Silly Sasuke, Naruto said, hands on his hips, glaring innocently. Sasuke, unable to comprehend his friend's bewilderment, simply turned his gaze away. However, Naruto, determined as ever, squeezed back into Sasuke's line of sight. Whenever Sasuke looked left, Naruto would lean to the left. Whenever Sasuke looked right, Naruto would shift to the right, his expression clearly saying that he wouldn't give up until Sasuke admitted he was an idiot. Sasuke, now exasperated, decided to close his eyes. With this, Naruto found himself at a loss and scratched his head in confusion. On the other side of the crowd, Sakura was quietly wiping away her tears, feeling a whirlwind of emotions, as if a bottle of soy sauce had been overturned inside her. She was deeply saddened. She couldn't understand why, after standing up for Sasuke, he still told her to go away. She recalled vividly that not long ago, Sasuke had publicly declared his dislike for Naruto. It wasn't just her who heard it. Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji had all heard too. Sakura, don't cry, Ino said softly after watching her for a while. They were, after all, good friends. Seeing Sakura so heartbroken made Ino feel uneasy too. Sakura, sniffling, turned to Ino for confirmation. Ino, Sasuke really said he hated Naruto, right? Huh. Ino looked confused. When did Sasuke say that? I didn't know. Seeing Ino's bewildered expression, Sakura reminded her, it was a while ago, just when school started. Sakura frowned. How could you forget what Sasuke said? Initially, Ino couldn't recall, but as Sakura pointed it out, a glimmer of realization crossed her eyes. However, Sasuke hadn't explicitly said he hated Naruto. He had merely told Naruto not to get so close to him. Ino recalled the moment, her gaze towards Sakura becoming somewhat peculiar. You must have mixed things up. Sasuke only said not to get so close to him. When did he ever say he hated him? Sakura, oblivious to Ino's strange look, continued to sob. You don't even remember what Sasuke said. You're not worthy of liking him. Ino thought to herself, all right, I'm not like you, obsessively fawning over him. I just appreciate Sasuke's beauty. He is like a pure white lotus, beautiful from a distance but not to be touched. Ino knew she could only think this in her heart. If she said it out loud, given Sakura's fiery temper, they might not remain friends anymore. Ino wanted to say a few more words, but at that moment, the teacher called her name. She was up for practical training. "Sakura, I have to go," Ino said, noticing Sakura was still absorbed in her tears. With a sigh, Ino turned and headed to the training area. Oh well, Sakura will be fine soon. She likes Sasuke so much. In the clearing, Ino Yamanaka felt a sense of relief as her thoughts turned away from Sakura and focused on the task at hand. The immediate priority was to win this practical training session, which would positively influence the evaluations of the candidates and be recorded in their ninja files for future reference. She had heard this from Shikamaru, but whether it was true remained uncertain. Ino faced Hinata Hyuga, the heiress of the prestigious Hyuga clan. Both participants formed the opposition seal, and Irika Yumino, holding a clipboard, announced their names, reminding them to establish their stances before the battle commenced. This ritual symbolized their readiness to enter combat. Upon conclusion, they would merge their opposition seals into a reconciliation seal, signifying friendship and mutual respect. Having witnessed numerous formations of the opposition and reconciliation seals, Ino and Hinata adeptly performed the ritual. However, Ino felt the weight of pressure. She was acutely aware of Hinata's formidable lineage as the daughter of the second most influential family in the village. As she observed Hinata assume her stance, Ino's anxiety grew. Irika, the observer, noted the significant backgrounds of both girls. One was the heiress of the Hyuga clan, while the other belonged to the Yamanaka clan. Known for their unique abilities, he had recognized their extensive training in ninjutsu since their early school days, suspecting that their enrollment was merely a formality. He was eager to see how adept they had become in their techniques. Hinata, poised to unleash her full potential, suddenly felt a piercing gaze from the crowd. Turning instinctively, she locked eyes with Naruto. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed crimson, akin to two boiled shrimp. Overwhelmed by shyness, her thoughts spiraled. Meanwhile, Ino remained focused, unaware of Hinata's flustered state. Just then, the safety officer announced, "Begin the battle." Ino concentrated on the seemingly immovable Hinata, mirroring her stillness. However, as seconds passed, Hinata remained stationary, prompting beads of sweat to form on Ino's brow. Realizing something was amiss, she gasped, "Teacher, Hinata has fainted while standing." "What?" The safety officer rushed to Hinata's side, his expression shifting to one of bewilderment upon confirming her state. What on earth happened? Irika hurried over, anxious at the prospect of any mishap befalling the Hyuga heiress, especially given her father's esteemed position as a Hokage advisor. He called for assistance from several female classmates to help carry Hinata to the infirmary. Ino, without hesitation, offered her assistance and called for Sakura to join. After a moment's hesitation, Sakura approached. As they transported the unconscious Hinata, she regained consciousness. Despite her awakening, Irika insisted on a thorough examination to ascertain the cause of her fainting spell. Hinata, feeling embarrassed, waved her hands in protest, knowing her faintness was merely due to shyness. Yet too bashful to voice this. Upon arrival at the infirmary, the medical ninja promptly summoned a female medic who diligently examined Hinata. Ultimately, they concluded that she was in perfect health, with no illness detected. Irika breathed a sigh of relief, and the group returned to continue their practical training. In the Hokage office, Uchiha Shimi knocked on the door and, upon receiving permission, entered. "You summoned me, Hokage?" he inquired, bowing slightly, his demeanor respectful. Fuyu, the Hokage, paused in his typing and glanced up at Shimi, who wore a gray long-sleeve shirt beneath a green jounin vest, adorned with an orange and black patterned belt. With striking black hair and piercing eyes reminiscent of his father's youth, Shimi was indeed a noteworthy figure. As the youngest son of Uchiha Sihue, he had made his mark at just 16 during the Third Shinobi World War, awakening his Sharingan amidst the chaos of battle. After a recent meeting, Sihue had sent his beloved youngest son to assist Fuyu. "I have a task for you," the Hokage stated, indicating the urgency of the matter at hand. Fuyu waved his hand, and Uchiha Siming promptly approached. "Look, this is the novel I have written." Fuyu opened the text document, and Uchiha Siming glanced over at it. The first line displayed a prominent title, Chapter 1, The Fallen Genius. Below it lay the body of the novel. The Power of Inquiry, divided into 3 sections. The more Uchiha Siming read, the more engrossed he became, captivated until the very end, whereupon it abruptly concluded. Awakened from his reverie, he exclaimed, "Lord Hokage, is this your creation?" Uchiha Siming marveled. "Lord Hokage, this is simply exquisite." He gave a thumbs up. Your prose flows like a gentle stream, natural and smooth, imbued with extraordinary talent and profound depth. Each word seems to possess an enchanting quality, drawing the reader in. All right, enough flattery. That is not why you are here. Fuyu laughed and interrupted his incessant chatter. Uchiha Simi, feeling wronged, replied, I am not flattering you. I am merely speaking the truth. He curiously inquired. However, there are certain aspects that pique my interest. Speak, came the response. Fuyu, flattered by his words, felt quite pleased as he chuckled and leaned back in his chair. Is your novel inspired by our Uchiha clan? He inquired, referring to Uchiha Yen. Indeed. Fuyu replied with a subtle nod, a smile gracing his lips. The world harbors an inexplicable fear of our Uchiha lineage, and I intend to instill a different perspective. Uchiha Siming appeared enlightened, acknowledging the depth of thought inherent in the clan leader's vision. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Please proceed, Uchiha Siming said, inclining slightly. There are two matters at hand. First, the acquisition of the bookstore, Jiangtang, in the village. Second, you must personally travel to the capital to acquire a printing house. Once my novel is completed, it can be printed directly. Initially, we shall supply a batch to the village to gauge the response at Jiangtang. After securing the printing house, seek out channels for offline bookstores. If the village's feedback is favorable, we shall reach out to other bookstores to distribute the book. Uchiha Siming listened intently, reiterating, acquire Jiangtang, secure a printing house, and develop bookstore channels across various regions. He nodded firmly. I understand, Hokage-sama. Leave it to me. I shall not disappoint you. Very well. Proceed with the tasks. For funding, consult Liangi. He is currently at the Pan-Sea Cave, and I have already communicated with him regarding this matter. He will support you financially. Understood, Hokage-sama. I shall get to work immediately. Uchiha Siming's face radiated enthusiasm. Being entrusted with responsibilities by the Hokage was a source of great honor for him. As he respectfully exited the room, Fuyu returned to his writing. After a few minutes, having barely composed 10 words, he suddenly felt a surge of inspiration. Rising, he approached the window just in time to see Uchiha Siming dashing down the street and entering Jiangtang. Fuyu smiled faintly. With this, he had arranged for the continuation of the novel that could help pass the time at work. As long as he transcribes the Ninja World version of Dopa, he would be able to accomplish it effortlessly when the time comes. Fuyu glanced at the time. It was nearly noon. He decided to take a break and have a meal before returning to his writing. Today, he yearned for a change of taste and felt inclined to indulge in fish. Thus, he ventured a bit farther to find a bustling restaurant and settled in. Adjacent to this establishment was a newly opened seafood market, where the fish purchased was guaranteed to be fresh. Fuyu emerged in casual attire for his meal, yet few villagers recognized him. He chose a solitary table against the wall and sat down. It was mealtime, and the establishment was bustling with activity, nearly filled to capacity. After waiting for a few moments, a waiter approached to attend to him. Good day, esteemed guest. May I inquire what you would like to order? The waiter, a tidy and efficient young man, courteously handed the menu to Fuyu. Fuyu cast a glance and requested, I would like to have your signature dish, the eel rice. Additionally, please bring me a sashimi platter featuring salmon sashimi. Certainly, please hold on for a moment. The waiter responded, swiftly departing. After completing his order, Fuyu again found himself with little to do. In his boredom, he glanced around or listened to the nearby patrons indulging in their drinks and boasting. Before long, the sashimi platter he had ordered was brought to him by the waiter. He was informed that the eel rice and salmon sashimi would take a little longer, so he was advised to start eating in the meantime. Fuyu initially found it somewhat challenging to adapt to the sashimi in this dish. However, after a while, he discovered that the flavor was quite delightful, and indulging in it occasionally proved to be enjoyable. When at home, Mei-chin would occasionally prepare sashimi for a taste as well. Fuyu was savoring sashimi when a voice suddenly reached his ears. Lady Tsunade, how wonderful. There happens to be a seat available here. The mention of Lady Tsunade caused Fuyu, still chewing on his sashimi, to turn in surprise. He beheld the silhouette of a figure with light yellow twin tails sitting down, her green jacket adorned with a red character, symbolizing gambling on the back. What a coincidence to encounter them here. Fuyu observed Tsunade and Shizen, feeling a sense of unease. Shizen, please hurry and order. I feel as though I might perish from hunger, Tsunade lamented, rubbing her belly. Shizen placed Tauntaun on a chair and replied, Understood, Lady Tsunade. I shall do so at once. With that, she hurried off to find a waiter to place the order. Before long, Shizen returned, having hardly consumed a couple of slices of sashimi. Accompanying her was the waiter who had previously attended to Fuyu, carrying a bowl of eel rice. Tsunade caught a whiff of the enticing aroma and, seeing the waiter trailing behind Shizen, mistakenly believed their orders had arrived. Unable to contain her excitement, she grabbed a pair of chopsticks and exclaimed, "Wow, this restaurant is remarkably swift with their service." Shizun, looking bewildered, sat down and said, "What are you talking about? Lady Tsunade? I just placed our order." The next moment, she noticed Tsunade eagerly watching the waiter as he walked by. Tsunade, now disheartened, slammed her chopsticks onto the table, exclaiming, "What is going on? It turns out this isn't ours." Realizing the situation, Shizun managed a wry smile and said, "Lady Tsunade, it won't be that quick." Tsunade instinctively followed the waiter with her gaze, only to see him place the fragrant bowl of eel rice on the table next to them. There sat a stern-looking man who was calmly enjoying sashimi. Tsunade found the man somewhat familiar and, without thinking, glanced again, locking eyes with his profound gaze. "Uchiha Fugaku," Tsunade exclaimed in shock, pointing at the man. Shizun, who had been preoccupied with taunting, immediately looked up at Tsunade's outcry, following the direction of Tsunade's finger. She was taken aback to see the stern man, and a flicker of surprise crossed her mind. "Isn't that Naruto's uncle? I just saw him at the bun shop this morning." Uchiha Fugaku? Shizun, bewildered just a moment ago, suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Her pupils dilating in astonishment as she stood up in shock. "Is he really the Uchiha Fugaku?" she thought, staring at the man in the corner, who was nonchalantly consuming his eel rice. This was the very man who led the Uchiha clan in the assassination of the third Hokage and subsequently ascended to become the fifth Hokage, the notorious Uchiha Fugaku, rumored to be ruthless and immensely powerful. To think he was Naruto's uncle. Recalling the earlier encounter, Shizun noted the evident closeness between Naruto and Uchiha Fugaku. However, she remembered Tsunade mentioning the previous night that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage, who was the disciple of the third Hokage. How could Naruto maintain such a cordial relationship with the very person who had assassinated the third Hokage? Fuyu maintained a composed demeanor as he savored the delectable eel rice. Yet internally, he felt an overwhelming sense of resignation at having been discovered by Tsunade so swiftly. He had initially hoped to discreetly slip away after his meal. However, given the circumstances, there was no longer any need for subterfuge. After all, he had nothing to conceal. His previous attempts to evade Tsunade had stemmed merely from his desire to avoid complications. He was already content with his enchanting and gentle wife, Mikoto, who was not only considerate but also remarkably understanding. In truth, he held a respectful distance from other beautiful women, fully aware of his inability to restrain himself in their presence. He sighed, contemplating, "Mikoto, I have done my best." A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he boldly scrutinized Tsunade. She wore no headband, revealing the bluish-purple marks of the sealing technique on her forehead, her eyebrows delicately short, eyes a striking brown, lips a soft red, and nails painted crimson, her skin fair and her figure ample. Indeed, she was a woman of remarkable allure. Fuyu was secretly taken aback. Indeed, this was his first encounter with the real-life Tsunade. He was utterly captivated. It was true that he could scarcely contain himself. Was she truly a D-cup? Sensing that Fuyu's gaze was inappropriate, Tsunade's expression gradually turned menacing. "Pervert, what are you staring at?" she said, clenching her fist in displeasure. Fuyu replied calmly, "Do not misunderstand. It is merely admiration." Tsunade gazed at the composed Fuyu, hesitating for a moment before exhaling a heavy sigh, releasing her tightly clenched fists, and taking a seat once more. She had initially believed that upon encountering Uchiha Fugaku, the man responsible for her teacher's demise, she would be unable to restrain herself from confronting him. Strangely, however, she felt an unexpected tranquility within her heart, devoid of any desire for vengeance for her teacher. Why was this? Tsunade could not articulate the reason. Perhaps it stemmed from an overwhelming sense of disillusionment with her mentor. Having just returned from the fish market, she had uncovered crucial information. The market was a recent establishment, replacing what had once been a bustling commercial street, erected 5 years prior. This indicated that in the second year after her departure from Konoha, her home had been demolished to make way for this new avenue, owned by the Sarutobi clan. Her final refuge had been obliterated, destroyed by the very hands of her teacher. Perhaps upon learning this revelation, the last remnants of her respect for him had vanished as well. Fleeting memories from long ago danced through her mind. When had the amiable and nurturing teacher become a stranger? It seemed to coincide with the moment he ascended to the position of Hokage, gradually becoming enthralled by power. Subsequently, he had turned a blind eye to the public's destruction of Konoha's White Fang, a situation that spiraled out of control. Human experimentation and rampant acquisition of wealth to nurture his own ninjas ensued. This may also explain why Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and herself had all chosen to abandon Konoha. Out of sight, out of mind. At that moment, those dining nearby, having overheard Tsunade mention Uchiha Fugaku, began to lean in curiously, seemingly recognizing Uchiha Fuyu. They excitedly gathered around, exclaiming in unison, "Hokage-sama." Fuyu smiled and waved his hand, greeting everyone with a light-hearted, "Hello, haha, I am merely here to share a meal. Please, return to your seats and enjoy your food quietly." The villagers bowed repeatedly, reluctantly making their way back to their places. Yet they occasionally stole glances at the Hokage, their eyes brimming with loyalty. Fuyu was acutely aware of the reasons behind the villagers' unwavering affection for him. After all, he had succeeded the position of Hokage and relieved them of 3 years' worth of agricultural and commercial taxes. This year, they were exempt from paying taxes to the village. And who wouldn't hold him in high regard for such a gesture? However, Tsunade, upon her return to the village, was oblivious to this context. Witnessing the villagers' adoration for Uchiha Fugaku only deepened her complex emotions. The village seemed indifferent to the deaths of her mentor and the third Hokage, as if nothing had transpired at all. Tsunade recalled the Hokage Rock, where her mentor's statue had been dismantled, a poignant symbol that perhaps the era of the third Hokage had come to a close. With this thought, she slumped over the table, losing any desire to engage in conversation with Uchiha Fugaku and disregarding the offense she had just caused him. Shizune observed Tsunade's mood fluctuate like a roller coaster. Her own heart filled with unease. Noticing Uchiha Fugaku glancing in their direction while he ate, Shizune quickly bowed her head, adopting a demeanor of submission. After all, this was the formidable individual who had orchestrated a coup against the third Hokage and ascended to the role of Hokage himself. She had no desire to become entangled with him. Fuyu observed the transformations in Tsunade, from initial shock to furious anger, then to a complex expression, and finally to a state of indifference. This series of changes did not escape his notice. He seemed to have contemplated something, letting out a light chuckle. "Oh, the third Hokage, do you see this? Even your disciple, Tsunade, has strayed from your teachings. Truly, what a fitting demise. Your death was not in vain." Fuyu pondered quietly, noting that Tsunade had arrived. Judging by her demeanor, she seemed disinclined to pursue any matters further, adopting a rather nonchalant attitude. Should Tsunade consider keeping her around? According to the reports from Kakashi, spies from other villages had already been dispatched, and it was likely that a wave of probing inquiries from other ninja villages would soon follow. He was prepared to decisively target a specific village. Why engage in mere probing? If they dared to provoke, he would unleash his full might upon them, teaching them a lesson about the dangers of meddling with a tiger's tail. In such a scenario, many lives would inevitably be lost, and the renowned medical sage Tsunade was, to be honest, quite tempting in his eyes. While he was lost in thought, he overheard the conversation between Tsunade and Shizune. "Lady Tsunade, I heard that the Sarutobi clan has been eradicated. We can't even find that person anymore, and I suspect our belongings have long been discarded," Shizune remarked quietly while eating. Fuyu was sharp-witted and perceptive, able to hear even the softest of whispers. Tsunade, however, was not so discreet. She spoke without hesitation, seemingly unconcerned that Uchiha Fugaku was right behind her. Her mood was not particularly pleasant as she vented her frustration. "It's infuriating. That scoundrel has taken so much from me. I had plenty of antique items at home, all gone. I was planning to use them to pay off my debts." After a few expletives, she lamented her situation. Shizune raised an eyebrow, realizing that Tsunade was indeed considering using her family heirlooms to settle her gambling debts. "Lady Tsunade, you truly are something," she thought, pondering whether she should voice her concerns, but ultimately deciding against it, fearing a wrathful response. She had experienced Tsunade's iron fist once before, a lesson in blood and tears she never wished to repeat. "Are we leaving today, Lady Tsunade?" Shizune inquired softly, casting a furtive glance at Fuyu. Tsunade hesitated before replying, "Let us wait until tonight. I believe our funds are running low." As the one managing their finances, Shizune knew Tsunade was correct. Their resources were indeed dwindling. A melancholic expression crossed her face. Remembering that they had once returned from the land of water with over 10 million, only for Tsunade's gambling habits to squander it all, resulting in a loss of several million. We have just over 500,000 left, Shizun reported. Tsunade gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief at the figure Shizun had uttered. We had earned millions just a few days ago, she exclaimed, slapping the table in shock. Shizun rolled her eyes, thinking Tsunade must have forgotten the losses she had incurred. You recall winning money, but do you remember how much you lost? You lost a significant amount in that small port town in the land of water, and then lost several million on the way back from the land of fire. This 500,000 is what I managed to hide. If I hadn't seen you enter that gambling den and stashed away 60,000 beforehand, we would have been sleeping on the streets last night. Who could have anticipated that after 7 years away, their home village would be in ruins? Indeed, Tsunade had spent a considerable sum shopping and dining, even indulging in a foot bath at that establishment, ultimately costing them over 100,000. Thankfully, the foot bath provided free food, which saved them the cost of dinner. Is that so? Tsunade said, feigning innocence. Shizun, exasperated, continued to mechanically feed herself. Her forehead creased in irritation as she silently berated Tsunade's obliviousness. Seeing Shizun's demeanor, Tsunade felt a chill and forced a smile, attempting to redirect the conversation. With no money, there's no rush to leave. Let us wait until tonight. I'll borrow some money from an old classmate. Upon hearing Tsunade mention her old classmate, Shizun instinctively thought of Jiraiya, who had recently returned. Oh, has Jiraiya returned as well? She blurted out, only to realize her slip and promptly shut her mouth. She recalled that Jiraiya intended to confront Uchiha Fugaku, and Tsunade had declined to join him. Shizun had been sent to fetch provisions for Jiraiya, a detail Tsunade had shared later. With Jiraiya present, Shizun was wary of speaking out, not wishing to provoke any trouble. She had no personal connection to Fugaku, yet Jiraiya was an old friend of Tsunade's, and Shizun felt a closer affinity to him due to her loyalty to Tsunade. However, an image of Naruto, Fugaku's nephew, flashed through her mind, complicating her thoughts. Should she warn Fugaku? Was Jiraiya truly planning to assassinate him? After all, Fugaku was the 5th Hokage now. Would Jiraiya's actions imply a betrayal of the village? Although she had been away from Konoha for many years, she still considered herself part of it. Torn between her new acquaintance and old loyalties, Shizun found her thoughts spiraling into confusion. Not my business, not my business, don't meddle, she chanted internally, gradually clearing her mind to focus on her meal. Shizun, are you listening? Tsunade asked, her tone laced with annoyance. What is it, Lady Tsunade? Shizun replied, momentarily dazed, having lost track of the conversation. I just thought of a brilliant idea to make money. Would you like to hear it? Tsunade said eagerly, raising an eyebrow. Shizun felt a sinking feeling in her stomach, instinctively clutching her pocket. Lady Tsunade, perhaps we should reconsider borrowing money from your old classmates? She suggested with a forced smile. Tsunade waved her finger dismissively. Shizun, borrowing money is fine, but if we can make some first, we won't need to borrow at all. Shizun looked at Tsunade's proud expression with growing unease. No, Lady Tsunade, I think, but before she could finish, Tsunade slammed the table and glared. Shizun, I don't want your opinion. I believe we can make money. With a benevolent smile, Tsunade coaxed. Come on, hand over the 500,000. I know a quick way to make money, and I'll take you along to earn big. Don't be fooled by our current funds. We can make it multiply and recover our losses. Tsunade painted a picture of wealth, while Shizun thought, this is bad news. She knew Tsunade's luck at gambling was abysmal, 100% loss rate. Fearful of Tsunade's wrath, Shizun remained silent as Tsunade's eyes began to glimmer with the thrill of gambling. With a sense of resignation, she quietly retrieved her wallet from her pocket, wincing at the thought of parting with 5 banknotes of 100,000 each, which she reluctantly offered. Based on her previous experiences, she knew that refusing would likely provoke Lady Tsunade into resorting to force. Unable to contend with her, it was clear that the outcome would result in losing that 50,000 anyway. It was far more prudent to relinquish it willingly. Indeed, upon receiving the substantial sum, Lady Tsunade's demeanor transformed into one of exuberance. With a chuckle, she said, take your time eating, Shizun. I shall be off now. Await my good news. We are bound to make a fortune. As Shizun turned to watch Lady Tsunade vanish through the door, she wore an expression of despair, as if on the verge of tears. The delectable eel rice now tasted like ashes in her mouth. Oh, how my heart aches. My 50,000 is gone. Squandered by Lady Tsunade. Shizun realized she had been ensnared by her words, and in retrospect, Tsunade's reaction seemed rather peculiar. Had she anticipated this, she would have reported a sum significantly lower, allowing her to save enough for lodging and meals. But such thoughts were futile now. There was no hope of support from Tsunade, and it was inevitable that she would end up destitute, ultimately resorting to borrowing money, which was equally unreliable. Tsunade had a few old classmates in the village who might lend her funds, but even Master Jiraiya's whereabouts were a mystery. Shizun resolved to devise a plan to earn some money. She had already extended her stay at the inn for one more night, and they could remain until midday tomorrow. If she ran out of money, sleeping on the streets would become a grim reality. What to do? What to do? As Shizun's mind raced, she overheard a conversation from a nearby table. Just completed a C-rank mission. The client was a wealthy lady, and I pocketed 60,000. Wow, that is impressive. Typically, C-rank missions pay between 10 to 50,000, right? You've earned an extra 10. Shizun's ears perked up at the mention of money. So, what is the plan for tonight? Shall we head to the spider cave? Absolutely, we must. We've been working hard on this mission for days. It's time to unwind. I heard from Gongzi that there's now a restaurant inside the spider cave where we can eat for free. Really? Free food? Exactly. Let us go together tonight and see how it tastes. No problem. Shizun listened intently, her mind racing. Was the compensation for C-rank missions truly so high now? Typically, it had been between 10 to 50,000. How much had the remuneration for such tasks increased in 7 years? Feeling slightly relieved, she acknowledged the passage of time. After all, it had been 7 years, and prices for everything had inevitably risen. Glancing at the two middle-aged men at the adjacent table, both adorned with the Konoha headband, an idea sparked in her mind. Of course, my ninja status should still be valid. I can go to the Hokage office to accept a mission and earn some money. Filled with determination, Shizun understood that action spoke louder than mere thoughts. She hastened her eating, even urging the little pig beneath the table to finish quickly. Before long, Shizun had polished off her meal and, with the pig in tow, exited the establishment with purpose. Fuyu had finished his meal, and he was in no rush, savoring it at a leisurely pace. With a heavy heart, he made his way back to the Hokage building. In the recent conversation between Tsunade and Shizun, he had gleaned a wealth of information. It appeared that Tsunade and Shizun were planning to depart from Konohagakure that very night. More importantly, it seemed they were quite short on funds. A mere 500,000? And Tsunade had squandered it all on gambling. No one understood Tsunade better than Fuyu. With her luck at the tables, it was certain that their remaining sum would be lost in vain. Consequently, they found themselves without travel expenses, and their accommodations in the village had apparently been demolished by the Sarutobi clan, leaving them homeless. He called upon the Umbu monitoring Tsunade to inquire further and learned of the inn where Tsunade and Shizun had stayed the previous night. Once Tsunade lost the 500,000, they would be utterly destitute. Were they then planning to seek a loan? Fuyu snapped his fingers and chuckled. Out of money. Are we? Well, that is quite all right. It's not your lack of vulnerabilities that concerns me, but rather your complete absence of desires. Seeking a loan? Have you bothered to consult me? Fuyu immediately summoned the Umbu, instructing them to notify Tsunade's acquaintances in the village, particularly her old classmates, to refrain from lending her any money. Although the Umbu were somewhat perplexed, they complied with his orders without question. A team from the Umbu meticulously examined Tsunade's network of relationships within Konoha, subsequently dispatching members to visit each individual to convey the Hokage's command. It is crucial to note that it was a command, not a discussion or mere notification. At this moment, Tsunade remained oblivious to the fact that her escape routes had been severed by Fuyu. She had just traversed half the village and arrived at a familiar gambling house, joyfully clutching 500,000 ryo as she settled at a gambling table. This establishment still bore the same essence as she remembered, recalling fondly how her grandfather would carry her on his shoulders to gamble here when she was young. That experience forged an extraordinary bond between her and the world of gambling, a theme that would resonate throughout her life. While Tsunade engaged in her game, Shizun had already spent her remaining funds at the Hokage building, successfully completing the necessary procedures to obtain her Konoha forehead protector. Relieved, she touched the forehead protector, grateful that she had just enough money to cover the fees. Otherwise, she would have been left in despair. With the protector adorning her forehead, she eagerly made her way to the mission hall, hoping to find suitable tasks to undertake, ideally ones that were simple and time-efficient. Shizun arrived at a corner of the hall, which served as the mission department where Konoha ninjas could accept various tasks. The available missions were prominently displayed on a large wooden wall, posted early each morning by the staff. Among these were the C-ranked missions mentioned by the two uncles at the inn. The wall was predominantly filled with D-ranked missions, with B-ranked ones being scarce, less than 10 in total. D-ranked missions represented the lowest tier, involving no direct combat or severe threats to life. These tasks typically offered rewards ranging from 5,000 to 50,000 Rio, such as locating lost pets, assisting in taro harvesting, or serving as babysitters, all of which entailed lighter responsibilities with minimal risks. C-ranked missions, while they carried a risk of injury, remained feasible for completion, usually rewarding between 10,000 and 50,000 Rio. Tasks such as bodyguard duties, capturing ferocious beasts, or participating in general extermination missions fit this category. Although they presented some danger, it was relatively low. B-ranked missions were anticipated to involve confrontations between ninjas, requested by foreign nations, offering rewards ranging from 80,000 to 200,000 Rio, including bodyguard services, espionage, and assassinations of enemy ninjas, demanding a higher level of skill and strategy from the individual. Shizune promptly disregarded the B-ranked missions, prioritizing those she could complete within the day or the following day to receive her rewards. Additionally, B-ranked missions were often team-based, and she had no companions to collaborate with. This limitation significantly narrowed her options. As Shizune scanned the wall from left to right, she meticulously eliminated tasks that did not meet her criteria. Upon thorough examination, she discovered 3 missions suitable for her current capabilities, 1 C-ranked and 2 D-ranked. The C-ranked mission involved a large wild boar causing havoc in a nearby village, damaging crops and distressing local farmers, who sought assistance in driving the creature away or eliminating it, with a reward of 20,000 Rio. After inquiring with a staff member about the distance from Konoha, Shizune felt relieved to learn it was only 15 miles away, an easily manageable distance for a ninja. At full speed, it would take approximately 10 minutes each way, allowing her to tackle the wild boar swiftly. She then reviewed the 2 D-ranked missions, both of which involved locating lost pets and offered similar rewards of around 6,000 Rio each. Deciding to proceed with the C-ranked mission, Shizune acknowledged it offered a higher reward than completing both D-ranked tasks combined and did not pose a significant challenge for her. It was just past noon, and if all went smoothly, she might return before sunset. Should the 2 D-ranked missions still be available upon her return, she could tackle those as well. Shizune tore down the posted C-ranked mission from the wall and registered her name and ninja identification number at the adjacent workstation. The task is due in 2 days. Please complete it within the allotted time, the staff member reminded her as they adjusted their glasses. Shizune nodded, said nothing further, and turned to leave. As she exited the Hokage building, a sense of nostalgia washed over her. It had been a while since she last undertook a mission, and the experience brought back fond memories. Regaining her composure, she made her way toward the village entrance. Meanwhile, Fuyu, having just completed a chapter and gazing out of the window of the Hokage's office on the 3rd floor, noticed Shizune exiting the building. Curiosity piqued. He instructed someone to inquire about her activities, soon discovering the full extent of her endeavors. It turned out Shizune had re-registered her ninja information and gone to accept a C-ranked mission to exterminate a wild boar. Oh, so it appears she is in need of funds and seeks to earn some through missions, he thought with a smirk. Fuyu paid little attention to this matter. A mere 20,000 Rio would hardly make a difference. It could be spent in a few meals. Tsunade, with her extravagant spending habits, likely wouldn't leave the village without at least a few 100,000 Rio. What would she do outside the village? Live on the wind from the northwest. Fuyu smiled faintly and returned to her computer to continue typing. At the Chanshin gambling house, Tsunade clutched the last 10,000 tael silver note tightly, her large, expressive eyes fixed intently on the dealer. She had already lost 4 consecutive rounds at this table, depleting her 40,000 taels. The dealer felt an unsettling chill under her gaze, yet he remained composed. After all, this establishment had been running in Konoha for 50 years. Its history was profound. He had never witnessed anyone causing a scene here, as the backing of this gambling house was formidable. Tsunade had no intention of causing trouble. She merely suspected the dealer of cheating. Otherwise, how could she possibly lose 4 times in a row? Was it not said that in gambling houses, patrons are often allowed to win a few rounds to keep them coming back? Why had she lost every single game? Restlessly, she tapped her foot, feeling increasingly uneasy. She had boasted to Shizune that she would surely win, but in such a short time, she had lost 40,000 taels. Who could endure such a defeat? Her delicate, pale fingers gripped the silver note tightly. This was her last chance at redemption. After a moment of hesitation, she stepped away from the table, deciding that perhaps today was not suited for cards and that she would try her luck with dice instead. Upon reaching the dice area, she found it bustling with activity. Nearly every table occupied by eager gamblers. This time, Tsunade took her time, observing carefully from the sidelines. She aimed to identify any potential crooked dealers before selecting a table to join. Meanwhile, Shizune had arrived at her destination. Gazing at the quaint village nestled against the mountains, she noted that it was already past 1 in the afternoon, and many farmers were hard at work in the fields. After a brief observation, she indeed spotted evidence of wild animals wreaking havoc near the forested area. The tracks indicated the presence of a large wild boar. Upon noticing the arrival of an outsider, the villagers, recognizing the headband on the girl's forehead, hurried to summon the village chief. This task of eliminating the wild boar had been personally assigned by the chief when he visited Konoha. Shizune, standing at the forest's edge, soon saw an elderly man, supported by a few younger individuals, hastily approach. "Are you perhaps the esteemed ninja from Konoha?" the old chief asked, his cloudy eyes scanning Shizune before he attempted to kneel in reverence. Shizune quickly intervened, stopping him. She knew that such an act could be detrimental to his health. "Please, do not do that. I am indeed the ninja sent from Konoha to deal with the wild boar. I would like to ask if you have noticed any signs of its presence." However, Shizune perceptively noted the hesitation on the faces of the chief and his companions. Realizing they might underestimate her capabilities due to her youth, fearing she could not handle the wild boar. To dispel their doubts, she rolled up her sleeves to reveal the hidden weapons on her wrists and explained, "The senbon I shoot from here are coated with potent poison. A single strike is more than sufficient to take down a wild boar." Upon hearing this, the old chief sighed with relief. He had initially feared for the girl's safety, worried that her inexperience might lead to trouble. The village had pooled together a mere 20,000 taels to send for assistance. If this girl were to be injured, they would owe substantial medical expenses. However, after assessing her plan, the chief felt reassured. There was no need for close combat. She could simply shoot from a distance with her poison needles. This method afforded them a better chance of survival, as even if she could not defeat the wild boar, she would at least have time to escape. Thus, the chief wasted no time in sharing the boar's whereabouts. He revealed that he had dispatched a few agile young men to track the creature. Discovering that the wild boar had been resting in a natural pit on the north slope of the mountain, sheltered from the wind, he encouraged Shizune to approach stealthily and use her poison needles from a distance. This might indeed resolve their predicament. The chief, rarely smiling, finally allowed a hint of relief to show. The wild boar had been a source of great distress, preventing him from eating or sleeping peacefully. If it continued to ravage their fields, they would face starvation in the coming year. "Is that so? That sounds excellent. I am unfamiliar with the area. Could you please send someone knowledgeable to guide me?" Shizune inquired. "Of course, certainly." The chief nodded and gestured to a young man at his side. "Ahu. You are swift. Take the ninja to the boar's location." "Understood, sir," Ahu replied, nodding vigorously. He stepped forward, a bit shy and unable to meet Shizune's gaze, for he had never ventured beyond the village before and was struck by her beauty. However, knowing she was a formidable ninja made him hesitant, concerned about offending her. Shizune paid little mind to his shyness. Time was of the essence, and she allowed the young man to lead her toward the resting wild boar. According to the chief, the boar typically emerged at night to forage and spent its days in hiding, providing her with an opportune moment to strike. She had initially worried about tracking the boar, so this news was a fortunate turn of events. Guided by Ahu, they swiftly crossed the woods until they spotted the massive wild boar nestled in the pit, its size akin to a small mountain. Shizune surmised that this boar was likely of a rare lineage, possibly possessing a trace of a spirit beast's blood, explaining its extraordinary growth. Such a creature could not simply be driven away. Its intelligence rivaled that of a young child, capable of retaliation. Thus, it was best to eliminate it. "Are you certain, ninja?" Ahu gasped, wide-eyed as he watched Shizune cautiously approach the wild boar. Confused, he wondered why she was getting closer when she had mentioned using her poison needles from afar. Shizune turned her head and shushed him. Though he felt uneasy, he respected her judgment, trusting that she had her reasons. Initially, Shizune had intended to poison the boar outright, but upon recalling the emaciated children she had seen earlier, she reconsidered her approach. The wild boar had already devastated much of the village's crops. Should it continue, the children would surely face starvation. Rather than kill it for mere sport, she could utilize its meat to benefit the village, providing a much-needed source of nourishment. While poisoning it would yield a substantial amount of meat, it would be wiser to cut away the tainted portions and spare the rest for the villagers. However, it is inevitable that a hint of toxicity may seep through, so one cannot claim that everything is entirely safe. Thus, Shizun planned to deliver a precise strike to the vital area of the wild boar, a task as effortless for her, a highly skilled healer, as eating or drinking. Young Ahu watched in trepidation as the esteemed ninja approached the wild boar, fearing that it might awaken suddenly. Fortunately, the ninja reached the creature without incident, and the boar remained in slumber. Then, he observed a soft blue glow emanating from Shizun's pristine palm. This was the A-rank medical ninjutsu chakra scalpel, a technique that concentrated chakra in her hand, allowing her to slice through any part of the body for further medical intervention, transplant any organ, disrupt an opponent's muscles and meridians in combat, or even serve as a formidable weapon. It was perfectly suited for cutting through the coarse hide of the wild boar. Ahu then witnessed Shizun's glowing palm gently penetrate the boar's throat, effortlessly sinking into its flesh. The heart of the wild boar, located within the thoracic cavity, served as the core organ of its life functions. Piercing the heart would abruptly halt its beating, swiftly ending the creature's life. Shizun, her expression unperturbed, accurately struck the boar's heart and then calmly awaited its demise. The wild boar's breath grew fainter until it ceased altogether. After confirming the creature's death, Shizun took out a tissue to wipe the blood from her arm. Well, the wild boar has been dealt with. I shall forego the meat. You may distribute it among yourselves. Shizun inquired about the water source, learning that none was available in the vicinity, and thus decided to return to the village first. She located a puddle to wash her arms. Meanwhile, the anxious village elder, waiting expectantly, was taken aback as Shizun emerged from the forest alone, without sight of Ahu. His body swayed, and his complexion paled as he feared a failed hunt and the loss of Ahu. Thankfully, Shizun reassured him by mentioning that Ahu was following behind, allowing the elder to breathe a sigh of relief. Uncle, you dispatched the wild boar so swiftly? A gaunt middle-aged man beside the elder exclaimed in disbelief. How long have they even been in the mountains? We shall know once Ahu returns. The elder, too, was anxious to learn the details but maintained a calm demeanor in front of the younger villagers. Observing the elder's composure, those around him seemed to be influenced, their agitation settling. After washing her arms, Shizun chose not to linger but waited aside. She still needed the village elder's signature to conclude her mission and claim her reward. Before long, Ahu emerged from the woods. Upon receiving the confirmed news from him, the elder and the others exhaled in relief, their faces brimming with joy. The dreaded wild boar was finally slain, and the gracious ninja had generously offered them the meat without charge. The elder, trembling, approached Shizun to express his gratitude, but she preemptively halted him, remarking that payment would be required for the boar's meat. Only then did the elder pause, expressing his heartfelt thanks. I truly appreciate your generosity. Shizun smiled softly, refraining from further comment as she produced the mission document. Village elder, the task has been completed. I kindly ask for your signature. Certainly, certainly. The elder replied without hesitation, signing it and then suggesting, esteemed ninja, why not stay for a meal so that everyone may express their gratitude properly? Shizun politely declined. No. Thank you. I have other matters to attend to. Farewell, everyone. With a graceful wave, she turned and departed, retracing her steps to the village. Meanwhile, in the gambling house, Tsunade's expression was one of palpable anxiety. How could this be? How could this happen? It shouldn't be so. I've lost 4 times in a row. How can I lose again? She murmured, her mind clouded with confusion. She could not fathom why her luck had turned so dismal today. Biting her thumb, she fell into contemplation, realizing the gravity of her situation. Having lost 500,000. How would she face Shizun? After some thought, she concluded that the principal amount was simply too small. If she could secure another million, no, perhaps just another 500,000, she was confident that she could turn her fortunes around. As the old saying goes, when one's luck hits rock bottom, a rebound is inevitable. For every moment of misfortune, there follows a period of prosperity. Convincing herself of this, Tsunade resolved to borrow some money to continue playing. There was no need to seek out old classmates for loans. She knew that the gambling house offered high-interest loans. Tsunade, experienced in borrowing from such establishments, confidently approached a specific area of the gambling house, stating, I wish to borrow money. Her tone was so self-assured that it seemed she was the one lending money. The loan officer paused momentarily, taken aback, but quickly regained composure. How much do you wish to borrow? I'll start with 5 million, Tsunade thought. Believing that her previous losses were due to insufficient capital, This time, she would borrow a substantial sum and was determined to win back her losses. The loan officer, a professional, was accustomed to such requests, though few dared to ask for 5 million in one go. Observing Tsunade, he noted her lack of a ninja headband. Assuming she to be an ordinary person, albeit one dressed elegantly, likely a mistress of some local dignitary, the loan officer did not question her ability to repay, as establishments like theirs had dedicated debt collectors, and even ninjas could find themselves on the receiving end of a demand for repayment. Nevertheless, the necessary procedures must be followed. 5 million is no problem. We can lend it to you. But first, let us register your basic information. The loan officer adeptly retrieved a notebook, removed the cap of his pen with his teeth, and asked, "What is your name? Where do you reside?" Tsunade, maintaining her composure, fabricated a name and address. "I am Saratobi Sakura, residing on Asakusa Old Street." The loan officer, writing diligently, pressed further, "We're on Asakusa Old Street. What is the house number?" Tsunade internally questioned his probing nature but could not conjure an alternative, so she casually provided a house number. The loan officer, accepting her response without suspicion, recorded it and handed the notebook back for her confirmation. "All correct. Excellent. Please wait a moment while I arrange the funds." The loan officer gestured toward a nearby chair before retreating into a back room. Tsunade sat confidently, awaiting the return of the loan officer with her money. Approximately 10 minutes later, the loan officer emerged, but Tsunade, growing impatient, was delighted to see him, until she noticed his empty hands and was left dumbfounded. "Where's the money?" The loan officer's expression darkened. "What money? You provided a false name and address and expect to borrow money?" Tsunade, incensed, retorted, "You investigated me?" The loan officer shrugged nonchalantly. "Isn't that only natural? You can't simply come in, concoct a false identity, and expect to walk away with 5 million. Do you think 5 million is as cheap as a cabbage? If you wish to borrow money, dispense with the nonsense and offer us genuine information. Only then will we consider lending you funds." The young assistant at the gambling den remained unperturbed, leisurely settling down and lighting a cigarette. He had witnessed many desperate gamblers here. Once the thought of borrowing money emerged, it was impossible to quell. "Do you think you can deceive me? Huh? You are still a century too early." Exhaling a cloud of smoke, he cast a scornful glance at Tsunade. Tsunade realized that this approach was futile. Ultimately, she would need to provide authentic information to secure a loan. Resigned, she slapped the table and declared, "All right, let us start over." Upon hearing this, the assistant sensed the gambler's desires were awakened. He methodically retrieved his notebook, holding the cigarette between his lips as he removed the pen cap with his hand. "Now, what is your name?" he inquired sternly. "This time, no tricks. We will verify your identity before lending you any money." "Understood, understood." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. "My name is Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 of Konoha. You can confirm my identity at the Hokage building." She raised her chin confidently. The assistant paused, bewildered, and looked up. "Wait, did you say your name is what?" "Tsunade," she replied. The assistant's expression changed abruptly as he swiftly tucked away his pen and notebook. Gesturing dismissively, "Tsunade, you say? No loans, no loans." Tsunade was taken aback, perplexed. "No loans? On what grounds?" "I haven't spoken a falsehood. In this village, no one dares impersonate me, Tsunade." She presumed the young assistant doubted her status as one of the legendary 3 of Konoha. "You don't believe me? Let us go to the Hokage building. My photo is there." She attempted to take the assistant's hand to lead him, eager to prove her authenticity. However, he recoiled as if avoiding a venomous snake, exclaiming, "No, no, it can't be done here. Try somewhere else." Tsunade was left confounded. What was happening? Had her reputation for not repaying loans spread throughout the village? She sighed, feeling exasperated. With no choice but to abandon the gambling den, she pondered her next move. Stepping outside, she glanced at the time. It was already past 3. Who could she turn to for a loan? As she contemplated, it struck her that she had no acquaintances left in the village. Of her former classmates from the battlefield, only she, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru remained after that battle. They became renowned as the legendary 3. Years passed by in a blur, and now, as Tsunade looked back, she realized that apart from Jiraiya and Orochimaru, she had no familiar faces left to seek financial assistance. With a deep sigh, she hesitated for a moment before recalling her former subordinates from her tenure as the director of Konoha Hospital. Perhaps she could ask them for help. Determined, Tsunade hurried towards Konoha Hospital. Upon her arrival, she began searching for her old subordinates. However, 7 years had elapsed, and many new faces had emerged. She could only locate a handful of familiar individuals. To her dismay, each of them claimed they had no money to lend. What now? She had no choice but to leave empty-handed. After this exhausting ordeal, it was already past 6 in the evening, and darkness had enveloped the sky. Tsunade sat on the roadside, feeling a sense of defeat. For the first time, she found borrowing money to be an arduous task. In the past, simply stating her identity would elicit a multitude of willing lenders. Her name, Tsunade, was known far and wide in the ninja world. But why was it ineffective in her own village? As she pondered this perplexing situation, the architect of her financial woes, Fu Yu, lay comfortably on his tatami mat at home, relishing a massage from his wife, Mikoto. Fu Yu closed his eyes, feeling as though his soul was about to float out of his body in sheer bliss. My dear wife, your massage technique is truly remarkable. I believe you could train the therapists at the spa with your skills. Fu Yuan murmured softly. Upon hearing her husband's praise, Mei-chin could not help but smile, the corners of her mouth lifting. I'm just an amateur. How can I compare to those professional technicians? Mei-chin humbly replied. Fu Yu smiled, remarking on the triviality of their expertise, as they had merely undergone a few days of training. Mei-chin expressed her astonishment, asking if such fleeting training could truly garner such popularity. I noticed a multitude flocking to the Silk Cave, she observed. They are merely idle, drawn to the novelty that has appeared in the village, seeking a bit of excitement. Fu Yu pondered. If the technicians in the shop maintain such a level of skill, it is likely that the customer flow will significantly diminish over time. Mei-chin nodded thoughtfully, sensing that her husband intended to provide ongoing training for the technicians at the establishment to enhance their massage techniques. Setting that aside, what about Sasuke and Naruto? Fu Yu exclaimed in astonishment, remarking on the rare occurrence of returning home from work without witnessing the usual commotion between Sasuke and Naruto. Even during dinner, their absence was notable. Those two must be at the training grounds. Mikoto chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand. What could have prompted this? Fu Yu was taken aback. He recalled that when Itachi was at home, Sasuke would accompany him to the training grounds for practice. However, in Itachi's absence, Sasuke became considerably more relaxed, transitioning from daily visits to occasional ones. Ever since Naruto moved into their home, Sasuke's visits dwindled to none. He spent nearly every day at home playfully tussling with Naruto over the television and engaging in various games. Mikoto elucidated the reason. It seemed that the children had participated in practical training at school today, and after Naruto's defeat, both boys returned home without even touching their meals, discarding their backpacks before rushing off to the training grounds. Fu Yu nodded, realizing the situation. Mei-chin tentatively remarked, Darling, Naruto has been with us for quite some time. When do you plan to impart some ninjutsu to him? His foundational skills are woefully inadequate. He cannot even perform the body flicker technique, while Sasuke has already mastered it. If Naruto starts building his foundation now, it is still not too late. Mei-chin felt a twinge of guilt regarding her best friend's child. After all these years, she had merely watched as the villagers bullied and insulted him, yet had done nothing to intervene. If Kushina were to find out, she would undoubtedly reproach her. Indeed, that is a valid point. The Ninja Academy does not seem to provide much in the way of substantial learning. Upon hearing Mei-chin's words, Fu Yu suddenly recalled that the books in the Konoha Ninja School also required a thorough review. That old coot, Hiruzen Sarutobi, during his tenure as Hokage, had fabricated numerous self-serving lies within the school textbooks, all to achieve the objective of indoctrinating the young ninjas of Konoha from an early age. Claims of him being the strongest Hokage were utterly ludicrous. Children, unaware of historical truths, would naturally accept the fabricated narratives in the textbooks as gospel. To be frank, with the illustrious legacies of the first and second Hokages preceding him, the title of the strongest Hokage should hardly belong to Sarutobi. He was merely a slightly stronger than average shinobi. Whether he could even best the third rankage remains a question. The notion that wherever Konoha flourishes, the fire shall endure, that the flames would continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding leaves, was originally proposed by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. This philosophy aimed to underscore the responsibility of the elder generation of ninjas to safeguard the younger generation's strength, even to the point of sacrifice when necessary. Hashirama's brother, Tobirama Senju, exemplified this principle admirably, sacrificing himself to provide Hiruzen and the others with a chance to retreat safely. One might ponder, if Tobirama were to foresee the subsequent events in Konoha, manipulated by Sarutobi, Danzo, and their ilk, would he still choose to make that ultimate sacrifice? Given Tobirama's temperament, it is highly probable that he would have opted to cleanse the ranks. As Fuyu contemplated this, a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. That old fool Sarutobi Hiruzen, despite being a disciple of the esteemed Hashirama Senju, who upheld the will of fire until his last breath, how did he himself measure up? The Third Great Ninja War had already plunged Konoha into a precarious situation, had it not? The battle at Kaiki Mountain had nearly reached their doorstep. Konoha, outnumbered, resorted to hastily promoting even the ungraduated students of the Ninja Academy to serve as Nin and Jinin on the battlefield. Yet here he was, comfortably seated far behind the lines, orchestrating everything from the safety of Konoha's rear, steadfastly avoiding the front lines. How could this be the successor of the Will of Fire? Hadn't he professed the importance of the older generation of ninjas safeguarding the new, even willing to sacrifice themselves when necessary? While even mere children were thrust into the fray, he remained ensconced in his position. Shouldn't he be leading the charge himself? How noble it would be for a general to meet a general, king to king. Ultimately, what was death but a means to leave behind a legacy of valor for future generations? Look at the Third Raikage and the Third Tsuchikage. Did they not both lead their forces into battle? It seems that even among the third generations, there exists a disparity. My dear, are you listening to me? As Fuyu was lost in contemplation, the gentle voice of Meichin drifted into his ears. I am listening, what is it? Fuyu regained his composure and inquired. Meichin, undeterred by her husband's distraction, gently massaged his shoulders while remarking, "What do you think we should do about Naruto? He is considerably lagging behind his peers." Fuyu pondered for a moment and remarked, "Naruto possesses considerable talent. After all, his parents are far from ordinary." Meichin nodded in agreement, recalling that Naruto's father, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, was not only exceptionally skilled in the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan, but had also mastered the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan and the sage arts of Mount Myaboku, earning the illustrious title of the Yellow Flash throughout the ninja world. Naruto's mother, Kushina Uzumaki, a member of the Uzumaki clan, inherently wielded formidable chakra and remarkable vitality. She excelled in sealing techniques, expertly restraining the unique chakra of tailed beasts with skills such as the four-symbol seal and the adamantine sealing chains. It would not be an exaggeration to call her the foremost expert in sealing techniques within Konoha. With such formidable parents, the old adage rings true: a tiger does not father a dog. It is only natural that Naruto has inherited the exceptional talents of his parents. Moreover, he also harbors the nine tails sealed within him. Contemplating this, Meichin's spirits lifted considerably. It is not too late to nurture Naruto properly. After all, he is only 7 years old, and there remains ample time. From this day forth, they would become Naruto's most steadfast support. She thought to herself, once Itachi returns, there will be no need for him to venture out alone. Teaching one or two makes no difference. Meichin held a deep appreciation for her eldest son's abilities. She had witnessed Itachi's growth firsthand and knew him to be a prodigious genius of the Uchiha clan, a rare talent emerging only once in decades. Possessing a high intelligence and a remarkable capacity for learning and deduction. This trait certainly came from his father. Meichin smiled at her husband, Fuyu. Speaking of which, her husband had also been regarded as a once-in-a-generation genius in his youth. Indeed, like father, like son, a tiger father does not raise a dog. Meichin mused. When will Itachi return? She inquired curiously. Fuyu pondered for a moment and concluded that, if all went smoothly, he would likely return within a week. Makoto nodded, acknowledging that a week was not an excessively long time and could be easily accepted. Before Itachi returns, I might as well teach Naruto some fundamental skills, such as treading water and climbing trees, she remarked with a smile. As you wish. In a state of indifference, Fuyu engaged in conversation with his spouse when sounds emerged from the entrance. It was Sasuke and Naruto returning from the training grounds. I'm back. In a normal tone, I'm back. In an exuberant shout. Ah, welcome back, my dear little ones, Makoto said with a smile. She glanced at Sasuke and Naruto, both of whom were glistening with sweat. Are you hungry? If you wish to eat, there's rice warmed in the rice cooker, and the dishes can be heated in the microwave. Naruto's eyes sparkled as he rubbed his belly, eager to express his desire to eat, but he heard Sasuke say, I'll shower first, then eat. Naruto hesitated, reflecting on the valuable knowledge he had gained from Sasuke during their training that evening. He realized that to improve, he needed to maintain a good rapport with Sasuke, so he suppressed his hunger and said, Then I'll shower too. Sasuke, let us wash up together. Naruto, in his usual carefree manner, attempted to follow Sasuke into the bathroom. Sasuke's expression shifted, blocking Naruto from entering. I refuse. I'll shower first, and then you can go. With that, Sasuke slammed the wooden door shut. Naruto thought to himself, if you want tea, let me shower with you. Then I'll head to the kitchen and eat. He cheerfully dashed to the kitchen, grabbing a bowl to serve himself a generous helping of rice. Upon seeing Naruto rush into the kitchen, Mikoto rose to place the dishes into the microwave. Wow, Aunt Mikoto, what is for dinner today? Naruto exclaimed, his eyes shining at the sight of the food in the microwave. Mikoto replied with a smile, indeed, I prepared your favorite dishes, Naruto. How about we train after dinner? Naruto was eager to agree, but as he remembered his plan to train with Sasuke, he hesitated. What is the matter, Naruto? You should maintain a healthy diet. Eating well gives you the strength to train, wouldn't you agree? Mikoto spoke earnestly. All right, Auntie, I understand. That is a good boy. Mikoto smiled as she brought the last of the dishes from the microwave to the table. Naruto promptly sat down with a full bowl of rice and began to feast. Once Mikoto settled next to him, Naruto was so engrossed in his meal that he didn't notice her presence until she spoke. Naruto, who did you lose to in today as practical training at school? Mikoto asked curiously. I think it was Inuzuka Kiba. That guy wears a little dog hat on his head, Naruto described, recalling Kiba's distinctive appearance. So, you want to train with Sasuke at the training ground, right? Yes. Naruto nodded vigorously, mumbling with a mouthful of food. I want to defeat that guy. That is wonderful, Naruto. You have a goal now, Mikoto said with a smile. Naruto, slightly bashful, grinned widely and exclaimed, Annie, I just learned how powerful Sasuke really is. Mikoto raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, what makes Sasuke so powerful? Naruto dramatically widened his eyes and stretched his arms out as if demonstrating, his loud voice audible even from the bathroom. Well, Sasuke can turn into a piece of wood. Ah, that's the body replacement technique, Mikoto chuckled. Right. Naruto counted on his fingers, body replacement technique. And there were two others we learned it from Irika-sensei the other day, but I can't quite remember. He scratched his head, his bright eyes revealing his confusion. Fortunately, Mikoto promptly added, the body replacement technique, the shadow clone technique, and the transformation technique. These three are collectively known as the three body techniques. Yes, Auntie, that is what I meant. At the bathroom door, Sasuke, having finished his shower, hesitated with his hand on the doorknob. Hearing Naruto praise him, Sasuke felt a surge of happiness. He eavesdropped on their conversation and, upon hearing Naruto and his mother discussing his older brother, he quickly flung the door open and dashed out. Naruto, when Itachi returns in a few days, would you like him to teach you ninjutsu? Naruto's eyes widened with anticipation as he eagerly nodded. Yes, yes. Just as Mikoto beamed at the thought, Sasuke burst forth from the bathroom, exclaiming, I disagree. Mikoto's brows furrowed slightly. Sasuke, what is the matter now? He can only teach me. Sasuke mumbled. This child, Itachi spoils him too much, Mikoto thought, feeling somewhat helpless. However, this was a decision she and her husband had already agreed upon, and she wouldn't change it based on Sasuke's whims. In response to Sasuke's unreasonable outburst, Mikoto decided to take a firm stance. Sasuke, I've discussed this matter with your father. If you have any objections, you should talk to him. Sasuke instinctively glanced back at his father's stern expression, feeling a wave of hesitance wash over him. After a brief moment of internal struggle, he stood rooted to the spot, torn between his thoughts. Mikoto continued, I assured your father that your brother would not be away on missions and would focus on teaching both of you ninjutsu at home. You'll be able to spend more time with him. Won't that make you happy? But Sasuke's face showed a hint of uncertainty. Mikoto pressed on. It's just one more person. Naruto is now part of our family too, you know? But Sasuke hesitated further. Mikoto continued to persuade him. You saw how Naruto lost today, right? Do you want to watch him continue to lose to others? Sasuke's mind flashed back to the moment when Naruto had been knocked down by Inuzuka Kiba, and reluctantly, he conceded, Fine, I understand. I want to oppose it. Mikoto smiled and affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair. That is more like it. We're a family, and we should support one another. What did you practice at the training ground? Faced with Mikoto's curiosity, Sasuke shyly turned his head away. Nothing special, just the usual. Naruto, however, was more enthusiastic. Eagerly sharing, Sasuke told me to practice chakra control, and he said defeating Inuzuka Kiba would be easy if I just trained with him. Is that so? Our Sasuke is truly stepping up as an older brother, Mikoto laughed, covering her mouth. Sasuke's ears turned red, and he muttered under his breath, "What a nuisance. You talk too much." Naruto, overhearing this, looked puzzled and asked, "Huh? Why?" "I was just speaking the truth." Naruto chuckled innocently. Sasuke was speechless at that moment. He suddenly recalled what the female ninja had said to Naruto earlier. However, during their practice, he noticed that Naruto had not shown any signs of chakra leakage. Since Naruto had never experienced chakra leakage, he didn't understand the situation. He then recounted the events of their earlier sparring and asked, "Mom, do beginners like Naruto experience chakra leakage?" Mikoto pondered for a moment before responding. Beginners can indeed experience such issues. Oh, Sasuke nodded. It seemed that Naruto's condition today was quite normal, without any significant issues. With more practice, he would surely improve. By the way, who was that sister who cares about Naruto? Mikoto inquired with curiosity. It was rare to find a girl in the village who held such goodwill towards Naruto. Sasuke replied nonchalantly. When we returned last night, Naruto was clamoring for dango, and that kunoichi bought him a few skewers. Upon hearing this, Naruto perked up, hastily swallowing his food and exclaimed, Auntie, Shizen-san is truly a wonderful person. She's kind and beautiful. This morning, when I ran into Shizen-san while buying buns, I thought to invite her to come watch our practical training at school, and she actually came." Naruto rambled on excitedly. However, Mikoto displayed no impatience. She listened attentively until he finished, and then clapped her hands with a smile. "So that sister is called Shizen-san? How splendid. Naruto has met a truly wonderful person." Yes. Naruto nodded brightly, quickly seeking Sasuke's opinion. "Sasuke, you think Shizen-san is a good person too, right?" "Well, she's all right," Sasuke replied, scratching his nose, unusually refraining from contradicting Naruto. Mikoto grew even more intrigued by Shizen. Shizen? Mikoto blinked, feeling as though she had heard that name before, though she couldn't quite recall where. "Naruto, the next time you see Shizen-san, be sure to invite her over for dinner. She treated you to dango, and we must express our gratitude." Mikoto began imparting her parenting wisdom, emphasizing the importance of gratitude. Initially, Naruto nodded enthusiastically, but suddenly a look of disappointment crossed his face. Mikoto paused. "What's wrong, Naruto?" With a sigh, Naruto lamented, "Shizen-san said she has to leave today. She might have already left the Hidden Leaf Village." Mikoto thought to herself, "I see, in that case, we can't invite her for dinner." She was quite eager to meet this Shizen. Meanwhile, at the dining table, the three engaged in lively conversation, oblivious to the attentive ears nearby. Fuyu, sprawled on the couch in a relaxed posture, suddenly glimmered with insight. Chakra can dissipate on its own, he mused. While Naruto could indeed be considered a beginner, the fact that his chakra dissipated was not merely a result of his novice status. After all, Naruto was not an ordinary orphan. His parents were formidable warriors. Thanks to his parental lineage, Naruto's innate talent was quite remarkable, arguably among the top tier of the new generation of Konoha's 12 young talents, not significantly inferior to Sasuke. Both Naruto and Sasuke were exceptional in their own right. Not only did Naruto have a favorable background, inheriting his parents' excellent genes, but he was also the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra. From Naruto's own research into the sexy jutsu, even the proctor was ensnared. After being deceived by Mizuki to steal the scroll, he quickly mastered the shadow clone technique, even resorting to using the harem jutsu on the third Hokage, leaving him in a state of shock. All of this illustrated Naruto's extraordinary talent, though he often deviated from conventional methods taught by his teachers, which made him appear somewhat weaker. The most crucial point was that Naruto harbored the Nine Tails within him, which greatly suppressed his potential. Whenever the Nine Tails meddled, it interfered with Naruto's chakra. Who could withstand such interference? Even Minato might have found himself at a loss. So, was the Nine Tails causing trouble? Fuyu fixed his gaze intently upon Naruto, his eyes lingering on the area of his abdomen. There lay the seal. Should he consider an audience with the Nine Tails? After a mere few seconds of hesitation, Fuyu had already made his decision. Of course, he would agree to meet. Over the past few days, he had simply not paid much attention to Naruto. Since the opportunity had presented itself, he might as well host a welcome gathering for the Nine Tails. Given that the Nine Tails had interfered with Naruto's practical training, causing him to falter, it seemed intent on exploiting Naruto's vulnerabilities in the aftermath of his defeat, attempting to gain control over him. Alas, it was a futile endeavor. For Naruto was currently inseparable from Sasuke, leaving no room for such manipulations. Fuyu withdrew his gaze, remaining unhurried as he decided to wait for Naruto to finish his meal before proceeding. Once Naruto had completed his dinner and noticed Mikoto urging him to take a bath, Fuyu opted to wait until Naruto had finished bathing to continue. After a while, Naruto emerged from the bathroom, and upon hearing Fuyu call his name, he swiftly turned and sat beside him. "Did you call for me, uncle?" Naruto inquired, tilting his head upward. "Yes, there is something I need to discuss. First, please close your eyes," Fuyu instructed. Complying with his uncle's request, Naruto obediently shut his eyes. As Fuyu and Mikoto had become the most significant figures in his life, even surpassing the Hokage in his affections. Nevertheless, curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to ask, "Uncle, what is going on? Are we about to play a fun game?" "Indeed," Fuyu replied. "But as long as I haven't permitted you to open your eyes, you must keep them shut, otherwise you will lose." Fuyu casually spoke, placing his hand upon Naruto's head. Naruto obediently responded with a sound of agreement. The moment Fuyu's hand rested on Naruto's head, a sudden rush enveloped him, and his consciousness plunged into the depths of Naruto's inner world. Before him lay a dim and damp corridor, with water pooling upon the floor and an abundance of diverging paths flanking either side. Fuyu casually glanced at several diverging paths before selecting one to proceed. The immense and oppressive chakra loomed ahead. After a brief walk, he encountered a colossal red-painted prison door, shrouded in dim light, revealing only a vague, dark silhouette within. As he approached, his curiosity piqued. He scrutinized the crimson door. Suddenly, a pair of enormous, vertical pupils opened within, glaring menacingly at him. As the shadow rose and approached the door, a significant portion of its form became visible, a vibrant orange fox adorned with 9 magnificent tails. Is this the 9 tails? Indeed. Up close, it possesses a certain charm. This marked Fuyu's first encounter with the 9 tails, and the shock of witnessing a character from his animated memories materialize into reality was profoundly striking. Fuyu was astonished by the beauty of the 9 tails when suddenly a deafening roar echoed. A colossal paw struck the prison door, causing the entire door to resonate with a dull thud. As Fuyu regained his composure from his astonishment, he heard the 9 tails voice laced with fury and hatred roar, "Uchiha." A flicker of surprise crossed Fuyu's eyes as he looked down, realizing that the manifestation of his consciousness was merely an ordinary outfit. There was no fan representing the Uchiha clan adorning it. As if sensing the hint of bewilderment in Fuyu's gaze, the 9 tails disdainfully remarked, "I can smell the foul stench emanating from you from a great distance." Fuyu was taken aback, realizing that his Sharingan had been sensed by the 9 tails. He chuckled softly. "Since you are aware of my Uchiha lineage, you must also comprehend the purpose of my arrival, do you not?" With a smile, Fuyu remarked. The 9 tails, its large eyes glinting with disdain, cast a sidelong glance at him and scoffed. "Is that all you've got? A pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan? You dare to think you can control me?" The 9 tails rolled its eyes and leisurely lay back down. The sudden slam of the prison door had failed to intimidate this creature. It remained oblivious to the man's true intentions. The 9 tails felt at ease, sensing no malice emanating from him. Having endured a millennium of warfare, hatred, and betrayal, it was a vessel of animosity. The deeper the affections it held, the more intense its capacity for pain and hatred became, granting it a keen perception of ill intent. Since the moment the man entered, it noted that he harbored no hostile thoughts towards it, but rather maintained a rational demeanor. This piqued its curiosity. For the 2 Uchiha it had previously encountered were both deranged lunatics, leaving it to ponder why this Uchiha differed from them. Yet, one thing was clear, his arrogance was unmistakable. A mere pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan had come to negotiate with it. Indeed, it understood the man's words. He was referring to the disruption of that insufferable brat's chakra today. It was eager to see what this man had to say. Regardless, the 9 tails was determined to pursue its aim of controlling Naruto. If it could manipulate Naruto into tearing down the seals on the prison door, it would have a chance to break free from this infernal confinement. Thus, it regarded this Uchiha man purely as a source of entertainment to pass the time. Fuyu gazed at the indifferent expression of the 9-tailed fox and chuckled. "How about we strike a deal, Kaibai?" A flicker of astonishment crossed the previously unconcerned visage of the 9-tailed fox as it fixed its fierce glare upon the smiling man outside the prison bars. "Where did you hear that name?" it inquired with a menacing grin. "It seems I must show you something, for otherwise, our conversation may not proceed smoothly." As Fuyu spoke in jest, his eyes had already transformed the pattern of the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Kurama, for the first time, now stands before you as the head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha, the fifth Hokage of Konohagakure. Fuyu smiled as he spoke. The Ninetales stared in astonishment at the man's eyes, where 3 tomo transformed into a hexagonal windmill pattern formed by 6 shurikens, emanating a formidable and ominous power. The Ninetales felt a familiar sense of dread, reminiscent of past subjugation. A kaleidoscope Sharingan? No, this is a higher level of kaleidoscope. The Ninetales shuddered, its ears perked, eyes sharp, and tail erect, nearly leaping from the ground before instinctively lowering its body. In that fleeting moment of instinctive reaction, the Ninetales suddenly recalled something and warily distanced itself from the prison door. The kaleidoscope Sharingan was its nemesis, especially since this particular Sharingan was of a more advanced caliber. This realization filled it with even greater trepidation. It distinctly remembered the last time it had been forcibly enslaved and dragged out of its host by an ordinary kaleidoscope Sharingan wielded by the Uchiha clan. The memory was fresh, and it harbored a profound hatred for the Uchiha that had brought it so close to freedom, only to snatch it away. Its deepest animosity was not directed towards the fourth Hokage who sealed it away, but rather towards the Uchiha who had enslaved it. After a moment of panic, the Ninetales suddenly sensed that the other party bore no ill intent, which eased its apprehension considerably. To mask its earlier display of fear, the Ninetales growled menacingly. "What is your relation to that Uchiha who controlled me 7 years ago?" "Ah, you mean that fellow? I have already slain him," came the calm reply. Fuyu shrugged with a smile. A flicker of astonishment passed through the Ninetales. "Killed?" It was not a mere child of 3, easily deceived. With a cold sneer, it retorted, "Such words come easily to you. He is of the Uchiha clan, just as you are. Would you truly be willing to slay him?" From the man's self-introduction moments ago, it had already deduced that this individual was the leader of the Uchiha clan. Would a leader truly execute a member of their own clan? Only a fool would commit such an act. That fellow is a traitorous ninja of the Uchiha, and he has caused me no small amount of trouble. To kill him would be a mere light reprisal, Feyue remarked nonchalantly, his thoughts stirring as he utilized his ocular power to conjure scenes reminiscent of memories for the Ninetales to observe. It was akin to a projector casting images into the air, akin to the playback of a video. This was the inner realm of Naruto, a manifestation of his innermost consciousness, and as an entity of awareness, he was capable of such feats. The Ninetales scrutinized the images and immediately recognized the masked figure clad in black robes as the very individual who had once exerted control over him. A fleeting sense of satisfaction coursed through the Ninetales upon witnessing the man's head severed by the blade of the individual before him. Subsequently, it beheld the man sealing the corpse within a scroll of ninjutsu, marking the conclusion of the memory fragment. Having witnessed this, the Ninetales felt a considerable alleviation of mood. Yet it stubbornly retorted, "Humph, who can ascertain whether this is not merely an illusion you have conjured?" Fuyu did not engage in a debate. Instead, he remarked, "I recall that you can perceive everything that Naruto sees and hears through his perspective, correct? Even this, he is aware of?" The Ninetales' eyes shimmered with light, revealing not only its knowledge of its true name, but also a remarkable self-awareness, making it quite an enigmatic being. It remained silent, evidently acquiescing to the assertion. Fuyu spoke calmly, "I have no reason to deceive you. If you do not believe me, once I leave this place, I shall show you his corpse, which is currently preserved within a scroll of ninjutsu." Upon hearing the man's unwavering conviction, the Ninetales began to entertain a measure of belief in his words. However, it did not express gratitude. "What difference does it make? I have no desire for you to eliminate him, for I yearn to do so myself." The Ninetales bared its sharp fangs menacingly as it spoke. "Come on, Kaibai, spare us the charade. There is no one else here. Do you truly intend to slay him yourself? Would you like a head delivered to you?" Fuyu, unable to suppress a chuckle, observed the somber expression on Jiuwei's face and deftly shifted the topic, saying, "Let us discuss the matter of making a transaction." Jiuwei's demeanor lightened slightly, and upon learning that her nemesis had perished, she ceased her inquiries about how the man had acquired her true name. She lazily reclined once more, casting a sidelong glance at the man standing at the prison door, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a cold sneer, she remarked, "Do you expect me to engage in a cordial relationship with this insufferable brat? To partake in a farcical performance of intimacy and mutual assistance?" Fuyu pondered to himself, "Isn't this already quite clear to you?" However, he refrained from expressing his thoughts and simply shook his head, replying, "You are mistaken." A flicker of intrigue danced in his eyes as he continued, "Naruto still has 5 years until graduation. During this time, You must not interfere with him. After he graduates, I shall grant you your freedom. How does that sound? Initially, the Ninetales regarded him with disdain, presuming that this cunning Uchiha was merely spinning tales. Yet, upon hearing the word freedom, its heart inexplicably stirred. Do not assume that I would fall for such childish deceptions, the Ninetales scoffed, though its gaze discreetly scrutinized the man outside the cell, observing the subtle shifts in his expression. Nevertheless, the man's demeanor remained tranquil and unperturbed, leaving the Ninetales perplexed. You must have lost all sense of time, have you not? After all, you have been confined for so many years. Noticing the anger flickering across the fox's face, Fuyu raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. 5 years should not be too long for you, should it? If it's merely an experiment, you stand to lose nothing. The Ninetales' anger flared swiftly, but waned just as quickly. It regarded Fuyu with suspicion, noting that he did not appear to be jesting. Lowering its head in contemplation, it reflected on his words. Although it was reluctant to trust the Uchiha, it recognized a kernel of truth in his statement. Time held little significance for it. 5 years might merely feel like a fleeting moment. The more it considered the proposition, the more intrigued it became. Raising its head, it inquired, "Are you serious? You will grant me freedom after 5 years?" Fuyu nodded earnestly. "Of course, I swear by the Uchiha clan that you, the Ninetales, shall not interfere with Naruto for 5 years. After that period, I shall grant you your freedom. Should I speak falsehoods, may my Uchiha clan face annihilation." A flicker of astonishment crossed the Ninetales' eyes. To swear by the Uchiha clan? Having not experienced the oath of Luoshue, the Ninetales was already convinced to a considerable extent. Are you suggesting that as long as I do not interfere with the boy during these 5 years, all shall be well? The Ninetales inquired tentatively. Fuyu nodded. Is there no need to offer assistance to the little one? Is there no requirement to share my chakra with the child? Fuyu nodded again, saying, no need. The doubts that plagued Jiawei dissipated as she realized that by doing nothing, she could regain her freedom after 5 years, merely 5 years. What harm could there be in giving it a try? Jiawei's expression turned serious. Very well, I shall enter into this agreement with you. Excellent, it's settled then. Jiawei gazed at the man, a smile gracing her lips, though she could not quite discern the reason behind it. Despite sensing no trace of malice from him, an unsettling feeling lingered in her heart. The man's smile left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Having established their pact, she urged him to leave without delay, her demeanor shifting abruptly as she began to hasten him along. Fuyu did not linger for long, as there was little of interest here. He cast a meaningful glance at the Ninetales before the consciousness withdrew from Naruto's inner world. I spoke of releasing you in 5 years. Yet I did not specify which version of you. That other half residing within Minato, is it not also a part of you? Fuyu pondered, a smile gracing his lips as he opened his eyes. He was indeed committed to his promise. 5 years hence, he would release the Ninetales within Naruto. Subsequently, he would seal the other half of the Ninetales from Minato's being into Naruto as well. As for Minato, still residing within the belly of the Reaper, Fuyu merely needed to dispatch someone to the land of whirlpools within the next 5 years to retrieve the Reaper's mask from the ancestral shrine. This would allow him to break the Shiki F gene seal, liberating Minato's spirit, and subsequently, through the Edo Tensei technique, he could resurrect Minato, thus acquiring the In aspect of the Ninetales from within him. After all, even in the state of Edo Tensei, Minato would not perish from the absence of the Ninetales. These 5 years would serve as Naruto's time for growth. Even if he did not attain the strength of a Jonin, becoming a Chunin would certainly be within reach. He was not to be left to languish in the Ninja Academy, as in the original narrative, under Itachi's guidance, and devoid of the Ninetales' interference. If Naruto failed to flourish within these 5 years, it would indeed be a disheartening outcome. So, is Naruto truly a withered tree? The answer, of course, is a resounding no. To be candid, Fuyu eagerly anticipated witnessing how Naruto, endowed with the same starting point and access to greater resources as the scions of illustrious clans, would evolve over the next 5 years. Would he manifest his genius and astonish all of Konoha, or would he remain, as in the original tale, perpetually trailing behind? Naruto, let me indulge in this anticipation. Fuyu gazed at Naruto, who, despite keeping his eyes firmly shut, fidgeted restlessly with his fingers, and a faint smile graced his lips. All right, Naruto, you may open your eyes now. Fuyu gently rubbed the little boy's head, a glimmer of affection sparkling in his eyes. The tiny Naruto truly was endearing. Uncle, I haven't opened my eyes at all, he exclaimed. In this game, I have triumphed over you 5 times. Naruto boasted, bursting into raucous laughter. Sasuke, engrossed in the television, couldn't help but roll his eyes at Naruto's words. All right, you win. Uchiha, with a cheerful demeanor, took a piece of milk candy from the table and stuffed it into Naruto's hand. With the uncle's personal acknowledgement, Naruto felt an even greater sense of pride. He noticed Sasuke rolling his eyes at him and quickly leaned in closer, popping the candy into his mouth, and teasingly exclaimed, "Sasuke, are you feeling resentful about my victory?" Seeing that Sasuke ignored him, Naruto pressed on. "Let us engage in a duel of men. We shall simply stare at each other, and the one who falters first and looks away shall be the loser." A mischievous thought crossed his mind, and he chuckled. "Hey, the loser has to carry the winner's backpack tomorrow morning." "Boring," Sasuke replied, crossing his arms and pushing Naruto away. "Go away, you're blocking my view of the television." Naruto snorted dismissively and nonchalantly sat down beside him, happily watching the screen. This delightful atmosphere was a dream he had envisioned countless nights during his lonely hours lying in that cold, desolate room. Whenever he found himself sleepless in the dead of night, he would fantasize about having a warm and loving family, often pondering what it would be like to live that dream. With the sweet milk candy melting in his mouth, his heart was equally filled with sweetness. In a small alley on Asakusa Old Street, Tsunade sighed as she observed the steady stream of pedestrians entering and exiting the shop across the street. She was momentarily taken aback. The establishment was thriving, with so many patrons seeking foot massages. Recalling her own experience at the shop the previous night, a flicker of temptation stirred within her. The comfort had indeed been delightful, yet Tsunade rummaged through her empty pockets and sighed again. She had no money. Indeed, a single coin could confound even the mightiest of heroes. "I'm so hungry." Tsunade felt her stomach rumble and instinctively patted it. With no money for a meal, should she return to the inn? A flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes. She was reluctant to go back, especially after boasting about her plans while borrowing money from Shizune that afternoon. How could she face Shizune empty-handed? Frustrated, she pressed her fingers against the pebbles on the wall, crushing them into dust. Her gaze suddenly sharpened as she noticed several banknotes scattered on the ground nearby. Stunned for a moment, she instinctively looked around to ensure no one was watching before swiftly bending down to pick them up. After collecting all the bills and scanning the vicinity to confirm her solitude, she examined her newfound treasure. A single 10,000 yen note, a 5,000 yen note, for 1,000 yen notes, and several 500 yen notes. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I've struck it rich. I found 20,000 yen." Just then, a rustling sound caught her attention, and she instinctively tucked the bills deep into her chest, turning around cautiously to ascertain the source. Seeing a black cat sauntering past, she let out a sigh of relief, having feared it might be the owner of the lost money returning. Recognizing that lingering here was unwise, she retrieved the bills she had hastily stuffed into the gutter and placed them into her pocket before hastily exiting the alley. Once outside, Tsunade felt a surge of exhilaration. Who would have thought that I, the illustrious Tsunade, would have the fortune to find money? She mused. My luck seems to be quite favorable today. But why do I always end up losing? After taking a few steps, the thought of visiting a gambling house crossed her mind once more. However, the grumbling of her stomach abruptly quelled that notion. The allure of her passion paled in comparison to her hunger. Abandoning the idea of making a comeback at the gambling house, Tsunade wandered the streets, her eyes scanning for a decent eatery. However, upon inquiring about the prices at several establishments, she found them all rather exorbitant, and the portions hardly satisfying. Damn, is it really this expensive to eat nowadays? This is outrageous, she muttered as she exited one restaurant, grumbling under her breath. In the past, whether it was for lodging or meals, Shizune always covered the costs. She only had to use money when visiting the gambling house. Typically, she wagered sums ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions, hardly considering the value of money. After all, without funds, her reputation as Tsunade would easily allow her to borrow what she needed. There were even wealthy patrons who, desperate for her medical expertise, would rush to her with cash in hand. Those affluent individuals seeking her services would often part with millions. Thus, she had never truly grasped the significance of money. But today, she felt defeated. Who would have thought that 20,000 yen could barely cover a decent meal? While it was enough to eat, the options were limited to rather bland dishes. Alas, I made Shizune suffer in the past. As she continued her stroll, Tsunade found herself standing before the barbecue restaurant, Yakiniku-kyu. She gazed at the familiar establishment, a wave of nostalgia washing over her. In their days as ch nin, They often gathered here to celebrate missions, enjoy their time off, and indulge in barbecues. Yakiniku-Q was renowned in the Hidden Leaf Village, a favored dining spot among ninjas. As a frequent patron, Tsunade was well aware of the pricing, though that was 7 years ago. Having been away from the village for so long, she knew the prices had likely risen significantly. She merely glanced at the restaurant and chose not to enter, instead directing her attention to the adjacent foot massage shop. Groups of people were frequently entering the establishment. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her mind. How could she have forgotten this? While 20,000 yen might not suffice for a meal elsewhere, it could be spent on a foot massage here. With that expenditure, she could access the complimentary dining area inside the foot massage shop, allowing her to eat to her heart's content. I'm such a fool. I should have thought of this sooner. Tsunade chided herself as she clapped her hands, filled with enthusiasm as she briskly walked into the foot massage shop. Oh, that man.